Unbeknownst to everyone, this frail-faced youth was a master of disguise, playing the part of a weak healer, while his comrades charged into battle. Unbeknownst to everyone, he secretly nurtured a secondary account, a Revenger class 100 times stronger than his main. Quickly, in his pro-level form, he found a group of players dungeon crawling in a high-level instance. Just like clockwork, none of them knew how to fight. Some hadn't even drawn their swords when they were double-killed, hitting the ground without a word. Just as the BTAC battle was getting underway, Leorium radiating main character energy jumped in and one-shot the boss, leaving everyone dumbfounded. As usual, he dodged the praise and invitations, quickly gathered his rewards, and prepared to leave. But this time a system message appeared, hinting at something special. "Do you really want to log out? Are you sure you won't regret your decision?" Leorium pondered as he played, finding it odd that the billion-dollar server was acting up, but upon returning to reality and removing his VR headset, he sensed that the space around him had suddenly changed. Even his own body began to mutate like a robot with exposed circuits. Terrified, he ran to a mirror, only to be stunned by his reflection. This face, this body, it's clearly that of the traitor character from the game. Before he could even think, the system whisked him away to the rooftop. Before Leorium could process anything, an even bigger surprise appeared behind him. The one-eyed monster with a glaring red eye, a boss from the game, had somehow caught up. He watched it hurtle toward him, but Leorium couldn't dodge in time, and he fell from the rooftop. Yet despite falling from the 5th floor, he was unharmed, and he noticed passers-by chatting nearby. He now realizes this is reality, not some hallucination from excessive gaming, but his thoughts are cut short as the one-eyed monster closes in again. Leorium panicked, wanting to warn everyone around him, but strangely, no matter how loud he shouted, no one responded. Looking at their expressions, Leorium suddenly understood this was the real world, but no one could see him or the monster. This is insane. Who let the dogs out? Leorium was confused, thinking this invisible battle had nothing to do with the people around him, but seconds later, the monster began to wreak havoc. With a sickening smack, the ground liquefied into a pit of lava, and an unsuspecting bystander became its first victim. His girlfriend and the passers-by screamed in terror, creating a chaotic scene as Leorium watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. His mind raced with the idea of luring the monster far away so it wouldn't harm innocent civilians. Seeing Leorium run, the monster gleefully gave chase, quickly cornering him. Just as Leorium thought he was done for, he suddenly remembered the strange change in his physique. It turned out that this world had somehow become connected to the game's dungeons. The monsters begin to expand their territory, and perhaps players like him have transformed into their in-game avatars for this reason. Realizing this, Leorium tries to use his in-game skills, and they actually work. With a grim smile, he instantly went into battle mode, quickly taking down the one-eyed monster with a few basic moves, a long story made short. In short, fighting monsters in real life is like a child's game, thrilling and exhausting, but like in the game, you get rewards, so it's worth the effort. The next morning, news of last night's explosion went viral. Leorium casually fried bread in the kitchen, listening to the news, knowing for sure that the world and that virtual reality game were somehow connected. Just then, the door burst open, and a woman's voice called out, "I'm home." His sister quickly changed her shoes and entered the house, looking up to greet him, but she suddenly stopped short when she saw the young man in the kitchen. "Excuse me, who are you?" Leorium wasn't surprised by this reaction, and explained that he was indeed her brother. His sister froze for a moment, then calmly pulled out a taser with a menacing look. "Stop talking nonsense. I raised him. My brother would be scrawny, not built like that." Leorium was now laughing, now crying, never realizing how pathetic he seemed in his sister's eyes. Seeing her ready to strike with the stun gun, he quickly leaped backward. "Oh God, help me. You like carrots and sesame leaves, right? And you grind your teeth in your sleep. If you don't like someone you're set up with, you come home drunk and complain all night." Hearing the young man reveal her deepest secrets, the older sister's face turned ashen, but she dismissed it, figuring this con artist had done his research. It was only when she heard the story of their parents' death that she truly snapped to attention, forced to believe that this young man was indeed her brother Leorium, for it was a secret only the two of them knew. Dropping her electric drill, the sister rushed to her brother, asking worriedly about him. Seeing the layers of injuries all over his body, she was about to pull out her phone to book a car to the hospital when Leorium stopped her. No doctor would believe that playing games for over 180 minutes could transform someone into their in-game avatar. It's better to keep quiet than try to explain it. Of course, teachers and friends would also be a big problem, but seeing Orium's resolute attitude, his sister reluctantly nodded, her face as strained as constipation. To help Leorium adjust to society in this form, the next step is to go to school and explain things to his teachers. His sister orders Orium to hurry up, but he just stands there, thinking she's overreacting. "I can handle everything myself." "Now Leorium, you shut your mouth and come with me? Or do you want a shot in the arm?" Seeing his sister's eyebrows furrowing, Leorium felt a chill down his spine, quickly agreeing and scurrying away, while some idlers were already live-streaming at yesterday's scene. This brown-haired girl stands by the side of the road watching the bulletin board, and wondering if she should go and check things out. Her name is Kim Sewell, a student at Leorium's school with a simple style but extraordinary aura. The school hallway was rather empty, and despite her friend's chatter, Kim Sewell sighed softly, spotting the Lee sisters in the distance. The two girls' eyes widened at the sight of the young man before them, as if he were a masterpiece of design, while Kim Sewell felt a strange sense of confusion, as if she had met him before. Meanwhile, the Lie sisters have arrived at the faculty office, and despite her sister's reassurances, she's worried about what to say once they're inside. Who would believe you if you fell asleep and suddenly saw isekai? Aren't you afraid of being grabbed and used as a lab rat? Thinking this over, Lie Orion hesitated suddenly, wanting to back out, and made the excuse of rushing to the bathroom, pulling out the mysterious box he'd looted from last night's battle. Then he calmly uses it to activate the skill hearing, the notification in his ear, alluring eyes, brainwashing, skill activated. Fortune favors the bold. This skill sounds trustworthy just from its name, and it's come at the perfect time. It's the ultimate persuasion tool. As Orion predicted, the spider teacher was initially very suspicious of his drastically changed appearance. Even with the nurse sister's fervent defense, he remained clueless. Left with no choice, the protagonist plays his final card. However, instead of using it directly on the spider teacher, he decides to brainwash the vice principal holding a coffee cup nearby, thinking that turning him into an ally would be like hitting 10 birds with one stone. Sure enough, with a few blinks, the vice principal's eyes sparkled with hearts, and he jolted like he'd been electrocuted. He instinctively walked straight to the spider teacher and began pleading his case with all his might. Why don't we trust Orion for once? Whether they're beautiful or ugly, they're all students. Is appearance really that important? Is it really that important? The homeroom teacher was lectured and nodded blankly in agreement, while the rest stood listening to the vice principal's scolding, and Orion plotted in his head. Oops, maybe I gave the vice principal a bit too much. He explains that in an age where dogs can fly to the moon, changing one's appearance is nothing. With that, he forcefully dragged them all to Lyorium's class, intending to personally set things straight so they wouldn't ostracize him. Standing before dozens of helpless faces, the vice principal spoke through tears, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. A bit heavy-handed, but the immediate problem seemed to be solved. Lyorium went to his seat as usual. Faced with a barrage of questions from his friends, he gave only vague answers, saying it was probably some strange syndrome or something. But the others were still curious, seemingly unwilling to let it go, leaving Lyorium outwardly helpless, inwardly plotting. He knew it. No one would believe the vice principal. It wasn't until a girl spoke up claiming she'd heard of such a syndrome that the protagonist was off the hook. Kim Sewell, Lyorium's classmate, couldn't bear to see him suffer, so she stepped in to help a beautiful girl, the daughter of a pharmaceutical company director, and her words carried weight. Orium shyly turned to thank her, even lending her his earphones, increasing her favorability tenfold. But the class bullies didn't see it that way. Orium glanced at Hyung, who smirked back at him, a knowing look in his eyes. Just when he thought he was different, that he'd be treated like a normal student, he ran into Hyung and his cronies after class. Despite his transformation, Orium trembled before the three bullies, unable to move a muscle, which only fueled their rage. Lyorium, did you get muscle injections? Well, a little extra fat won't make my grip any weaker. With that, he lunged immediately, locking Orium's neck in a chokehold. The cracking of joints echoed in his ears as Orium gritted his teeth, struggling to breathe. Just minutes ago, he was excited about his new body and ready to hang out with his friends, but a message from these guys ruined everything. So they lured him out here just for this pathetic display. The more Lyorium thought about it, the angrier he became. If he pitied them one, he pitied himself 10. It was as if he saw his former self standing there, staring at him with hateful eyes. Wasn't his weakness due to his refusal to fight back? Lyorium's other self berates him, why fear these gnats when he's no longer a pushover? With newfound power surging through him, Orium strikes back at his tormentor, catching everyone off guard. Orium, now regaining his senses, felt his limbs tremble, unable to believe he'd pulled off such a feat. But with his aversion to trouble and reluctance to fight further, he instinctively turned and ran. Meanwhile, Kim Sewell and her friend waited at a corner for the light to change. Sewell fiddling with the earphones Orium had lent her, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, she saw Orium fleeing desperately across the street, disappearing into an alley as if a giant mouth was about to swallow him whole. The bullies finally caught up, and before Orium could speak, he was kicked in the face. Orium lay pathetically on the ground, his body bracing for each blow, thoughts of failure and self-blame threatening to drown him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind. The bullies and Lyorium froze for 5 seconds, looking in that direction as Kim Sewell, with a look of pity and nonchalance, stepped forward and spoke. My head's about to explode from all this noise. I'm short on people to hang out with, and I was planning to hang with the guy on the ground. So let him go, and you better not interfere with my business. Once you've crossed the river, you don't need the boat. With parents like hers, she doesn't need anyone. Lyorium was floored by the powerful aura of the girl before him. The bullies stood aside, realizing she was the richest kid in school, momentarily intimidated, but the arrogant Juan remained unchanged. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Kim Sewell. You think you're untouchable because you're rich. Does he want to end up as a flattened mess like that councilman? Kim Sewell glared at him with disdain. Sorry, but could you step back 5 paces? Before the bully could understand, Sewell added fuel to the fire. Because you reek of garbage, it's making me sick. Needless to say, the bully was furious. Enraged, Han lunges forward, ready to slap the girl, but Lyorium hears his other personality urging him to act. Do something, you idiot. You're not just a walking blood bag anymore, are you? Provoked beyond measure, Leorium's rage explodes as he clenches his fist, lets out a roar, and strikes the bully with blinding speed, sending him flying dozens of feet. Barely standing, the bully spat out a mouthful of blood, vowing that Leorium wouldn't leave this place alive. He throws off his jacket and relentlessly attacks, throwing punch after punch. But while the others think he's just posturing, he's already activated his absorption skill. With every punch Zhonghuan threw, Leorium met it head-on, absorbing the blow and returning an even more devastating one. The tables have turned, and now the bully is getting a taste of his own medicine. Still not satisfied, Leorium deliberately lowered his HP to unleash a flurry of attacks, finally delivering a kick to the face, returning the favor from earlier. Seeing the bully, lying lifeless on the ground, eyes glazed over, Leorium, with a hint of bloodlust, hoists him up, ready to deliver the final blow. "Hey, get up and talk, why aren't you talking now?" The onlookers, unnerved by Orion's hateful glare, were silenced as Kim Si-Wells quickly spoke up. "Enough, Orion. It's over. Let's go." Seeing the victim on the ground gasping for air, their anger subsided somewhat, and the two prepared to leave this battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, another ignorant fool and his grandson rushed in with backup. "They dare hit my brother. Stay right there and I'll make you eat dirt." Leorium instinctively jumped in front of Kim Si-Wells, but before he could act, the bully was struck as if by high-voltage electricity, collapsing headfirst into the ground, his rear end sticking up in the air. Leorium was stunned as he hadn't even made a move. Little did he know that seemingly harmless classmate could make his wish come true with just a glance. The two then left for a more well-lit street corner. Kim Si-Wells tended to Orion's wounds, and even snapped a photo of his face as a memento, but when the blushing protagonist stammered his thanks, she coldly brushed him off. "Consider it repayment for letting me borrow your earphones. Oh, and it's getting late, so I should head home." She asks him to hang out tomorrow, so she can tell him something, and our hero blushes like a tomato. Being asked out for the first time in his teens, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. As Kim Si-Wells' figure faded into the distance, the male lead's mind began to race with questions. What could she want to talk about in private? Could she be interested in my body? Maybe it's a family tradition in pharmaceuticals. As he chuckled to himself, a notification screen suddenly popped up, startling him. "A subjugation quest will begin in 5 minutes. Do you accept?" Orion carefully read each word, recalling the one-eyed monster from yesterday, and decisively pressed the no button. Why jump into the fire again? Unbelievably, the damned system displayed another message: due to a critical loss of prestige, this quest cannot be skipped. What the heck? Orion almost cursed out loud. The system offered a choice, but it was more like a cold shoulder than a helping hand. Checking again, it turns out he'd been racking up points in secret, both when demonstrating his skills to the vice principal, and when using them to beat up those thugs. Orion couldn't believe it. Everything felt so empty. He wanted to cheer, but opening his eyes again, he found himself falling straight into a stream, half a shin deep. Seriously, if you're going to teleport someone, at least give them a warning. Couldn't you have picked a better spot? Remembering his phone in his pocket and books in his bag, Orion shakily stood up. Suddenly, he noticed a strange door floating in the air nearby. Is this the monster I have to defeat? Orion cautiously approaches and surveys the surroundings. The system reappears, warning that the mission will begin in 10 seconds, and before Orion can react, a huge, twisted face emerges from the portal. Then, its massive body emerged, heading straight for him. The system identified the monster as an Aben, a cursed cavalryman, but Orion was even more horrified. What the hell? I've never even seen this in the game. How am I supposed to fight it? Its attack speed is several times faster than the ones from yesterday. Orion, caught off guard, unleashed a skill to defend himself, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. He doesn't know what kind of monster it is, but it uses a sword. Luckily, it's humanoid, so he can predict its next move. Realizing this, Orion felt a surge of confidence, thinking it wouldn't be too difficult, and nimbly dodged the attacks, landing a few blows on its back. But just as he was about to press his advantage, he found himself completely immobilized. His body wouldn't obey, and even his sword felt useless in his grip. It was as if he were paralyzed. A chill ran down Orion's spine as he saw the monster raise its blade, and he desperately mustered all his strength to parry the blow and escape. Using the skill again only brought a searing pain to his mind, and a blood-red warning flashed: skill unusable. This situation was beyond anything he'd imagined. His reflexes slowed, his body felt heavy, and he couldn't use his skills. He was practically on the chopping block. Could this monster's power be paralysis? No, it can't be. Orion, stay calm and think. The main character lowers his head, reassuring himself. Although this monster seems stronger than yesterday's, it doesn't seem to rely on speed to attack. If it's that slow, it'll be easy to dodge. The problem is, I'll need to combine skills to finish it. If that's the case, I'll use my usual run-and-gun tactic from the game. It's tiring and takes time, but staying alive is the priority. But wait, this isn't a superhero movie where the monster waits for the transformation to finish before attacking, is it? While Orion was deep in thought, the monster beside him was already itching for a fight. It raised the sword in its hand and slashed down, emitting a blinding light. By the time Orion realized it, he was temporarily blind. It was a feint to obscure his vision. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster lands a punch, sending Orion flying. This is so unfair. If only there were a healer around. Slammed against a rock, Orion suddenly has a brilliant idea, and he calls on the system to open the 2 mysterious boxes from yesterday's rewards. Come on, I don't need anything fancy, just something useful. But as soon as he said that the 2 boxes were unboxed, one of which was a golden branch that could summon fruit or be used as decoration. The fruit is smaller than a pot, and diamond tears sound cool, but they're just bath bombs. What's the deal? Is he supposed to bathe in the stream below and wait for it to devour him? Orion, suspecting a trap, was furious and knew he had to escape to survive. But as soon as he turned, he was struck by a devastating blow from that terrifying blade, sending him crashing to the ground. Orion struggled to his feet, abandoning all pretense of composure or gentleness. What kind of garbage items are these? Whether it's random or not, this is too much. Am I really gonna die here? Suddenly, his IQ surged once more, and Orion facepalmed, realizing he could use those 2 items with the divine lantern. He had nothing to lose. He called upon the system, borrowing a golden branch to heal the crows, while opening the preparation page above his head. As predicted, less than 3 seconds later, the crows swarmed in, squawking like a marketplace. The armored monster was instantly dizzy, flailing its sword to drive them away, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Lee Orion quietly stood aside, trading a bar of soap for paralyzing medicine, preparing to turn the tables. But as it struck, the blade became stuck, its heavy body feeling strangely numb. Now Orion appeared behind it in a flash, whispering mockingly into its ear. I've built up enough physical damage. Prepare to receive it all back. As he said this before the monster could react, Orion's face hardened, filled with intense killing intent. A rain of blades descends, piercing the monster's heart before it can react. It's over, Orion thinks, preferring 10 rounds of gaming to this brutal reality. Heaving a sigh, he called up the system, demanding his reward, determined to avoid the mystery box this time. But a blood-red notification appeared before him. Warning, another player has illegally invaded the area. Orion felt a chill. Was he not the only one trapped in this endless loop by the damned system? Sensing danger, Orion whirls around to see a masked figure lunging at him with a scythe. He barely manages to parry the blow, narrowly escaping death, but the masked assailant remains relentless. Orion quickly drew his sword, the clash sending them both flying backward. He observed carefully the masked figure was human. He's no monster, but his attacks are relentless. If Orion hadn't turned around in time, he might have lost his head. And that skill he's using, it must be the work of a reaper. As Orion pieces things together, the masked assailant charges again, and Orion, unable to contain himself, roars. What the hell are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Instead, he was met with a cold glare and a voice that echoed like a call from hell. I don't know. I never thought I needed a reason to kill in a game. This guy is insane, and his attacks are just as dangerous. Orion takes a direct hit to the shoulder from the scythe. He cried out in pain, but his attacks were just too fast. Just when he didn't know what to do, a barrier opened up around him. Unexpectedly, it was his classmate, Kim Sewell, who arrived, leaving both Orion and the masked man in shock. This petite and adorable girl possesses S-class defensive support skills as a labyrinth master. Kim Sewell slowly descends, glances at Orion, and bluntly declares, I'm not helping you because of the headphones this time. You owe me big time tomorrow, and don't forget the best food in the world, soy milk. Thanks to Kim Sewell's assistance, the situation has almost reversed, and the masked man no longer has the upper hand. He still wields his scythe and rushes forward aggressively, but Sewell uses a magical beast trap to restrain him. The protagonist, standing aside, felt the world spinning, watching Sewell act and only managing to utter a few words. Amazing. But it wasn't over yet. Kim Sewell suddenly screamed for Orion to dodge, as the masked man had escaped the trap and was now hurtling towards them from midair at incredible speed. He heads straight for Orion, muttering closing skill blacklist. Orion couldn't dodge in time, but strangely he felt no different after taking the hit, and Sewell shouted urgently again. Open your system and finish choosing your reward from before, because another player has invaded. The match time has stopped, and that's the only way to end this game. Orion, utterly surprised, could only nod and comply. The masked figure, seeing this, wanted to intervene, but little did he know his position was still within Kim Sewell's control. He now remembered that from the moment she joined the battle, the first skill she used was this invisible maze trap. The masked man smirked, watching helplessly as Orion made his selection and ended the game. The game was over, but his murderous intent remained. He glared at them, both pulling down his mask to reveal an unfamiliar face, and spoke with a vague accent. What a joke. Next time I'll be the one to take you down. I've memorized each of your faces. With the system's long beeps, Orion was instantly transported back to the street corner before the incident. The phone rings, and seeing Kim Sewell's name, he answers immediately, wanting to know what's going on. But Sewell cuts to the chase, telling him to go home right away. They've marked you. That blacklist skill was used to pinpoint your location. It's not perfectly accurate, but don't wander around outside, it's too dangerous. Orion, still confused, asks who they are. Kim Sewell explained that they were players too, but of the PK type, meaning they hunt other players for rewards instead of doing quests. Hearing this, Orion finally understands why the masked man was so malicious, and remembering that Kim Sewell was also targeted after helping him, he asks with concern, Unexpectedly, Kim Sewell thought Orion wanted to team up side and told him to send her the address. They'd be sleeping in the same place tonight just in case. Hearing that, Orion blushed furiously, imagining all sorts of scenarios. But when Kim Sewell arrived, he just stood there, dumbfounded, watching her walk in and make herself at home. A note from his sister said she'd be working the night shift, leaving him unsure how to react as Kim Sewell borrowed her clothes and headed for the shower. Later, she emerged, looking like the true owner of the house. After inquiring about Orion's sister's schedule and learning that she wouldn't be home from the hospital that night, Kim Sewell suddenly moved closer, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Well, that's convenient. Let's continue. Seeing her about to become one with him, he got the straight man goosebumps. Little did he know, she simply pressed lightly on his chest and whispered system. So it really was something important. And here he was, thinking he was about to get lucky. Orion slaps himself awake, realizing he was getting ahead of himself. His system displays a notification. Player Kim Sewell has sent a party request to player Orion. The young man sighed in relief and reached out to press the accept button, but Kim Sewell quickly stopped him. Orion, let me tell you a few things before you agree. I'll give you all the information I have when we become teammates, and of course I'll do my best to protect and support you. Everything I have will be yours as well. So, at this point her expression suddenly hardened, and she looked Orion in the eye with utmost seriousness. If you run or betray me, I'll grind you into juice. The protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat, never expecting such ferocity from a cute girl. Sewell turned and left, telling him to think it over carefully tonight, but before she could get far, she heard a notification. You have accepted the party invitation. Frustrated, she turns to give the blockhead a piece of her mind. But Lee Orion simply explained that he had nothing left to lose. Game over is imminent. Being on your team at least gives me a better chance of survival. Kim Sewell was a little surprised, but it made sense, so she let it go. Getting down to business, she expertly opens a folder in front of Orion, explaining that their next task is to participate in a large-scale event called Horizon, and not just participate but secure first place. Elsewhere in the game, bully Beckham Hiln was toying with some newbies. But as the battle seemed lost and his team faced defeat, Beckham Hiln flew into a rage, remembering how Lee Orion had stolen his underlings. He unleashed his fury on the monsters in the game, instantly obliterating them, and leveled up from archer to executioner, all while muttering to himself. The loser will grovel in the dirt, won't they, Lee Orion? As for Kim Sewell, she explains that she wanted to participate in the event because the reward was too tempting. 20 billion is nothing to a conglomerate. It's the wish that matters. A wish granted to the victor. Wait a minute, Lee. Orion's ears perked up at this. Money made sense, but a wish sounded far-fetched. Kim Sewell agreed, but considering their experiences since the game began, logic was now a distant concept. There's no other choice but to try. According to Kim Sewell, she was trapped in this endless loop even before Lee Orion. From her third year of high school winter, Kim Sewell has hunted monsters 17 times, died, and been resurrected 5 times. And her visits to the game's publisher only led them to believe she was an escaped mental patient. Even her own parents didn't notice the changes in their daughter, despite the chosen ones undergoing physical transformations. For Kim Sewell, it was her hair color, while for Lee Orion, it was a chiseled physique. But before they could confide in each other, a loud noise erupted outside. They both instinctively looked in that direction, their bodies stiffening as if something big was about to happen. What was that? Could it be PK players? Kim Sewell, far calmer than Orion, cautiously replied as she cast her spell. It's probably just a normal sound, but let's use a skill to check just in case. She casts an invisible sentry tower and Orion asks worriedly, won't using a skill like that give us away? Kim Sewell calmly replied that it wouldn't be detected unless they intentionally searched for it. On the contrary, it could help her guard against those people. Hearing her steely tone, the young man was at a loss for words. Kim Sewell continued to stare him down, her brow furrowed in obvious displeasure, before raising her voice. Hey Lee Orion, take off your shirt. This guy hasn't even held a girl's hand, and hearing this, his face turns green. Well, this scene often appears in movies, but Kim Sewell calmly explains that she only wants to heal each other's wounds. After a passionate struggle, Lee Orion finally succumbs to her will. He hesitated, pale as a ghost, barely daring to move, but his mouth still ran wild. Seriously, why did you want to be in the same squad as me? While others have mastered advanced skills, he's just dead weight, unable to contribute anything. Is he trading his romantic destiny to cling to a powerful benefactor? Kim Sewell isn't pleased to hear this. So what if he's easy to order around because he's an idiot? Sorry, okay. Seeing Orion's confusion, she doesn't press him further. Initially, she only wanted to know his profession, but she suddenly discovered something far more interesting. It turns out the goddess Kim Sewell was once just a mercenary herself, and in an incredibly difficult game event, with only a 0.5% success rate, Kim Sewell encountered Lee Orion, who was fighting as the pro player Pro VIP. That encounter left an indelible mark, igniting a desire to capture the tenacious king's heart. But that night, Lee Orion's dreams were far from peaceful. He found himself lost in an endless corridor, confronted by a monster resembling the PK player from the day before. He finally reached the emergency exit only to find his childhood bully slowly turning around with a distorted face. Lee Orion jolted awake, utterly terrified, realizing it was just a dream but startled by a voice beside him. "Why are you yelling in the middle of the night? Did you have a nightmare?" Finding Kim Saiwell right beside him, Lee Orion descends into utter bewilderment. "What in the world? Didn't you sleep in my sister's room?" Kim Saiwell yawned, unfazed. "I can't sleep in a stranger's bed." My sister really took advantage. She can't sleep times on times the bed, but she can sleep times under times it with a young man, right?" Lee Orion was only human after all. How could he resist such a tempting sight? The next morning they headed to class as if nothing had happened. Kim Saiwell, downing her milk, carefully warned Orion about the battles to come, the importance of avoiding demerits, and to never use his power recklessly again. Orion nodded, munching on his bread, trying to remember all these unspoken rules, always impressed by Kim Saiwell's know-it-all attitude. But contrary to that image, her attitude was always 3 parts serious, 7 parts aloof. No sooner were they asked about their plans for the wish reward in the upcoming event than she immediately threw up a smokescreen. Of course, she'd build a paradise of handsome men. Unaware, the pair laughed and chatted, falling into the sights of distant eyes. Inside a car parked along the road, another pair of players watched. Judging by the uniforms Lee Orion and Kim Saiwell wore, they were just students. The man at the wheel seemed openly contemptuous, but the white-haired woman cut him off, arguing that eliminating them now would be pointless. Besides, one of them had a responsibility that their team lacked, so recruitment was the only option. What does age matter when skill prevails? Another boring day ends, as Lee Orion ponders his next move after school, only to be ambushed by 2 strangers. One with bandages all over his face tries to look cool, and the other in a yellow-haired robe and black mask. You can tell this outfit belongs to either a gang or some street thugs. Before Lee Orion could react, the 2 jumped him, dragged him, and took him to an abandoned warehouse. The goons waiting there didn't look much better, and they swarmed Orion the moment he appeared. In moments like these, with his protagonist aura, Lee Orion should be mowing down enemies left and right. But recalling Kim Saiwell's warning, Orion decides to fight them hand-to-hand to avoid demerits. It's frustrating to have skills you can't use. Seething with anger, he charges forward, vowing to show no mercy. One by one, they fell like autumn leaves. Orion merely warmed up his wrists, sending each of them to the hospital. "If there are no problems, I can handle it all. These guys can fight, but they're still only human, so there's a limit to how strong they can be." The man in red watched his underlings get their jaws smashed one by one, and he was furious. Who said Leorium was easy to bully? They must be blind. He didn't look that strong, but every blow was devastating, and watching him, a new strategy began to form. While his underlings were being sacrificed, he snuck around back, found a weapon, and tried to strike Leorium from behind. But the protagonist noticed in time, blocking the blow and seizing the weapon. His reward was a crushing blow to the face, leaving him groveling at Leorium's feet, whining and begging. After another round of beatdowns, Leorium finally grabbed his bag and left when they were all too weak to continue. On his way home, he ran into his sister, who was just leaving the supermarket, and seeing Leorium disheveled and covered in sweat, she was shocked and demanded to know what had happened. Realizing his disheveled appearance and fearing his sister's suspicion, Leorium scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just some close friends invited me to play soccer." The truth is, he wasn't exhausted from those thugs, but from running home to avoid his sister. To throw her off, he eagerly helped her with the groceries, excited about the barbecue they'd have that night. Seeing Leorium's expression, his sister could only chuckle. His face may have changed, but his childish nature was unmistakable. In the end, his sister happily concludes, "You'll always be my little brother." "Oh right, didn't you bring a girl home last night?" The young man nearly blew a fuse when he heard that. Little did he know, even Kim Saiwell's few strands of brown hair couldn't escape his sister's keen eyes when she went full detective mode. Women are truly dangerous. Knowing he couldn't argue his way out of it, Orium shyly agreed to introduce his friend to his sister soon, while the bullies after their scuffle with Orium were aching all over, especially the guy in red who was seething with resentment. He immediately called his ally Baek Yoon-young, the ringleader of the bullies, to snitch. The next day as usual, Kim Saiwell called out to Lee Orium as soon as class ended. Seeing their closeness, her friend wanted to walk home together, but Kim Saiwell gently declined. "We're not hanging out. I'll explain later, okay?" This vague answer left the entire class dumbfounded, as Kim Saiwell was considered a goddess, and standing next to Lee Orium was like a flower in a garbage heap. There were even rumors that they were openly dating, defying the headmaster, which was exactly what Kim Saiwell wanted. After dragging Lee Orium to a secluded corner, she gets straight to the point. "Should we just start dating?" Hearing this, Thon couldn't contain himself, spitting out the milk he hadn't even swallowed. According to Kim Saiwell, their relationship had to be this way to keep those around them from paying too much attention. This was the first time a girl had confessed to Lee Orium, and he almost had a stroke, but thankfully he maintained some semblance of composure and responded solemnly, "Let me think about it." Kim Saiwell chuckled, but the next second upon hearing an announcement, she regained her serious demeanor. That night, they were assigned a duo mission by the system. At first, Lee Orium hesitated, but he saw it as an opportunity to learn more about Kim Saiwell's fighting style. The rewards were great, so he quickly agreed, and when the time came, they found the tallest building and climbed to the roof to observe. Seeing the worry on his teammate's face, Kim Sewell pressed him, learning that he was trying to find something called a gate. What was that? You really don't know. Isn't that where all the monsters come from? At this point, Lee Orium felt uneasy. His knowledge of this game was far too limited and he couldn't afford to be careless. Just then, a notification popped up, reminding them that the mission would begin in 1 minute. Orium tried to suppress his confusion, looking over to see Kim Sewell already opening her equipment and sending it to him. Of course, she added that the items were expensive, and she expected to be repaid handsomely with bread and strawberry milk tomorrow. The countdown timer blared, and a massive shadow flashed overhead at the speed of light. This time, they face a wolf monster, known for its incredible speed, a species rumored to be docile unless provoked. But its speed is what makes this mission exponentially more difficult. Lee Orium squinted, observing, when suddenly an alarm blared. Alright, we're switching tactics. This requires one person to trigger the trap, and another to lure the beast. Kim Sewell initially disagreed, but she suddenly realized she was at a disadvantage. He was confident, and before she could say anything he shot off after the wolf like an arrow. But this monster was more brawn than brain fast, but not too tough overall. Until a figure flashed past Lee Orium, changing everything. Turns out other players were also participating in this mission besides their team. The girl who just sped past Orium used incredible speed, seemingly wanting to steal the kill. She swiftly approaches, slashing her sword twice, leaving the monster traumatized. And her teammate jumps in to block the path, ready to end things tonight. But just then, unwilling to give up, Lee Orium charged in with his sword, instantly turning the tables. While the others were still stunned, he managed to strike the monster's head. But the blow wasn't strong enough, only causing superficial damage. The other players finally snapped to attention, realizing that butting in like this just isn't done even in a shared quest. The pink-clad woman was especially furious, relentlessly berating the protagonist, while Lee Orium gave her a look that was 3 parts pity and 7 parts disdain. Well, it seems I might have bothered you all. But sorry, I'll be more considerate next time. No sooner had he spoken than he sped off without a second glance, leaving the pink-clad woman fuming while her teammate remained calm. He's right. This is a competition after all. If releasing the monster is the goal, then hindering the competition is just another strategy. With that, he grinned wickedly and unleashed his magic on Orium, creating a barrier that sent the airborne member crashing headfirst into it. It's infuriating. They all act innocent, but in the end, they're all playing dirty. That barrier should only work from the outside, but lucky for me, I'm the author's favorite, and I found the perfect skill to break free in the blink of an eye. But then an even greater surprise awaited. Orium quickly caught up to the other team, only to find them in a state of utter panic. So this monster isn't as easy to deal with as it seems. Besides moving at lightning speed, it now has the ability to teleport something that wasn't in the game. The first victim was one of the other team's members. Each bite tore into his flesh, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. The pink-clad woman, seeing her teammate attacked, rushed in, but in the blink of an eye, the monster vanished. This situation is more dire than Orium anticipated, fearing the hybrid will cause more trouble. As the pink-clad woman falters, Orium steps in to personally eliminate the threat. She thought she was a goner, but was saved at the last minute, leaving her bewildered. Why did you save me? Didn't I say I'd try to be more humane next time? Lee Orium did his best, and finally managed to temporarily drive the monster back. Just then, Kim Sewell's message arrived, reminding him that her trap was set, so he seized the opportunity to make a deal with the other team. I'll give you this potion, but in return you have to help me, okay? Wen Zhongyan in pink bargained shrewdly. This antidote isn't something you can just buy with money, so why would we agree to be your lackeys? Before she could finish speaking, Karma struck her teammate, began vomiting blood on the verge of death. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. At this point, they're just hoping to survive, forgetting all about the reward. With the plan set, the pink-clad warrior hid on a rooftop ready to play bait as Lee Orium instructed. Instead of a full-on assault, she would simply spar with the beast, luring it to the corner where her remaining ally lay in wait. The next step is to create a cage, preparing to lure the prey to slaughter, and the young man, determined to retaliate from the monster's bite, uses all his strength to block every escape route. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Orium bravely advances, knowing the hunt won't end so easily, but for maximum effect he must take the risk. This monster's weakness is that despite its speed, it takes time to heal, meaning if one can withstand 2 consecutive teleports, it can be easily defeated. Before the protagonist's aura, even a wolf becomes a house pet. The first teleportation didn't make it suspicious at all. The second time, after carefully observing Lee Orium standing still, the wolf lunged with all its might, finally managing to leave a few teeth marks on him. Unfortunately for the beast, that's exactly what he was waiting for. He suppressed the pain and immediately unleashed a direct attack. The monster, hit by the curse, roared and turned to flee in agony, exactly as Lee Orium planned, into the hell that Kim Sewell had created. While the others were busy fighting, she'd been waiting there since this afternoon, resigned to waiting for the fish to bite. But suddenly the pink-clad woman gave chase, eager to finish off the monster herself and earn some merit. Lee Orium realized she couldn't reason with these zealots any further. With a sigh, he gathered the resources Kim Sewell had provided before the battle, and with a burst of speed he dashed past the pink-clad woman. He felt bad, but not really. Better to compete than be scolded by a girl. He may lose at love, but he refuses to lose this race. Sure enough, at the end of the path, the monster was ensnared. Kim Sewell calmly used her staff from above, creating countless invisible chains that restrained it. That's what a teammate is for. With Kim Sewell's support, Leorium's blade lands a fatal blow, and the monster is finished. With the battle concluded, Kim Sewell descended to Leorium's side, curious about his foresight in carrying a speed-enhancing item. But Leorium's answer was straight to the point, as if there were no hidden intentions or ulterior motives. He simply thought that if danger arose, the only thing he could do was run to her as fast as possible. Kim Sewell was deeply moved. Turns out this blockhead can be sweet sometimes. To ease the tension, she praises Leorium without hesitation. Just then, the system appears rewarding them handsomely for their outstanding mission completion. However, the ranking board is even stranger, placing them in first place, despite there only being 3 teams participating in the mission. Leorium was taken aback, muttering, "What?" So there was another team besides those 2. It seems Orium and Kim Sewell couldn't detect them because they were actively hiding. From atop another high-rise, 2 youths have been leisurely observing the match from the start. They are the 3rd team, but since realizing Leorium and Kim Sewell are extremely talented players, they've been quietly observing, analyzing their every move with keen eyes. As usual, after the mission ends, the winner gets to choose a personal reward. Leorium glanced over, wondering if Kim Sewell would choose points, but this time she wanted cold hard cash. You guessed wrong. I'm saving up for a time manipulator. This device not only reverses time, but it's also effective against formidable opponents. In other words, owning this is like having an extra life in the game. Right, Kim Sewell always plans things carefully. He almost forgot they're playing a game, but in the real world, a slight miscalculation could still mean game over. After their defeat, the other team was so impressed they wanted to adopt Kwang and Leorium. Seeing Kim Sewell's surprise, the young man quickly introduced them, explaining that they initially wanted to freeload, but ended up helping a little, which made up for it. Hearing this, the others nearly jumped, but the pink-clad woman quickly retorted, "Oh, so this is the person you said you'd give your life to protect. It seems friends are quick to stab you in the back so much for an alliance." To defuse the situation with the pink-clad woman, the man in black quickly jumps into the conversation. "You're good. Can we add each other as friends?" Leorium was a bit stunned by this and had to turn to his leader for a nod of approval before daring to proceed. The other team made their intentions clear. They simply saw this as an extreme sport and had no malicious intent. But as they opened the screen to add friends, a familiar red alert popped up. Another player has illegally invaded. Here we go again. In mere seconds, they see a figure hurtling towards them from afar. Wearing a mask and kneeling, his eyes full of malice and armed to the teeth, he's clearly a PK player. The man in black quickly creates a protective barrier and shouts at Orium, "Hurry and choose your personal reward or we're all dead." Before the words were even out, a fatal stab pierced the barrier, turning him into shish kebab. The pink-clad woman, enraged, leaped forward, slashing wildly. It was clear they were no match for the immortal. Luckily, Kim Sewell's pit trap was still active, and he stepped right into it, getting glued in place, just as Orium arrived with his sword, relieving him of an arm. But the trap couldn't hold him for long, and he quickly broke free and fled. Orium, seeing the players covered in blood on the ground, quickly instructed Kim Sewell, "Stay here and heal them. I'll be back soon." Kim Sewell's face went white as a sheet. Of course, she 1000% disagreed, but as always, Leorium's attitude was unwavering. So after a tearful farewell, she had no choice but to obey. Leorium soared away on his sword, only to find the masked man waiting at a crossroads as if he'd been expecting him. This is it. A trap. He wants to lure him away for an easy one-on-one fight. "Frankly, I didn't want to go too hard on you, but for scum like you, this is still too light. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, run away like a dog in 10 seconds, or 2, stay here and face my wrath." The masked man sneers. "You were so eager to turn me into a cripple, but now you're scared, you idiot." Leorium recognized that familiar smirk, sensing something was up. Sure enough, he pulled something unexpected from his pocket, a time-altering device. Kim Sewell was just boasting about this thing, and now it's already here. In a flash, the masked man's arm is back, as if nothing ever happened. So that's it. This guy's no mindless warrior. With his arm restored, he's twice as formidable, each move carrying immense power. Leorium didn't dare underestimate him, carefully dodging each blow while observing closely. This guy was not only reckless, but also incredibly fast. A single slip-up against this kind of opponent could be fatal, and at first he struggled to parry each blow. He soon realizes the situation isn't looking good at all. His defenses are being broken through. It wasn't until he was spitting blood that he realized his opponent was using items. This was beyond his control. This masked man is clearly a high-level player, a veritable king of one-on-one combat. And Orion is trapped in his domain, left to fend for himself. A bold idea flashes through Orion's mind, and he closes the distance between them. The masked man is delighted, thinking, "How can you survive with such rudimentary skills? If you want to wipe us out, pick up the pace." His words were far from pleasing. Orion flies into the inferno, ignoring the masked man's barrage of attacks. He dodges every shot, causing the masked man to scream in frustration. "What's this little bro running away because you can't win? I don't want to play with you anymore." He unleashes all his power, creating a massive crater in the ground. Just when he thought it was over, the dust settled, revealing Orion standing tall, sword in hand. He'd successfully copied the technique. He didn't just stand there to die. He absorbed all of the masked man's damage. The masked man could only think, well, I'm screwed. As expected, in the blink of an eye, Leorium swung his sword, striking back at him. The masked man, still unwilling to give in, mustered the last of his strength and quickly attacked. Both are bloodied, but Orion's expression is far more terrifying. 3, 2, 1. What? At this point, he understood. Leorium had just been stalling, waiting for his one-on-one lightning barrier to expire so he wouldn't be restrained by it anymore. This is the decisive blow. He's hurled from above the blade, slashing wildly, blood splattering everywhere. A direct hit like that and it's game over. He lay on the ground, watching Orion slowly approach. Why are you doing this? This isn't a game anymore. You want to kill people for real, don't you? What do you gain from this? Event rewards, or just the pleasure of watching others suffer? The masked man chuckled, knowing his chances were gone, and became more candid. I lost everything because of this game. My friends, my family, they don't even recognize me anymore. I want to destroy everything. And I will. Before he could finish his sentence, he was impaled by a razor-sharp scythe, leaving Orion in a state of shock. Sure enough, from the mist behind him, another figure emerges, radiating immense bloodlust, the PK player. He lightly landed next to the corpse, absorbing its power as if drinking coconut water. What in the world is happening to this world? Orion shouts, are you hunting people because you hate the world too? Death pulls up his mask, replying coldly, there is a difference. I have no reason, I simply desire victory. Before Orion could recover, he was pulled back into battle with the Grim Reaper. Orion recognized his basic movements, but he seemed twice as strong as before. Every move was blocked and his skin was quickly torn apart. Are these guys leveling up like it's nothing? This is so unfair. Orion was bewildered, and he noticed that the creature attacking him seemed different. It turned out that the Grim Reaper hadn't come alone this time. A summoner girl and a slaughter-ready young man joined the fray. 3 against 1 is hardly fair. The author is really putting him through it this time. At first, the Grim Reaper was annoyed that these two wanted to steal his prey, but after some kind of negotiation, all 3 of them turned to attack Orion. At this rate, his account will be wiped clean in no time. Just as Orion was struggling, a new player entered the fray. The Hello Kitty pajamas and bunny slippers are a stark contrast to the massive blade at his side. The guy who was casually watching the kids hunt monsters from the rooftop has now jumped into the fray. Turns out this guy is a dragon hunter, a rare class with only about 3 people in the entire country achieving it. Despite this, he's incredibly friendly, making a great first impression on Orion. Enough chit-chat. Let me help you clear out these bugs first. Next, the Grim Reaper's side switches to combat with the dragon hunter. But to end this fight, Orion still needs to choose his reward. The dragon hunter quickly grew tired of toying with the others and urged the young man on. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and choose your reward to end this quickly. Leorium was initially worried that Kim, Sewell, and the others were still seriously injured and might be affected if the match ended, but a few seconds later he saw her running over. While the dragon hunter helped Orion, his teammates healed Kim Sewell and the others, arriving just in time to face off against another squad from the Reaper faction. Leorium finally chose his reward, and before everyone logged out, he frantically asked who they really were. Why did you help us? The dragon hunter asked, still smiling warmly. Oh right, we're the Jai Sun Guild. Don't worry, we'll meet again soon. The next day, according to their intel, the Gaicheon Society was one of the top 3 guilds in the game, a large-scale operation with 800 members and a long history. But that didn't necessarily mean the society Leorium met yesterday was the same. The Horizon event is experiencing issues, and they may act differently than in the game. People go crazy when they're about to lose money, so for everyone's safety, Kim Sewell reminds Leorium that it's best to keep his distance and monitor them from afar. Just then, Beckham Hyung appeared, radiating menace as he dragged Leorium away. But Leorium brushes off his friend's concerns, telling her to stay put and not to worry about anyone. He assures her that he can handle anything that happens, so she doesn't need to worry, and he'll call her when it's over. Kim Sewell, annoyed, pouted, and followed anyway despite being told not to interfere. Beckham Hyung, looking menacing, began to threaten Leorium. Specifically, he says that So-Hoon Wan was injured and taken to the hospital after receiving a few loving slaps from Leorium. So-Hoon Wan suffered some fractures, but has partially recovered, but the problem is that his parents intend to sue him. So who knows what the police will do next, but if they keep investigating, Leorium will face trouble, possibly expulsion, and at worst, jail time. However, there's always a solution. It's not a dead end. Beckham Hyung offered to convince his father's company lawyers to persuade So-Hoon Wan's family to drop the case, ensuring a favorable outcome. To make it all disappear neatly, Leorium needs to go to So-Hoon Wan and beg for forgiveness. He thought Leorium would be scared and apologize like always, but he was wrong. He's a new and improved version, so he doesn't have to apologize to anyone. Tell him he can come here and sue me. I won't apologize to Kim So-Hoon Wan, not even once. Moreover, he didn't just slander me, he even beat up Kim So-Hoon Wan, who was helping me. I can forgive everything else, but not this. I can take anything myself, but I won't forgive anyone who hurts others because of me. So tell him if he wants to sue me, go ahead. No matter what, I won't turn back. Bitch Eunhyung, relieved, grabbed his bag and turned to leave. But alas, the tree cannot find peace when the wind refuses to stop, and the bully still won't give up threatening Leorium with his aunt. If the police intervene, his sister will find out he was bullied. Though she's a single mother, she's always wanted her brother to have a good life, but it turns out he's an outcast, and facing this painful truth, even a strong person would completely break down. Enraged, Leorium grabs him by the collar, demanding to know why he knew about his family situation all along and did nothing until now. Why did he just stand by and watch? He could have stopped anyone from bullying him. In the end, he was just like those people. And they were once friends back when they were kids. Friends, he laughs, a sinister sound. I never considered you a friend, not even once. Think about it, how could someone like you be my equal? I have everything, but you don't even have parents. We're on different levels. Don't get the wrong idea. I only played with you because I was bored. Ah, Kim Sewell probably thinks so too, since she has everything and will live a life of luxury. Leorium is hurt. Leorium is defeated. Bitch Yuan Hyung's words have stabbed him in the heart. What's worse than a best friend's betrayal? It's an indescribable feeling. Leorium's eyes change and he pummels Bitch Yuan Hyung, severing their ties for good. Before leaving, Leorium left his friend with a warning he would get his revenge at any cost, and one day he would look down on him from a higher level. As he calmly walked away, lost in thought, Kim Sewell suddenly appeared, pointing her hand at him like a gun, and shouting bang bang, startling him half to death. She curiously asks about his relationship with Bitch Wan Hyong, admitting she followed him out of concern and witnessed some unpleasant scenes. Leorium explains that they went to the same middle and high school, and in middle school, they hung out almost every day, after class becoming close friends. But in high school, things changed. After Bitch Yuan Hyung made friends with influential people, the divide began. First he brought him to hang out with his friends, and eventually it turned out like this. Feeling sympathetic, Kim Sewell tells him not to dwell on it, shyly playing with her hair, as she invites Leorium over for noodles if he's free tonight. Being approached by a girl for the first time, Leorium froze, unable to believe it, and felt lost in the conversation. To ease the awkwardness, Kim Sewell suggested he come to her house to help investigate the lawsuit against him, saying they needed to work together to solve it as it was their mission. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the player who used to hunt Leorium is meeting with the Chaos Guild leader alongside his friends. Before they could even exchange pleasantries, the Grim Reaper drew his weapon, demanding to know why he'd been summoned, threatening to end their alliance and send the leader to meet his ancestors. Unfazed, the leader calmly enjoys his tea-spouting nonsense, acting like a classic villain from the PK's perspective, rushing headfirst into action without a second thought. He directly revealed his dark past: Oshang High School second-year Class 3, the murderer Hong Ki-ho. Ha ha ha, I really like you. You even have a dark past, a true classic villain. His identity exposed, Hong Ki-ho angrily lunges to kill his opponent, but he's no match. One move forces him to his knees, unable to move. Wasting no time on further chatter, they immediately begin negotiations, with the reward being the key to opening the back door, the power to rise above the system, a piece of the past, and so on. After returning home, Leorium and Kim Sewell immediately started cooking noodles as promised, but Leorium wondered about her background. How could a girl living peacefully in such a massive house involve herself in this dangerous game? Could it be that Kim Sewell really wants a harem of idols, like she said before? Cutting off his ridiculous thoughts with a steaming bowl of noodles, Kim Sewell says that whenever she's tired or stressed, eating a bowl makes her feel much better, and that's why she treated him today. Kim Sewell also revealed that her parents are often late due to work, so she's usually home alone in the evenings. She says she was born with a silver spoon and lives more comfortably than most, but she's not the type to do whatever she wants to others just because she has money. And she's never seen him as a toy to play with. Leorium now understood why the strong girl had suddenly been so nice to him today. It turned out that what Bacon Hume had said had made her think. To comfort her, he gave a speech full of morals, ending with the line, "You look pretty good in an apron," which made her face turn red before she beat him black and blue. Meanwhile, after getting beat up, Bacon returns home as usual, unaware that his father in a fancy suit is waiting at the door to see how his son is living alone. He warned his son not to embarrass him or bow his head to anyone. If he's the son of a tycoon, he must live like one. Since it's only the first semester of freshman year, if he wants to transfer, just tell him, and he'll find a better school, or send him abroad. But don't do any foolish things at that stifling and embarrassing public school. Suddenly attacked for no reason, Bacon logs into the game to vent his anger, only to be ambushed by someone inside. Knowing he'd become a player killer and face penalties for attacking another player, Bacon, Young eliminated him anyway for daring to touch him. He gritted his teeth thinking of Leorium. Why do these bastards keep popping up? So annoying. Just as he's venting his anger by killing one player, another one approaches, and Bacon doesn't hesitate to aim an arrow at him. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to end up like that assassin from before? Undaunted, the man seemed delighted, whispering sweet nothings about becoming one with him, immediately a true pervert. Bacon ruthlessly fired, but the man vanished. Teleportation allows him to go wherever he pleases. Damn it, you little rascal, you shot an arrow right at my face. After playing cat and mouse, he finally gets to the point, saying he's responsible for recruiting for some kind of association. Next time, but he wasn't interested. Bacon flatly refused without a second thought. Or so he thought, because the man had no intention of giving up. He revealed an upcoming event with a reward of 20 billion gold, and the strange phenomenon of people transforming into game characters in reality. Bacon suddenly remembered Leorium's unusual appearance and strength, his face paling. Before leaving, he asked him to come to Chaos Island if he was interested killing all the PK players there, and climbing to the top of the tower would reveal more secrets. At least put in some effort if you want to know something interesting. Hearing this, all Bacon could think about was Leorium wondering if it could all be true. The next day, a brand new sports car pulls up at the school gates, drawing admiring glances from everyone passing by, and Kim Sewell jokes with Leorium, asking if it's the car he arranged for himself. But a poor guy like him couldn't possibly afford that, so of course it wasn't. Leorium was actually quite worried last night about going to jail. But after Kim Sewell said she'd asked her cousin and only needed to prove they were framed by a gang to avoid arrest, she felt somewhat relieved. Even though she acts tough, the thought of being imprisoned still scares her. As they were chatting, a purple-haired woman and a blonde man emerged from the car, waving and inviting the two students to their base. The two young men froze for a moment, turning to each other to ask who they were before realizing that they must be members of the Gassan Society. Leorium surprisingly accepts the offer, telling Kim Sewell to get in the car and come with him, but she's hesitant, asking if it's really okay. Leorium reassured her that these people knew their names and school, meaning they could have attacked them at any time, but they didn't proof that they just wanted to talk. Maybe they'd even get more information about the horizon. Waiting for them were members of the Gassan Guild, not the dozen or so they expected from a major guild, but just a handful. The purple-haired woman explained that while Gassan was indeed large, not everyone had the chance to undergo transcension. They call the phenomenon of becoming a game avatar in real-life transcendence, and they know a little something about it. Though they don't fully grasp the mechanics, they've tried to investigate by gathering opinions on the conditions that trigger it. What Ransom knew about it was that you had to be a high-ranking player in the top 100 of the game. Although not all rankers in the guild were transformed, it was a commonality for those who were. Purple Hair says they shouldn't be surprised, since they're both in the top 100, Leorium at 89, and Kim Sewell at 47. And the main character has an insane Zofia stat, a special case, who made it into the rankings just by completing personal quests and events. Furthermore, he doesn't participate in any PvP content, even if it's equivalent to ranked matches. After some discussion, their specific goal is to recruit Leorium and Kim Sewell into the guild. The guild leader offered numerous benefits to joining, such as sharing unknown information, monthly living expenses for completing quests or recovery laba, and most importantly, protection from the Chaos's gaze, the island where players are penalized for PK, and also the nickname for PKers with malicious intent, and in fact the name of a guild of such individuals. Faced with this sudden invitation to join the guild, Leorium hesitated, but it wasn't a bad thing at all. In fact, it would make the game much simpler than what he'd been doing. To get a clear answer, Kim Sewell directly asks about the event's rewards, 20 billion gold and a wish, and what would happen if they refused to join. The purple-haired matriarch says the money would be split evenly, the wish would be a collective one, and refusing is fine. But if they meet in the event, it's best to stay far, far away, because they'll win no matter what, no matter who the enemy is. Kim Sewell pondered, unsure of what to do. Joining would greatly improve their chances of winning, but then she'd have to give up her own wish. If they continue to pursue their own wish, the chances of winning are slim, and above all, these people are rankers from one of the top 3 guilds, veterans among veterans. When life is on the line, joining the guild is the only way to survive. But before she could finish thinking, Leorium replied firmly that he wouldn't join a guild if the reward had to be shared. They needed that wish, and there was no point in giving it up to join a guild. He'd rather participate in the event as a team with Kim Sewell. Perhaps they have something in common. The woman asked what the wish was, but everyone burst out laughing when Kwa said it. The wish we want is to build a dream harem empire full of the idols we like. That's one hell of a wish. Kim Sewell, enraged, starts punching Leorium, scolding him for being crazy. How could he take their jokes seriously? When will he ever get smarter? Watching the two kids blather on Kang X ruling 13 of the association was itching to fight them, stepping forward to give them a beating. It turns out that besides recruiting members, Jia-sun also has another job: hunting. They confront those who could harm the guild, and force them to quit, unlike those chaotic murderers. They only give others a beating until they lose all motivation. This will be a one-on-one fight, and the loser will be punished, nothing more than quitting the game. If the loser doesn't accept the punishment, it doesn't matter. It's enough for them to gather data on the person's skills and tendencies. After all, it's just a mental break. There's no way to force them to quit for real, so Jia-san needs to completely destroy their motivation through the fight. That way, at least those people won't make any rash moves against them in the future. The purple-haired leader gives the two of them 5 seconds to decide whether to join or not. But Leorium wasn't one for gentle contemplation. He rejected them outright, proposing that if he lost, he'd join their guild, but if he won, they'd have to join his party as punishment. The guild leader found this amusing, and immediately agreed. However, this isn't so simple. She has ulterior motives. After all, they still have a numerical advantage, so they'll turn on them in a heartbeat. It's not too late to deal with them with full force after the battle ends. At the Mount Grey training grounds, the two sides quickly engage in a PvP battle, with no time limit, no equipment, and no leaving the arena, and if things get ugly, the other members will jump in to help. And they even have a tier 1 healer here, so there's nothing to worry about. The battle between Kang x Du, a level 13 Spirit Master, and Leorium, a level 88 Revenge Seeker, officially begins. The Martial Soul Master's range is short, but their combos are powerful. To win, they must overwhelm Leorium from the start, giving him no chance to assassinate. But before he can act, Kang x Du rushes in with the skill My Ancestor is Here, accepting a slash to close the distance. Leorium is pummeled by his opponent, sent flying back several meters. But CU anticipated this, and Kang x Du takes a direct hit to the gut. Neither side yields. As they trade blows, Kang x Du charges, Leorium parries, and the relentless exchange wears them both down. Leorium retaliates with a punch to the face. Who knew a revenger would resort to fisticuffs? It seems he's forged a new fighting style from the beatings of his classmates, a style reserved only for people, a hybrid combo with swordsmanship in one hand and bare-knuckle brawling in the other. Faced with an unorthodox opponent, X-Du is unexpectedly pushed back, and Leorium seizes the advantage, pressing forward. The moment his opponent falters, an opportunity arises, a chance to strike the final blow. But it's not over yet, as X-Du unleashes his ultimate skill, the appearance of an ancient god, increasing damage by 600% for 5 attacks. Leorium is taking a beating, 1 blow, 2 blows, then 4 blood spraying everywhere. Only the final strike remains before he's finished. This fight will end if Leorium keeps getting pummeled. He needs to break his opponent's momentum to turn things around. On the 5th strike, X-Du lunges to punch his opponent in the face, but Leorium blocks it with his bare hands. He returns the favor with his skill of enduring damage. This is the trump card Leorium had held from the start, the chance to turn X-Du's ultimate skill against him. That's why he willingly took the 4th blow as planned, because that's when his opponent would deliver the final punch. Now, it's Leorium's turn, and with his tit-for-tat skill, X-Du is slammed against the wall by the appearance of the ancient god. In the end, the battle concluded with a comfortable victory for Leorium. Kim Sewell was overjoyed, rushing to hug her friend and express her delight. With his angelic healing skills, everyone was quickly restored to full health, and Leorium realized that his Hitler character wasn't useless, just held back by terrible teammates. With everything settled, it was time for the punishment. Kim Sewell suggested changing the guild's name to Kim Sewell and her Idiots, and that all members get a 72-point Gothic tattoo. Only she could come up with such a bizarre punishment. To ensure a peaceful exchange, Leorium suggests they form an alliance. Though he'd previously said the loser would become the winner's subordinate, he had no desire to take anyone's gang. And since he had no intention of fighting them, forming an alliance and helping each other would be better. Intriguing, and with nothing to lose, the guild leader agreed to the alliance. To facilitate their newfound partnership, they exchanged contact information, but Kim Sewell refused, seemingly out of jealousy, demanding that they share information with her, not Leorium. The two women glared at each other, and the alliance felt like it was about to collapse before it even began. They scheduled a meeting in 2 days to exchange information, and when they met, the secrets of the Black Gate began to unfold. It's not just the door from which monsters emerge, but also the path to the highest level. And other unusual beings, like an A+ creature existing as a monster in the game, but using completely different abilities, or new creatures that never existed in the game at all. As for how to open the door, they still didn't know, and even the members of the Chaos Guild didn't know much. One member suggested the key lay in each person's perception, and Leorium agreed as he'd felt something similar. Thanks to Leorium, Jason is now certain that the Black Door exists, and he might be the one who can open it. Once again, the guild leader offers them membership, hoping to provide more effective assistance. That night, Leorium and Kim Sewell went on their usual monster hunt. After completing it flawlessly, and preparing to leave the game system, sent an additional notification. Any user who completes a quest without taking any damage will be granted the right to challenge an old quest, and upon completion may receive a special reward in addition to money items or random boxes. Seeing this kind of quest for the first time, Kim Sewell was reluctant, disliking challenges with unknown rewards. But Leorium urged her to try, suggesting the special reward might be information about the Horizon or a similar game. Well, since her teammate said so, Kim Sewell had no choice but to agree, and the next day at their meeting point, the mission began. This is a timed quest hunt, 8 abandoned prince monsters of the Aeson Kingdom in 15 minutes. Though the time limit is annoying, they're in it now. Speaking of the Kingdom of Aeson, Kim Sewell recalls a story he once loved, but before he can tell it, the monsters appear, killing the mood. As this is a timed mission, they'll split up and communicate via calls, and with a fuse Leorium, one monster is skewered, sliced in 2 mid-air. He takes out 3 at once. Progress is faster than they thought. In just over 12 minutes, they've eliminated 7, leaving only 1 left to complete the mission. Since they're not unusual creatures, all they have to do is look around and search the alleys carefully. As expected, with only 5 minutes left, they finally find the last prince. Leorium lunged easily, slicing through the monster, a skill perfectly suited for these narrow alleys. He happily announced to his teammates that he'd completed the mission. But why hasn't the timer stopped? The system says the quest isn't over, they've only hunted 7 monsters and there's still 1 left. How is that possible? He clearly pierced it. Leorium looked up and ahead, and unexpectedly there was a black door. The monster looked at him, saying they had finally arrived at their paradise, their horizon, and then dissolved into water. Leorium realized something, and called Kim Saiwale, asking her to recount the entire story of the abandoned prince of the Asen kingdom. So the kingdom of Asen was destroyed for blasphemy, and the prince fled to find their paradise, their horizon. That's the story. Now, Leorium knows the quests aren't random. They're extensions of incomplete stories within the game. If he could identify this unusual creature, he might find a clue about the horizon it spoke of. In the dark basement, a fierce battle raged on. Leorium relentlessly strikes at the monster, trying to stay calm, reminding himself its defense is only slightly higher than a Banrock. And with the damage he's inflicting, he can definitely defeat it within the time limit. Thinking that he slashed down with all his speed, he bit his lip, muttering that he would deal with those annoying fists. At the same time, the monster before him stood firm despite the blow he had just landed. And in the blink of an eye, its arm was completely restored. Orion couldn't believe his eyes. But he didn't give up slashing at it once more, only for a golden light to suddenly appear in its mouth. Immediately that light shot forward, but he couldn't break through. All that lay ahead was rubble. But Orion burst from the rubble, charging straight toward the monster. If he couldn't destroy its body, he'd overwhelm it with a storm of attacks, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Without hesitation, he unleashed the attack skill he'd acquired, and in an instant cracks began to appear on the monster's face. Seeing this, Orion wasn't excited. He calmly muttered, "Don't stop attacking, next skill." The vengeful spirit's fury was quickly activated, and a series of sword beams began to dance in the air. The monster's face cracked even further. Orion was pleased. The damage was accumulating, and if he continued, he would complete the mission. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his sword, but as the monster's aura shifted, Orion's eyes widened in horror. This feeling? Surely not. Meanwhile, Sigüan waited for Orion around the corner. Red alert blares as the time limit expires. The monster, now enveloped in a blue light, ceases its battle with Orion. Orion's face fell. Had they failed the mission? What would happen now? As fear gripped him, Sigüan rushed to his side. Orion sighed, saying, "Sorry, I almost had it, but time ran out." Sigüan shook her head. "It's okay, at least you're alive." Orion frowned. "Anyway, what happens when we fail a mission? Is there some kind of penalty?" Sigüan's expression turned grave as Kanjiang spoke. "Who knows? We've never failed a mission before, and we've never quit one, so I'm not sure." Just then, the system's voice echoed, startling, "Orion." The system quickly announced, "Unfortunately, Kim Sigüan and Leorium, you have failed this mission." Sigüan, annoyed, said, "The way it talks is irritating me." Regardless, the system continued, "But fortunately, you completed over 50% of the mission, and therefore you will be granted another chance to complete the mission." Orion glanced at Sigüan beside him, frowning as he muttered 3:50 a.m. tomorrow. She shook her head slightly, and Kanjiang said, "It's in the afternoon, not the morning." At that moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed, "What will you do? Will you seize this opportunity?" And so Orion and Sigüan fell into contemplation. Orion's brow furrowed, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. After a moment he spoke, "Let's not do this." Sigüan looked at him surprised. "Why not?" he slowly explained. "Until now, the chance of a civilian getting caught in our missions has been low because they all happen late at night, but there will still be people wandering the streets at 4 p.m. And he added that if the mission took place on a main road with many people, dozens or hundreds of innocent civilians would be injured or even killed, and he didn't think they should risk it for the sake of a mission. Sigüan worriedly said that they could just defeat the monster before anything happened, but then trailed off, only for Kanjiang to say that he was right. Even one casualty would cause a major problem. But he says to abandon this quest. She's curious about the rewards from the old quest, but there's nothing they can do. She's a little sad about failing this quest, so she wants him to buy her strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger tomorrow. Orion nods in agreement, but at least we've uncovered the horizon related to the dogplay storyline from this quest. Why don't we review the dogplay storyline until the next quest comes along? Sigüan agreed, deciding to review the plotlines related to the completed quests, and after a restless night, dawn broke once more. Students trickled into school with their bags. Time passed as usual, and of course Sigüan and Orion were no exception. Sigüan, just leaving the restroom, was stopped by someone calling out to her. Sodung approached from afar, cheerfully asking, "What are you doing after school? Do you have any plans?" Sigüan shook his head, saying he just planned to talk to Orion before heading home. Sodung winked, explaining she had career counseling with her teacher and was skipping cram school to go shopping. Did he want to join? Sigüan smiles, agreeing, and suggests they grab something delicious while they're out. The two chat happily side by side. A moment later, Sodung bid farewell to Sigüan, promising to text her after the consultation, and they parted ways. Sigüan watched Sodung leave a touch of emotion in her heart. She's so adorable. I'll have to feed her a lot today and see her chubby cheeks. After school, everyone had left, leaving only Orion and Sigüan in the classroom. Orion scrolled through his phone before speaking. "I read about the wolf god Warham, and there's a story behind his teleportation skill. Warham killed a group of soldiers who intended to attack the mage, breaking the taboo against murder, all for her sake. But the god empathized with Warham's feelings, promising him the ability to visit the mage. Needless to say, Sigyeon guessed that the promised ability must be instant teleportation. Orion nods slightly, explaining that in the game, Warham couldn't bear his longing for the mage, and broke out of prison, the story ending with the player subduing him. Sigyeon stated plainly, "I believe this story is indeed continuing in real life, as all the stories I've seen connect to the real world in one way or another. So that means the game's main story is also continuing in real life." Orion said gravely, "I considered that too, but it's not quite right. The game's main story is about heroes and monsters, those granted the power of God appearing in the spawning grounds within God's world. Though something did catch his attention while reading through the many stories. When NPCs refer to God, they're alluding to the black hole in the sky." Sigyeon frowned slightly. "Isn't that just part of the game?" Orion shakes his head, saying, "I don't know exactly, but aren't black holes sometimes considered pathways to another universe? I just thought it might be hinting at an event." Sigyeon sighs helplessly. "There are too many stories to think about, and I don't think I can think about that first." Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification, a message from Sojung, telling Sigyeon to come to the main gate. The message reminded her how late it had gotten. She turned to Orion and said, "I have plans, so I'm off. Are you heading home now?" He nods slightly, replying, "Of course I should be heading home now." The two then leave the classroom together. As they walked, Orion asked if she planned to share this with Jason's group, but Sigyeon shook her head without hesitation, saying they weren't sure of anything yet. She'll keep this information hidden until the end, and use it wisely later because they've worked so hard for it. Orion could only chuckle helplessly. "I don't think you need to be so strict with Jason. As allies, you should tell me everything." But before he could finish, Sigyeon coldly interrupted, saying there are no exceptions. As they spoke, the system's voice suddenly startled Orion. A notification window appears before him. An old quest will begin at a certain location in 5 minutes. "Will you accept?" Orion's face fell as he exclaimed in disbelief. "An old quest? No way. Didn't we agree to drop it yesterday?" Sigyeon was equally confused. "Yeah, what's going on, system?" The system's mechanical voice echoes, stating that another user has accepted the abandoned quest. But since it was originally theirs, would they like to seize the opportunity to reclaim it? If they accept, the quest becomes a competition with rewards. If they refuse, it's considered interfering with another's quest. Orion frowns, asking who accepted the quest and if they're in the school now. The system didn't answer right away, but after a moment it said, "I cannot tell you that." Sigyeon paused for a long time before speaking. "Okay, accept the quest." Orion hesitated and called out to her, but she coldly cuts him off, saying that speculation is useless. Now that the quest has begun, they need to focus on completing it as quickly as possible, as that's the only way to ensure that those in the school aren't affected by the quest. Orion frowned, speechless for a moment before finally saying, "I understand, but when you find someone to accept this quest, let me know. That user could be a PK player or even part of the Charles Society." No sooner had he spoken than he accepted the mission, and the system quickly announced that he would be transported to the mission location. As soon as the words were spoken, a blue light enveloped Orion and his companion. In the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished without a trace. The hallway was now empty, but in a corner a figure appeared from who knows where. He concealed himself in his hoodie, a malicious smile creeping across his lips, while elsewhere in the hall two students finally headed home, oblivious to what had transpired. The boy with glasses cheerfully suggests going to the PC cafe before heading home, but his friend scoffs, questioning why he'd bother when he's so bad at games. Hearing this, the glasses-wearing student retorted, "Shut up, at least I'm better than you." Suddenly a sound echoed from ahead, startling them both. What was that? Something strange up ahead. But no one appeared in the hallway. The glasses-wearing student didn't care much, asking suspiciously, "Whatever, I'll just play for an hour. If my mom finds out I'm at the PC bang, she'll kill me." But no sooner were the words out of his mouth than the other student was struck by something sent flying, and killed in an instant, eyes wide open. The sight sends the glasses-wearing student into a panic, his screams of terror unheard as a monster closes in. The monster lunged forward, but in the nick of time, Orion appeared. His sword slashed down, cleaving the monster in two, but it quickly began to regenerate. Orion, seeing the student on the ground, grits his teeth in anger, realizing the monster has taken lives. He glances at the glasses-wearing student, urging him to run, warning him of the danger in the school. The terrified student stammered, "Why is this happening?" Orion's face darkened. He thought ordinary people couldn't see him or the monsters. What could he do? There was no way to evacuate everyone. As he pondered, the fire alarm blared, and Sigyeon rushed over from afar. She calmly explained that she had set off the fire alarm so everyone would evacuate immediately, and they should go find the monster quickly. Orion was delighted to hear this, praising her for a job well done. The two raced down the corridor, Sigyeon asking as she ran, "What should we do? Split up like last time?" Orion shook his head. "No, let's work together this time. To defeat the variant they encountered before, within the time limit they need to fight together." After running for a while, they are blocked by 3 monsters. Their footsteps halted, and Orion shouted, "Kim Sigyeon." "I know," Sigyeon replied quickly, his staff already casting the maze voice skill, enhancing all of Orion's stats. He dashed forward, his sword dancing through the air, and the monster was quickly cut to pieces. But as he lowered his weapon, he saw the bodies on the ground, and he was shocked they had killed so many students, and it hadn't even been that long since they started the mission. Before he could think, his face darkened. It was a level 4 already awakened. But before he could act, the monster vanished without a trace. Immediately, he heard a blood-curdling scream from upstairs. Siwian cried out in a panic. "Upstairs, it's gone upstairs," Orion urged. "We have to check it out." On the stairs, students who hadn't left yet saw the monster, and froze in terror, whispering, "What's happening? Someone tell her what's happening. The monster's blade is upon her." But before it strikes, a light flashes. Orion has appeared, shielding her from the beast. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Now." Kim Siwian understood. Siwian immediately replied, the magic circle in her hand, already forming the thorn trap skill. A series of sharp thorns erupted from the ground, piercing the monster's body, trapping it in place. Seizing the moment, Orion turned to the girl, urging her to run to safety, but she only cried out for her mother. Seeing this, Orion's face immediately turned grim. This isn't good. She's not listening. He bit his lip harshly and flicked his hand. Immediately, the monster's screams echoed, causing the girl to flee in terror. Orion breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that was the best course of action. With no time to spare, he turns to Sigwyon and shouts, "Let's head to the main building and wipe out the monsters there." But after all that, Sigwyon didn't respond, standing there without a word, making him uneasy. He took a step forward to check, and then he was shocked. Because he saw So-young lying in a pool of blood, Sigwyon finally spoke, saying she'd been waiting at the front gate, which is why she was here. She clenched her staff so tightly, her knuckles turned white. Orion knew she was hurting and reassured her that So-young wasn't dead yet. If they used poison or healing skills on her, she might be saved. Sigwyon bit her lip, wondering if doing so would incur a penalty, perhaps another punishment quest, or even the loss of all the rewards they'd earned so far. Orion shook his head, saying it was all right, nothing else mattered but saving her, whatever the cost. Sigwyon hesitated, then nodded in understanding. But with only 8 minutes left, and considering the school's complex structure, he wouldn't have time to wait for her to heal everyone. Thinking quickly, Orion looked at Sigwyon and said he would head to the main building first, and to come after saving So-jong. But as he ran off, Sigwyon called out, telling Orion to wait and take this with him. Orion turned startled and asked what it was. Sigwyon didn't answer, and something flew towards him, which he caught. Sigwyon then slowly explained that it was one of the high-grade weapons he'd acquired, and though he'd meant to trade it, he thought it could be useful in this situation. So make sure you kill them all this time, including the variants. Understood, Orion nodded slightly. I'll see you later. Near the school's main building, a monster roams, its red eyes darting around in search of prey. But while it was distracted, Orion leaped from above, plunging his sword straight into it. This monster is level 7 and all the others are variants. This mission ends when you defeat it, but as you search for the monster, your eyes widen in horror. He saw the 3-headed, 6-armed monster from before, only this time it had mutated again. Orion frowned slightly. This was no time to fear it. The mutation was still rampaging inside when suddenly a commotion erupted behind him and Orion burst through the door. His eyes now filled with resolve, he only needed to focus on destroying it. Immediately, he activated the Berserker Leopard Spirit's rage skill, and countless sword beams began to dance in the air. Orion's sword is now shrouded in bloodlust, and a powerful flash of light strikes. Cracks quickly appeared on the mutant's face, but then a magic circle emerged behind it and a foot shot out. Instantly, it lunged at Orion, and though he scrambled back, it still struck him. As he struggled to defend himself, the variant lunged forward, and Orion raised his sword in defense, knowing he only had 30 seconds left. His passive skill made him invulnerable, and amplified his damage, empowered by the Sivian lineage soul. With only 30 seconds left and time running out, he had to end it with his next attack, so he raised his sword to parry the mutant's blow. Immediately, he activated the damage multiplier, boosting it 5-fold, but after 5 seconds, his stats would be halved. So if he doesn't end it with this attack, there won't be another chance. This has to be it, the final strike. Without hesitation, Orion attacks, but the mutant retaliates with a barrage of blades. A deafening explosion rips through the corridor, sending debris flying, and when the smoke clears, Orion has cleaved the mutant in two. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he'd done it, that the mission was over. But his eyes widened in horror. An arrow suddenly flies toward him, and he quickly dodges. He wonders in shock what it is, and why Yoon Hyung is here. Before him, a figure appears. It's Yoon Hyung, who hasn't been seen in ages. In his hand, he held a bow and arrow, smirking triumphantly at Orion. But let's rewind to a time when Yoon Hyung lay exhausted on the ground in a fortress riddled with cracks. Just then, a low voice echoed, congratulating bitch Yoon Hyung. It was the man he'd met before, raising an eyebrow as he spoke to Yoon Hyung. It's hard to believe you climbed the Tower of Chaos so quickly. How does it feel to be the youngest and strongest, BK? As he spoke, an arrow grazed his head. Yoon Hyung coldly demands he cut the crap and spill what he knows, how he can bring characters to life, and how Orion has changed. Lee Orion, the man said coldly. So you've met someone who's undergone biological transformation? Yoon Hyung asked coldly. Transformation, how so? The man replied frankly, it's a borrowing of biological data. A long explanation would be lost on you, so I'll keep it brief. In other words, it's like rearranging Lego blocks to form a shape. Yoon Hyung raised an eyebrow, asking suspiciously, "A shape, what do you mean?" The man raised his eyebrows, saying, "Now I remember I need to tell you this first. This isn't a VR game, it's a parallel universe. And of course, this world is tied to the 3D Mark game, so it'll be quite familiar to people in this dimension." Yoon Hyung became more confused as he listened, then turned to check the system. The man eyed him suspiciously. "Yoon Hyung, what are you doing? Are you leaving without hearing my explanation?" Yoon Hyung scoffed. "If you have time to blather on, go do your quests. I don't have time for your nonsense." With that, he angrily muttered that he'd wasted too much time on this guy. The man was a little surprised, then smirked, saying it seems he has no choice but to make him believe. As he finished speaking, Yoon Hyung's eyes widened as a hand pierced right through him. The man smiled mysteriously, saying, "You have to see it and experience it for yourself." Yoon Hyung bit his lip, angrily retorting, "You crazy bastard, what do you think you're doing?" The man didn't answer calmly, stating, "Your flow state is at 87.8%. I thought it would be closer to 90% after you played so much." He might die, a statement that shocks Yoon Hyung to his core. Unfazed, the man continues, "Even if that's the case, it's not my fault. It was just that luck wasn't on his side." As he said this, Yoon Hyung's body gradually disappeared, shocking him. What was happening? The man chuckled, wishing him luck, and then Yoon Hyung's body began to fade into the air. Back in the real world, in a building where only a few lights still burned, late at night, Yoon Hyung was racked with pain. He couldn't hold back any longer, finally letting out a loud scream as the game console fell to the ground. Clutching his aching chest, he coughed, and a figure appeared before him. The figure emerged from the shadows, a game console in hand. His voice, low and steady, echoed, "How do you feel? Any dizziness or nausea?" Yoon Hyung raised an eyebrow, asking in a low voice who he was, and if he was also a player. "Not exactly," the other replied with a faint smile. "Those who enjoy playing games wouldn't call themselves players." He claims to be one of the 5 creators of this game, the CEO of Interhole Software. Back in reality, Yoon Hyung is pointing a crossbow at Orion. He smirked, saying, "You must have been happy, achieving what no one else could, but unfortunately, I've done it too." He stared at Orion, his tone provocative. "You must be so sad losing the only thing you had over me." Orion scoffs, saying he doesn't care how Yoon Hyung got his abilities, but he wants to know if Yoon Hyung was the one who accepted the quest. Yoon Hyung recalls you staring at him for a long time before finally speaking. "Yes, it was me." As soon as he said that, Orion's expression immediately turned sour. He roared, saying people had died because of this, innocent students who couldn't defend themselves, all dead because of him. He glared, questioning him, "Do you even know Baek Yoon Hyung?" But he just coldly scoffed. "Is that so? Too bad, but you're wrong about one thing. He claims he didn't directly kill them, so what's his fault? You're insane, you dog." Orion roars, then charges forward with his sword. A loud explosion echoed through the school hallway, the result of the battle between Orion and Yoon Hyung. As Orion fought and questioned him, "How rotten have you become, Baek Yoon Hyung?" His sword struck again, forcing Yoon Hyung back as he bit his lip and readied his bow. An arrow imbued with powerful iron chi hurtles toward Orion, then ricochets away. Luckily, Orion dodged the arrow and lunged forward, his sword piercing Yoon Hyung's chest. Fresh blood splatters as he screams in agony, but he refuses to give up. He still has one last trick up his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, a giant appeared behind him, wielding 2 massive blades in its hands, and ferociously slashed at Orion. Not daring to let his guard down, Orion hastily raised his sword to defend, but its strength was too great, and the 2 scythes came crashing down. Taking advantage of this, Orion leaps into the air, activating the blooming flower skill to attack. Injuries be damned. Orion's strike was so powerful it cleaved the giant beast into pieces, but as he landed, Yoon Hyung's bow was already aimed at him. He bit his lip fiercely, his eyes resolute, clearly intent on killing Orion. But Orion deflected the arrow. He narrowed his eyes at him, his face filled with rage, and kicked him to the ground. He spoke coldly. "I thought you were just a debt collector who enjoyed bullying me. But today I see your true self. You're a monster." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his sword to kill him, but the moment the blade fell, childhood memories flooded back, times when they were children, and they were happy. In the end, he couldn't bear to look, and with his eyes closed, he struck Yoon Hyung's shoulder. At that moment, Yoon Hyung's body was suddenly enveloped in a pale golden light. Orion finally opened his eyes, only to be met with a shocking sight. There was no one there, just a suit of armor. Orion was taken aback, wondering where the skeleton came from, when a displeased voice suddenly echoed from behind, saying he was being too rough on their newbie. Orion spun around to see a woman standing there, Yoon Hyung held captive by the mist behind her. The woman smirked. "Go easy on the newbie, will ya?" "Necromancer," Orion exclaimed, shocked. "Don't tell me you're the one who just helped Yoon Hyung." The necromancer sneered. "That's right, you moron. Are you sad?" The necromancer was one of the causes of the last mess. "Don't tell me Yoon Hyung joined the Chaos Guild." Just then, the necromancer suddenly frowned and gasped as sharp spikes erupted from the ground, forcing her to leap into the air with Yoon Hyung. She scoffed, wondering where my teammates were, so the Mekong master was hiding here. "It's Sirion," and she appeared behind her in an instant, declaring, "Who said I was hiding?" As she finished speaking, the staff in her hand glowed, activating the Mekong beast skill, and the necromancer's eyes widened in shock at what she held. Syrian's cold voice echoes, a top player never abandons their comrades, you just didn't see them. As she speaks, golden rays of light rain down on the necromancer, causing her to scream in agony. But at that moment, Syrian suddenly saw something, and the system unexpectedly popped up in the nick of time. The necromancer activates a soul-summoning barrier, a hellscape that boosts magic defense, and smirks. You scared me half to death. I really thought I was going to die. Syrian gave her no room to breathe, lunging forward once more. Don't let your guard down. I'm not done yet. But the necromancer scoffed. I knew it, you fool. And with that, she activated Deadman's field. In the blink of an eye, a horde of skeletons rose from the ground, blocking Orion's path. But he didn't care at all, charging forward, sword in hand, striking at the necromancer without hesitation. Caught off guard, she was slashed and wounded, never expecting him to break through. The field of the dead reduced his dexterity, and her poison weakened him upon contact. He actually overcame it by avoiding everything. He must be crazy. How could such a thing happen? Orion doesn't care what she thinks. He yells to Sevion to finish her off, and Sevion, attacking the necromancer, nods and replies, got it. The necromancer bit, her lip defiant. Who were these people? How could they be so strong? Was this where she would die? While she was stunned, Sevion attacked her with beams of light, once more turning the ground into rubble. But within the golden light, the necromancer used ice shards to defend herself. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice suddenly echoed, mission reward selection time limit reached. You will now be moved. As soon as the words were spoken, their actions were restricted and their bodies were enveloped in blue light. The necromancer was instantly delighted. Excellent, perfect timing. I'm not dead yet. Orion, on the other hand, was furious. Does choosing a reward stop if we're interrupted by another user? Remembering what the system said, he realized why everyone treated it like a competition and not an interruption. Necromancer, having just escaped danger, was now extremely smug, calling him a rookie. You just revealed your name, Leorium A. I'm warning you to be more careful in the next fight, because I'm going to destroy you. Are you sure about that? Orion scoffed, saying that after today's battle, he felt he could easily defeat her without even trying. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the necromancer flew into a rage, declaring that he had wished for A's death, that he hadn't fought well today because of the rookie he brought along, and that next time A would show in him his true skills and destroy them both, calling them stupid kids. No sooner were the words spoken than the schoolyard was deserted, and the once empty classroom corridors were now their destination. In moments, Orion and Sibling were transported to this place. Sibling glanced at Orion, asking if he was all right, noting his serious facial injuries, to which Orion retorted he couldn't see them. Sibling nods in agreement, suggesting they leave quietly, as it would be tiresome if they were discovered. Orion concurs, noting they wouldn't reveal anything anyway. Due to the massive disturbance, ambulances and fire trucks swarmed the school, while Orion and Sibling rested in a secluded corner. Sibling, noticing Orion's injuries, insisted on healing him as he couldn't go home looking like that, and Orion agreed, needing time to use his healing skills without being caught in the chaos. Yes, what should she do? Sibling felt he was right, and stopped worrying about it. Just then, Orion asked suspiciously, by the way, how's Hansao's Zoom? He was badly injured before. Sibling nods, explaining that she healed her, and took her to safety, likely a hospital, when her phone suddenly rings. She quickly answered the phone, then said goodbye to Orion. I'll head over there first. I have a call from my housekeeper. Orion nodded slightly. Okay, be careful on your way back. Watching her leave, Orion felt a little sad. A call from home, huh? They must be calling because they were worried after seeing the news. Orion wondered if anyone had called him, but when he pulled his phone out, he saw it was burnt to a crisp. How could he get a call? It was strange, though. It hadn't broken until now. Meanwhile, in a high-rise in the city, the Cho's association members are gathered. The masked den, displeased, says to Yoonhyung, I had high hopes for the rookie. Everyone said he was good, but he's useless. He was taken out by a backliner like a range dealer. Necromancer chuckled, telling him not to be so hard on the newbie who doesn't even have a rank. At least his face is more useful than yours. Enraged, the masked den retorted that he was the most useless one there, the useless wretch. We had someone watching the rookie, and he was defeated, claiming to be rank 22. Necromancer retorts, grinding his teeth. What did you say, fatty? You're unranked. Want to test my skills? In an instant, the air was thick with tension. Just then, someone walked in from outside, stopping them. Everyone stop. Dust will get everywhere if you fight in here. If you really want to fight, go somewhere far away. If no one sees, it doesn't matter if they die. Den, hiding his face, looked at the man and asked suspiciously, Ryuzian, when did you get back? Aren't you scouting anymore? Ryuzian nodded slightly. I'm not going back there again. The chairman says Horizon will happen soon. He'd be here for a while, he added, with many toys to play with that he hadn't had the chance to use. Hearing this, the masked den sighed in exasperation. What a carefree guy. Ryuzian remained silent, turning to Yoonhyung and saying in a low voice, but before that, perhaps I have other matters to attend to. Yoonhyung remained unconscious. The Executioner and the Avenger. Even with ranks, the Executioner's rank is still higher in the system. He figures the problem lies in Yoonhyung's skills. Though inexperienced, he's quite good. The problem is, the Avenger is strong enough to ignore the ranking system, and if they leave him be, he'll definitely be a threat to the chairman's plans. He's torn about what to do. It seems Yoonhyung wants to kill the Avenger himself, so he considers letting him be, but it feels like it'll take too long. So he's contemplating whether to eliminate him, because with Horizon so close, it wouldn't be wise to entertain potential obstacles beforehand. With that thought, a smirk crept across his face. The longer the game is delayed, the less interesting it becomes. Meanwhile, at Orion's building, it's late, but some rooms are still lit. On the building's staircase, someone is waiting. Orion's sister anxiously checks her phone, her face etched with worry. A moment later, Orion appeared in the distance, calling out sister. She rushed to him, asking, "Are you okay? Why are you so late?" Orion scratched his head sheepishly, explaining he was just talking with some friends, but his sister couldn't help but worry, asking why he didn't answer his phone, and if he knew how worried she was after seeing the news. Orem was startled, asking what news she was referring to, what had happened. Orion's sister hurriedly explained that there had been explosions at his school with 9 dead and 12 injured. The school has collapsed, reduced to utter chaos, and Orion stares at the news on his phone, his face a mask of shock. He shouldn't tell her he was there. She'd worry too much. Just then, Orion's sister suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute." She noticed something on his shirt and exclaimed, "What's on your shirt? Is that blood? And why is your shirt torn?" She anxiously asked what happened. Orion quickly shook his head. "It's nothing, I slipped playing soccer during lunch and got a nosebleed." Orion's sister frowned slightly. "You fell while playing soccer. Are you sure? Why isn't there a scratch on your face?" Orion was startled, finally remembering this detail. He didn't know how to explain this. With no other choice, he sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I lied. I was at school when it happened." But he claimed he was fine, and she should know just by looking at him since she's a nurse. She sighed. "There are no visible wounds, but you know you could have internal injuries. Many died from internal bleeding, unaware of their injuries. How could she know he was okay just by looking? So she wouldn't take that chance he needed to go to the hospital now, and she'd call a doctor she knew to examine him tomorrow." Of course, Orion didn't want to, shaking his head in refusal, but he felt fine and needed to go to school tomorrow. His sister sternly replied that he didn't need to worry. School would be closed for a week due to the incident. "And another thing, don't act like nothing happened. She's really worried about you, afraid you're one of those 9 dead." As soon as he finished speaking, she hugged Orion tightly, startling him. This was the only time she had ever acted this way, a moment reminiscent of their childhood. Ultimately, he didn't want to disappoint his sister, so he agreed, telling her he understood and would go for a checkup tomorrow, asking her not to worry so much. The next morning at the city hospital, Orion actually went for a checkup, fearing he might receive strange results like he wasn't human or something. As he pondered, the nurse called him in and Orion politely greeted the doctor upon entering the room. The doctor inside nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he asked, "You're Orion's younger brother, aren't you?" He believes they've met before, asking if Orion remembers. Orion furrows his brow, questioning if they've truly met. He chuckled, answering frankly, "Don't you remember we met last Christmas?" "Last Christmas?" Orion muttered, trying to recall. A moment later, he remembered meeting him with his sister, and happily exclaimed, "You must be Dr. Anoa, the one who brought my drunk sister home, right?" Anoa gives a slight nod of acknowledgement, as Orion exclaims in surprise that he's changed so much. Since then, he didn't recognize him at first. But before he could finish, Anoa interrupted, saying that continuing to grow at his age was perfectly normal, even mentioning he'd grown over 10 centimeters in middle school, and suggested they look at his test results now. At this, his face suddenly darkens, startling Orion, who asks if there's something wrong with his test results. Anoa shakes his head, saying no, it's perfectly normal, and he doesn't think they need to test further, but he still felt something was off. Every result was artificially perfect. For example, if 8 is a normal test result, Orion's results would be exactly 8. Even a professional athlete couldn't achieve such perfection. Orion, now suspicious, asks if something is wrong. With a soft chuckle, Anoa replied frankly, "Of course not. I'm just saying I've found a perfectly healthy body, perhaps because you're still at an impressionable age." I see. Orion nodded slightly. All his test results were perfect, perhaps because he was a game character. Anoa looks at him, intently asking how he feels, and Orion, lost in thought, is startled. Anoa explained slowly, "I heard about the terrible incident at your school. So many were killed and injured. I just wondered how you felt being outside while it happened." Orion is taken aback. How does he feel? He remembers the students who died, even those he didn't know. 2 classmates, So Dung forever etched in his memory, and the mastermind behind it all. Oh Huang, a name that stirs an uncontrollable rage within him. Orion grits his teeth, admitting his anger, a rage he can barely articulate, frustrated with himself for not doing more to prevent the tragedy. Hearing this, Anoa could only sigh. "It wasn't your fault, Orion. It was just an unfortunate disaster. But I understand where your feelings come from. Many survivors of terrible disasters feel guilty. Questions like, why was I the only one to survive? Maybe I could have saved everyone. They'll always be in their minds, convincing themselves of that guilt. But if you really think that way, you should do better this time." Orion flinches, his eyes returning to normal as Anoa continues urging him to forgive himself so he can do better next time. Orion frowned, lost in thought, a strange feeling washing over him. His body felt weightless, as if someone was healing him. Anoa chuckled, saying it was just his opinion, and if it bothered him again, he suggested seeing a therapist as youthful mental scars can last forever. Orion nodded, saying he understood and would go right away. As soon as he spoke, he stood up to leave, but after a few steps he heard Anoa call out, "Oh, Orion, I wanted to ask you something." Orion stopped in his tracks as Anoa suddenly asked an odd question. "Are you still playing games even though I'm not as good as you?" Orion was a little surprised by the question, and when he didn't answer, Anoa continued, "Let Orion know when you have time," to which he mumbled in agreement. Soon after, Orion left Anoa's room, but he felt a little uneasy. He didn't expect him to bring up games, so suddenly did he really tell everyone about it, or are they close enough for her to share those things? But he quickly dismissed the thought. There's no way he thought she wasn't dating anyone. But looking back at how they drank together at Christmas, it was a sign of a complicated relationship. Just then, his phone rang, and Orion saw that the caller was Si Guion. At Orion's school, he races from the hospital to meet Si Guion, questioning why she urgently summoned him. Hearing the sound, Si Guion turned to him and after a long pause whispered, "I told you Ryzen wants to meet us tonight." Orion nodded slightly. "I know, but why meet here? Couldn't we just go straight to the base?" He guessed that's what they should do, but Si Guion quietly said, "It's just," before trailing off. She took off her cap, glanced at Orion and suggested he turn his head slightly, a request that puzzled him, but he complied. Suddenly, she embraces him from behind, her voice trembling as she confesses, "I keep thinking about Sojung, about how she almost died because of the monsters. It haunts me." And she hesitated, thinking only of herself when she saw it. She thought she was different from her parents, but I guess she's just as selfish and vile as they are, she thought. Hearing this, Orion was speechless, because he had similar thoughts. After a long pause, he said seriously, "But Sivian, you hesitated because of me." Because she healed her, they both had to be punished. Wasn't that why she hesitated? In that short time, Suyeon had to think of herself, Orion, and Sojung, and in the end, she saved Sojung. So she wasn't selfish as she claimed. Orion embraced her, comforting her, telling her not to blame herself. Suyeon withdrew into herself, but after a moment she spoke, "Thank you, Orion." But she suddenly snapped, asking who told him to hug her. Orion, startled, released her sheepishly, replying that he thought it would be okay. And just like that, their touching moment devolved into an argument. Siweon pouts, saying he has to buy her 5 big boxes of strawberry milk every day, as Orion sighs, reminding her that she hugged him without permission. Seeing he didn't answer, she glared at him. "Is there a problem?" He quickly shook his head. "No, my lady." Orion remained skeptical, questioning why Ryson wanted to meet them, but Siweon simply shook her head, saying she didn't know either. Something must be up, intel or a trade. Soon after they arrived at the Ryson Guild building, Zeong-ha looked at them, smiled, and said, "We're going hunting for those troublemakers tonight." Upon hearing this, Orion and Siweon's expressions immediately darkened. Seeing their reaction, Zeong-ha chuckled softly, then slowly asked if they wanted to destroy the scum who ruined their school and hurt their friends. "Destroy them completely," Orion muttered, raising an eyebrow. "What's the idea?" Zeong-ha stared at them for a long moment before finally saying, "Of course, that's not what I want you to do. She only asked because she didn't want you two to be furious if we didn't tell you about the opportunity. She asks if they want to join the raid on their base tonight." Orion frowned, his expression hardening before finally stating with resolve that he would go. He says he knows some people in the Chose group, that he used to be friends with them, but not anymore. So he doesn't want anyone else to take him down. He wants to do it himself. Hearing this, Zeong-ha was surprised, but she quickly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll leave him to you, just tell us what he's like before we break in." She glanced at Siweon, asking what she would do, whether she would join the party. Siweon flinched, unsure how to answer. Orion reassured her, saying she didn't need to feel obligated as it was between him and Bichul Huang, but Siweon shouted that wasn't the point. Hesitantly, she says she has a mission to announce, and it's tonight. She knows he's ready, but they can't refuse it because it's their punishment. Hearing this, Orion was at a loss for words. He gritted his teeth and said that he needed enough penalty points to use his healing skills on Han Se-young as soon as possible. But if all they did was use healing skills, the penalty wouldn't be too bad. He thought they might even avoid it with the money they had. Siweon paused before saying he'd actually used healing skills on a few more people, which was probably why they had so many penalty points. Soon the system displays a notification. Kim Siweon and Lai Orium's current penalty points are negative 1,200. You have been penalized for using skills on ordinary people 8 times and using items 4 times. Siweon frowned. "We're 500 points short with the money we have. If we want to stop the mission, we have to give them all our points and items. Although they can convert rewards into real money, there's no way to convert real money into rewards, so they can't use that money. I'm sorry, it's my fault." Orium frowned, startled, and quickly turned to Siweon, saying, "Don't apologize. You did the right thing. This system is a joke. It's punishing you for healing people hurt by jokes, so don't worry." Siweon sighed, "I understand." Ha was beside them, speechless. After a moment she spoke, "I can only lend you 500 million penalty points if you want." But as she said this, she hesitated, and after a moment, she continued, telling them to accept a penalty mission tonight to begin participating in the war. She says they're thinking about the mission, but they're wrong. Even though they're on the leaderboard, they're young and she doesn't want them seeking revenge. They should continue doing missions, hone their skills, gather more information, and avoid getting involved in wars like this. In the future, they'll take care of this dirty work. Orium was a little surprised to hear these words. Eungha shook her head slightly, replying, I thought we were done talking here. Why don't you head back? We need to prepare for the battle now. And don't worry too much about the 500 penalty points. I'm sure they'll understand it easily if they have the skills. And so their meeting came to an end with Orium and Siwion heading back. Siwion glanced at Orium and said, The guild leader seems wiser than I thought. I think she's the type to do anything to achieve her goals and will try to drag us into war at any cost. Orium frowned, muttering that perhaps she deemed them fit for the guild war, making it part of a plan to remove them from the conflict. Siwion nodded in agreement, adding that it was a purposeful act. Orium didn't mention it either, and he asked suspiciously, By the way, Siwion, did you check your inventory after completing the quest? Siwion frowned slightly. Inventory is something wrong. Orium slowly explained that he found some rewards from their previous quest when he checked this morning. Soon after, the two began checking their inventories. After a moment, Siwion spoke. Here it is. A new item I've never seen before. What you see is the Argus summoning bell. She glances at Orium and asks, You too? Orium shook his head, replying, No, I got this. What he received was a key to the afternoon room. Siwion's eyes widened. She'd never seen these items in the game before. Or perhaps they had special effects. Orium pondered for a moment, replying that they wouldn't know unless they used them. The descriptions were meaningless. Siwion suggested that Orium use his item first, as his own was limited to 2 uses, and Orium agreed immediately, retrieving a key from his inventory. He quickly used it, plunging it into the magic circle before him. Immediately, a blue light flashed twice, and the ground shook, startling them both. When they realized it, they were in a strange room. A mechanical voice echoes, welcoming them to their private space, the afternoon room, where they can relax, train, and store items. You can also share this space with companions and even allow non-members to enter. Orium is startled, recognizing features from the Game A's rest area. Siwion exclaimed in astonishment, This is insane. We can even drink freely in this room, Orium scoffed. What are you talking about? Anyway, I think it'd be better if we met here before our next quest. It'll help us choose more effective gear. But no sooner had he spoken than he saw Siwion doing something to the pillar next to her. He frowned suspiciously, wondering what she was up to. He asked, confused, What's wrong? Is something the matter? Siwion, startled, replied sheepishly, No, it's just, I was wondering where this place came from. Everything looks so real, but the scenery outside isn't the alley we were in before. So that means they were transported here, but where exactly is here? Her words stunned Orium. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Could this be the afterlife? Siwion retorted with dissatisfaction. Don't say that. Orium smiled unconsciously and said frankly, Don't overthink it. We can't figure it out with our current knowledge anyway. Siwion agreed, nodding slightly, and said, Yes, let's learn about my item. The system's mechanical voice immediately echoes. As the designated item is used, the user can now access the knowledge of Seeger Argus. You can inquire about tasks such as the weakest monsters, and if there's no answer, you've been blessed with a skill from it. Orium glances at Siwion, suggesting it would be more worthwhile to question them, but Siwion retorts that they can replace the blessed skills with other items. After a moment's thought, she nodded, agreeing to use Argus's shared geomancy skill. Seeing this, Orium quickly advised, Wait, Siwion, are you sure you want to use it? You only have 2 uses left. You should think more carefully before using it. Siwion shook his head, saying it didn't matter, as they already knew the question they needed answered. Orium looked at her with some doubt, asking what they were going to do. But no sooner had he spoken than a golden light filled the room, and a girl with a staff appeared. The girl slowly opened her eyes, looking at them both, and began, I am here to share with you the unenlightened knowledge from the 3rd disciple of the esteemed great sage. Orium and Siwion stared blankly, unsure how to react. A moment later, Orium suddenly sighed. She's so cute. Siwion glared at him upon hearing this. Her tone turns sour as she loudly asks, Question 1. Tell me about Lai Orium's secret sexual relationships. The girl reluctantly replies, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question, prompting Siwion to scoff. She's cute but useless, Orium grumbled. What are you doing wasting a question? But Siwion didn't care, indicating, Okay, this is the real question. I want to know everything about the Horizon event. The girl paused, then replied, I don't know if this is accurate, but I've heard my teacher's prophecies, so I'll tell you. When the 6 pillars collapse, thunder will follow, the taboo gate will open, and a night of crimson moons will fall. But those who are not enlightened will fall from the Holy Land to hell, and the survivors will lose their lives to beasts. So fight and fight even harder. It's the only way to fulfill the wishes of those who remain in the Holy Land, and the only way to end this feast. Meanwhile, in a darkened apartment high above the city, a bored gamer yawns and sighs, lamenting the lack of excitement. Until he thinks he sees something. He frowned slightly, muttering in doubt. I thought I saw something. Was I mistaken? He sighed, listlessly unaware that someone was silently approaching him. Before he knew it, he was struck in the back of the head, and his body slammed to the ground, courtesy of the Doshan Society. He quickly reported through the communicator, The route is clear. Should I open the gate? C-O-H quickly replied on the other end. Open it. I'm on my way. He obeyed using the assassin's skill secret passage to open a path in an instant. C-O-H appeared inside the building, her eyes scanning the scene before her. She couldn't help but pout. I thought you cleared them out. Why are there still rebels here? The other person quickly replied. Sorry, I'll take care of them now. But COH shakes her head, saying it's all right, she should clear out these corpses. Since she saw them first, isn't that the right thing to do? As she speaks, a sword appears in her hand. A golden light enveloped her sword, the Queen's Path skill. In the blink of an eye, her blade struck, sending the enemies before her flying. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed and she glanced at her companion. I think the real one's in here. Let's go. The two immediately rushed inside, only to be shocked at what they found. Inside, a man waited, a smile playing on his lips. Oh dear, I prepared so much tea expecting more. Just the two of you. Seo Wangha narrowed her eyes, stating that two were more than enough for him, and wasn't it too late for tea? As she spoke, the sword in her hand gleamed once more. She scoffed, saying it was time for action, not tea, and a feast of flesh would be more fitting for such a late hour. But the man remained unconcerned. He chuckled. Chairman of the Gazen Society, Seo Unha. I've always wanted to meet you, as you're the closest to victory right now. Seo Unha retorted. I wanted to meet you too, since the people I want to kill are part of the chaos like you. The person you want to kill, he scoffed, pursing his lips. What's your reason, some kind of revenge? With a slight smile, Xe Yuangha replied frankly. A little bit. I intend to avenge our guild while eliminating potential threats to our victory. Hearing this, the man's voice turned cold as he asked, what about this? At that moment, he offered her the equivalent prize money, as well as 22 billion coins as compensation. If he does that, will she be willing to leave quietly and give up the event? Seo Heiwan narrowed her eyes at him temporarily without an answer. After a moment she smirked, saying, not really. Why would I do that when victory is so close? I have many reasons for wanting that prize, but more importantly, I'm just a regular gamer. And it's only fitting for a gamer to try and win on their own merits. After all, why do people play games? This made the man pause, then nod in understanding. He said, I see where you're coming from. People play to win and have fun. I admit I was wrong. If that's the case, he'll face her as she wishes. With that, he snaps his fingers and a group of people instantly appears before him, startling both COAs. After a moment, Soko looked at his companion and suggested, Soko, I'll hold my own. While you're at it, open the gate and bring people here. They know it's not a trap, so they'll come straight in. Ho hesitated, saying it would take 45 seconds to open the gate and transport that many people could. She last that long, 45 seconds is enough, Ha said confidently. I've lasted longer than expected, in battles with other guilds. And if she's lucky, she might even kill one of those two elites. Seeing her resolve, he had no choice but to agree. All right, don't push yourself too hard. Sioka nodded slightly. Don't worry about me. 45 seconds is too short to overdo it. As she spoke, the golden light around her sword reappeared. She fearlessly charged into the crowd, her sword a blur, muttering, it will only pique my interest. She swiftly used the Queen's shield skill, creating a floral barrier that stopped her enemies in their tracks. The masked figure couldn't help but curse at the sight, while the director outside frowned and coldly remarked that they seemed to have lost their advantage. With that, Seoha charged into the fray, hacking and slashing, while a necromancer rushed in from afar to attack. She conjures a thick mist in her hands, surprising Seo Eon. But she quickly reacted, activating a speed-enhancing skill, and her sword danced through the air. Instantly, her enemies were struck, and their screams echoed once more. After wiping out the group, Seo Eonha sees someone charging toward her, Ryu Zian, who attacks with his sharp blade. He smirked, saying it had been a while, and asked Soa if she remembered battling him in a game before. Soa scoffed, saying she tended to erase memories of those she'd met before. No sooner were the words out than she lunged with her sword, only to be met by Ryuzian's block, followed by a sudden violet light emanating from his hand. Seoa is trapped in a large box, nullifying her movements and skills for 5 seconds, and the masked figure seizes the opportunity, charging towards her with an axe. Though she sensed the attack, she couldn't defend herself. But in the nick of time, Seiyul appeared and blocked the masked man's blow. Seeing this, the boss is furious while Seoha glares at him and Seiju anxiously asks if she's hurt. She gently shakes her head, saying she's perfectly fine, but what about them? Seiju slowly speaks up, saying she checked before coming, and they're all in good condition. Not only him, but members of the Jason Guild have also appeared. Seeing everyone, Seogun couldn't help but chuckle. Then I won't ask for anything special, just do what you always do. They've fought these guys before. They just need to crush them mercilessly. Ryu Uzion, now a little worried, asks director, what should we do now? Should we stick to the plan? He shook his head. No need. From now on we just watch. This is the first time I've seen the Jason Society in the flesh. He'll watch from behind, so they should handle it themselves. Ryu Uzion nodded. Leave it to me. As he said that, though not entirely confident, the two guilds were essentially equal in power, meaning it was impossible to determine the outcome until someone died and the balance was broken. Meanwhile, on a school campus late at night, the grounds were practically deserted. But there are exceptions. Orion and Siwion have been transported to this place. Siwion mutters, this is a college campus. Thank goodness it's not in the middle of the road. Orion asks suspiciously, shouldn't the campus be empty at this hour? Siwian shook his head, explaining that graduates wander the campus because they can't go home. He was startled, saying they needed to be more careful, but what he'd heard from Argo's disciple earlier made him think about it on the way home. What if the Horizon event isn't about when it happens, but under what conditions? But did the prophecy say something like that? Orion shook his head slightly. It didn't mention it exactly, just that when the 6 pillars fall. So you're wondering if that's the condition to trigger the event, and once players meet that requirement, the event will begin. Siwian pondered for a moment, then spoke. The 6 pillars. Are we supposed to destroy the pillars of buildings or something? Just then, the system's mechanical voice chimed in 1 minute until the quest. Orion frowned, asking System, what's this quest? Is it just a normal conquest quest, like before? The system immediately responded, yes, it's a standard conquest mission, and other players will participate. Unlike competitive quests in a shared quest, you'll receive equal rewards regardless of who clears it, so cooperation is possible. Siwian raised an eyebrow. So I can get rewards by doing nothing if someone else clears it. She turned to Orion, suggesting, alright, let's go to the tea room and take a nap. Orion frowned. I'm a little sleepy. But as soon as he said that, he suddenly reacted. He quickly retorted, we can't do that. We need to finish the quest quickly so it doesn't hurt anyone. Siwian, about to speak, was cut off. I know, I'm just kidding. Just open your bag and prepare for battle. Immediately the two began sorting through their equipment, Siwian musing, I wonder what kind of players they'll be. I hope no one's from the Chaos Guild. I don't think so, Orion replied, shaking his head. They might be fighting the Jason Guild right now. He hoped they'd meet good people like they had before. Siwian wondered about the Windrider and the blacksmith. Orion nodded, agreeing that they were well-matched and skilled, and guessed that people like that would make things easier for them. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed, announcing the end of the preparation time for the quest. And then the quest began. As soon as it finished speaking, the system vanished without a trace. Orion and Siwian quickly scanned their surroundings, but nothing appeared. Siwian glanced at Orion and hesitantly asked, isn't it a little too quiet? Orion nodded in agreement. It should be louder with sounds like boom boom. As he finished speaking, a sound echoed from behind and he raised his eyebrows, saying, that's more like it. Siwian glanced towards the sound, asking suspiciously, it's coming from behind the building. Orion hesitated before suggesting, let's check it out. It could be a monster. Siwian paused, her staff appearing in her hand, and stated, I don't think we need to go there ourselves because something is coming to us. Orion was startled by this, and they both stared ahead, eyes full of vigilance. Moments later, a figure slowly approached, prompting them to raise their weapons, but it was a person running towards them, desperately crying for help, leaving Orion and Siwian speechless. The young man ran towards them, his face filled with panic, until he spotted Orion and Siwian in the distance. He frantically cried out, there are people over there, I found some people over there, please save me, he pleaded. The two Orions exchanged a glance, wordlessly agreeing to aim their weapons at the man before them. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock as he asked, why are you doing this to me? I don't even have a weapon. Orion said coldly, the mission has already begun and you're not carrying a weapon, which is why we're suspicious. You could very well be a BK user feigning innocence ready to attack from behind. Siwian also warned him to show them his weapon, saying they would talk after confirming his class. The man quickly nodded, agreeing to show them. Immediately, a sword materialized in his hand. He quickly explained, see, it's Kyria's guiding sword. It's the weapon of the Fiolil class. Siwian suspiciously asks how a player from a merchant company could participate in ranked matches. Orion agrees, squinting as he asks what level he is in the game. The man blankly retorted, my level, I don't have one. I just play for fun. Orion, hearing this, suspiciously asked, you're not a ranked player. What's going on? Aren't only ranked players allowed to participate? Siwian said through gritted teeth. No ranked players from the Jason Guild are allowed to participate. Perhaps there are other conditions at play. As they spoke, the other player interjected, reminding them that now wasn't the time as more monsters were approaching. Orion hesitated, then steeled his gaze. Alright, let's go. He charged forward, sword in hand, and struck the monster's waist. In the blink of an eye, a red liquid flowed from its body, and the massive monster collapsed to the ground. Orion exclaimed in surprise, realizing the waist was indeed its weak point. Siwian remained silent, thinking it was her turn, and activated the magic beast trap guarding the treasure. In the blink of an eye, a great wall appeared encircling the monster, and its pained screams echoed out. Siwian was skeptical. It's dead, that was easier than I thought. Orion was equally surprised by the ease of it all. Was the quest already over? But then the young man behind them spoke up. Not yet, there's still one more monster. This monster is likely the gatekeeper of the northern fortress. Usually there are two, so he suspects there's another. Orion frowned, looking at him suspiciously, asking how he knew all this, as he'd never seen monsters like this in the game before. He slowly explains that it never actually appeared in the game, but if you obtain a certain item for an NPC, you might hear the story of the locked northern fort. It's a tale of an earl who locked the fortress gates after his heart was broken by his nephew's rebellion. You can hear it if you find the North Fortress key. The story mentions gatekeepers protecting the locked fortress, who according to the tale were wounded, fighting the earl's nephews, yet remained to defend the fortress with him. Siwian, skeptical, asks how he knew that monster was from the story, as if he hadn't seen those monsters in the game. The young man continued, saying that the story of the monsters and the Count can be found in the black stone tablet in the north, which contains illustrations depicting the story. Siwian was somewhat touched, saying he didn't even know that story existed in the game, and Orion raised an eyebrow, asking if he knew of any other stories in this online world. The young man hesitated, shaking his head. I don't know everything, but with the story I just told, I'd say I know about 98%. Orion and Siwian were stunned. He knew that much. He continued to explain that because Agasphere Online is a combat-based RPG, various elements of the game are often overlooked, but if you really dig into it, there are many hidden details. There are many stories about small things, including items or NPCs of passers-by, and if you learn about them in detail, it's like living in a whole new world. The Orion duo were about ready to kill him for rambling on and on. After a moment, Siwian impatiently cut him off. If you love this game so much, why do you run from the monsters? I know the adventurer class is a little weak in combat, but you can still fight. It's because I'm scared, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. It's almost as if he can't defeat anything when fighting monsters, so isn't he risking his life? How terrifying. So he refused all quests to survive a normal life. He paused, building anticipation in Orion and Siwian, only to crush their hopes with his next words. He'd accidentally used a discount glitch when buying used goods online, and gotten penalized for it. He protested, I haven't done that since, so can you protect me on this quest? I've watched you guys play, and you seem really good at this game. Siwian stared at him like he was crazy, whispering to Orion, what should we do? He's not a PK player. Should we help him? Orion hesitated, then finally said, okay, we'll help you survive this mission. But in return, he must tell them about the Horizon event. The Horizon event? The young man frowned, thinking before asking, are you talking about the sacred place and rituals of those cults? The two Orions were once again surprised to hear this. He spoke slowly. I'm happy to tell you the story, though some biases have been introduced. Some of it is my speculation, but I'll tell you everything I know. The two Orions exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Orion extended his hand, saying, very well, let's work together. But he wanted him to do everything he could to help them. He nodded slightly. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help you. Soon after, a collaboration between the three began on school grounds. After a while, Shigeon looked at Orion and said, now that we've traded, let's go accept the quest. We've wasted too much time. The other person hesitated. I'll try to use my skill. It's an incredibly useful skill during adventures. The skill he mentioned is called Pathfinding Light, which reveals the location of quest objectives, monsters, or valuable items. In the blink of an eye, a light emanates from his sword. Orion followed the light, muttering to himself, it's behind the building. Shigeon quickly suggested, let's go, there might be monsters. Soon after, the three of them followed the light to the back of the building. But upon seeing what lay before them, Orion and his companion were shocked there weren't one but two monsters. Shigeon glanced at the man behind him who, terrified, apologized. The story didn't say how many monsters there were, so I didn't know. There are two of them. He suggested it would be better to deal with them one at a time, but Orion immediately refused, saying that now that they knew its weakness, they didn't need to. The man looked at him puzzled, unsure of what he meant. He didn't explain, turning to Shigeon and suggesting I'll need both of them, so support me from behind. Shigeon nodded slightly. Okay, I'll find a good place to cast my spell. Hearing this, the young man exclaimed in shock, no way, you're taking on both of them alone. Orion simply nodded. I wasted a lot of time because I wasn't used to their attack patterns, but now that I am too isn't a big deal. Besides, they're nothing compared to the Buddha-shaped monster. And with that, he immediately charged forward. His sword dances in the air, worth a mere 500 points, as the young man watches his every move. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he so bravely fight two monsters and adapt so quickly? He'd met many, but only this one possessed such skill. If only that were all. Amidst the battle, Orion relentlessly fights the monsters, each strike hitting their weak points, causing them immense pain. Another monster attacked from behind, but he leaped into the air to evade it. Meanwhile, Syrian in the rear begins to cast her magic, activating both her maze trap and swamp skills. In the blink of an eye, the monster fell into a swamp, desperately leaping to escape. But Orion had been waiting, and the moment it jumped, he slashed its back. Immediately, he activated the half-blossomed flower skill twice in one day, and the sword began to dance in the air once more. And just like that, the monster was slain. But as one fell, another slithered closer. Orion sensed the incoming attack, but before he could react, the monster was struck by a burst of energy. It died instantly. Outside, Syrian couldn't help but comment, remarking that it had truly fallen into their trap. The young man beside her sighed in admiration. What perfect teamwork. This team might just be able to stop that plan. After a moment, he spoke, saying he had a question. How could they do this, risking their lives without any purpose? Syrian stared at him for a moment before speaking, replying coolly, because people get hurt. People get hurt when monsters run wild, so those with special abilities must hunt them down. After a moment, he chuckled. I see you two are even better than I thought. Syrian narrowed her eyes. Perhaps she shouldn't have told him about the reward. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice chimed in, announcing that they had completed the quest by eliminating all the gatekeepers of the locked northern castle and asking them to choose their reward. Syrian nodded, muttering that they were fine, but people could take them from the set as punishment, so they should reselect something and let them go home. The system quickly responded, understood. You will be teleported in 60 seconds. Syrian, unconcerned, glanced at the young man and reminded him, we protected you as promised, so you have to tell us about the Horizon event. Of course he nodded slightly, responding sincerely, I can summarize it into a file and send it to you. But Orion interrupted, can't you just tell us directly? He wanted to ask questions as they came up, so he thought it would be easier if the man told them directly. He looked at the man, his face full of determination. He was slightly startled, his eyes wide with surprise, captivated by the boy's gaze. After a moment he spoke, yes, I can talk. I'm unemployed, so I have plenty of time. Orion pleased quickly, offered, great, how about we meet tomorrow? Siguion asked suspiciously, what did you say your name was again? I think you said something like Zion. The young man happily replied, I'm Bezu Zion. He added that he was 25, and an aspiring game developer, which left Orion a little dumbfounded. They hadn't asked for all that. Soon after, they said their goodbyes and agreed to meet again tomorrow. Later in an apartment, a single room remained lit. Zion returned home from the college campus, pondering the two Orions, and muttered, they're definitely skilled, but I don't know if it's okay for me to get help from them. But now he truly doesn't have much time left. With that, he looks at the wall in front of him where a picture is charred. The clearest face was perhaps that of the smiling woman. Zion couldn't help but sigh if he didn't decide it would all be over. He must entrust this seal code to someone. Meanwhile, the building where the two gangs fought has become a battlefield. But the battle was far from over, as the two sides continued their fierce clash. Zion activated the Mad Great Deluge skill, expanding his attack range. Instantly, a surge of blue energy paralyzed the masked figure, but at that moment someone attacked Zion from behind. She activates the Wind Wolf block, attacking Zion. Instantly, a Wind Wolf phantom appears howling in the air. 3 consecutive attacks forced Zion backward, and just as the woman thought she had succeeded, someone suddenly rushed in. It was Shu who landed a fierce punch, sending her flying. But before he could catch his breath, a skull appeared behind him. He whipped around in shock, only to see Skullfat being shot. Jamie had come to the rescue. Without hesitation, she continues firing, summoning a fire phoenix that soars toward the Chaos Society. A muffled explosion echoes as Guyang rushes to Ji inside, asking if she's all right. She nodded slightly, saying she was just pushed back by the technique. But as she spoke, she felt her power gradually returning. Jun used his skills to heal her, whispering, don't worry, I'm here to heal everyone. Yes, thank you, Ji Yin said gratefully as Zi Ungha retreated from the battle. She said slowly, they must be running low on potions. Shouldn't we end this? Junsung hesitated and asked, what do you want to do now? Should we go and take care of them one by one on the front lines? Zeungha shook her head, saying that picking them off one by one would be difficult as they were huddled together in a tight space, a waste of time and energy. With that, she turned her gaze towards the man on the other side, saying coldly, let's target him. Ebersol, the one who's just been standing there, unable to do anything. She's referring to the director of this chaos. Junsung says gravely, Ebersol is a rare rank. Could he be the head of the Charles Association? Zi Ungha shook her head. It's possible, though unclear. I've been trying to get to him, but every path is blocked. To continue a stalled chess match, you have to target the king. If we suddenly kill the king, their formation will crumble, only focusing on defense. Junsung asked with some concern, but won't we be surrounded? Zi Ungha smiled faintly and said frankly, it's okay, we have a ruler while they don't. As soon as she spoke, she charged forward, a blinding golden light emanating from her Faza sword. She scoffed, don't get so close to me. Meanwhile, the director remained motionless in the corner, but he sensed something was wrong, his eyes widening in alarm. Ryu Xian rushed to his side, calling out director. He nodded slightly, saying it seems they've recognized me as the leader. Ryu Xian hesitated, then suggested, using the teleportation device to escape is still an option. I can't stop them if they all attack at once. There's no need, he says, immediately shaking his head. He knew this would happen, so he wouldn't submit to a hunting dog just for this occasion. Ryu Xian frowned. A dog, Junchong nodded. It'll tear the enemy's necks to shreds. Ryu Xian questioned, who could possibly turn the tables so quickly? As they spoke, another figure appeared approaching Junchong from behind. It was the death god Hong Kiho. Junchong had no time to react to this sudden appearance. And just like that, Junchong was slashed across the back. Seeing this, the faces of the Jiazan assembly turned grim, and Xiongha cried out in alarm, Junchong. Junchong is slashed, his clothes torn, and his skill interrupted, but he manages to summon Marianne to heal in time. It only restores 15% of his initial stats. Seeing this, Kiho sneered coldly, Marianne, you're useless. Immediately, he activated his skill, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, but in that critical moment, Junchong activated Star Blessing, granting him both physical and magical resistance. He bit his lip, knowing he had to hold out. If their healer fell, the others couldn't attack. Even if it cost him his life, he had to buy them time. Meanwhile, Xiongha, deeply concerned, looked at Xu and Jamie, urgently ordering, don't just stand there, go help Junchong, the rest of us will handle the attack. Understood, Exu nodded, but Jamie hesitated, saying, we don't have many people. Will we be okay? We could be surrounded in an instant. Xiongha shook her head, replying, don't worry about us. As the vanguard, I'll somehow overcome the lack of members. With that, she slashes at the person in front of her, causing the director to chuckle, impressed by her persistence and courage. With that, he looked at Ryusein and said, now that they've split into 2 groups, you know what to do next, right, Ryusein? Yes, I know very well. Leave it to me, Ryusein replied immediately. He rushed towards the others, shouting, everyone focus your attacks on Xiongha now. Once we kill their leader, the rest will be like babies. Charge, and kill her. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Yiyang charged forward. What did you say, you little runt? The great sword in his hand swung down fiercely, causing Ryusein to jump back in surprise. He barked orders, but Ryusein narrowed her eyes, thinking, what luck, a cockroach from a public restroom. She clicked her tongue, lamenting, how annoying. The director watched from afar, a cold smirk on his face. I guess they're still just kids. They won't be easily defeated even out of formation. So why doesn't he try something himself? No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand, a faint golden light emanating from his palm, and in an instant, Seungha and the others found themselves frozen, inexplicably kneeling. Seungha is shocked, unable to move, wondering what kind of skill this is. Seukho is suspicious, recognizing a debuff skill, while Wu Yiyang angrily grits his teeth. His body knelt unmoving as Ryujan struck a savage blow, sneering, if I'm the viper, you're just the rotten food I devour. Immediately, he yelled to the others that it was time to use everything they had to destroy Seungha, and the Choss Guild attacked her all at once. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted, sending waves of energy in all directions. Jian cried out in worry, Seungha. But within the energy wave, the Choss members didn't seem so happy. What's more, they were horrified beyond words because Seungha had blocked their attack. She glanced at the person kneeling beside her and said, Junsung, now's the time. Junsung readily replied, anytime, just don't let my efforts go to waste. Yeah, of course, Seungha nodded confidently. No sooner had she spoken than she rose, surrounded by immense energy, the Queen's salvation skill, reducing enemy damage while boosting speed and attack power. Seungha coldly declares that they should have killed her sooner because the game ends here. Immediately after, a series of sword beams dance in the air. The Choss Guild members are cut down without resistance, their screams echoing. Seungha doesn't need to face them head-on, she just needs to eliminate one before the skill's effect ends. Her target is the ringleader of this chaos, but Ryu Uzion intercepts her advance. He smirked, saying, I know what you're planning, and I won't let you. I'll stop you myself. Then he unleashed another skill, summoning a defensive wall of mirrors. Seungha frowned, raising her sword to defend, but his defense didn't last long, and she regained the offensive. She pierced the mirror wall, slashing at him with contempt. This is what you wanted. Ryu Uzion, caught off guard, gritted his teeth in pain. Seungha, however, was relentless, charging straight toward the director, coldly declaring die. The director was paralyzed with fear. He tried to activate his skill, but before he could, Seungha sliced his head clean off. Seungha, seeing this, happily exclaims that she did it, while Ryu Uzion amidst the rubble grinds his teeth in anger. But the moment Seungha saw the head, she was shocked because it was just a puppet, not a real person. This is a skill to create puppets, wax figures with souls. Meanwhile, on a rooftop of a nearby building, a woman's voice suddenly echoes in the gloomy darkness. She gasped in shock, oh my god, it's dead. A wooden puppet in her hand had broken, and she looked at the person next to her director. Your 13th puppet has just died. I guess it's difficult when only 40% of your power is embedded in it. So these two are the ones who created the puppet, but the director doesn't seem to care much. He replied nonchalantly, I saw it. My senses are connected to that puppet. He had been using his skills to control it. The woman suspiciously asks, what are you planning? Unfortunately, we're at a disadvantage. He nonchalantly replies, tell them to withdraw. The goal was data collection anyway. Today was just a preliminary exchange. They were just baiting those guys. It's unfortunate he lost some members, but it was worth it to see the full extent of the Horned One's power. Next time he'll crack their shells himself. The next morning, in a city apartment complex, sunlight streamed into the homes as Orion cooked lunch. Orion emerged from his room surprised and asked Orion, what are you doing? Have you already made lunch? I told you we could eat a little later since I don't have to work today. Orion glanced at her carefully, explaining that he had plans with friends, so he was making dinner now. Orion was taken aback, asking suspiciously, then you can still cook yourself. Orion chuckled, it's my turn to cook dinner tonight, so I have to. Orion was at a loss for words, seeing his sister like this, and after a moment she asked if she could help. Orion thought for a moment before asking her to buy some salt. We're out of salt. And just like that, Orion had to go downstairs to buy some. She still had doubts. Kids his age would probably forget about dinner and go play with their friends. She was proud of him, but he also made her feel sad. She felt like he was trying to act like an adult, as if he was trying to say he was grown up and didn't need to be worried about anymore. With mixed feelings, she finally returned home with the groceries, only to be met by a stranger. She asked suspiciously, who are you? The woman was Sigrian, startled by the sudden question as she looked at her phone. I'm visiting a friend. Am I not allowed to stand here? Orion shook his head. That wasn't the issue. The problem was that she was standing in front of her house. Hearing this, Sigrion was immediately shocked, wondering if she was Leorium's sister. Orion didn't answer, just stared at Sigrion. Now that he thought about it, her hair color was similar to the style his sister had asked about a few days ago, but Orion seemed very flustered at the time. With that thought, she couldn't help but smile and introduce herself. I'm Orion's sister. Immediately after, she opened the door and stepped inside. Hearing the commotion, Orion turned, asking if his sister was back and if she'd bought the salt. But his eyes widened in shock. Orion, now holding Sigrion's hand, happily entered, saying, I bought the salt and brought a friend home too. She asked if it was her, the brunette, who visited when you weren't home. I remember you gloating. Now tell me about what happened that night. And so the two Orion sisters and Sigrion began to recount the events of that day. After hearing this, Orion suspiciously asks if Sigrion stayed at their house because she ran away from home after arguing with her parents and had nowhere else to go. Sigrion nods in agreement, saying that Orion was kind enough to invite her to his house, saying that no one would be home that night. Orion recoils, protesting, What? When did I say that? But her words are met with a glare. He was terrified, and now that he thought about it, he seemed to recall saying that. Orion glanced between them, continuing, Even so, it's not good for a young girl like you to stay at a house without an adult. You should at least ask for permission first. Sigrion obediently nodded, promising not to do it again. Then Orion flicked his forehead, reminding him not to keep secrets from her. I will respect your privacy and not ask about what happened that night. Her only concern is that Sigrion snuck into the house without her knowing, and nothing else matters to her. So she asks them to respect her privacy as well, and they obediently agree, apologizing. Orion is pleased, then turns to Sigrion, reminding him to contact her before Orion if anything similar happens again. She promises not to pry into her family affairs, and at least she can offer her a temporary place to stay, so if anything happens, she can come by and talk like today. And so the three of them continued to talk in the house until Orion and Sigrion finally left. As they walked, Sigrion remarked that Orion's sister was kind and beautiful, finally understanding why he had such a sister complex. Orion frowned, displeased, and asked what he was talking about. Sigrion chuckled and replied with a smile, saying he was just joking, and that he was just jealous that Orion had such a wonderful sister. Orion was about to speak, asking if that's what he thought, but Sigrion didn't reply, cutting straight to the point. Yesterday I looked up Bezuzion, Sigrion says. Orion is startled. The blonde guy we met yesterday, Sigrion nods slowly. I thought I'd find some social media accounts, but there's nothing. Orion questioned if that wasn't normal, adding that he had social media accounts he never used. Sigrion nodded, admitting he initially thought so too, but his expression tightened. But I find it strange that someone with such strong emotions has no significant social media presence, leading me to believe he might be hiding his true self behind a mask. Hearing this, Orion frowned in thought, then speculated if he was simply a private person, a theory Sigrion supported, suggesting he could be shy or perhaps just mature. The two continued talking as they walked until they reached a cafe near the school, where Zuzhan, upon seeing them, began to ramble about finding traces of the cult's followers if they went to the Red Dragon dungeon. If you bring them to the Holy Knights, you might find where they're hiding. Follow the trail and you'll gradually understand the Horizon event, he said with a hearty laugh. Sounds amazing, right? Orion and his companion were speechless, wondering if he was hiding something behind that mask. Ignoring that, Orion suspiciously asks, What exactly is the Horizon? I understand it has something to do with the cult. But before he could finish, Zuzhan cut him off, explaining that, to understand, he needed to know about the universe within the game Ergosphere Online. He then produced an image and slowly explained that as shown there were 3 worlds in Ergosphere Online, and the world the players inhabited was the middle one, the Ergosphere. The world connecting Ergosphere to Xeon is the realm of the divine, where NPCs are seen as embodiments of gods. Orion observes, realizing the black hole the cultists worship must be the gateway to the third world. Zuzhan nodded slightly. They believe the Ergosphere is about to be destroyed by a hidden god, so their goal is to open a black hole to connect with another world where they hope to find a new god. Orion asked suspiciously, Then what about the world below the Ergosphere? So the place with the question mark in the picture is the world of gods where we live, I think so, Zuzhan replied hesitantly. At first I thought it was just preparation for another major update, but based on what's happened so far, this is the conclusion I've drawn. So Sibling asks, isn't the Horizon event, the appearance of a door connecting reality, and the Ergosphere? A gate, Orion muttered, before finally asking, will monsters from the Ergosphere pour into our reality through that gate? Zuzhan slowly explains that if the Horizon event truly signifies an irreversible change to the world, then perhaps it will come to pass. Sibling glances worriedly at Orion, saying it sounds too dangerous, like the whole world is about to be turned upside down. Orion's expression turned grave, as he admitted it was all speculation based on the story so far, with no guarantee it would actually happen. And if the event truly upends the world, its purpose would be lost, suggesting it's a large-scale event tied to the narrative. Hearing this, Sibling sighed. You think so? Orion glanced at Zuzhan and asked, Do you know about the 6 pillars in the prophecy? I feel like they're the key to opening the gate to the Horizon. Zuzhan frowned, hesitant. I haven't found much about it yet, but I think it's related to the ceilings, the entrance to an endless tail with ceilings to prevent prisoners from escaping. Hearing this, Orion fell into thought. The seals, the 6 pillars, and the 5th guardian he defeated. Combining these 2 things, the number of horizon blockades, and each pillar guarded by someone, that's how he understood it. Lost in thought, he muttered, so that means there's only 1 guardian left. Sigwian looked at him suspiciously, Auntie. He shook his head. It's nothing, I'm just sorting out my thoughts. He also thanked Zuzhan for his help today, to which Zuzhan waved his hand and laughed, saying it was the least he could do to repay him for saving his life, and to let him know if he could ever be of assistance. Soon after, the 3 returned. But before leaving, Orion suddenly spoke up. Sigwian, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me outside. Sigwian nodded slightly. Then I'll be in front of the train station. Orion entered the restroom, lost in thought. He stood at the sink, washing his hands as he pondered. He now understood a little about the horizon, but he still didn't know exactly what that event was. He figured he'd only know once it started. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. Don't you think this event will be dangerous? It was Zuzion who approached and spoke softly about the horizon event. Many could die, just like at your school. Wouldn't it be better to warn them? Orion retorted. We don't know what the event is or how to stop it. We're just innocent players in this game. Hearing this, Zuzion seemed hesitant, but after a moment he spoke. There is a way, and he knows how to do it, but it's not something a player like him can accomplish. Only high-level players are capable, and he's been searching for players like that. He only saw a glimpse of Orion's abilities yesterday, but based on what he's seen so far, Orion is exactly the kind of player he's looking for. He then reminds Orion, let me know if he's interested. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Orion watched him leave speechless and returned home with a troubled heart. His face darkened. What was that just now? He seemed like a completely different person. Is he hiding his true self like C1 said, or does he have other intentions? C1's on the phone now. I understand. We've discovered some things too. I'll text you later. After she hung up, Orion asked suspiciously, who was that? Someone from VSIN. A C1 nodded slightly. That's right, it was the chairman. Apparently, they destroyed the Chals organization's stronghold gate last night, and they took care of a few of them. Hearing this, Orion exclaimed in surprise. Really? Then where is their leader? C1 slowly recounted. They thought they had captured him, but it seems it was a copy undetectable by his passive skill. They only managed to take him down thanks to a dark skill like puppetry, but it turned out to be one of the puppet's skills, so he could only use 40% of his true power. Even so, they did discover something about the fur leader skills. The man is an Emperor class, a rare class with both damage and support abilities, and Orion looks uneasy. C1 speaks up again, saying they don't know if they'll face him, but it's best to be prepared. He seems to be a very skilled player. Orion nods in agreement, as this is not a common class in the game. The 2 entered Chicken Street talking as they went. Orion asked with a hint of doubt, did they say Bitch Unhyung was present at yesterday's battle? C1 shook her head, saying she didn't know the details, but the battle was fierce, and they didn't see anyone from the combat class. It was a surprise attack, so maybe Unhyung was somewhere else at the time. Speaking of which, C1 suddenly remembers something, adding that they were warned to be careful of the Grim Reaper, who they thought was a solo PK player, but has likely joined the Charles Guild. Orion frowns upon hearing this. Are they referring to the Grim Reaper we encountered at the river last time? Will they meet him again? They'll mainly focus on group quests from now on, while he prefers to go solo. But just then, Orion suddenly gasped in shock, and C1, seeing his reaction, asked in confusion what was wrong. She asks if he's found a hot girl, but when she follows his gaze, her expression turns sour as they spot a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Grim Reaper Honky Ho, staring menacingly in their direction, sending shivers down their spines. Neither side moved as if waiting for something. Orion whispered, does he recognize us? C1 shook his head. I don't know, but even if he does recognize us, he can't start a fight in such a crowded place. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a light appeared in his hand. He used a fog skill to swallow the light. In the blink of an eye, the train station was engulfed in thick fog, sending the public into a panic, some believing it was smoke from a fire. Orion and C1 were on high alert, and C1 gritted his teeth, asking if he'd just used a smoke bomb. Orion was incredulous, wondering if he really intended to fight them here. As they spoke, Keiho charged in, triggering an explosion that sent the crowd into a terrified frenzy. Over here, Orion manages to block Keiho's attack with his sword, activating his spirit beast skill, the Leopard, and begins his counterattack. The sword in Orion's hand dances in the air, startling Keiho, who quickly retreats as a large crater appears where he once stood. But when Orion looked again, Keiho had vanished. Was it an invisibility skill? Siwion urged them to flee immediately, surprising Orion. She slowly explains that the self is targeting them, and if they escape, ordinary people won't be involved, so they should run somewhere, deserted, a realization that dawns on Orion. But before they could escape, Keiho's chilling voice echoed from behind. Where do you think you're going? Orion flinched, barely dodging the attack. Keiho scoffed. How long do you plan to run, coward? We should settle things here to the death. Don't you think? Orion glared at him, thinking he was insane, then gritted his teeth and said, I agree, but this isn't the place, and struck in a flash. Dust and debris exploded around Keiho. Startling him, had Orion just used his skill to shatter the ground, he couldn't stall any longer. Meanwhile, Orion seized the opportunity, his voice urgent as Keiho's vision was obscured. Let's go now. The two turned and ran, infuriating Keiho, and soon they arrived at an abandoned factory where Orion and Sivion stopped to catch their breath. Sivion suggested hiding in a crowded building, believing he wouldn't dare look for them there, but Orion refused, knowing he'd use his skills regardless of the surroundings. So you think it's better to lure him out to a deserted place to deal with him? Sivion asked, surprised. Orion firmly replied, we don't have to fight to the death if things get ugly. Use the item you just gave me, Sivion whispered. I understand. Just then, a small noise echoed from the other side, startling Orion. Just then, Keiho approached from the other side, his eyes scanning for the two of them. Orion glared at him coldly, declaring that he was using a tracking skill, prompting Sivion to anxiously ask if she should use the item now, but he shook his head, saying to wait for the right moment, as he would try to fight him first. Hearing this, Sivion was immediately startled, anxiously asking why, since he thought they weren't supposed to fight recklessly. He calmly explained that he only said that if Keiho brought the others from Fetros, as they would be at a disadvantage if outnumbered. But now he's alone, and with a one-on-one strategy prepared, he'll test his strength. Immediately, Orion steps out, surprising Keiho. But this time you're all alone. Keiho's voice was cold as he spoke. I wondered how long you'd run, but you showed up sooner than I thought. Have you finally run out of places to hide? No, Orion says with a shrug, there's no reason for me to run anymore. But Keiho smirks, that's not a problem for me. Then let's end this here, you piece of trash. With that, he charged forward, scythe in hand. Orion couldn't let his guard down quickly, raising his sword to defend as Keiho activated his death scythe skill. Orion wouldn't yield either, activating his own skill, and in an instant, two powerful streams of light collided. Keiho's body is slashed several times by Orion's sword, while Orion suffers a deep cut to his right shoulder. But not giving him time to breathe, he unleashed another skill, his deathly blade striking swiftly. Keiho retreated to evade, but unfortunately his face was still slashed. He bit his lip fiercely, then charged forward again. He activated the Reaper's skill, Winter Hunt, decreasing movement speed by 30% and adding frost damage to each strike. In an instant, icy energy surged toward Orion. He glared at his attacker, then suddenly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were bloodshot and the aura of death surrounded his blade once more. Their attacks are too fast, the energy unleashed from their skills exploding outwards. Luckily, Orion's protective magic holds. Keiho, on the other hand, was failing repeatedly, fueling his rage as he roared, "You bastard!" Immediately, white silk threads appeared on the staff in his hand, his ultimate technique, the Visage of Death. It can accumulate damage, dealt, and steal 44% of the opponent's health, throwing them into disarray while slowly reducing the user's health. Orion eyes this technique warily. Sihuan cries out in worry that technique accumulates damage. It's already built up quite a bit, making it truly dangerous. The initial accumulated damage effect doesn't inflict much pain, but it gradually increases over time, unleashing a devastating critical strike when it reaches a certain threshold. Furthermore, this effect confuses the opponent, and along with the critical strike, they can't use items or skills, including passive buffs and debuffs. At that moment, Keiho scoffed. Are you daydreaming in the middle of a fight, waiting for someone to save you like before? Of course not. Orion scoffed, saying he can handle him, and that he just needed time to calculate. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Seeing this, Keiho scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? As he spoke, Orion dodged his attacks, his eyes fixed forward, calculating every move. He nimbly dodges Keiho's attacks, weaving through the air. Keiho is enraged. How can he keep using the pillars to evade him? Don't tell me you're using the factory's complex structure to try and neutralize my ultimate technique. Keiho was frustrated. Is that all you could come up with after a little calculation? No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, trying to cut off Orion's escape, but seeing him rush in, Orion showed no panic, for he had been waiting for this. Immediately, he activated Hellfire, quadrupling his attack power, leaving Keiho surprised by his actions. He wasn't running, but facing him head-on. But he quickly realized that wasn't the case, that skill this terrain. Orion had lured him here to finish him off with a fire attack. He immediately flew into a rage, yelling about this low-grade trash, and struck Orion's shoulder with his staff with immense force. But he didn't care. His eyes were now filled with determination, and without hesitation he charged forward. Back at the factory, a massive explosion sends Sihuan reeling. She anxiously looked ahead and shouted Orion, but the scene before her widened her eyes in shock. Orion had moved past Keiho, who coughed up a mouthful of blood, never expecting Orion to time his passive skill activation so perfectly before the accumulated damage exploded. At that moment, Orion coldly stated that while Keiho's character class may be powerful, it means nothing because he is just a piece of garbage who kills for pleasure. Another hit and he'd be done for. He had to recover before his invincibility wore off. As he pondered, Keiho stirred, rising to his feet, his eyes locked on Orion with savage intent. Immediately, he lunged forward with a savage intensity, and Orion, sensing the deadly aura, was struck with terror. Keiho wields a poisoned dagger, but before it can reach Orion, he's bound by chains. His blade was mere millimeters from Orion, a hair's breadth from striking true. Then with a thud, Kiho collapsed to the ground once more. Siguion slowly appears before him that chains her creation. She coldly declares that he's lost his weapon destroyed, and he'll be unable to fight for some time. If he fights with only his body, he'll die. Does he really want to throw his life away? Kiho grits his teeth, saying, "If you're going to kill me, do it quickly. If you really think you've won, then you should be able to." Hearing this, Siguion's murderous intent subsided. The staff in her hand began to cast magic, and she coldly declared, "If that is what you wish." But before he could finish, Orion interrupted, "Wait, Siguion. We should ask him about the Chas Assembly first. As the chairman said, if they belong to the Chas Assembly, they might know something." Siguion paused, then spoke. "That's true, but do you think he'll answer just because we ask? This bastard is a real scoundrel." But at that moment Kiho suddenly spoke up. "If you want to ask, I can answer." But he just sneered. "The only thing I want to say is go to hell, you apostate." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down fiercely, but luckily Orion dodged to the side. He gritted his teeth, warning, "Call Siguion that again and I'll kill you in the most painful way imaginable." Kiho simply stared back, offering no response. Orion points his sword, demanding to know their goals, what they want, and why they're killing people. Kiho scoffs, saying he's asked that before, and of course it's to win the game. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly changed his tone, saying that the damned chairman had a slightly different goal. Orion frowned in surprise. "A different goal?" Kiho slowly speaks, saying he's richer than you can imagine, so there's no reason he'd do this just for the 20 billion prize, right? If he's not doing it for fun, he might have other goals unrelated to money. Siguion paused, then suggested that perhaps he was after the wish granted to the Horizon's victor, something money can't buy, like immortality or eternal youth. Or perhaps he wants to reunite with his deceased wife. Orion is a little helpless with these thoughts of hers. But whatever the purpose, the Chas Assembly still wants the Horizon to take place, yet there are those like Ju Zeon, who hope that the Horizon will never happen. For some reason, this game isn't just a competition between ordinary players, but between those powerful enough to rival the legendary class. As he pondered this, Kiho suddenly attacked. He barely dodges the attack, but Kiho is too fast. His speed is on par with a super elite monster, maybe even stronger. The scythe in Kiho's hand is now surrounded by magical energy. Orion is shocked he's still using it. He's truly a formidable opponent. He glances at Shi Weian beside him, who seems to be retrieving something from storage, and in a flash, a key appears in her hand. This was Orion's prior request, and without hesitation, she used it to open the afternoon room. Orion was still struggling against Kiho's attacks, but in a flash, he was transported to the afternoon room. Startled, he looks around in confusion as Shi Weian breathes a sigh of relief, realizing they can still communicate even in the heat of battle. It's not like she interrupted when he wanted to keep fighting. Orion shook his head, saying he was planning to retreat anyway. "If we keep fighting, the construction site will collapse, and everyone will rush here after hearing the noise." Shi Weian asks suspiciously if the bizarre form we saw earlier was the Death Legend class. Orion nodded, agreeing that it was a class they'd never seen before, but he couldn't believe that Death Reaper knew how to open a back door. Shi Weian sighs, suggesting they stay put, believing their pursuer will eventually leave, but Orion hesitates, unsure of what the Death God might do in the Death Legend layer. Shi Weian calmly replies that no one can enter without being a teammate or having a key, so there's no need to worry. She then sits up on the bed and casually suggests that they just think for a while. And so the two rested on the bed. Shi Weian spoke up. "Hey Orion, what are you thinking about right now?" Orion, without opening his eyes, mumbled incoherently, then finally replied, "I'm thinking about how soft this leg is, and I feel like it'll help me sleep better. Should I take it home?" That's when she scoffed in dissatisfaction. "Are you a thief?" She smiled to herself as Orion naturally replied. "Actually, I was thinking about the back door and the mythic class we just witnessed. Before the Reaper unlocked backdoor, didn't he attack himself and then switch to the mythic class? So he thinks taking one's own life is a way to become a mythic class. You're thinking too far ahead." Serwian frowned. "You're not planning to try it, are you?" Orion quickly shook his head. "No, I'm too scared to do that." Serwian scoffed. "Right, don't do anything crazy." Orion muses that considering the unique nature of the monsters tied to these stories, the key to achieving a legendary class must differ slightly for each one. He believes the Grim Reaper's final tale involves obtaining a scythe to reap life, and the legendary class is undoubtedly linked to the story's concept of gaining power. Serwian nodded in agreement, so that's why the Grim Reaper took his life himself. Rather than a sacrificial offering, the greater sacrifice was sacrificing one's own life. So what becomes of the Labyrinth Master? Their final tale ended with a mage, who fearing a fate that would destroy the world, sealed herself away in a labyrinth so no one could save her. No matter what she thought, she never imagined there'd be a story after that. So there's no mythic class for the Labyrinth Master. Orion thought for a moment, then said it was fine. Even if he didn't have a mythic class, they could find a way to attack and defeat them. Hearing this, Serwian was a little surprised, and after a moment she asked suspiciously, "But then why were you acting like that just now?" She wants to know what he was thinking after hearing the Reaper's words. He doesn't pity him, does he? No way, Orion quickly shakes his head. No matter his past, he's still a murderer, and I feel no pity for him. I was just a little surprised because he was once an orphan, and I also lost my parents. So perhaps he fears he might meet the same end. That he too might slaughter those who wronged him and become a monster consumed by hatred. Sigurion watches her, unsure how to react, as Orion sighs, falls back onto the bed and closes his eyes, saying that's why his hand froze for a second, but it's nothing big. Sigurion gazed at him, whispering that was the reason, and that he was overthinking things, causing Orion to flinch. But it wasn't over yet. She suddenly embraced him, whispering softly that he didn't end up like the god of death, that he was kind, even if only 15% less than her. Orion, caught off guard by her actions, stammered, wondering what that strangely accurate assessment was all about, but he received no answer. He suddenly said sincerely, "I'm glad I met you, Sigurion. If he hadn't met her, he might never have changed, or he would have caused trouble just for revenge." Even if she never asks about it, he's truly grateful, as Sigurion watches his retreating figure. After a long pause, she asks if all he intends to say is thank you. Orion chuckles, asking if she wants him to buy her strawberry milk again. No, but Sigurion immediately refused, then suddenly sat up, saying clearly, "You don't need to say anything. You need to prove it's your action." Orion was startled, looking at her in confusion. What did she mean by her actions? She turned and pinned him down, whispering, "Don't make me spell it out. There's only one thing we can do now." Orion stared intently at the girl before him, noticing her face was much gentler than usual. She leaned in close and whispered, "You have to let me win first place in this event, got it?" Orion was stunned. She simply chuckled, then stepped away, saying with a smile that if he agreed, she would repay him handsomely. "Even if you don't, she'll win on the horizon, so it's all good for her." Orion frowned, unsure how to react. Changing the subject, he said he had a proposition, to which Ziwian frowned and asked what it was. Orion calmly replied that something like this had happened before. The next day, under the midday sun at the same cafe where Orion and the others had met, they gathered once more. After hearing Orion's proposal, Ziwian was immediately flustered. "You want me to join your team?" In contrast, Orion and the other man remained calm. Orion asked frankly, "Is it really that surprising? You're asking me, a non-gamer and a coward, to join a team of pros. Furthermore, if they become a 3-person team, they can do 3-person quests, so why not join them as a helper?" Ziwian scratches his head sheepishly, saying he's not sure, it's not something he's ever considered. Turning to Orion, he asks how he could make such a decision after hearing something he'd already told him. Ziwian wonders if what he told him was about stopping the Horizon event. "If it's what you're referring to, I already heard it from Orion. That alone won't convince them. First of all, she doesn't know what the Horizon actually is, and she can't give up winning the event for no reason. And they still don't fully trust you, so if you want them to stop the Horizon, you have to fight with them and earn their trust." Ziwian paused to think it sounds contradictory, but strangely makes sense. "But can you decide that so easily when you haven't told them who you really are?" Orion casually chimes in, saying they've decided to think about it. "First, your class and stats aren't a threat to them, and they think it's okay to be with you. You're not a PK player or part of the Chos Guild. So why don't you think of this not as a perfect alliance, but as a test to see each other's abilities and tendencies? You can tell them who you are when you trust them completely." Ziwian pondered this, then finally spoke. "You mean to build trust? I have to use actions more than words, right?" He says he understands, so there's nothing he can do. He'll do it with the two of them, so let's form a party. But he waves his hand, saying, "I won't be of much help. I'm not good at games." Orion dismisses it. "It doesn't matter, we just need you for the numbers." Orion glances at Ziwian and asks if he agrees, to which she coldly replies that it's a good idea to improve their skills quickly with the rewards from a 3-person quest. Orion nodded, looking at Zuzian, and said, "We'll contact you when we get the next quest." Zuzian agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll be ready." Orion considered him, thinking that Zuzian's identity was vague, and he was hiding something, but for now it was better to keep him around. He seemed to know a lot about the game's secrets. Meanwhile, at a hospital in the city, Orion rests in a chair after her shift, thinking she almost died today. Monday shifts are truly hell. Just then, a deep voice echoed, "Going home after Orion, I see." She looked up in surprise at the newcomer, Dr. Anoa. She smiles faintly, explaining that she's on the morning shift and will be heading home after this round, also thanking him for spending time with Orion last time. He smiled, saying that if she wanted to repay him, they could occasionally eat together, he'd treat. Orion was taken aback and insisted on paying, but Anoa refused, saying he wanted to visit a place and needed company. So he wants her to spend some time with him, and she can bring Orion along if she wants. Orion is startled, a little confused, but then nods in agreement. Anoa happily says, "Then let me know when you're free, and I'll make time." Orion readily replies, "Yes, I will." With that, she quickly left, lost in thought. Dr. Anoa was smart and kind, but also quite cunning. He dares to strategize to please her family, but not her. She smiles, finding him rather endearing and naive. Just then a man approached her and asked, "Excuse me, how do I get to the plastic surgery clinic?" Orion, slightly startled, looked at the man before her, nodded, and said with a smile, "I was just heading there, I'll take you. Just follow me, it won't be long." As she let her guard down, the man smirked. "Perfect, thank you, my dear." It was Ryuseon, and he clearly had ill intentions. One night, in a deserted park, a giant monster is brutally attacking people, and Ryuseon, sword in hand, is unable to fight back. The monster chased after him relentlessly, and Shiguin waved him over from afar, calling out to him. As he escaped, she activated the swamp maze skill, instantly trapping the giant monster in a thick swamp. Without hesitation, she shouts for Ryusian to act now. He nods, raises his sword and unleashes a blinding light, a skill that nullifies monster passives and induces confusion. The moment the monster was hit by the light, its passive counterattack skill was nullified. Ryusian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, that weird skill is down. Siwian narrowed her eyes, asking if he really needed to shout out the skill names when he used them. Ryusian scratched his head sheepishly, saying it made him feel like he was really using them. So be it. Siwian didn't care much. She turned her head and shouted, Orion, now finish it with one blow. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure darted swiftly through the air. When the dust settled, Orion had cleaved the monster's horn clean off. Siwian cheered and Ryusian added that Millennium Turtle horns were a valuable upgrade material. Now all that's left is to finish off this Millennium Turtle with a barrage of attacks. Orion wastes no time unleashing a flurry of sharp sword beams. The monster's agonizing screams filled the air as Orion delivered the final blow. He glanced at it, a look of satisfaction on his face. With the task complete, the three found a quiet spot to assess their rewards. Orion chimes in, noting how easy it was for a three-person quest. Siwian nods in agreement, explaining that she chose an easy one to suit their teamwork. If Ryusian hadn't fallen midway, they could have completed it without losing health. Ryusian could only apologize sheepishly as he didn't mean to. Siwian didn't mind though and continued, but while we're at it, what reward should we choose? A life potion can make up for the money lost, so I should choose stat points. Ryusian suddenly raised his hand to speak, explaining that he had an idea they should choose the random box. Hearing this, Orion and Siwian were taken aback. After a moment, Siwian spoke up. You like gambling, huh? Orion sighed, a little helpless. To gamble away your life's work on pure chance. But Ryusian shakes his head slowly, explaining that's not what I meant. Hear me out. There's a skill among adventurers called a lucky day, and using it increases your chances of getting good items even in games he's gotten top-tier loot with it. Using the skill before opening a treasure chest or entering a dungeon increases the odds. Hearing this, Orion asks with some doubt if he might get a good item from the random box if he uses the skill, to which Ryusian nods and says exactly. Shiguyan remained firm, stating coldly that no matter what he said, she wouldn't understand as it was a reward for risking her life, and she had to be certain before asking Orion how he felt. He pondered for a moment before deciding, I'll try the random box. The reward is a random box containing valuable items, so he figures it wouldn't be too bad if he got something strange. Besides, it's a high-value item, so he could sell it for a good price, and they'd have more options if they wanted to trade it for something else. Siwian could only sigh helplessly at this, telling him to do as he pleased, and if he was lucky, he might get something good. She jokingly tells him to call her if he gets junk and wants to cry. Later at Orion's apartment, he returns after completing his task. His sister is probably asleep by now. He should open the random boxes first, then head inside. As planned, he'll use the high-value random box item. Hopefully I'll get something useful. The moment Orion opened the box, his eyes darted and his face filled with horror, because what he just pulled was the Avenger's unique weapon, the Blade of Sin. He cried out in joy, amazing, this is the item I gave up searching for, because it rarely appears. He jumped for joy. With this, he could become the Lidorio, the Avenger he'd always dreamed of, returning home in a state of indescribable happiness. The pain in his grasp was more than he'd hoped for. As expected, adding Zul'Zion to the party was the right choice. Another long day had passed. Because of yesterday's good fortune, Orion arrived at the training grounds in high spirits like he'd won the lottery, until it was time to leave. Seeing his expression, a teammate asked if he was happy about pulling a rare item from the random box. He cheerfully replies, of course, it's not every day an exclusive weapon appears like that. Besides, there are gems to exchange for good items, and items that can enhance ultimate skills, so you could say this is a success. He suggests she trust in Zul'Zion's skills next time, and choose a random box. A Mekung Master's exclusive weapon might appear. Siwian frowns, pondering, really, I'll try it in the next mission then. But he quickly snapped back to reality, as she smacked his hand, scolding him for trying to lead her down the path of gambling. Chuckling, Orion says happily, anyway, we worked pretty well together yesterday, and we've got some good items, so let's take on some tough quests. Siwian scoffs, I don't need you to tell me. I'm already on it because I want to try out my newly upgraded skills. She then asked Orion what his plans were for the evening, mentioning she was seeing a movie with Sojung and inviting him along, but he declined, explaining he was having barbecue with his sister, as it had been a while. You have skill-enhancing items now, so with a little calculation you can use skills you normally wouldn't touch. Your attack stat has jumped from 180 to 504, so you can reasonably support other skills. So should he combine all the skills he's used so far? If it works, he thinks he can do well without using his ultimate skill. Or maybe he'll find a way to tap into each layer of myth. Just then his stomach began to rumble. He sighed helplessly, realizing he was starving, having taken on extra shifts recently, but he already had noodles after lunch. He should have come home earlier and hoped for an early dinner. A while later, Orion finally arrived at the apartment building and hurried home. He cheerfully called out as he opened the door, "Sis, I'm home," but the house was empty and not a single light was on. Orion was suspicious. His sister said she'd be home early today. With growing unease, he knocked on her bedroom door. But no one answered, and he assumed she was asleep. But as he entered the room, his face paled as he saw a knife on the bed. Beside it were a letter and a key, the letter stating that if he wanted his sister safe, he should use this key. Orion frowned, contemplating the kidnapper's letter and his sister's phone, along with a key, an in-game item. He sat there silently for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and muttering that only one person would do this. With that, his face was filled with rage, and a thick aura of murderous intent emanated from him, those damn chos. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, clearly the residence of the wealthy, Ryusei sat quietly, a smug look on his face, as Orion finally appeared in the room. He seemed to anticipate Orion's arrival, smirking as he said, "So you finally arrived, later than I expected, Orion." Having no time for pleasantries, Orion cuts to the chase, whereas his sister Ryusei chuckles, replying that he's sorry, but could Orion wait a moment? "I'm a little busy right now." He says that if he completes this mission he can rank up, and since you're a gamer you must understand how important this is. Unfortunately, Orion wasn't as easy to talk to as he thought, and he immediately kicked the phone out of his hand, sending it flying 10 meters away. He coldly says that if he has to repeat himself, he'll kill him, and demands to know where his sister is. Ryusei stared at him, showing no fear but rather a smug satisfaction. After a moment he chuckled. "Right, didn't I tell you to just wait a bit?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ryusei stood up. He picked up the phone and tossed it to Orion, telling him to take a look. Orion snatched the phone, his face growing grave as he saw what was on it. Then Ryusei stated plainly, "Your sister is in an underground parking garage. I left her in my car. I used an item to put her to sleep, but she'll probably wake up soon. If you leave this room, finding her should be easy, but first you'll have to get past his surveillance." Orion bit his lip, grinding his teeth as he asked, "What's the point of all this? Orion is just a normal person. She has nothing to do with this." Ryusei chuckled, replying frankly, "Of course, that's why I let her live. If she were a player, she'd be long gone, and if he hadn't taken her, Orion would never have come to his room." Orion ignored his question coldly, asking if bitch Yuan Hyung was behind everything, but Ryusei insisted Yuan Hyung had nothing to do with it and that he acted alone. "Of course, Woon Hyung was the one who told him about you and your sister." Orion knew this and without surprise took a deep breath to suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth, asking what Ryusei wanted from him and why he was targeting him and his sister, to which Ryusei casually replied that he simply wanted him dead. As they spoke, another silently approached Orion from behind. Then Ryusei's voice echoed, promising his sister's safe return if he cooperated. But if he tried anything, he warned he'd take them both down with him. Orion glanced at him, asking flatly, "So this is what the Chos have been doing all along?" Ryusei coldly retorts, "Unsurprising really. We're all players, and it's just a way to eliminate rivals and climb the ranks. That's why they have to kill you, nothing personal, so don't take it to heart." Hearing this, Orion fell silent before finally agreeing to play along. He'll play by Ryusei's rules, destroy Chos, and climb to the #1 spot. Ryusei smiles wickedly. Suddenly, the masked figure appeared, leaping forward. Had enough dancing, he swung his axe, turning the ground to rubble. But Orion wasn't among them, having slipped away behind. He quickly activated his revenge skill, best used when your enemies are still alive. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red sword beam struck, causing the masked man to curse in anger, while Orion secretly calculated that they were a two-person team, and one of them was an expert. He doesn't know its class, but taking on two is too difficult. He needs to move fast and break their formation before they overwhelm him. But before he could react, his expression turned grim, because a box suddenly appeared beneath his feet. His expression turned grave as he saw someone rushing toward him, and Ryusian seized the opportunity, striking with his sword. Orion raises his sword to defend, biting his lip. This is the Jester, a minor part of the assault class who uses strange skills. But at this moment, Ryusian suddenly uses the swap skill. Instantly, the masked man stood before him. Orion frowned. Had he switched places with the executioner using a skill? Without hesitation, he activates the bone-crushing skill and immediately brings his blade down. Orion is pushed back by his powerful energy, struggling to hold his ground, but he refuses to give up and begins to fight back. His sword struck, startling the masked man, whose figure suddenly vanished. Orion's eyes narrowed as the figure vanished, a disappearance skill, no doubt Ryusian's doing, making his ally disappear. Ryusian tells the masked man that if he's too aggressive, the Avenger will strike back. The masked man retorts angrily, telling him to mind his own slow skills. Orion watched them from afar, calculating his next move, a clown and an executioner. They were an attack-type duo, but the clown's teleportation skills made taking them both down difficult. He'll have to take them down one by one. Which one is the easier target? After a moment's thought, he decides to deal with the masked one first. Without hesitation, he dashes forward with incredible speed. Seeing this, Ryusian called out, "He's targeting you. Don't screw this up," the masked man retorted, annoyed. "Shut your mouth." In the blink of an eye, Orion was upon the masked man, and the two engaged in a one-on-one battle, unleashing a barrage of skills. But at that moment, Ryusian couldn't stand by any longer, and quickly activated his card rain skill. Rain of blades falls upon Orion, the sharp leaves slicing into him drawing blood. But in that moment the masked figure lunged forward, and with a thud dust and debris filled the room once more. But within that cloud of dust a foot appeared before him. Orion ferociously kicked him in the face, sending him crashing backward. Spinning around, he lunged toward Ryuseon, who stared in disbelief. He was after him, not the executioner. It was all a ruse to throw him off. He scoffed, realizing the cheap tricks weren't working. Once again, he uses the swap skill, and the masked man reappears before Orion, axe raised to strike. This time empowered by the Reaper's ultimate skill, Devil's Carnage, dealing triple slash damage with an 80% chance of a critical hit. Instantly, the blood-soaked axe came crashing down before Orion, who with no time to spare raised his sword to parry the blow. A muffled explosion echoes as Zeon Axe chuckles. "Smart, I'll give you that, but this is what happens to fools who try to outsmart me." But as he spoke, a light returned to his eyes, for within the smoke, Orion had blocked the masked man's attack. But he had already begun absorbing the damage, coldly declaring that he had been watching him from the start. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a blade appeared in his hand, shocking the two men. He had another artifact. With a soft exhale, he coldly stated that the blood debt skill was no match for blood itself. In an instant, a blood-colored blade appeared, the carnage of a demon. Without hesitation, he impales the masked man, who, caught off guard, cries out in agony. His body went flying, crashing to the ground as the boy watched, his face devoid of pity. The masked man was defeated just like that. Orion didn't even need to use his weapon's enhanced abilities. How anticlimactic. With that thought, he glanced at Ryuseon standing on the other side and said coldly, "Now it's your turn, isn't it? I have to pick up my sister, so let's make this quick. I don't have time for a half-baked plan." His words enraged Ryuseon, who screamed, "You son of a bitch," but Orion remained calm and unafraid. Ryuseon gritted his teeth, cursing, "You high school punk, do you know you've crossed a line you shouldn't have? If you could have just died quietly, this would all be over, but now you and your Master Maze team will be crushed. Do you understand?" With a sigh, Orion coldly retorts, "You're the one who crossed the line here. Daring to touch his sister, not even considering he's just a player barging into someone's home without a second thought." If he had played fair, Orion could have looked the other way, but this was too far. They're monsters, and he'll send them all to their graves. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he charged forward, and the skill's shockwaves erupted through the room. The two clashed, Orion pushing Ryuseon back step by step, infuriating him. "You're just a nobody, an arrogant punk." As he spoke, he activated the area of effect skill, Magic Theater. Seeing the magic circle beneath his feet, Orion frowned, thinking it was an enhanced area of effect spell. But that's not all. Ryuseon now holds an item, the Tusk of the Undead. In an instant, he crushes it, unleashing a blinding purple light. Orion's expression grew grave. He'd also used an item to enhance his skills, maximizing his power for a decisive blow. As expected, without a word, he activated his skill, and in an instant, 3 massive saw blades hurtled toward Orion. Not daring to let his guard down, he dodged with all his speed. Unfortunately, they were too fast, forcing him into a defensive position. He bit his lip hard, cursing he couldn't attack while dodging those saws because the skill had been enhanced. There was no choice but to evade until the skill ended. But Ryuseon wouldn't give him the chance. As Orion retreated, a hand suddenly pierced through him from behind. Ryuseon had used a magic gate to ambush him. But it's not over yet, as Ryuseon activates another skill called Crimson Harmony, and a massive blood-red flower appears in his hand. Orion's body seemed to be corroded by the attack, causing him to scream in agony, but he gritted his teeth, turned, and slashed at Ryuseon with his sword. But Ryuseon dodged it, and then he vanished. Orion frowned as Ryuseon vanished again. Fine, he would use this time to recover with potions. But when he opened his inventory, he was shocked to find his potion was gone. As he wondered what happened, Ryuseon's voice echoed, "Looking for this?" Ryuseon turns in shock to see a vial of medicine appear in his hand. Orion realizes he's using Magic Hand to steal his items. Ryuseon chuckled, and the panacea item vanished, its effects immediately taking hold as a blue aura enveloped him. Seeing this, Orion finally understood Magic Hand is a skill that steals items from an opponent's inventory, and Ivory of Oblivion increases the success rate. Ryuseon smirks, recalling how Orion helped him recover his energy, however little, since he wasn't hit much. He asks if Orion has 50% or 40% left. But it doesn't matter, it'll be 0 in a minute anyway. Orion bit his lip, he was right. There's no way to win now. His skills are being pushed back, and his recovery items have been stolen. At least his attack and speed stats are back. There's only one way to end this, with pure gaming skill. And with that, Orion lunges forward. But Ryuseon calmly parries the attack. Again, shockwaves of energy ripple outwards, and the room begins to crumble. But Orion relentlessly pushed Ryuseon back, who gritted his teeth in anger, realizing the boy was attacking fiercely while anticipating his skills. This wasn't something you could achieve just by playing a lot of games. He was definitely a combat genius. Just as he suspected, Orion was a threat to his boss, and he had to be eliminated. He activated Mirror Shield, summoning layers of ice before him. Orion's eyes widened in surprise, but Ryuseon just laughed, saying, "Now die a clean death." And with that, his sword came crashing down. Orion's body was already showing wounds, and seeing this, Ryuzian laughed triumphantly. Die. But just then a blood-red swordlight suddenly struck before him. Orion coldly declared, I won't go down that easily. Suddenly countless sword phantoms materialize behind him. Ryuzian's composure shatters as he realizes the danger. This is his ultimate skill, and he's in deep trouble. At that moment, Orion charged forward like a moth to a flame, and countless blades followed at breakneck speed. A muffled explosion erupted and shockwaves rippled through the air. When the dust settles, swords are seen impaling a magic box. Orion is furious. He used his teleportation skill again. Suddenly a low voice echoed from behind him, You've come far enough. Orion whirled around to see Ryuzian emerge from another box. A few cards appear in his hand, and he coldly says, You have to focus on the magic trick until the end, or you'll miss the important part. As soon as he finishes speaking, a purple magical light emanates from his hand. A rain of cards fills the air once more, and Orion's expression turns grave. In the blink of an eye, another explosion rocks the room, as cards like shurikens relentlessly pursue Orion, yet he evades them all. Ryuzian's face lit up with surprise. He dodged all of that without using any skills, but there's no way to turn the tables. Or so he thought until he suddenly realized something. His ultimate skill remains, the wooden blades haven't vanished. Ryuzian bites his lip. Of course, it's a ranged attack controlled by mana. And because he wields two swords, he can split it in two by holding both. All that remains is this final decisive blow. If this blow doesn't take him down, he won't be able to save his sister, so he absolutely can't lose. As he spoke, he brought his blade down fiercely upon Ryuzian, while elsewhere at an arcade claw machine, Shiguyan was happily trying to win a prize but couldn't get anything. Sojung called her over, Shiguyan, let's go see the movie. She could only sigh and leave. Walking beside her, Sojung asked if she had sent the picture to Orion, and Shiguyan nodded, saying she hadn't received a reply. She then sighs, figuring he's spending time with his favorite girl. Sojung is surprised and asks if he has a girlfriend. Shiguyan chuckled, No, it's his sister. Orion cares deeply for her. Little did she know, Orion was currently exhausted. He used his ultimate move to defeat Ryuzian. But she's right, he deeply loves his sister, and he's risking everything to save her right now. Of course, Shiguyan is unaware of all this, as she happily chats and watches a movie with Sojung, while in Ryuzian's crumbling room debris falls everywhere. Orion surveyed the collapsing room, wondering if the space would vanish with it while Ryuzian lay defeated on the ground. He was furious. He'd lost because of the power of time and skill. There was only one way to end this. Thinking quickly, he retrieves a key from his inventory. He'll abandon Orion here, using the dimensional lock key. But just then a light flashed. Orion's blade pierced his hand and a sharp pain caused him to scream. Orion approached slowly, speaking coldly, I knew you'd run. He can't fight without a hostage. He's a coward. Hearing this, Ryuzian's face fell, and he quickly sat up saying, No wait, you're planning to use that key to escape. He didn't want him to leave because he'd be stuck here until someone arrived, and he asked if he was going to kill him. Without a word, Orion aimed his sword at Ryuzian's forehead, coldly demanding his items and the ones he'd stolen. Otherwise, he'll destroy the key, leaving him trapped here forever. Ryuzian grits his teeth, saying that's too much. But he honestly returned the item to Orion. Only then did he nod in satisfaction, wondering if he'd used up all his healing items in the fight with Resence. With that thought, he slowly spoke, Alright, item received. Then he used the dimensional key item. But before he could use it, Ryuzian bit back. Wait, if you use that, you can only leave here alone. Tell me, I'll do anything. Orion didn't care, stating bluntly, I told you I won't give you a chance. Unless someone steals the key from him and rescues him. Perhaps he'll be lucky, and one of his Cho's comrades will kill him if they can. So he tells him to just wait patiently until then, and even suggests they team up in the game he was playing earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace, and Ryuzian, enraged, gritted his teeth and shouted, You high school punk? Meanwhile, outside night was falling, and Orion was on her way home. She rubbed her hands together, shivering. It's so cold. I thought summer was coming, but it's suddenly gotten so cold. Back home, she'll have to get that thick blanket for Orion. He shouldn't catch a cold. Just then, a voice suddenly calls out from behind, Excuse me. Orion whipped around, only to see a red, multi-armed monster, its massive mouth opening to speak. Can we talk? If not, at least get a phone number right. Orion closed her eyes in fear. She then pulled out a taser, fiercely stabbing the monster, causing it to fall to the ground in pain before she turned and ran. As she ran, she wondered if monsters were now roaming the streets. Regardless, she needed to run, and fast. If she were injured here, who would care for Orion? She hadn't run far when she stopped dead in her tracks, for before her stood two familiar figures. Those figures were the ones she had longed for. But it couldn't be. Those two were Orion's deceased parents. But as she approached, they turned and walked away, startling her into a desperate chase, dropping the taser from her hand. She cried out, begging them not to leave her alone, that she had suffered so much, struggled so hard to survive. She had to earn money and take care of Orion. She didn't know what to do. So she begged them not to leave. But no matter how much she begged, they were gone. Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed from behind her. Sister, it's me, little Orion, he asked, concerned. Where are you going? What's wrong? His voice snapped Orion back to reality. The vision of her past quickly fades, and she wipes away the tears from her eyes, turning around with a smile. What are you doing here? I'm not going anywhere. She then reached out to hold young Orion in her arms, whispering, let's have barbecue tonight and you can sleep with a warm scarf. Let's go home together. When she drowsily awoke, she was in someone's arms. It had all been a dream. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see who held her. It was Orion. He had saved her. A series of questions raced through her mind. Why was Orion bleeding and was he carrying her? She clearly went home after work. She ultimately believed this was another dream. Thinking this, she immediately closed her eyes to focus her mind. If this was real, she would protect Orion from that pain. Meanwhile, at the movie theater, the two Si-Weons finally finished watching the film. So-Dung happily praised how good it was while Si-Weon pouted, saying it was a bit predictable but still worth watching and that the villain's expressions were as funny as an octopus. Just then, Si-Weon's phone rang with a message from Orion telling her to come to the projection room quickly. A little suspicious, she told So-Dung that she had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom, and So-Dung nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll wait for you to post it first, but she said she'd be a while, So-Dung went ahead. Immediately after, she dashed towards the restroom. She quickly retrieves a key from the equipment room, a key for team members, and uses it to enter the training room. Quickly, her body began to fade away, and when she reappeared, Orion was sitting before her. Seeing his condition, she exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God, what happened? Why are you covered in blood?" Before Orion could answer, another scream echoed through the air. It was Zuzion, who was too horrified to speak. Si-Weon was a little helpless, and asked if he had contacted him as well before asking what had happened. Did you meet death again? Before Orion could answer, a small voice pleaded, "Please heal me first, I'll tell you later." Si-Weon was taken aback, then began to heal him, and after hearing Orion's story, she exclaimed in shock that he had fought two transcendents. "Why didn't you tell me?" Orion shook his head, saying he wasn't in the mood. Si-Weon sighed, saying it was okay, the important thing was that he and his sister were safe now. Orion then retrieved something from the armory, saying he'd also acquired some strange items from them. In his hand appeared a box inside, which was a peculiar mask. Si-Weon frowned, asking what it was and what it did, but Orion shook his head, saying he didn't know the clown had it, but would Vessen know what it was. As they spoke, Zuzion's face grew serious. After a moment he spoke. This could be a hacking tool, one that allows online ergosphere monitoring without VKF L4 clearance. He'd read about it on an internet forum. Orion asked with some doubt, "How did you recognize it at first glance? Have you seen it before?" Zuzion scratched his head slowly, explaining more than seen it. "I've used something similar during input checks." Upon hearing this, Si-Weon exclaimed in surprise. "The entry test," the CBT Orion asked suspiciously. "You've used tools like this before." Zuzion nodded slightly, explaining. "Exactly. This tool is for developers to collect data. With it, developers can observe users without connecting to VKF L4. But of course, it was much cuter than this." "Is that a typical hacker preference?" Orion studied him for a moment, then said, "So, a closed beta tester? Zuzion, I knew you'd been playing this game for a while, but this long." Zuzion hesitated, then revealed it wasn't just about playing for a long time. He was an alpha tester involved in the game's development phase as one of the first players in Gospier Online. Upon hearing this, Orion and Si-Weon were shocked, and after observing him for a long time, Orion exclaimed in surprise, "You were an alpha tester?" Zuzion nods slightly, explaining that it's true, but Gospier Online is a little different. Because Gospier Online was developed by the VKPL4 device, this test was conducted with a wide range of ages and genders. At that time, he was a player representing the 8 to 14 age group, drawn in by his interest in game development and the high pay. Hearing this, Orion asked suspiciously, "So that's why you understand the game's story so well?" "Oh no," Zuzion shakes his head in denial. He slowly explains that the alpha version only showed certain parts to the testers to avoid revealing the game's content, and since they were only testing technical elements, they couldn't grasp all the information about the game. Basically, he knows so much because he's a huge fan of the game. Orion scoffs, not buying it, but he still ponders the information. After a moment, Orion asked if he'd ever heard anything from the developers during the test, like players becoming characters in the game or something. Zuzion paused to think, explaining that he was too young then, and even though testers didn't have much direct contact with the developers. As he said this, his face suddenly turned sad, remembering the moments he had experienced as a child. He then shook his head, adding that it was nothing. He couldn't remember clearly because he was so young. Orion watched him, sensing something was off, but didn't press the issue. Si-Weon finally spoke up, asking why Chose would target him specifically. Did he think they knew they were Vessen's allies? Orion nodded slightly, suggesting Baekhyun-hyung might be seeking revenge. Si-Weon scoffed, impressed by his loyalty. Orion shrugged indifferently, warning them to be careful, as he believed their team was now a prime target for Chose. Zuzion, terrified, asks if he's also a target, but Si-Weon reassures him that he'll be fine since he's never met Chose and they haven't been seen together. And since the fire class isn't a threat, Zuzion doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. After the conversation, the three quickly depart, with Orion naturally returning to his building. Though it was late, some rooms were still lit and Orion teleported to the foot of the stairs. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 8:00 p.m., so his sister was probably about to wake up. He didn't know if she was okay, hoping the items and skills hadn't left any lasting damage, or if being cornered like that would leave her traumatized. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. His hand quickly reached for the door. Please be okay. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and called out, "Sis, I'm home." Hearing his voice, Orion quickly responded, asking where he'd been, reminding him he was supposed to be home for dinner, and urging him to hurry up and wash his hands. Orion breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, "By the way, are you in pain? You were sleeping like the dead." Startled by the question, Orion quickly recovered and replied softly, "I guess I was just tired after work, that's all. Or perhaps it was from working so hard these past few days. She'd had a nightmare, but she tells him not to worry because she's prepared some premium beef today." Seeing the beef in her hands, Orion's eyes lit up. "Wow, isn't this stuff super expensive? How could you afford it?" Orion happily remarks that it's been a while since his sister has been in such a good mood. She tells him to wash his hands quickly. It's time to eat. Orion watches his sister in the kitchen, secretly relieved she's okay, while elsewhere, a massive beast rampages through a neighborhood. The one it's attacking is Yoon Hyung, who's now aiming his handheld bow at it. The arrow, imbued with magic, is ready to fire his signature weapon. He activates the Pentagon arrow skill, and the arrows pierce the giant beast, leaving gaping holes in its body. But it's not over yet, as Eun Hyung activates another skill, and a magic circle suddenly appears beneath the giant's feet. A blue light enveloped the giant, and in the blink of an eye, it exploded. Its head explodes into pieces, as Yoon Hyung stands tall. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building not far away, two figures had appeared unnoticed, the Chaos Guild boss and the woman often seen with him. The woman remarked with admiration that the executor was quite formidable, equipped with special weapons and support items she had provided. The boss nodded in agreement. He's strong because of his unwavering will. The spirit of competition drives him. The new world he wants to create requires many people, those who fight for their desires at any cost. The woman frowns, questioning if the boss truly wants a world where everyone competes fairly. Yes, he nods with a slight smile. The world is enjoying too much because of those who do nothing. They don't need people who only know how to depend on the system, even if he's called a villain. The world still needs people who create waves. A world where everyone fights equally and is rewarded based on their skills. A classic game world would be much more interesting than this. The woman frowned, lost in thought. He continued, "Mario Zeon was supposed to call me today, but I haven't heard from him." The woman scoffed, "That weird clown, I don't know, I haven't been in contact." He was a little worried about the other man's silence. As he pondered, the woman spoke up. "He's not dead, his name is still on the party list." She remembers now he said he was going hunting alone to catch a revenger. The boss is taken aback, asking a revenger. The woman nods, the one seen with Zeon for a while. Hearing that he's an old friend of the executioner, the boss falls silent before ordering, "All right, send me the information on that avenger." The woman asked in surprise if he was interested in him. He chuckled and replied that he was, and that he thought their employee had made a mistake, so he would personally take care of him. That's how the company maintains discipline. The next morning at a cafe in the city, Orion and another person are there seemingly doing homework. Sai Weon hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "I can't solve question 14. Orion listened, then approached to take a look, whispering, "No, there's another way to do it." He quickly solved the problem for her, and she exclaimed in surprise, never realizing he was such a good student. She admitted that her obsession with games made her think other things were silly. Orion was taken aback, saying that wasn't too straightforward. Just then, Si Weon's phone suddenly rang. Orion asked suspiciously, "Who is it?" She replied in a low voice, "Ryzen." She answers the call, revealing it's Si-eun-ha, who has a proposition and a potentially lucrative mission for them. Si Weon frowned, asking if it was really a good mission, and Si-eun-ha quickly explained that it was a monster-slaying mission for a group of 6. Any team of 6 can participate, so that's Ryzen's 8 and Orion's 2. And if Orion's team could send one person, they could form 2 groups. Si-eun-ha asked Si Weon what she thought should they try it. Si Weon didn't answer, asking suspiciously who the support was and if they were just recruiting to fill the quota. Si-eun-ha laughed, saying she might be surprised to learn who it was. The Holy Knight, Shinju Hyuk, Asia's top player, leaving. Orion stunned. Si Weon is incredulous, asking if they mean the number 1 Holy Knight Shinju Hyuk. Orion is skeptical, wondering if he's really that famous despite being number 1. Si Weon shakes her head, saying she's not sure, but she's definitely heard of him. Though he doesn't belong to any guild, he often appears as a supporter during guild wars. A Holy Knight player vows to help win at any cost, prompting Orion to ask if it's Shinju Hyuk, to which she nods, confirming it's difficult for Holy Knights to level up solo. Si-eun-ha then asked again, "What do you think? The quest starts next week, so you can think it over until the end of this week." Si Weon hesitated, asking about the quest rewards, and if it was a competition where the final score depended on ranking. Si-eun-ha quickly replies that the rewards will be combined, and distributed equally, 30 million each. Si Weon exclaims in surprise. She glanced at Orion and asked pointedly, "This is something we should do no matter what, right?" Orion raised his hand, signaling agreement. With his agreement secured, Si-Weon quickly replied that they would participate in the 6-person team mission. Seon-ha smiled, knowing they would agree, and asked them to choose their team members and send them to her. They'll discuss it with their mentor and make a final decision by the end of the week. After their conversation with Seon-ha, Orion and Si-Weon stayed a little longer before heading back. Si-Weon wondered aloud if they could choose Vesen's guide since the two teams would have to fight. Orion frowned, stating seriously that he wanted someone compatible with Juzion to join them if possible. One of an explorer's skills is to buff the entire team, so if they mesh well, they'll become stronger. Si-Weon paused for a moment before speaking. As for an explorer match, I found someone. She then showed Orion the information on her phone, asking what he thought of the combination. Orion nodded in approval, saying it was perfect, and Si-Weon said he would text Ryson immediately. Soon after, Si-Weon's phone rang, surprising Orion Ryson already. By the way, what kind of monster will they face in this 6-person team mission? So far, whether it's team missions or competitions, they've usually faced boss-level monsters. But this time it'll be event-level monsters, top-tier creatures. Whatever it is, let's hope it's alone. Strategic flight is a pain. As he pondered, Si-Weon finished her call, turning to him and asking, "Hey Orion, what are you doing this weekend?" He hesitated, scratching his head. "I don't know yet, not much really." Hearing this, Si-Weon nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." She raised her eyebrows, reminding him sternly, "Make sure you're free Saturday night because you're going on a date with me." Orion was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why so sudden?" Si-Weon didn't say much, and just like that, they decided to head home together. Saturday night arrived quickly, and Orion stood on the sidewalk waiting. He nervously checks his phone, a hint of doubt on his face. An unexpected date. What's going on? And she didn't even explain it to him. They'd met daily, but he thought nothing of it, assuming it was just team play. But when she called it a date, his heart pounded like he'd stumbled upon a high-level monster in an unexpected place. Just then, someone came up and smacked him on the back, startling him, and a woman's voice asked if he'd been waiting long. Orion's eyes widened in surprise. Si-Weon was different today, her hair neatly tied back, and she spoke softly, apologizing for being late. Orion stared at her speechless for a long moment. Si-Weon, annoyed, smacked him with her bag and snapped, "What are you staring at? You got a death wish." Orion blushed, flustered. "What's this? She looks so different today." After a moment, he regained his composure, scratching his head. "So where are we going? You said there was a place you wanted to go." Si-Weon coldly replies that she won't reveal it as knowing beforehand spoils the fun, and tells him to just trust her and follow along. Orion had no choice but to nod, grumbling, but I like spoilers, earning him another smack from Si-Weon, who told him to shut up. And so they headed to their destination, where Si-Weon spotted the person she wanted to meet and cheerfully called out, "Sister." Orion was startled following her gaze and was surprised to see Ariam and Dr. Anoa. He approached them and quietly asked Ariam, "What's going on?" Ariam smiled. "I didn't think you'd come otherwise, so I planned this with Si-Weon. Since Dr. Anoa took the time to care for you last time, she thought it would be nice if we all had a meal together." Orion sighed. "So that's why Si-Weon tricked me into coming here." Si-Weon winked and said, "That's right, your sister asked me over the phone the other day. And as the daughter of a pharmaceutical company, she thought it would be beneficial to get closer to people in the medical field." Ariam looked at them for a moment, then said, "Anyway, let's go or they'll cancel our reservation." A moment later, the four entered the reserved restaurant and began to chat while waiting for their food. Ariam recounts a funny story, prompting Orion to burst into tears, begging her not to leave a claim. Orion shyly denies, as Anoa observes that Orion seems quite fond of Ariam, who dismisses it, saying it was a long time ago and they haven't even been in touch lately. Across from them, Orion, lost in thought, suddenly asks how they met, since even in the same hospital, different specialties rarely cross paths. "Well, how did it all start?" Ariam glances at Anoa, scratching her head sheepishly. Anoa slowly replies, "I was the one who approached Ariam first and started the conversation. He says he saw Ariam working in the hallway, helping a patient push a trolley. Seeing her for some reason, he just had to talk to her." Orion frowned, listening with suspicion. Anoa smiled, saying that's why he approached Ariam first, who could only scratch her head in embarrassment. A moment later, Si-Weon asked, "How's being a nurse? Is it worth recommending?" Ariam shook his head slightly. "I don't know. It depends on the person. There's only one thing I want to say to those who want to become a nurse. Run away and find something else." With that, she burst into laughter, leaving Orion and Si-Weon unsure how to react. But at that moment, her tone suddenly turned serious, saying, "Of course it's not always that hard. Especially when a patient you cared for leaves the hospital in good health, bringing a smile back to someone's face. It's wonderful and inspiring." Orion glanced at his sister, seeing this side of her for the first time, as Ariam chuckled, saying she was sorry for not mentioning it before. At the same time, Anoa was also intently watching her, though it seemed he was seeing someone else through her. Sijin noticed something was off about him, and just then her phone rang. She checks the message, then suggests to Orion that they talk outside, catching him off guard. He asks why they can't just talk there. Sijin shook her head, replying, "No, I'm embarrassed to say it here, come with me." And with that, the two quickly headed outside. Sijin slowly spoke, saying they seemed to be in good spirits, so they should be left to talk. Besides, she couldn't stay up all night. Orion nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the restaurant. Bat-Giap smiled, and Sijin, raising an eyebrow, asked if Orion was worried about losing his sister. Orion, startled, quickly denied it. No, I'm just surprised she has this side to her. I've never seen her work before, so it's a bit of a shock. I thought I knew everything about her because she's family. Sijin sighs, then asks if his sister would be surprised to learn he's a revenger. Orion nods, agreeing, then asks what he's getting at. Sijin's tone suddenly turns serious as he reveals he's received word from Vetsen, and Orion asks if the members joining them have been decided. That's right, Sijin nodded slightly. The members are as planned, a monk, a magic archer, and a fellow warrior. They will be doing a 6-person mission with these 3 next week. So prepare yourselves well, Orion nodded solemnly. A week later, at a building complex beneath the grounds, Orion and his 2 companions were transported to this place. After a long observation, Orion finally spoke. Where are we? Sigian checked his phone before answering. According to the map, we're in the new town on the outskirts of the city. Probably not many people around at this hour. As they wondered, a voice suddenly called out from afar, "Hey." Orion turned around in surprise to see Jamie approaching with 2 others, saying it had been a while, and asking how they had been. He nodded politely, saying hello, and that it was nice to see her again. Remy eyed Zuzion, suspiciously asking, "Is that the support you just recruited?" Remy frowned. "An adventurer, huh? I look forward to working with you." Junsung added, "We should come up with a new strategy since we're not using the typical tank damage and heal formation. We better think of something else." "This is the strategy I've come up with." Orion nodded, sharing the details with them to take advantage of the 3 support members who can provide effective long-range assistance. This will allow the melee DPS to attack in a hit-and-run style, in sync with the support skills. Orion calmly shook his head, saying there was no need to worry, as they had an adventurer class in the party. Thanks to the adventurer's passive skill, Safe and Happy Adventure, all party members had a higher chance of dodging attacks, reducing damage to a certain extent. Yi exclaims in disbelief, unaware that adventurers possessed such skills. Junsung then asks about their support formation, wondering if they should decide on everyone's roles. Orion slowly said that since he was a monk, could he stand in front to support close-range damage. The adventurers lack attack skills, so they will receive an overall power boost for the team from behind. As a maze master, Shi Gyong will support the team with various skills depending on the situation. Shi Gyong winks and says, "Leave it to me." With that, he glanced at everyone, asking, "So that's the strategy we've come up with." Any objections? Junsung shook his head slightly, and Shi Yin added, "Me neither." Remy chuckled, agreeing that it seemed like the best option for their current lineup. Orion nodded in satisfaction, stating that since they were all experienced players, they should adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Just then, the system's mechanical voice echoed, announcing the mission would begin in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Before they departed, Orion added, "One more thing, we don't have a healer, so make sure everyone has enough recovery items." With their plans settled, they simply awaited the mission's start, while Orion pondered the task ahead. "The current strategy isn't bad, but it's only for 1 monster. I need a backup plan. Hopefully there won't be more than 3. Any more and adjusting the team formation will be a headache." At that moment, the system issued another notification. The mission would begin in 10 seconds. Remy glared at Junsung, noting that the vengeful kid lacked teamwork experience but was good at strategizing. Junsung nods in agreement, acknowledging his impressive grasp of the game's mechanics and combat skills. With more experience and team management, he could become an amazing guild leader. The final mission prep time has ended, and the mission officially begins, as a giant monster appears, heralded by the system's announcement. Everyone was instantly horrified. It was here. Sihawian stared at the monster, speechless. Orion's expression hardens as he recognizes it, the giant priest, Nephilim. Suddenly it raises its foot, and without hesitation stomps down, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Even as Xeon cried out in fear, "What the hell? We have to face a monster like that. I never thought something like this would appear." Even Orion was caught off guard. Junsung reassured them, saying that even though they were unprepared, they had to go all in since the event had started, even if it meant their deaths. He then yelled Jian, and she immediately responded, "Got it." No sooner said than done, she rushed forward, as Junsung lit the path for her. Her stats increased by 22%, and the skill's electric shock surged continuously. She slashed at the monster with all her speed, but it didn't take any damage at all. Jian cursed in frustration. How is this possible? It's not hurt at all. But immediately after, it swung its arm, sending her flying, her body slamming against the ground. The pain caused her to cry out. Meanwhile, Orion charges in, activating his Rage Shout skill. The sharp sword imbued with bloody energy slashed across the monster's head, but the result was the same. It stood there unfazed. Orion's eyes narrowed. Could this giant monster be completely unharmed? As he pondered, the monster turned its gaze upon him. In an instant, the ice around its head began to crack, revealing a crimson eye that shocked Orion. But more surprises were in store, as that eye fired a beam of blood-red energy. With a thud, the ground exploded, but before the attack could reach, Orion's Sibling appeared, conjuring a protective shield. Sibling gritted his teeth. "I think we're underestimating this. We just need to take down that giant monster in 1 hit." Orion hesitated. "I can't, that monster is—" But before he could finish, Xeon interrupted, saying they couldn't defeat the giant. He slowly explained that, like using a mirror to defeat Medusa, they needed a special tactic to defeat it, a gimmick boss. As soon as he said that, Sibring's expression turned sour, and Raimi chimed in. That's right, I've seen it in the game. They need to target it with a quest item called Independence, she recalls, as she was assigned that task in a raid. Sibling pauses, asking what they should do now since normal attacks don't inflict any trauma. Before Orion could answer, another voice echoed from behind. What else can we do but fight it head on? Unity is the perfect way to work, right? The newcomer was Seungha. She quickly drew her sword confidently, stating that if they couldn't kill it in 1 or 2 hits, they'd just keep attacking until it died, asking Juhyo if he agreed, and Juhyo immediately dashed past Orion, heading straight for the monster. He confidently replied, of course, as a large staff materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it forward, and faint golden lights began to envelop the monster. In the blink of an eye, the monster staggered, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Sehyo exclaimed in disbelief that he landed a direct hit with his stun skill. So this is the level of Asia's top players, Juhyo. Seungha smiles satisfied. Not bad. Now it's my turn. I can't let myself be outdone in front of a supporter, can I? Let me show you what I can do. Immediately she charged forward with her sword like a moth to a flame, the blade dancing in the air. Juhyo was stunned, thinking, damn, these guys are high-level players, right? At that moment, Junsung approached Orium and patted his shoulder, saying softly, we can't just stand here and watch. Show them what you're made of. I'll support you all the way. Understood. Orium nodded slightly as Junsung activated his one-step to enlightenment skill to assist him. Meanwhile, Seungha charges forward ferociously as she and Juhyo launch a simultaneous attack from either side. The monster was relentlessly attacked but remained unscathed, retaliating with powerful blows. Undaunted, Seungha leaps into the air, dodging the monster's fist and scaling its arm while Juhyo activates his divine sand eel technique. Seungha, not to be outdone, activates her Queen's Path skill, unleashing a series of shockwaves into the air. But the monster still stood tall. Juhyo was frustrated that their attacks had no effect. Seungha agreed fighting something so lifeless was truly boring. But just then the monster moved its massive foot, descending upon them. Seungha was startled. It was too fast to dodge, but Orion intervened, blocking the monster's foot with his sword. He's using Unyielding to absorb the damage, intending to endure it all and then retaliate, and then he pushes its foot away, slashing with his sword. A sharp blade sliced across the monster's abdomen, stunning it for a moment. Juhyukni couldn't help but admire the feat, noting that it was an incredibly powerful strike, undoubtedly enhanced by numerous buffs. Teary-eyed, he asked Seungha if that Avenger was the high schooler he'd mentioned, to which Seungha nodded, admitting the boy's skills were indeed extraordinary. Orion, heedless of their thoughts, continued his relentless assault on the monster, while 3 members of XQ joined Seungha. Without a word, the 3 of them charged towards the giant monster, leaving Seungha speechless, and Jun quickly followed. No one spoke, apologizing for taking a detour, thinking it was a shortcut but ultimately falling behind. Seungha didn't seem to care, shaking his head, saying it was fine, the real fun was just beginning. The players relentlessly attacked the giant monster, while Raimi below fired her gun and gleefully remarked that it was so big she didn't even need to aim. Immediately, she unleashed her ultimate skill, Twin Phoenix, and a fiery phoenix erupted from her gun, piercing the monster. At the same time, XQ and Wujan were relentless. Wujan activated Dragonbone Slash and XQ unleashed a flurry of attacks. Instantly, the two attacked the monster from the left and right, the shockwaves tearing into its body, staggering it until it finally collapsed. Seeing this, Ji-in cried out that it had been defeated, and Orion glanced back, shouting for the support player to take their turn. Ji Woo-jan and Junsung respond in unison. Alright, here we go. In an instant, a series of shockwaves engulf Orion and Ji-in. Their stats surge, and without hesitation, they unleash their skills upon the monster. With their powerful attacks, the monster is repeatedly struck. Ji Woo-jan cheers from below, marveling at the devastating damage. But Orion was far from pleased. Just then, the monster suddenly spat out a red orb. In an instant, a barrage of energy projectiles erupted, affecting those below. Junsung tried to use his protective skills but was still impacted. Orion, being the closest, was hit the hardest. He bit his lip, knowing this was bad. If it continued, those around him could be injured or even killed. What can he do? How can he defeat this giant in a single blow? At that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. He turned to Junsung and shouted, urging him to use that skill immediately. Junsung was taken aback, wondering which skill he meant. Pathfinder's Light, Orion exclaimed urgently, explaining that if independence was the quest item, he might find it with that skill. Junsung finally understands, nodding slightly. Understood, I'll try it now. As he says this, he raises his sword high, activating the Guiding Light skill. In an instant, light burst from the sword's tip, piercing through the towering buildings. Sihuyan exclaimed in shock as the light split into 2 beams, one toward the giant and the other. Perhaps. Orion raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes, as Junsung declared, I'll go find it. Even though he can't gain anything here, he'll follow the light and bring back the item. Orion hesitated, saying, but what if the independent isn't an item, but another quest monster? Hearing this, Jun Sung chimed in, offering to go along and ensure his safety, suggesting that focusing on attack strategies might be more effective than relying solely on a support character's muscles. Vaimi chimed in, I'll go too. Even if we find the independent item, we'll still need someone who can use it and snipe right. Orion frowned thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, in that case, we'll coordinate with Zeongha's group to stop the giant. Zeongha also instructed the two. Remember, Jun-sung, be careful. You tend to fall if something unexpected appears. Jun-sung, hearing this, complained, Hey, I'm not like that anymore. Meanwhile, Jun-sung, noticing Orion's group dispersing, couldn't help but ask, Looks like they've come up with a plan. What should we do? Zeongha replied frankly. Since we're allied, competing won't benefit us, but even so, we can't just sit back and watch them act. They'll try to unleash a burst of damage before we can, and take down that giant first. Jun-sung agreed, adding that he had the same thought, wondering if it was because they were once in the same squad. Shrugging indifferently, Seongha says she doesn't know, apologizing that she can't be sure. Just as the shockwave from the skill erupts, she charged forward, confessing, I really don't remember people I met a long time ago. Ju-hyuk chuckled, oh how heartless, but I'll always cherish the memories of that time. Meanwhile, the light from Ju-song's skill settled on a corner, and he led the charge down the deserted streets of the outskirts. He could only hope true independence lay here. After all that's happened, it's the only way he can help everyone. Please let it be here. Just then, a light suddenly shone from ahead. Remy urgently calls out, Hey look, there's something ahead right in front of the ice. Ju-seong follows her gaze. Sure enough, a statue bathed in light came into view, a statue of the majestic hero. Jun-sung sighed in relief. Good, so we just need to break it open, right? Ju-seong nodded in agreement. Just then, the hero's will is released, which we can use to... But before he can finish, Jun-sung's expression darkens. Because the system flashed a red alert, another user was approaching them. The three of them immediately became alert. Where were they, and who was coming? As they wondered, a figure slowly emerged, and Jun-seong's face fell. It couldn't be. The figure smirked maliciously, then raised a hand, activating his skill, Emperor's Command. In an instant, Jun-sung and his companions were kneeling on the ground. Ju-seong cries out in disbelief. What is this? Why do I feel so helpless? Jun-sung recognizes the skill. It's definitely an Emperor's skill, which means he's the real Emperor. He guessed right. The one who came was the boss of Chaos, who said with a smile, I came to find the Avenger, but I found Vazen's people instead. After all, he was never going to let them go since he'd intended to kill them from the start. Ju-seong was terrified by this revelation. At that moment, he raised his hand ready to eliminate Ju-seong, but before he could strike, a magic arrow shot from afar. But the moment it reached him, a magic circle appeared, blocking the attack. Jamie, of course. He smirked. A magic sharpshooter, huh? Remy bit her lip, glaring, and fired again. But it was no use against him. He calmly smiled and said that perhaps the most effective way to deal with multiple enemies alone is to take down the ranged attackers first. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, preparing to attack. He activated the Emperor's Road skill, and Remy was blasted away. At that moment, Jun-sung suddenly appeared from behind, using his skill to reduce damage and negate all active skills. Now, back in action, he strikes the Cho's boss with a blow, unleashing shockwaves that carve a massive trench into the earth. Taking the opportunity, Jun-sung checks on everyone. Are you all right? Remy grits her teeth, saying her arm hurts too much, but it's okay. He nods slightly quickly, suggesting I'll handle him. You two go get the antidote. Everyone's waiting for you. Remy asked with concern if he could handle it alone, but Jun-sung calmly replied that he wouldn't take unnecessary risks as the mission would end as soon as the giant was defeated. He just needs to buy time, so don't worry about him. He told you two to leave. All right, Remy hesitated for a moment, finally nodding in agreement. She glanced at Yuzian, who understood and spoke up. Right, I'll go get independence now. Before leaving, Remy urged Jun-sung, we're off, be careful and see you later. Before she left, Jun-sung called out to her, Remy, wait. Then he activated Buddha's protection on her. He explained slowly that the skill would enhance her defense and movement speed, helping her get there a little faster and not to be late. Remy sighed, calling him a natural support. Then she suggested Yuzian try to keep up before adding, I'm off. Yuzian nodded, okay, don't worry. Remy turned to leave but reminded Jun-sung, I'm really going now. Take your medicine, to which he replied, okay. Immediately, Remy and the other person quickly ran off Jun-sung, glancing at their retreating figures before finally sighing in relief. Meanwhile, the Cho's boss rose from the rubble, sneering, finished your little chat, have you? You must have been waiting for us, thanks a lot. Jun-sung clenched his fist. Of course not, the Cho's boss sneered, I just needed time to activate my skill, don't worry. As he spoke, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. This is the Emperor's domain, the territory of an empire. The Emperor regenerates a small amount of health over time, while the enemy's movement speed gradually decreases. Seeing this, Jun-sung's expression immediately turned serious. This is a domain skill. And was he just stalling to activate this? He told Jaime he would buy time, but if he loses focus for even a moment, he'll be defeated instantly. He has to help them fight with all his might. And with that thought, he quickly activates the ultimate technique of the ascetic arts. It's the only way. Realizing this, he takes a step back to gain momentum, and in an instant, he charges forward with incredible speed. He'll buy them some time. Meanwhile, back at the battle, The giant monster withstands the relentless attacks of the others, as Orion perseveres in his attempt to defeat it. Undeterred, Siwion activates his trap arrow skill, unleashing a rain of arrows that pin the monster down. This only enrages the monster further, but just then Siwion plants his staff into its hand. But it remained unscathed, prompting Siwion to exclaim, in frustration, "What the hell? Why isn't this giant dead? How much health does he have?" Zin anxiously asks Orion if the adventurer's companions will surely bring independence, to which Orion replies with a soft yes. But even so, it's still concerning. Because while he was attacking, he received a warning about players intruding, which is even more frightening. Let's hope no further chaos erupts amidst this mess. Just then, Siwion suddenly cried out in alarm, "Something's approaching." Everyone looked up in shock, only to see the monster's orb reappear. The strategist gritted his teeth. "What the hell? That's his ultimate skill." Yujon cries out in fear, "They're done for that skill. We'll wipe them all out." Uhongha urgently commands everyone to prepare their defenses and stop it at all costs. Meanwhile, Siwion suggested Orion Zin fall back behind me. I'll activate a defensive skill. But before Orion could react, a figure darted past him. Upon closer inspection, it was Zuzian, his face drenched in sweat from his desperate sprint. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high and roared Halo. In that instant, a blue light appeared to confront the fire orb. The monster froze, its icy wounds already closing. Seeing this, Orion shouted that the knockdown effect was successful and its ultimate skill was nullified. Zuzian shouts Remy now, his voice echoing through the building, reaching Remy on the distant rooftop. She knocks an arrow empowered by a newly acquired artifact, activating her magic archer skill, and zeroes in on her target. Instantly, she released the arrow, tearing through the air and piercing the monster. The monster roared in agony, and Zian rejoiced at her successful shot. Zion pouted in admiration, impressed by the shot that pierced the monster's core, but was the mission complete? The monster was immobilized, but Zhu Xiao declared the mission wasn't over yet. Orion agreed, shouting that it still had some health left, and in the blink of an eye, the skill's shockwave erupted. Zhu Xiao and Orion surged forward together. This was truly their last chance. Instantly, the two strike down fiercely, the giant monster roaring in pain from their powerful assault. Its screams echoed across the sky. The den boss of Cho's Ben heard it too, and with a cold snort noted that it sounded like their journey was coming to an end. It seems he should end this game right. Zijin Society cultivator Junshun is pinned under his foot, crying out in pain. Elsewhere, the colossal monster was being eroded by waves of skills, and soon collapsed. Shiyuyan excitedly declares that it's down, their mission finally complete. Orion breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly an arm reached out in front of him. It's Zhu Xiao, and he happily raises an eyebrow, praising, "Nice one." Orion nods slightly warmly, replying, "Thanks, you did great." Immediately after, the two quickly exchanged a high five, while Zhu Xian, having activated his skill, panted with exhaustion. Xu Yuyan praised him, saying he was a great help today, completing the mission faster, but Zhu Xian gritted his teeth and said that wasn't the issue. He shouts to everyone that the head of the Cho's clan is here. The others are immediately shocked, and Xu Yuyan asks suspiciously if he's sure he hasn't mistaken him for someone else. Just then Remy appeared, saying he wasn't mistaken. Worse, it wasn't a copy but the real deal. She revealed Jun Sung was fighting him but couldn't win alone, and they had to hurry and save him. Orion anxiously asks Zhu Xian where Jun Sung is now. Zhu Xian pauses, then replies that he's not familiar with the area, but he'll try using a skill to locate him. As soon as he said that, he activated his skill to search for his team members, and a magical light shot straight into the sky once more. Orion followed the direction, furrowing his brow. "It's over there." Sihuyan gritted his teeth. "We'll be there in under a minute if they don't get lost." Zuhyuk had already dashed off, and Orion hesitated. Sensing his thoughts, Sihuyan urged, "Don't worry about me, go after them quickly. I can't keep up with your speed anyway." Orion paused, then nodded. "All right, I'll go on ahead." With that, he shot off. Ziak-ho then said, "Everyone choose your quest, rewards before we continue. We may have to retreat if things get worse." Orion quickly nodded, understood. Meanwhile, at the site of Junsung and Ten Bosch's battle, the area had been reduced to rubble. Ten Bosch ruthlessly pressed his foot down on Junsung, causing him to writhe in pain, and coldly warned, "Don't move. You don't have much blood left. Do you want to die that badly?" Junsung narrowed his eyes, seemingly calculating something as his ears subtly twitched, ready to activate Buddha's palm. But before he could finish, Ten Bosch stomped down, warning him not to move, causing Junsung to cry out in pain. At that moment he continued, saying that he wanted to kill him right there, and end it all, but it would be extremely troublesome for him if they completed the quest right after receiving the reward, so he wanted him to survive until they came to rescue him. Junsung, realizing the Han's intentions, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Just kill me. They won't come to save me anyway. Don't talk nonsense," the Han sneered. "I'm sure you guys aren't the type to always calculate every possibility before acting. If your group truly only cared about personal gain, there wouldn't be someone like you willing to sacrifice time to save others." Han knows because he once ran a company. A group with real bonds is different from one only concerned with profit and loss. Therefore, they will eventually come to save you, Han said with a knowing smile. Am I right? Jun Sung took a deep breath and Yin Jiang said, no, I know you don't believe me, but it's true because everyone in their group doesn't really like me. But as he spoke, the assassin silently appeared behind the Cho's gang leader, his skills activating swiftly. But the moment Zyoko struck, Han detected it and dodged. Zyoko was a bit surprised. He was too fast. There was definitely not enough time to react to this attack. However, in terms of attack speed, he's no match for an assassin. Yin Jiang's blade strikes again. His speed was terrifying. Each blade nearly grazed his neck. But then two magic circles suddenly appeared striking Zioheo. Seizing the chance, he kicks Coo in the face, sending him flying. But it's not over. The boss activates his Palace Dungeon skill, and chains instantly appear binding Runesung. This skill stuns targets below 18% health for 180 seconds, potentially up to 7 minutes with skill-enhancing items. Okay, that's enough time for him to crush all of Vezin's people. At that moment, Ju Hyuk and Orion appeared. The two attacked him simultaneously, but he evaded them. Unrelenting, they both activated their skills. But the boss showed no fear, even a hint of excitement, clenching his fist into an iron grip. And immediately, Orion and Ju Hyuk were struck by the wave of his skill. Orion bit his lip hard. Was this a counterattack skill? It activated so fast and it had a paralyzing effect. As he pondered, the boss dashed toward him sneering. Are you the Avenger? He said he was looking for you. Orion is caught off guard. What is he planning? Just as he's about to strike, a magic arrow flies before him. But the result is the same as before. They can't touch him. He turns his head back to see Jamie aiming a gun at him. He scoffs. That little thing is trying to sabotage me while sniping from afar. But it wasn't over yet, as Zeong-ha and Exu suddenly appeared before him. He sneered, activating his skill, the art of dimensional summoning. Zeong-ha is immediately struck down, and the fierce warrior bites her lip, realizing he's using the skill in this way. As they fall, Yuzan and Jian appear. But before he could act, a path of golden light appeared, forcing them apart as they were struck by the skill's shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged toward Jamie, sneering. Those ranged attackers are such a nuisance, and Jamie's face paled in an instant. In this desperate moment, purple chains suddenly appeared binding his limbs. Interrupted again, Josh's boss is enraged, sneering. A magic archer isn't the only nuisance here. A malicious glint flashes in his eyes as he activates his leadership skill. In an instant, Siwian's body was blown back as a sharp blade of light flashed past. He slowly approached her, filling her with dread. He coldly declares he'll deal with her first, and she grits her teeth, accepting the challenge. A muffled explosion rings out, and Josh's boss seems to falter, visibly startled. After a moment, Han spoke with displeasure. That was cool, a nice feint, Avenger. So at the moment Han struck Orion, saved Siwian. Orion narrowed his eyes coldly, asking if he was the one he was looking for. After a moment, he finally spoke. Yes, you're the one I've been looking for, the Avenger. Orion frowned suspicious and asked, what do you want from me? We've never met. Casually shrugging, he plainly replies that it's nothing important. He just wants to ask a few questions while he's trampling them. He wants to know where the man hunting Orion is. He scoffed, then asked coldly, why are you asking me? You should know best. Han is your opponent. Han replied frankly, this is just a simple investigation. My opponent disappeared after meeting you, so I'm investigating him since he vanished. So no questions, just answer me. That guy is pretty formidable. Orion narrowed his eyes, then scoffed, saying he didn't know where Han was, and had nothing to do with it, causing Han's expression to darken. A palpable bloodlust emanates from Han, as he coldly states, very well, my subordinate is in the Twilight Room. In an instant, Orion's face changes, never expecting Han to figure it out. With a faint smile, he states that he foresaw this, that the Twilight Room they once shared was locked, so he guessed someone took the key. All he needed was confirmation, and Orion's genuine reaction revealed everything. Before him was a false fox, so it's no surprise he was caught early on. Meanwhile, the boss of Chos gives an order saying that it's good news. If Han was imprisoned elsewhere, it would be difficult to find him. But since he has the Sunset Room key, all they need to do is kill him and take it. As he finishes speaking, his figure vanishes. Orion is caught off guard, his eyes widening with alarm as his opponent reappears before him, and the two quickly engage in battle. Orion is now in a difficult position, overwhelmed and forced into a defensive stance. Not daring to be careless, he activates the Crimson Bloodthorns skill, instantly impaling Han with a barrage of bloodthorns. Han frowned slightly, a diversionary tactic. Unfooled, he simultaneously activated the Royal Sacred Sword skill. Instantly he struck, causing the ground before him to explode. He smirked, thinking he had won, but his eyes suddenly widened, for what he had struck was only an illusion. It's then that Han realizes Sigwian is a maze master, using her skills to support Orion, who suddenly appears behind him. Wielding twin blades, he slashes fiercely at Han, who is caught off guard, and struck on the arm. He's more impressive than Han thought. But his skills were too slow. No sooner were the words out of Han's mouth than he slammed a fist into Orion's face, sending him flying. His body slams into the ground, and he cries out in pain. This is the Emperor's skill, increasing damage by 130% and boosting attack speed. He smirked, saying he should have used a stronger skill while he was off guard. but Seong-ha and Ju-hyu were already charging in from afar. A series of shockwaves erupted from the skill, but the Cho's clan boss remained unfazed, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Ju Seong-ha, you're really starting to irritate me. Seong-ha retorts, sorry, but my hobby is driving people crazy. As he speaks, the ground is covered in golden light. This is the ultimate technique, prayer for the queen. The boss of chaos doesn't waste time either, swinging the sword in his hand. With a thud, the shockwaves of their skills collided. A tense stalemate. The Cha's clan boss was ecstatic. Defeating them one by one was exhilarating, but time was running out. The dungeon skill imprisoning Ju Seong-ha will soon expire, awakening him to complete the quest and claim his reward, leaving him no choice but to focus on this task today. With that thought, he flung Seong-ha away, and she stumbled back, watching him intently. But a second later, her face fell as he activated his imperial skill, summoning the Empire's army, and a legion of gold-armored soldiers appeared. Seeing this, Si-wion's face immediately turned to fear. Orion was no exception. The Khan's army would be difficult to deal with. At that moment, the Emperor commanded them to wipe out the enemy, completely leaving no trace. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-armored soldiers charged forward. A soldier fiercely slashed at Seong-ha, who stared blankly, unable to react, but luckily, Ex-Ju appeared just in time to block the blow. But the horn blew again, and the Chos charged forward, ready to crush them all. Seeing this, the Chos boss couldn't help but sigh, but as predicted by the experienced group, they didn't panic at all at this sudden attack. But that was enough. Han activated his Royal Road skill, sending Orion flying back. Before Orion could catch his breath, his vision was obscured. Han had appeared before him. He smirked, saying, "That's all the time I need for a private chat." Orion scrambled to his feet, eyes full of caution, unsure of Han's intentions. But he had no desire to exchange words as his blade flashed. Orion lunged toward him, but he calmly responded with a cold smile. "You truly understand and are quick with this game, and you certainly don't lack courage. No wonder Ryusean was defeated by you." He clenched his fist as he spoke. Without another word, he threw a punch, his speed too great for Orion to evade, forcing him back and slamming him into the ground once more. At that moment, he coldly stated, "There's always a bigger fish in the sea, and some people you can never reach no matter how hard you try. Learn to bow your head first so next time you're reborn." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword down. Seeing this, a look of urgency flashed in Orion's eyes as he activated his sword skill, Eternal Restraint. But at that moment, Orion suddenly shouted, "Now, Ryusean!" The man turned his head in surprise, only to see Ryusean removing his cloak of invisibility. His eyes filled with determination, as he gazed at him, whispering a prayer for strength. "Grant me power, Lady Maria Light, to banish the darkness." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a blue glowing sword came crashing down, taking us back to the preparation time before the mission began. Ryusean looked at Orion, anxiously asking what he should do. Orion paused, then suggested he stock up on recovery items and buy a traitor's cloak as a precaution. Ryusean was startled, asking in disbelief, "The traitor's cloak? You mean the camouflage item? Like the swift dire wolf, or the soul hunter beads? So if he encounters monsters like that, he'll use the traitor's cloak to hide and use debuff skills when they need his support." Ryusean remained hesitant, confessing his worries about messing things up, but Orion reassured him, saying everyone here was skilled enough to handle themselves. "And if anything happens, you and Shigeron will protect him," which is why Ryusean has been able to escape the Chas boss unharmed until now. Ryusean seizes the opportunity to attack Han, who is shocked to see him, an explorer who's been hiding, waiting for this moment. Caught off guard by Ryusean's attack, Han is stunned, as the daze effect kicks in and Orion seizes the opportune moment. Without hesitation, he activates his beastly rage skill, coming from behind to strike Han. It seemed Han had fallen prey to the dream effect, but as Orion's blade descended, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Han's eyes snapped open, and he coldly declared, "Did you think I wouldn't prepare?" Orion recoiled in shock. The ground was once again enveloped in golden light, throwing Orion and Ryusean back. Orion frowned fiercely. The sleep effect didn't work on Han, but he quickly realized that Han had used an item just before the meme effect activated, rendering it useless against him. At that moment, the boss of Chos spoke up, admitting that the plan wasn't bad. Before Orion could finish, Han activated the Royal Summons skill, instantly forcing him to kneel. Han slowly walked up to him, sneering, "It's just a little too predictable." Then Han pointed his sword at Ryusean. Seeing this, Orion shouted, "Don't touch him, I'm the one you want. I defeated your men. He has nothing to do with this." But Han smugly declares that he'll help Han play by the rules of the dogs, negating Ryusean's debuff skills. Orion tries to retort, but swallows his words. What can Ryusean do? Is there a way to stop this skill, or at least buy some time? Maybe Ryusean or the others. But they're fighting the army. They have no idea what's happening here. What could he do? He had to think fast, find a way out of this situation. He bit his lip fiercely, his eyes burning with rage. After a long silence, he finally stopped shouting, panting heavily, as he quickly retrieved the Twilight Chamber key from his inventory to make the trade. "I'll give you what you want. This is what you want, right? So please don't kill him." Ryusean looked at him, startled. With a soft chuckle, the Cho's boss coldly stated, "Too late to realize it now. You should have decided sooner." He added that if Orion had done so from the start, none of these people would have had to suffer. Losers have one thing in common: they always take too long to make decisions, even those who ruin their own lives. With the key in hand, he smirked, saying he finally had what he needed, and without hesitation struck Ryuzion with a powerful blow. He sneers, saying he's now free to hunt even more, a move that enrages Orion. "What are you doing? I gave you what you wanted." Then with a smug raise of his brow he sneers, "Did you think this was a trade? Don't be delusional, trades are between equals." But he was simply exploiting him, sneering down at Ryuzone as he pressed his foot against him. Only the victor's words hold value. Losers like you can only suffer. You've already lost to me, you vengeful wretch. Orion's rage grew with every word, his body trembling. Ignoring Orion's reaction, he continued, "Instead of asking for a deal, you should beg for your life." As he spoke, the sword in his hand was about to strike, but Orion desperately yelled, "Stop!" What should he do? What could he do? What item, what skill could possibly work against this leader? And just as Orion frantically searched for a way, the H-tool he got from the chickmaker suddenly reacted to his will, and it began to cause errors in the game system, startling the Choss boss. Orion's body was now enveloped in pale golden light. Furthermore, alarms blared incessantly. The system error had illicitly activated a backdoor for Orion, sending Chos's boss into a panic. It couldn't be. The activation requirements weren't met. What was happening? What is going on? In the past, researchers discovered that Z24 possesses infinite potential. It not only changes with external impact, but also with human thoughts and even emotions. Both the game system and GT are just molds to exploit that infinite power, and human creativity isn't stable enough to create something that doesn't exist in this world. But what if that thing escaped the game's constraints and could use Z24? The researchers weren't worried though, because they thought no one knew what would happen. It was truly an unknown. Like a legend returned to reality, the Cho's boss stares at Orion in terror as he forced himself into transcendence. This menace is more dangerous than he imagined. He must end him now. Thinking this, he immediately charged forward with his blade, unleashing a deafening explosion. Seeing this, Ju Xian cried out in alarm, "Orion!" But just when he thought he had won, Orion blocked his blade, using his strength to push him back. Biting his lip, he felt a surge of anger. His skill had been nullified because Orion had transcended, but that didn't seem right. Then it could only be. Sure enough, when he looked back, Junsung had escaped. Moreover, he's using skills to buff Orion. Junsung coldly declares that he just wants to end this ridiculous PK as quickly as possible, but he'll beat him down at least once before it's over. "You think so too, don't you, Lie Orion?" As he finished speaking, Orion charged forward with incredible ferocity. He activated the Berserker's Rage skill, and the pain in his hand drove him to relentlessly strike, forcing Josh's boss backward. He fixed his gaze on him, his eyes filled with determination, while the other man was ecstatic, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He was incredibly excited, truly ecstatic. Immediately after, he threw a punch at Orion. But at that moment, a blue light suddenly enveloped them both. Orion was startled, but he already knew what was happening. Even the boss said with a smirk that time was probably up. Meanwhile, Junsung received the quest rewards, so they prepared to teleport. Though reluctant, the boss lamented, saying it was only just getting started. What a pity. People only grow through competition, and it had been a long time since he had to fight and think so hard. "Well, I'll see you next time in Horizon's Lyrium," he said, vanishing. Orion narrowed his eyes, a hint of anger in them. Hours later, in the crumbling twilight chamber, a woman suddenly appears. She looks around, then scoffs, so he managed to retain his human form. In the distance, Ryuxian lay sprawled on the ground. Hearing the voice, he immediately turned his head, sighing, "A little late for a rescue, don't you think, Guiyang Huang?" She scoffed in response, "Don't complain. I'm only here on the leader's orders. I have no intention of saving anyone." Ryuxian struggled to sit up, smirking. Is a little help too much to ask? With a hint of doubt, Guiyang Huang asked how he could still be alive since the traitor had stolen all his items. Ryuxian whipped around, a cold smile spreading across his face as he saw who it was. "So you're here too, I guess. There are two fools trapped in this twilight room." She stood up abruptly, saying coldly, "Now you can leave and go home to wash up. The smell in here is making me sick." Following behind, Ryuzayan asked suspiciously, "What about that revenge seeker? Did the leader deal with him?" These words startled Guiyang Huang, who turned around. After a moment she spoke, "I don't know the details. It's no longer my concern." She then informed them that Horizons would begin in 7 days. 7 days, Ryuxian exclaimed, in surprise. "Does that mean we can try to complete the final mission?" Guiyang Huang nodded, slightly replying, "That's right, I've opened it. In 4 days we'll complete that mission, and then move on to Horizons." So she reminded him to make sure he ate enough to gain weight in time, because this was definitely going to be a long party. The next morning a new day began after the chaotic battle. In a city cafe, Orion and 2 others gather. After hearing about last night, Si Weian exclaims, in disbelief, "Wait, you gave the key to the leader." Orion scratched his head, embarrassed, saying he couldn't think of any other way. At that moment, Zuzian spoke up again, remorseful, apologizing for only making things worse because of his uselessness. Zuzian glances at him, and Zigyan reassures him, saying he doesn't need to apologize as they already know he's not good at it. Though meant to be comforting, Zuzyan is unhappy with the remark, protesting that it's too much. Only the two of them didn't seem to care much. Orion continued, I considered giving him the key to our empty room. Zigyan worriedly said, but then he'll chase after you again. Orion nodded slightly. Zigyan sighed and she shook her head, saying, never mind, everything's fine now. Our goal is to win this event, not fight those chaotic things. Besides, they've been trapped in the Twilight Room for over 2 weeks now, so they must be… She paused suddenly, imagining the pair as withered husks. Shaking her head, she banished the thought. I don't want to think about it. Zigyan stood before them, silent her expression, somewhat grim as Jeongha entered, smiling apologetically, sorry to keep you waiting. Zigyan angrily asks why he's so late, and Jeongha apologizes, saying it took him a while to find a parking spot. She sighed heavily annoyed and requested, forget it, just split the quest rewards, we're busy next week with exams. She laughed, saying, I didn't expect you to be the studious type. Orion maybe, but I didn't think you'd care about school. Without hesitation, Jeongha opened the system. Alright, let's get this over with, I have plans tonight. Zuzyan quietly observed the two women exchanging items. At that moment he spoke up. Hey everyone, there's something I want to say. Everyone stopped what they were doing to listen. He asked hesitantly, when Horizon begins, did you think you could defeat the Emperor? Zuzyan's words seemed to awaken Orion. Jeongha bluntly responds, that's a little insulting. What are you trying to say? Zuzyan anxiously explains. You've fought him. You must know how strong he is. Orion, remembering the Emperor's madness, asks if he doesn't think the Emperor will take the top spot when Horizon begins. He asked, puzzled. Quickly understanding Zuzyan's thoughts, he followed up. So you're saying fighting is pointless because the outcome is already decided? His face tightened as he replied, I'm just saying things are about to get a lot harder. We don't know how dangerous it will be if the Emperor seeks to eliminate other users. There will be a terrible massacre worse than we can imagine. Zuzyan then reminded everyone, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. Wouldn't it be better to stop Horizon from the start? Siwon hesitated, unsure of the sudden decision, but before she could finish her thought, Seung-ha interrupted. Wait, you're making me a little dizzy. Let me get this straight. You're saying there's a way to stop Horizon from happening. Zuzyan lowered his eyes, a complex emotion in his heart, and admitted, that's exactly right. One of the game developers told me there's a code to stop Horizon, he says seriously. Siwon asks curiously, a stop code, what is that? Zuzyan explained that it was a code to disable the operating elements in the game like a bomb. As long as we destroy the trigger for Horizon, the event will never begin. There's a button that triggers Horizon. Seung-ha pondered this when suddenly Orion spoke up, there are 6 guardians. According to the prophecy, it begins when the 6 pillars fall. We believe the 6 pillars are actually the 6 guardians who appear in the special quest he boldly predicts. She's surprised they've unraveled it. The special mission they completed countless times, without understanding its significance, was the trigger. Seung-ha then asks Zuzyan what they should do, suggesting they enter the special mission to protect the gatekeepers. He tensely agreed, acknowledging that if they did, Horizon wouldn't happen and they could delay the event indefinitely. Seung-ha closed her eyes, contemplating seriously before concluding that it was his plan all along. In this case, I object. Her blunt refusal surprises Zuzyan, but Seung-ha seriously explains, yes, the Emperor is strong and Horizon may be dangerous, but we can't ignore the generous reward for first place. We've fought too hard and lost too many to give up now. As a member of the Guard, she can't simply choose for herself. Seung-ha adds matter-of-factly that she chose this path long ago, think of it as driving on the highway. We're moving as fast as we can and all that's left is to find the exit to our goal. Her eyes showed determination, saying that telling them to give up and go home would be like telling them to drive into a pit and die, a revelation that startled Orion. Having exchanged points with Seung-ha, she gets up to leave, saying she won't stop Zuzyan's plan, as it would end their alliance. They'll fight on their own without holding each other back, she states. Matter-of-factly. He stammered, our battle. Before leaving, Seung-ha said, I have nothing more to say and everything is settled, so I'll go first. Good luck with your midterm. Seung-ha grumbled in annoyance. It's the final exam. Cut to a scene where Orion walks Seung-ha home after the 3 part ways. She suddenly asks Orion, what do you think of Zuzyan's idea? Still hesitant and doubtful, he replies, I'm not sure. He's not wrong, but if we give up now, things could get worse. The God of Ruin may unleash his wrath upon us. If the event doesn't happen and the game continues forever, more innocent people will be involved, and overall, I don't think it's effective. The best outcome is to fight and win. Running away isn't the solution. Siwon was pleased with his answer as it echoed her own thoughts, saying, so you're saying the false emperor could win, right? Orion, unsure how to respond, tried to change the subject. Look, a new coin karaoke place, but she wasn't. Easily fooled. Don't try to distract me. The scene shifts to a bustling neighborhood filled with shops, and inside a small convenience store, Orion strolls around with a basket shopping for groceries. He's shopping, but his mind is still on today's events. No matter what, they can't give up the Horizon prize. He picks up an orange, checks the price, and pails, why are fruits and vegetables so expensive? Meat is cheaper. Orion sighs, dreaming of a peaceful life with his sister. thanks to the 20 billion won reward, when a familiar voice echoes his thoughts. Why are vegetables so expensive? At this price, I'd rather eat meat. A familiar figure stands nearby, unnoticed by Orion. It's Gi-ong Huyen, and she asks for his consent. Surprised, Orion stammered, "Excuse me, you know me," as she slowly approached. Gi-on Hyun replies, "No, not really. I've never even smelled you before. So wanna come to my place and talk." She uses her magic, and Gi-on Hyun's arm is now surrounded by a faint red aura. Orion quickly realizes the danger and tenses up, recognizing the skill. The woman smiles wickedly, saying, "I have a proposition for you." The scene shifts to an apartment complex where Zulzian sits in his room intently reading documents. He frowned, thinking to himself that he would fight his own battles. He wondered, "What kind of game do you want to play, Zulzian?" We flash back to Zulzian as a child, excitedly telling the doctor, "I think it would be fun to wander around a bit somewhere, with vast fields and dungeons to explore." Zulzian, looking forward to the future, continued, "I want to get some cool gear to defeat monsters, so I can save everyone." Hearing this, the doctor asked in surprise, "You want to save people, not fight to win?" Zulzian shyly replies that he doesn't really like hitting people, and helping them would be much more fun. He imagines himself as a hero, and excitedly adds that if he gets good at the game, he can save everyone. He chuckled sheepishly, wishing he could do the same in the real world. The doctor was taken aback, responding casually that even walking alone changes one's perspective, but most people lack the courage to do so. The doctor smiled gently and continued, "In the game we're making, we'll gently encourage people like that, like we're cheering them on." He added encouragingly, "You can do it, Zulzian." As Zulzian looked at him puzzled, he continued, lost in thought, "So you should believe in yourself." Back in the present, Zulzian held the game connector, thinking, "I just need to take one step forward." He clenched his fist, saying he had no choice but to listen to Maria, that this was something he couldn't rely on others for. He had to do it himself. The scene shifts outside Zulzian's room, as evening descends, then back to Orium, who angrily questions, "A manipulator of lies, are you with the Chas Guild?" Unfazed by being discovered, she casually replies, "You caught on quick. Saves me the trouble of explaining." Orium angrily retorts, "What is this? The Emperor already has what you're looking for." Hoenn quickly replied, "Oh, it's not about that. I never cared whether that freak magician lived or died." She turned and said, "Just shut up and follow me. Like I said, I have an offer for you." Suddenly she turns back to him, adding, "There's some information you might like to hear." "What do you say?" Orium remains skeptical as the scene shifts to nighttime at an apartment complex where the elevator is on the 4th floor. Opening the door to her home, Jeong Hyun said, "Come in. I live alone, so make yourself comfortable. There's nothing here that a kid like you would find interesting." Orium was wary, looking around, thinking to himself, "Looks like no one else is here. I guess there aren't any other Chose members around." Once inside, Jeo Hoenn grabbed a carton of milk and asked if he wanted some, saying it was expired but still drinkable, and that she hadn't poisoned it. Orium grew even more suspicious at those words, and seeing his expression, she opened a carton of milk and said, "You don't have to believe me if you don't want to." After finishing her drink, she turned to him, musing that this could all be a trap. And yet he still chose to follow her. Was it bravery, or just plain stupidity? Orium, clearly annoyed, retorted that if she intended to trap him, she wouldn't be so clumsy. The Chose preferred more underhanded tactics, didn't they? Without letting her speak, he continued demanding she reveal her intentions, or he'd assume it was a trap after all. With a weary sigh, he replies, "Let's get this over with. I'm not one for small talk." Suddenly, she proposes Orium. "How about an alliance?" Orium asks in surprise if she's seriously inviting him to join the Chose, but she quickly denies it, explaining that she may ally with them for now, but she doesn't stand with them. She casually sits on the sofa and continues, "One day I'll stab that damn Emperor in the back after I get my share, that is." Orium asks suspiciously, "So what's your plan?" With a cold demeanor, Ni-ong Hoenn replies that she will steal the main code, prompting Orium's surprised question. She said seriously, "You know about the reward for the top player in Horizon, right? 20 billion coins and a wish." She added nonchalantly, "The master code contains the power to grant wishes. It's like a gatekeeper's master key." Orium asks incredulously how she plans to steal it and if she has a plan. Chewing gum, Gi-ong Hoenn coldly replies that as a hacker, she spent a lot of time trying to hack into Agasphere's online system. Gi-ong Hoenn was close to the key, she continued. "In the end, I analyzed about 66% of the data, but I couldn't get the most important thing, the master code." She shrugged. "The master code is programmed to generate for the user, the winner of Horizon." Ni-ong Hoenn stares intently, admitting that as a hacker it's embarrassing to resort to such a crude strategy as theft. Anticipating the moment someone claims the master code, she'll seize the opportunity and snatch it away. Orium asks, puzzled, "What are you going to do with it? Shoot it and take a bunch of money?" Gi-ong Hoenn replies, "Matter-of-factly, I will become a god, or rather an omnipotent being." She laughed, saying that, "With the master code, anything is possible, even granting your wishes if you desire. I propose that you, being skilled in this game, lead me to the master code, and I will seize it from there." Annoyed, Orium retorted, "Why not cooperate with the Emperor, or use your hacking skills?" Ni-ong Hoenn replied helplessly, "Hacking is useless now. It's too late." She desperately wanted to, but couldn't, sadly continuing, if I accidentally corrupt the data, everything will collapse like a bomb. I want to avoid unnecessary dangers if possible. Ata chimed in, and I can't work with the Emperor. His ideology is completely outdated. She exclaimed that if the Emperor were to win first place, the whole world would become his arena, leaving Orium puzzled. Ngeong shifts her posture and continues. So what do you say? Want to form an alliance? Your group can join me if you want. Without hesitation, Orium refuses. No way, there's nothing in it for me. He eyed her warily, saying it didn't sound like a strategy to win first place, and he had no way of knowing if this master code was real. He looked her straight in the eye and stated firmly, I only need to win first place to have my wish granted, so there's no reason for me to work with you. Knowing the answer already, Ngeong-hyun sighed. You're so stubborn. I thought you'd be feeling a little weak, like you'd just been defeated by the Emperor. Suddenly she stood up and proposed. All right, how about this? With a sly grin, she continued, I'll take you and your team to the final X mission. Ngeon offered a very beneficial proposal. If we form a single group, you can all participate in Mission X. Even though I'm the one receiving the quest, I'm sure you know the rewards for Quest X are special. Your group would definitely benefit from it, so what do you say? That sounds tempting. Hearing the offer, Orion silently pondered the final task X. The last god I met was the fifth. He imagined his guardian deity, inwardly assessing that the sixth guardian deity was the last, but he still refused, saying forget it. Orion firmly states that no reward is worth such a dangerous task, and if she wants to join them so badly, she can complete the mission herself and bring them the reward, then he might consider it. Hoenn chuckled, impressed. Oh, I'm impressed. You're so cold and rational. She shrugged, adding, it's true what they say, it's hard to seduce a taken man. Hoenn gazes at him, saying, I guess I have no choice but to play rough, even though it's not my style. She coldly casts a spell, and suddenly humanoid figures rise from the floor. Seeing that Orion thought in fear, a puppet manipulation skill, suddenly a notification appeared. Puppet manipulation skill combat wooden man restores 5 mana. The wooden man can be controlled for 44 seconds by the manipulator. Hoenn said reassuringly, don't worry, I won't kill you. Her eyes changed and she threatened, I'll just crush you until you change your mind. She commands the puppets to attack, and when all 4 converge, a terrifying explosion erupts. From the outside, Hoenn's house glows with an unnatural light. The explosion shattered the windows, sending glass everywhere, and though he dismembered some puppets, they still relentlessly pursued him. Suddenly, he unleashes a dual-wielding technique, and his aura shatters the puppets. He realizes he can't keep fighting like this, not wanting to endanger anyone else. He leaps from Mr. Hoenn's house, thinking to himself that he will retreat for today. He lands softly, but suddenly a puppet's body falls from above. The puppet on the ground laughed, saying he couldn't just jump out the window like that. It knew he was in a hurry, but where were his manners? Getting no response, the puppet continued, saying that the mission was in 4 days, so he should think carefully before deciding. Orion listened in stunned silence as the puppet continued. You know opportunities don't last forever, do they? You'll miss your chance if you go it alone too late. The imp stared at him and continued, I've sent you the group invite. Give me your answer within 4 days. Laughing, it added, I'll be waiting. The scene shifts to a training hall where Zeung-ha is practicing. As Ju Huiuk attacks, she swiftly dodges, and he retreats while using the overwhelming judgment skill. He braced himself and lunged forward, attacking her, and Ju Huiuk's powerful strike shook the training hall as she struggled to defend. Zeung-ha exclaims that it stings a little, thinking to herself about her skills. She then unleashes her rose thorn sword technique, the blades merging into a powerful attack. Ju Huiuk praises him, saying he's improved a lot, and Zeung-ha asks with a smile if he's going easy on her. As he sheathed his weapon, he replied, No way, we may be training, but I didn't land a single punch. Ju Xian descended from above, saying, I'll heal you both. Seeing him, Ju Huiuk smiled and said, Thank you. As they stood there, Zeung-ha suddenly asked, So what's your next move? Are you going to continue hiding? If not, join our group. There's still a place for you if you want. Ju Huiuk paused, lost in thought, then sighed. Well, that's not what I meant. The scene shifts to a bridge at night where a car speeds along the road. In the car, Zeung-ha drives, while asking Ju Huiuk what he plans to do with his newfound freedom, suggesting he's planning to fight alone and take all the prize money. Ju Huiuk smiles, pondering, then replies, Well, that's not exactly what I meant. Zeung-ha glances at him, saying, You don't seem enthusiastic at all, just tired. So tell me your idea. He paused, lost in thought, then replied, I don't have a specific plan. I enjoy playing with you, and being alone is fun too. Suddenly he opened his eyes and continued, But if someone wants to team up with me that badly, I want to completely clear my name. Hearing his words, Zeung-ha smiled and replied, So you're saying I need to become even stronger if I want to have a close relationship with you? He coldly replied, You know, I have my pride. She could only sigh and say, Fine, if that's what you want today. Suddenly, Ju Huiuk shouted, Stop the car. As soon as they got out, it was getting dark, and they both ran quickly down the road. As they ran, Zeung-ha asked what was wrong, if Ju Huiuk saw someone they knew or something, but Ju Huiuk quickly denied it, saying it wasn't that. Suddenly, he shouted that he saw it before them, stood a massive pillar in the middle of the road, and all she could do was stammer. This pillar, Ju Huiuk explains that it's an energy-boosting pillar from the game, probably lost after a quest due to some glitch. Zhang-ha then takes a picture of the pillar with her phone. Looking at her phone, she said, "No, it's not that simple." She raised her phone and said, "Look, this pillar, it can be photographed." Ju Hyo asks in surprise, "So normal people can see it too, not just us?" Zhang-ha replies somberly, "That's right, this has never happened before." Looking at the pillar before her, she asks what is happening on Earth. The scene shifts to a bridge, and then to high-rise buildings in the distance. Inside her home, Si Weon quickly asks, "What? No way." Orion replies wearily, "I'm serious. The manipulator from the Chos Association followed me and asked if I wanted to join forces with her." She suddenly exclaims, "Looks like you're quite popular with the Chos," to which he sheepishly replies, "Well, I guess so, but I didn't want to be." Si Weon presses, "Anyway, what did you say? You turned them down, right?" Si Weon suggested, "Wait, let's go to that room from earlier." Orion hesitated. "Now, but I want to sleep," she retorted angrily. "It'll only take 5 minutes. I'll call Zuzian too," he replied fearfully. "Okay." The scene shifts to another room where the three are talking. Orion says, "So she said if we team up with her, we can complete the old quest." Zuzian asks if the old quest is a barrier against the horizon. He nods, confirming that it is if their analysis of the game's story and the prophecy is correct. Hearing that, Zuzian thought to himself, "So the old quest is our last chance to fight the horizon when it happens." Orion's teammate then asked, "What do you think? Will you team up with the manipulator and try to do the old quest?" Orion paused, then replied, "No, I don't think we have to." He continued cautiously, "It's true, the rewards for the old quest are a bit different, but there's no item that changes the game." Zuzian was shocked, "But it's a legacy quest. Don't you think the reward will be special?" He lamented. "It could be a super-powered item like infinite independence or a blood sword." Orion eyed him suspiciously, asking, "Do you have something to back that up, something you know that we don't?" Zuzian shook his head, replying, "No, just a hunch. It's at least a chance and I'd hate to miss it." Hearing Zuzian's words, Orion sensed something amiss, thinking, wait, not long ago he wanted to stop the horizon from happening, so why does he want it now? Suddenly Segyeon spoke up, "It could be a trap." She silently anticipates the worst for them all. They could restart the old mission, only to be ambushed amidst the chaos. And if that happens, they're dead. Hearing this, a fearful Zuzian pondered the idea, then suddenly suggested, "Why don't we go with Vaison? That way even if it's a trap we can fight back." Orion agrees, but worries that the manipulator might escape. He expresses his concerns, saying that if they want to work with Vaison, they have to rejoin the manipulator's faction. But if everyone's name appears on the deceiver's side with Vaison, she'll know it's a trap and leave, leaving us unable to complete our original mission. And so the three were at an impasse. Sigrian pondered, then suddenly raised her hand with an idea. "I've got it." She confidently continued, "It might be a bit of a gamble, but I think we can still do the old mission." Sigrian's eyes lit up, her voice becoming even more certain. "I'm not very good at planning, but my brain's fried from studying for the exam, so this is the best plan I've got right now." Suddenly she asks if they want a drink, prompting a reaction from Zuzian and Orion. Seeing their expressions, she explained, "Listen to the pros first." The scene shifts to a building in the pouring rain. The rain intensifies as we cut to the scene of their previous mission on the day it took place. Using a warp gate, Gyeong arrives at the site of their old mission, immediately surveying the area. As soon as she sees Orion, she calls out excitedly, but Orion approaches coldly. As he gets closer, she scolds him, saying, "I didn't think you'd come alone. I assumed the Dungeon Lord and the Explorer would be with you." Gyeong-hoen grins, teasing, "Are you back in my good graces, or did your girlfriend dump you?" Orion enraged shouts, "Neither." Suddenly, Sho appeared, shocking Gi-hoon. As she watched, she worried, thinking, "An assassin, but I don't see anyone on the exclusion list besides Orion." Ziho says nothing but silently activates the skill, Path of Mutation. A magic circle appears behind him, and a skill panel emerges. Assassin class skill, Path of Mutation, allowing the user to summon unlimited guild members, allies or friends. Summon time increases by 7.5 seconds each use. Nullifies all actions against the user. Orion's comrades appear within that domain. Ji-on exclaims in surprise, "Oh, it's the Jason Guild." Orion coldly replies, "I still don't believe you, and I haven't been abandoned by my allies." She coldly continued, "Just say it." Sigwayon, now quite annoyed, retorted, "You've fallen into my perfect trap." Annoyed, she added, "Just fix it properly, you boyfriend, stealing bastard." Hearing those words, Ji-on remained calm and let out a sound, then coldly looked at everyone and asked indifferently, "Oh, a plan you spoke of." Confused, she asks how he managed that since the only name on the party's list was Orion Lee. Orion opened the list and said, "Take another look." Ji-young-han took the list and examined it again. She read the list aloud. "Labyrinth Master, Explorer, Assassin. When did all these people become members?" Sigyeon replied. "Right before we were transported to the mission location." She cautiously continued. "Before that, we disbanded our party to deceive you. Then 2 minutes before the quest started, we reformed it so we could join." Sigwayan coldly chuckled. "After that, you escaped the assassin and gathered Gwyzon. If you had added everyone to Gwyzon, I would have noticed immediately. Truly clever." I turned to Orion with a smile and asked, "But what if the number of members in the group increased, and I ran away?" Orion replied seriously, "That's a gamble, a risk we're willing to take." Hearing that, Ji-eon laughed and exclaimed that he thought Ata was quite interesting. Without a word, Xionya lunges sword aimed at her throat and coldly declares, 5 seconds, that's all the time I'm giving you. With a terrifying look in her eyes, Seo Hyun continued, your answer better be good because it will determine whether or not I use my skills. Ji-eon nonchalantly replied, are you threatening me right now? How boring. Xiong's expression turned colder as she asked, you don't care if you die? Gi-hyun coldly replied, no, not really. It's just that I'm better at this game than you are. I'm just saying you're really bad. Xionga's patience wears thin and she strikes at Ata. Gyo looks on in wide-eyed shock as Xionga coldly watches Ata fall. Seeing this, Gi-hyun was shocked and asked what she thought she was doing, saying she couldn't kill her. Xionga coldly replied, look, I didn't kill her. Hearing her words, Xian looked on in surprise while Gyan lay flattened on the ground. On the ground, a puppet lies as a system panel appears, displaying the puppet control skill, the puppet's dream, allowing the user to switch places with the puppet rechargeable and usable twice. At that moment, Jeong Hoen appears behind Orium saying, that's a bit harsh, don't you think I really don't feel like fighting today? Hearing this, Orium turned around to face her, and she continued, but I guess there's no other way. She spoke with chilling indifference, I don't think I'll be able to make it to your party. I won't be participating in this. Good luck, she said, turning and leaving everyone in stunned silence as Orium coldly observed. Ziak-ho asked suspiciously, should we chase after her and fight? Xion coldly replied, let her go. Shouldn't we focus on the mission? Suddenly a quest board appeared before them. Mission X, locate the Soul Vessel, deadline 4:30 a.m. Orium read the mission, pondering aloud, I've never heard of a soul vessel. Is that monster a bowl or something? Weon sighed, explaining that it was one of those special types, definitely not a bowl. She turned to Zuzion asking if he'd ever heard of such a monster in the game's lore. Zuzion was distracted and didn't respond, so she called out loudly. Zuzion, startled, he replied, oh, the ship of souls. Clearing his throat, he said, if I remember correctly, the soul vessel is a slime monster that disguises itself as other monsters. Zuzion recounted what he knew from Desperate Journey, about how the Blue Lake Nice members were destroyed by the vessel of 6 souls. Weon chimes in, suggesting the monster is just a high-level slime, guessing its name is Fozzie. Orion reminds them it sounds easy, but they don't know when the Guardian will appear, so they must be careful, to which she cheerfully agrees. The scene shifts to the waiting area, and the quest as the system announces that the mission will begin in 1 minute. Orion's team reads the quest board. Suddenly, Zuzion speaks up, saying he'll use guiding light at the start of the quest. Orion nods in agreement, saying that's a good idea, since the building is a bit confusing. As the system announces 30 seconds, he notices Zuzion beside him, distracted. Suddenly, Orion calls out Zuzion and he immediately replies, yes. Orion said seriously, even just using your passive skills helps our party a lot. Zuzion replied in surprise, okay, I appreciate that. Suddenly, the system announced that the quest would begin now, and Zuzion activated a skill with more than 1 starlight. From his sword emanated multiple streams of blue light. Orion asked in astonishment, does that mean there's more than 1 monster? Suian frantically suggests they split up to find the monster, but Sun-ha reminds them to finish the task at hand, and the others loudly agree. And so they charged forward, ready for battle. Orion called out, let's stick together, we don't know what we're up against. His comrades replied in unison, right. The scene shifts to a large city center as Orion leads 2 companions forward when suddenly a teammate shouts his name. A horse-bodied monster with a human face appears behind them, radiating a dark aura. Orion cautiously asks if it's the creature's spirit, and Zeus Zeon replies that it appears to be mimicking a centaur knight. Orion thought to herself, its defining trait is its speed, so my best option is... Before the monster could react, Orion struck with her sword. He struck a blow, thinking to himself that it was close enough to destroy it, so it couldn't attack with its skill. The monster charged, and Orion used his skill Fangs of the Vengeful Soul to attack. Before it could understand, it was defeated, its entire body exploding. Zeus, Zeon exclaimed in shock. What? It died in 1 hit. A demigod knight shouldn't be this weak. Orion wondered what had just happened. He thought it would be stronger, but guessed this monster was only good at imitation. He stopped thinking and spoke. Let's go get the others. Maybe this isn't a soul container. But he suspected something else was at play. It couldn't be this easy. The quest was supposed to last until 4:30 a.m., so there had to be something more. Suddenly Zeus Zeon shouted in alarm. Orion, behind you. Behind him, the monster slowly takes form and rises, a terrifying sight that makes Orion turn in shock. Unexpectedly, it copies his form. Zeus Zeon asks in shock, what, no way. She looks at the 2 before her, a hint of doubt in her voice. Orion. The monster looks just like him, save for its terrifying eyes. Suddenly, a burst of light appears, attacking him with immense force. Struggling to defend himself, Orion realizes, this monster, it's more than just a simple copy. At the same time, he warned that this monster was reborn while other monsters had become the people who killed it. Orion still insisted it was the one who killed him. He struggled to defend himself, exclaiming that it was invincible. Orion grimaced at its power. In an apartment building against the dark sky outside the window, the sounds of battle echoed with skills, the sucking sound of Sin's skills, Sword Demon's wound skills, and the monster's movements were like his own, but its power, stats were much lower. The two were evenly matched, each fiercely declaring they could win in a few moves, even against invincibility. Irritated and determined, Lee Orion used his Twin Blade Rush skill. However, Bitch Yoon Hyung was just as fierce, arrogantly declaring that it was time to end Orion. The battle was incredibly tense. The clashing of swords rang out a sound that seemed to pierce the opponent's heart when suddenly Sigwyon ran up and shouted Orion. He whipped around, startled to see his friend Sigwyon, a sight that eased his heart and fueled his will to defeat Yoon Hyung. Sigwyon unleashed her Thorn Trap skill, a devastating power that sent Yoon Hyung flying completely out of control. And just like that, his corpse melted into a puddle. Sigwyon, overjoyed that she'd caught him, amused and a little surprised at how easily he was defeated. Meanwhile, Orion, still stunned, confused, shocked, and slightly hurt, asked with resentment why she'd intervened at the last moment. He could have finished him off alone. She replies with a serious look. "Oh, I just wanted to beat you so I wouldn't feel guilty. I'm sorry." She raises her hand, wondering what, how interesting all the excitement without the responsibility. Suddenly, the liquefied remains of the evil Yoon Hyung began to rise, taking on a bizarre and terrifying form, and then shockingly transforming into the image of Sigwyon. She panicked, saying, "It just turned into me." But Orion, far from fearful, was excited and delighted. "Wonderful, I guess it's my turn." Enraged, she screamed at her companion, "It can't be you, you idiot. I have to be the one to kill it." As the two bickered, Zuzion intervened. "Hey, I don't think this is the time to argue about something like that." Zuzion pondered, "If the monster keeps regenerating, we can't finish this. What should we do? Can we try something else?" He considered unique tactics for Orion and Sigwyon, wondering, is there a limit to its resurrections, or do we have to kill the other monsters at the same time? Or perhaps... He sighed, sweating from the effort of thinking as Zuzion called out to them, "I'll check elsewhere. It seems the monster's main body isn't here." Orion replied, "Let's go together. Sigwyon's useless anyway, so we can just leave a monster behind." Sigwyon, angered by the insult, retorts, "Hey, don't call me useless." Before they leave, she casts her skill, Imprisoning Trap. The Hyung's name was invoked, its face, now that of a rabid beast, as the girl exclaimed that it had worked and would buy them time. Orion urged them to find its main body. Inside the dimly lit building with its many passages, they try to run faster to find a way to defeat the monster when Orion stops. He realizes something. Wait, is there a reason its body is somewhere else? Something from the story or another strategy? Zuzhan replied tensely, "I'm not sure, but it reminds me of the story of the Blackstream Witch Society." He recounted the story in detail. The Blackstream Witch Society researched dark magic, and as part of the story, they tried to form an army with magical weapons they created, and that's how the Black Monster was born. They also experimented to see if the monster's soul could be attached to different places. Syrian chimed in, "I know that story too. I saw it as a armor collecting mission." They discussed it. "Oh, it's also related to the story of Lovecuster anyway. This story doesn't quite fit, but I just have a feeling that its soul-containing body is out here." Orion, deeply concerned, muttered, "A body containing a soul." Suddenly a presence loomed ahead, startling them. Was it? Seungha? No, it was the vile Hyung disguised as their friend. They were horrified, unable to believe how quickly he'd arrived. The battle rages on. They charge like wild beasts. Orion attacks with his rose-thorn sword, focusing intently. Even as a copy, she's strong, but a fake is still just a fake. Orion continues his assault. Sigwyon joins in using Compression Trap, finally containing him as his soul flies away. Sigwyon is shocked, exclaiming he can't believe he defeated it with such a slow skill, thinking even Suga's copy is a terrible fighter. Orion speculates that Suga's copy wandering around means she knows where its main body is and is looking for it. Like the eyes of the wise, Queen Escut's passive skill allows players to read their opponent's stats. He shouts out orders to his teammates. Sigwyon must have thought of the same move as us. Everyone agreed, and they continued down the path, running tirelessly with the desire to defeat him when they encountered a familiar face. He asked, perhaps not believing what he saw before him, even if it was a relative, a teammate. "Sigwyon, was that the real you?" Sigwyon tilts his head. "What are you talking about? We met your clone before we got here. She was so cute." "Do you think so?" The answer is no. Orion continues, "But is that the monster's true form?" She calmly replies, "You've figured it out. This is its true form, a vessel containing its real soul." A large egg-like object surrounded by feathers, Sigwyon approaches to investigate. "Why did you wait for it to close? You could have taken it out already." "That monster's stats aren't higher than ours, right?" Sigwyon replies that the stats aren't that high and they could kill it with a few skills, but something feels off. Orion rallies the team, urging them to push through, reminding them of the time limit. She agrees, and Sigwyon summons her blade, activating the Goblin Gambler Queen's Road, as Orion and Sigwyon combine their strength to destroy the strange object. Rumble, and in no time the item splits in two. Much to their surprise, was that it? Was it that easy? Sigwyon asks, could it really be this easy to die? Orion thought, all that's left now is the Guardian of the Horizon where it all began. But this time there's no fixed time attack, and we have plenty of high-level players so we can't miss. His corpse reappears. Somehow, despite our attempts to contain it, he broke free and slipped out. Epgur everyone back to back, shoulder to shoulder, get ready to fight. Sivion says, just as I thought, it couldn't end that easily. Is this the real final boss? The two sides clashed in a chaotic battle, his power was overwhelming, and the outer vortex threw everyone back. No one could do anything against his blinding light. And then Zuzhan was struck by that terrifying power, crying out in pain, prompting his teammates to ask Zuzhan, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. It just caught me off guard." Zuzhan stepped forward. "Wait, that thing." He stared in confusion. "No way. It's Maria, the rain of destruction." The rain poured down, restricting everyone's movements. Not only does it inflict pain, but it also drains their strength. Orion can't believe what he's seeing. What is this destructive power? Is this the monster's true form? He breaks free and asks Seungha, "What are the readings on the soul vessel? Can we retrieve it as easily as before?" Seungha sighs defeated. "I'm not sure if you'll be happy or sad to hear this, but this monster has the highest stats I've ever seen. It's as powerful as a gimmick bug. Just looking into its eyes is enough to feel fear and recognize the terrifying inner strength like a tsunami sweeping everything away." As Seungha and Orion exchanged worried glances, Orion urgently asked, "If this monster is empowered by a special mechanism, does that mean we can't defeat it with ordinary attacks?" But Seungha disagreed. Not all of its strategies are that strong. Its magical attack and defense are formidable, but its speed and physical defense are relatively low, meaning we can overwhelm it with firepower. With that, Seungha moved like lightning, attacking the monster doctor head-on, confidently unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. But this monster doctor was no pushover. He remained calm, staring intently. Then he launched a devastating counterattack, sending Seungha flying hundreds of meters. Seungha is shocked, unable to believe his strength, but now it's Orion's turn to strike, charging forward with power. Confident, yet bewildered, Seungha thought, if its physical defenses are weak, then we should relentlessly pressure it with a barrage of attacks. Thinking so, Orion took a gamble and unleashed a flurry of attacks, swinging his twin blades with blinding speed. The monster remains eerily calm, its expression upon splitting, bearing a striking resemblance to Orion's sister. Orion falters, loses focus, and is thrown back by the monster's counterattack, landing on his feet but still shaken. Seungha, watching from the sidelines, urged him to refocus. "Orion, what are you doing? Why did you stop attacking?" Orion, with worry in his eyes, says that the monster, it looks like his sister. Seungha is taken aback by this revelation. "What do you mean?" Then she observed the monster closely, troubled. "I feel it too, the hair color and figure are slightly different, but it's her." Zuzhan guesses, could it be Maria? He recalls she was the one who told me about the encryption key. Siwion began to speculate, a core developer. Then why has she appeared now as a monster? Zuzhan remains uncertain, saying, "I don't know. It's hard for me to believe too." Siwion agreed, "So we can confirm that monster isn't really Maria or Orion's sister, right?" Zuzhan recounted Maria's story, saying she's probably already dead. Siwion, though desperate for answers, knows they must deal with the immediate threat, first saying they can think about it later. But right now, the most important thing is whether they can complete this mission. But the monster was also formidable, creating a massive shield to block the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Orion unleashed his power, charging forward with another earth-shattering strike. But the monster's face, so like his sister's, continues to haunt him, breaking his focus. He steels himself, gathering his strength for a powerful, decisive blow. Despite landing blows, they had no effect. Immediately, Orion was struck by the monster's counterattack. He's furious, damn it, nothing's working. Sigwayon, watching from the sidelines, wants to scream, "Why is Orion deliberately missing? Because the monster looks like his sister. But he fought well against my doppelganger. What's going on? He's really got a sister complex." Zeon, however, is more insightful, thinking, "I think I understand why he did that." But his teammate is still furious, snapping at him. "No, don't even try to understand." Just then, the Lesser Dukes and Seo Yulho suddenly appeared and charged in. Seo Yulho directed everyone, "It's a sorcerer-class monster. You must attack it with a combo." Shinjian understood, and they moved surrounding the monster in an elaborate formation, while Orion, still confused, stared blankly at the beast. Sigwayan had to snap him out of it. "Orion, get a grip. You have extremely high physical defense, don't be so careless." Orion composes himself, panting, and apologizes, realizing he must focus as his comrades fight the monster. They struggle to fight the monster, and even if it looks like my sister, it's just a monster in the game. But it really does look just like my sister. Sigweon, seeing Orion's wavering expression, snapped, "Hey, focus!" Zhe Ung-ha and ex-Julian Thu combined to unleash Hoen Kem, along with the devastating Ancestor Punch. Zhe Ung-ha, facing immense difficulty, declares that no filth shall defile the Queen's palace. But then the monster retaliates, its power immense. A confident smirk spreads across its face as it unleashes a massive formation in the sky. Massive blocks descend, and Ji and Huang gasps, "A meteor shower." It's a wide-area attack, and Sigwayan knows they have to be careful. Ji and Huang's face turn pale. "I don't think we can dodge such a powerful attack. I should use a defensive technique to protect everyone." But Orion bravely tells everyone, "Sigwayan, now's our chance to strike the final blow while it's charging up." Sigwayan regains her confidence, replying, "Alright, don't screw this up." Orion rushes forward using the voice technique from beyond the labyrinth, reminding himself to stay calm. It's not just him. Then with all their might, they unleash the Avenger skill, Fire and Fury, let's go. Orion shouts, determined to fight to the bitter end. Si Ong-ha observes carefully, and realizes something, telling everyone that it stopped using its skills, and now is the time to push it back. The cooldown on that attack is our chance, smash it to pieces, everyone charge. The monster falters, confused, unleashing a dual attack with both sword and staff. Orion and Zuzion were shocked, because only adventurers and avengers could wield such weapons. This is their skill, a light that dispels darkness, an adventurer's skill. Orion realizes, what is that monster mimicking our skills? More concerning, his teammates were scattered and defeated on the ground. Zuzion fearfully says, this isn't good, everyone except me, and Sigwion is down. Sigwion panics, realizing the monster is mimicking their skills, meaning its next move will be the death dance. They eyed the monster doctor, warily sensing an immense power. Zuzion exclaimed, wait, that's the Avenger clan's ultimate technique. But Sigwion, impatient as ever, couldn't stand idly by, and charged into the fray. Despite Zuzion's pleas to stay back, Sigwion's resolve is unshaken, as she shouts, run Zuzion. Assessing the situation, she realizes, with stats this high, I can't defeat this monster alone. For now, all she can do is distract it until the others awaken. Sigwion steels herself and attacks with her lightning spear. But with the monster doctor's keen senses, he immediately noticed summoning a giant hand to block Sigwion's attack. The little monster roared, Hand of Fate Karma. The two powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Sigwion, standing nearby, was also affected, and Zuzion worriedly thought from afar that the dizziness wouldn't last long, but Sigwion was still hit. He couldn't stand idly by any longer. Zuzion knew he had to act now. Closing his eyes, he berated himself for his timidity. In this desperate situation, he recalls Maria's words from his childhood. Just one small step can change the world, but most people are too afraid to take it. In the game, it's like we're giving them a boost. She smiled at the boy, encouraging him. You can do it, Zuzion, so you have to believe in yourself. He returned to reality more determined than ever. Just one step, but he hesitated, seeing a younger version of himself, a young Zuzion who mirrored his hesitation, looking up at his adult self. The boy smiles, his eyes full of trust, as he hands the sword to the older Zuzion, who glares back at the child. Zuzion reconsiders his decision, wondering why of all the paths he could have chosen, he picked the adventurer class. Suddenly, something hurtled toward the monster, Doctor catching him completely off guard, and he unleashed a massive explosion with his scepter. The sudden attack sends Zuzion reeling backward, caught completely off guard. Damn it, the monster is using heart-seeking skills. It seems my betrayal armor is useless. Even so, I can still get pretty close, Zuzion thought, refusing to give up as he stood and faced his opponent. As he charged, he reflected on his decision of all the classes a player could choose. The reason he chose Adventurer was because he wanted to embark on adventures without fear, and Zuzion's eyes burned with determination, so he resolved to stand firm and unleashed the light. The Adventurer class skill, Light, impairs the opponent's vision for 2.5 seconds. The monster doctor is stunned by the unexpected attack, unable to look away. Little did he know Light was his weakness, as his eyes were now ruined. Zuzion, amazed by the attack, exclaimed, I did it, I blinded him. Thanks to that, Siwion has a chance to recover and continue fighting thanks to your support. It reduces magic defense by 10% and is cold enough to conveniently preserve food. Combined with Minoto's light prison, Siwion sprouts 2 horns and charges at the blinded monster doctor. The powerful attack takes its toll, and his eyes return to normal. She froze, startled, as a massive explosion erupted. Duzeon frantically called out her name, Siwion, from a distance as the smoke cleared, revealing countless red swords piercing the ground. Siwion is barely holding on her strength, failing when a familiar figure steps in to protect her. That familiar towering figure saves Siwion from the brink of death. It was Orium. She frantically asks Han, Orium, are you okay? But with his last ounce of strength, he reassures her. Don't worry. I've become invincible, he declares, his eyes filled with determination before charging toward his opponent. Orium then unleashes his ultimate technique, the Dance of Death, to confront him. Then he calls out, Duzeon, support me from behind. Now the monster doctor is surrounded. Duzeon, anticipating this attack, uses his newly acquired adventurer skill, Blessing of Courage, raising his sword high. This skill draws enemy attacks while boosting the team's power by 17%. Duzeon could only be grateful, silently thanking Maria in his mind for the game she created. The doctor sensed a dark shadow and looked up. I too can become the person I've always wanted to be. Orion attacks while the doctor is distracted, countless swords descending upon him. His eyes filled with murderous intent, the swords strike the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Dust fills the air in the aftermath of the quake, and as it settles, the doctor is revealed impaled by a sword. He's given up now, resigned to his fate. The doctor smiles serenely as his soul begins to fade away. Orion eliminates the witness as his body fades into the air. The team regroups, and Zeok asks in confusion, is he dead? Zeongha replies, I think so too. Otherwise he might have revived after hearing you say that. Indeed, I never imagined we'd all be knocked out there. Suddenly a slender hand appeared from behind and gently tapped Orion's back, startling him. "You did great. That person is Siwion." She extends her hand and Orion smiles, bumping fists with her. She looks at Juzion and says, "You did a great job today too, Juzion. Without you, we'd all be dead." Juzion awkwardly chuckled, telling her not to mention it as all he did was distract him for a moment. But Siwion insisted on his strength, saying it helped them a lot, just like at the party. Juzion, lost in thought by her words, gazed at the sword in his hand, recalling its past. Legend says a fairy named Kyrie gifted it to a brave explorer who then led people through dark forests. Juzion hesitated, even though it was just a game. It felt real, like a message from Maria, as if she were cheering him on. Suddenly the great demon god Satan appeared right behind Juzion, shocking everyone. Siwion reacted first, yelling out to Juzion, "Run away now." He's confused, not understanding what's happening, and before Juzion can turn, he's attacked. Everyone was stunned as everything happened in an instant. The monster laughed gleefully, and while everyone called out to Juzion, he lay unconscious on the ground. That monster is the 6th guardian devil at the border, and it's delighted after attacking Juzion. He's badly injured, coughing violently with Junchung's figure visible in the distance. He was both bewildered and surprised by what had just happened. Without hesitation, Junchung activated his angel wing skill and soared upwards to attack. The guardian demon seemed prepared for his arrival, immediately unleashing a flurry of sharp blows. He struggled to evade the monster's wild attacks. Its attacks are powerful, forcing Junchung to struggle and expend a great deal of energy. Suddenly, the monster unleashes a decisive blow aimed directly at him, making Junchung want to give up on his fate. It didn't hesitate, striking decisively, but a small tremor occurred. Junchung thought he was done for, but luckily, Ujon arrived just in time, using his sword to block the blow. He shouted in alarm, "Zhang, what the hell are you doing? Do you want to die?" Then Zhang suddenly mentioned 90 seconds. He shouts that they can use the rebirth skill to save him within 90 seconds before he dies, and they have to get there as fast as possible. He stammered, trying to explain, but if we don't hurry. Just then, Hyun Se-ung interrupted with a warning, "Don't get ahead of yourself. If you're not careful, you'll get us all killed trying to save him." So he advised them to wait until they cleared a path for him, with Ujon and Seoko actively fighting alongside Hyun Se-ung. The scene shifts and the rain continues to fall as Orium and Segi-on rush to Yuzion's side. The prince, terrified, desperately tried to wake him. "Yuzion, stay with me," but Yuzion didn't open his eyes. Orium cursed, "Damn it, I need a healing item fast, if I trade the time-bending device." Suddenly he yelled, stopping him, "Orium, don't waste your energy." Yuzion says helplessly that his health is almost gone, and he's been hit with a skill that prevents him from using items. He says somberly, "That means we're out of options." Yuzion knew there was nothing he could do. Only a miracle could save him now, but relying on that would be a fatal mistake. At this point he was ready to face death. In that case, perhaps he should have entrusted it to someone trustworthy. Yuzion felt a pang of regret. "Yuzion, please do me this favor. The lock containing the encrypted code is in my bag near his dropped briefcase." This sudden revelation stuns Orium, the encrypted key. "You've had it all along." Yuzion, realizing his mistake, avoids his gaze. "I'm sorry, I don't think I have much time left." Siwion quickly grabbed his bag and asked, "You mean the red bag?" Yuzion confirms it's the red messenger bag, begging him to keep the key away from the guards, his final request. He recounted the fateful rainy day, when Maria entrusted it to him, her request and final wish, to use it to stop Horizon early on. Yuzion now places his trust in Orion, pleading with him. Suddenly Siwion shouts, "Orion, I think this is it," her eyes filled with tension. The encryption code shattered, leaving Orion in shock as Yuzion chuckled, asking if he would do it for him as repayment. Without hesitation, he agrees, promising to fulfill Yuzion's wish, who reveals the key to his apartment is in his pocket, where Orion will find his beloved turtle. He asked him to take care of it for him, and with that final farewell, Yuzion vanished into thin air. Orion was still in disbelief, as Siwion cried out in alarm, "Yuzeon." Meanwhile, the others fought on, unaware that Yuzion was gone, until Master Seung sensed it and raged that they were too late. The monster then attacks, seizing the opportunity to strike with its massive claw. But once again, Uzon's sword blocks the blow. He shouts, asking what's wrong and telling him not to lose focus. Raimi remains silent beside them. Moreover, the others received a warning: a member of their team was lost. Back at the scene, Orion remains stunned by Yuzion's death. He never expected things to turn out this way. Without hesitation, Siwion urges him on. "It's not safe here, Orion. We need to focus on finding a way out and regroup before fighting the guards." But Orion's spirit was fading into despair, even though she knew this would happen. She sat down, remembering him but unable to do anything. Orion berates herself, realizing her mistake, and cries out, regretting that she couldn't protect him. Just then a spatial gate appeared behind Orion's sorrowful figure, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "Isn't that the back door?" Suddenly he slowly rises, declaring that only by becoming stronger. This time Orion is burning with renewed vigor, but then senses something strange. Siwion cries out in alarm, "Orion," as the scene shifts to a dark, unknown place where Gyeong-hoen waits in the rain. She gloats, reveling in the moment. That's epic. I can't believe it. I only wanted to see what would happen if they tried to drag out the Guardians. But little did he know he'd witness a hero break through to transcendence, a sight that filled Gyeong Hoen with delight. Gyeong Hoen was thrilled, eager to see him conquer the world while the players fought with all their might. They struggle to destroy the giant monster, as Jian curses, wondering if it's his fault, or if the beast isn't even trying. At that moment, Seungha's eyes glowed gold as she spoke. It's not just her. She explained that its overall stats were slightly lower than a soul vessel, but its physical damage potential was terrifying. Moreover, its combat techniques are complex, its snake sword defying the laws of physics. In any case, we're the ones caught in the trap, not the puppeteer. Caught off guard, they quickly brace themselves for battle, as the monstrous guardian roars, unleashing a chilling gust of wind. This powerful attack inflicts massive damage, making it hard for them to even stand. Seungha wonders what to do, as everyone has used everything they have to fight the soul vessel. We need to regroup, or should we just run and try to recover our strength? No, if we retreat too quickly, we'll be discovered and surely die. Seungha then devised another plan. Someone needed to stay behind, to buy time while they retreated, until the monarch's blessing ultimate move was activated. Immediately, Seungha ordered everyone to retreat, saying she would stay behind to hold it off. But the mana was too great. This was too dangerous. Remy agreed from behind, saying it was too dangerous, but Seungha ignored their cries. For now, she focuses on fighting the monster, realizing the Guardian's attack range is wider than expected. She needs to get in close. Suddenly, Seungha's eyes widen as she realizes Orion intends to seize this opportunity to finish it. His eyes flashed with rage, and Orion swung his sword at the monster, the resulting explosion obscuring Seungha's vision. She's stunned by the sight before her, never imagining that person would be him, Orion. Orion glances back, facing the monstrous creature, which is regenerating its lost arm into a massive replacement. The monster roars in agony as it regenerates its lost arm, discarding the old one for the new. It grabbed its blade and slashed at Orion, leaving only a massive afterimage of the attack. But luckily, Orion dodged in time. His eyes narrowed as he struck the monster, who cried out in pain as Orion landed safely. He called out, "System, show me all my stats and skills." The system immediately complied, understood, displaying now. Orion observes the basic information displayed on the screen, then hesitates. Rebel. The screen says, "I'm a rebel." Just then, the unvanquished monster ambushed Orion, who dodged with uncanny agility, thinking, "I don't know how I triggered this transcendence, but this power will help me avenge Zuzion." Orion vows to win at any cost, and so the fierce battle between Orion and the monster rages on. In a flash, Orion struck the monster. Uzan was stunned. He was even stronger than the guards. Zizan was also surprised, noting how incredible it was, as if he were a different person. But Hyun Sehun reminded them not to just stand there. "Are you just going to stand there and watch a high school kid fight alone? If you're regrouped, go help him," he exclaimed. "Don't let another member fall." Uzan quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." Remy chimes in. Hyun Sehun, "Don't feel guilty, and blame yourself. There's nothing you could have done," she consoles. Of course, Hyun Sehun knows he just wants to escape this unpleasant feeling. "I know I just want to." He just wants to get rid of this unpleasant feeling right now, that's all, as he intently watches Orion fight the monsters. Remy thinks to herself that he's still blaming himself, the fool. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs while Orion is still fighting fiercely. Orion stops and scans his surroundings, wondering what's happening and how he managed to transcend. From out of nowhere, Miss Wen appears, explaining that it's all about timing, location, and circumstance, startling Sehun. She immediately turns and points her staff at Miss Wen, demanding an explanation. Without a care, she explains that one needs a catalyst to reach that level, something common in games, like completing quests to unlock storylines or defeating final bosses to advance to the next stage. Wen casually states. Sehun dazedly recalls Orion's expression, "So that means..." Wen continues, "Perhaps there are many factors that make up the level and stats, but the key factor has already appeared, and that factor may be..." Sehun can already guess, "The death of a team member, right?" "Well," Miss Wen continued, "I don't remember the details, but it must be a prerequisite for superheroes to reach the transcendent level. That's what revenge means. It happens because of someone's sacrifice," she said nonchalantly. Sehun listened in silence as Wen spoke up. "I'll give you a tip. Don't rely too much on the transcendent rank." Sehun was confused. What was she even talking about? In fact, when I skimmed through the data, it seems that the transcendence rank is not yet complete. It's like an unfinished project, a bunch of useless data, Wen advised. If you use it, the system will disappear for a while, but no one knows what will happen after that. What kind of bugs will creep in? She's seen it herself and explains. In other words, Wen says there will simply be some unwanted side effects like overdosing on medicine. Si Huion wonders when he'll return to normal and if there's a way to ensure it. Hwen bluntly replies, "Who knows? This kind of information isn't cheap, young lady, and I can't just give it away." Growing impatient, she asks, "Then what do you want? I'll do anything to get him back safely." Hwen smirked. "Really? Then let me borrow him for a night. I want to have some fun with him." Si Huion was shocked by the words and the sinister attitude. Hwen reassured her, saying not to worry, he wouldn't harm him, and he'd return him safe and sound the next morning. in exchange for making him a more interesting person than he was, now words that only deepened her suspicion. Unable to listen any longer, Si Huion summons the imprisonment skill as Gyong Huion dodges and asks what it is and if he truly doesn't need her help. She retorted, saying she didn't need the help of someone deranged like her, and that she would find her own way, as Si Huion furiously attacked the disappearing Gyong Huen. Meanwhile, Orion continued to battle the monster swords clashing. Then he unleashed his ultimate skill, Great Spear Destruction. This successful strike throws the monster off balance. It roars in pain as Orion jumps down. He stares at his sword, judging it this level is different from the hero rank, making it a little difficult to control. But he believes he's adapting, mastering more skills, and this won't be a challenge. Orion's focus now is striking it down with his next skill. The monster stands opposite Orion, observing him, and unexpectedly erupts with strange power as the others approach. He wondered, what is that, a combat skill? June quickly replied, no, it's a magic attack skill. Raimi worriedly said, everyone run, the shock will be huge. It's clearly using an area of effect skill. She shouts a warning as the monster unleashes its power, but Orion, though surprised, stands his ground sword in hand. Just then, Sonha appeared asking if he needed help, to which Orion exclaimed Sonha and Xu. Sonha assured him that they wouldn't falter, and to just say the word if he needed anything, only burning it to ashes would satisfy her. Orion, stunned by their willingness to help, agreed. Then hold him off while I prepare my next attack. You want us to keep it busy, that's easy enough. She turned and asked Xu, are you ready? He naturally replied, I'm burning with passion. With that, he and Sonha charged forward together while Orion took his battle stance. He silently thanked everyone for giving him the time to create his move. Orion then unleashed his ultimate technique, the fragrant beginning divine sword. The rain intensifies, yet the city finds no rest as the two female players clash, Son fiercely battling Jian Huen. Faced with her doppelganger ability, she's forced to use her chain snare skill. A chain quickly forms and binds Jian Huen's hands. With her movements restricted, Sun seized the chance, raising her staff and striking back, using its special ability to attack Jian Huen. It seems she was one step ahead as Jian Huen transferred her soul to another puppet, making it her scapegoat, sending it flying. Though the wound wasn't severe, it put Son on high alert. She pondered for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. Jian Huen creates a massive spatial explosion to retaliate, but Son activates her dark protection skill just in time, successfully withstanding the damage. Son's dark maze mastery weakens defenses, but Jian Huen remains cautious. Ada mocks Son, saying he's not cute, and that he's overthinking things because he's a high schooler. Son fires back, accusing her of wanting to harass a student, and calling her depraved. Suddenly a pillar of red light erupts from behind a building amidst the night battle, drawing the attention of both fighters. Son is surprised, wondering what the light is. Jian Huen says Ata doesn't know either, but suspects it's Orion's ultimate move. Thinking it's Orion, Sun is shocked, and with her broken staff she rushes toward the light. Where do you think you're going? Jian Huen won't allow it, so take this spell. I haven't forgotten what you did to my head. The wooden puppets reappear, blocking Sun's path, but she fearlessly charges forward, now fully recovered and ready to retaliate with her Binding Abyss skill. She was now unable to escape their obstruction. Before leaving, Sun warned Ada that next time she would crush her, and until then she should focus on recovering, you pervert. Son quickly departs, leaving Jian Huen captivated by her strength, while Ada gleefully praises her, admitting the girl fights better than she expected. Who knows, maybe he could use that Labyrinth Lord technique too. Jian Huen began to plot. Meanwhile, across the building, the others were struggling against a formidable monster. Among them, Orion has awakened the ultimate move of the rebel rank, the Mad God sword skill for his greatsword. It can increase attack power for a certain period. The skill is prepared and increased by 1,800%, and significantly increases the attack range. His eyes turned red with a strong will. He couldn't wait for his energy to be fully charged, and if he moved fast enough he could increase his attack power by about 800%. Therefore, Orion decides to risk it all, believing he can take down the guard. Orion raises his sword with grim determination, as Xeungha senses the energy emanating from the blade. She warned Xu behind her. Xu fall back. Orion quickly unleashed Chaotic Divine Sword, channeling it into his blade. Then he slashes forward, the destructive power tearing through the earth. His teammates, despite keeping their distance, were still affected by the skill, tossed aside and riddled with wounds they could barely see through the dust. After a series of tremors, Xeungha struggled to open his eyes. As the smoke cleared, they could see the devastation wrought by the Mad God sword. The ground looked as if it had been swept over and corroded by lava. The Sword of Chaos's destination was the original monster, its body now cleaved in two. The monster roared in agony, then went berserk, destroying everything in its path, while Orion, exhausted from his technique, kept his distance. Orion's exceptional abilities surprise his comrades. Jun wonders if it's a transcendent-level skill, with an insane area of effect, while Xeungha watches intently. The system window appears congratulating Orion on his achievement, defeating all the monsters and completing the mission. However, Orion feels no satisfaction, remembering his promise to Junxian. Junxian, I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill your request. Suddenly, a strange sensation surges through his body. A sharp pain engulfs Orion, leaving him bewildered. What is this? Why does my heart hurt so much? Zeung-ha noticed something was wrong, and called out to Orion just as he fell backward into Siwion's arms. She anxiously asked Han Orion, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Orion gasped, "My heart hurts so much." Siwion immediately felt his left chest to check his pulse. "Heart right here. Stop touching my back. I'm giving you a massage, you idiot." Zeung-ha then called Junjong for assistance. So, Mr. Han predicted this, saying Heller won't work, and thanks to his vast experience, he knows Orion is experiencing a data error. An error? What does that mean? Zeung-ha asks, hearing this for the first time. Han explains that incomplete data retrieval results in data bugs like being blocked from opening a closed door in a game. However, this error isn't too serious, as Orion's flow index is quite high, so it should be fine, she casually assesses. However, if your stats were low, you could temporarily disappear. Kid Gyeong-hoon sincerely warns. Zeung-ha grabs her collar, demanding she spill everything she knows, but she smirks, saying she has no reason to. In this critical situation, all players receive an emergency system notification. Zeung-ha knows something's coming and exclaims in disbelief, "No way." Gyeong-hoon replies, just as he expected, Horizon is coming, and he laughs with glee as Zeung-ha tensely listens to their conversation. Orion is still recovering, unable to fight, as Hyun Seong opens the emergency broadcast. It's a lengthy letter that begins, "Greetings Agasphere, online players, how are you? I'm here to announce the event everyone's been waiting for, the official beginning of Horizon." The screen winks playfully. It continues, "Any user who has completed the tutorial is eligible to participate in this event. Even Hoo Hyuk at home receives the same notification. And you're free to use any items or skills you like. Details about Horizon, including its expiration date, will be announced on the day of the event, after which you can choose whether or not to participate. Even if you haven't done any quests, you can visit the store on the homepage until the event starts, where users can freely buy, sell, and trade. We hope players prepare thoroughly for the event." The boss of Chos on the other side sneered. Then, just when it seemed over, the system spoke again. "It seems I haven't mentioned the most important thing. The event will begin 2 days after this announcement on July 13th. Despite the bug, Orion tries to read the letter. Players will be informed of the rules and given a 15-minute break before the event begins. Okay. At the end of the letter, the mysterious figure wished the players luck in surviving until Horizon's start and bid farewell. Sigweon next to Orion was ecstatic. Horizon would begin in 2 days, far too soon. Gyeong-huyen remained defiant, saying, "Do you understand now? I told you I didn't need to explain myself. Whether you like it or not, once Horizon begins, you'll understand. You'll see for yourselves how cruel this garbage game is. But I'm being vague." Gyeong-huyen chuckled ominously, adding that they were nothing more than puppets forced to fight against it. In a quiet neighborhood, Sigweon walks with Orion, pointing ahead and saying, "I think that's the house." Still doubtful, Orion asks if she's sure it's the right address. Sigweon simply relays the information, saying the chairman is certain. But Sigweon wondered, how does she have his personal information? She knows everything about me too. Even Orion doesn't know why. She says it's a secret, so it's probably an illegal source. Sigweon couldn't help but curse, knowing she was devilishly cruel. They approached the rather old building. They pushed the door open, its hinges creaking, causing Sigweon to exclaim that it was bigger than he thought. She said it was a studio, so I thought it'd be smaller. The desk full of books catches Orion's eye. He flipped through a few pages, game design, script writing guides, and a bunch of game titles, even though Zion loved playing games. Then Sigweon asked, "Hey, where's the turtle? Let's find it quickly and get out of here." There it is. She quickly spots a glass tank on the cabinet, where the turtle sensitive to noise is hiding in its shell. Sigweon peers in close. It's withdrawn into its shell. "It's not dead, is it?" Orion thinks differently. "I don't think so. It's probably just sleeping." Of course, Sigweon wasn't sure of what he was saying, but he'd take care of the turtle, use his fish tank at home, and have his helper assist. Seeing this, Orion offered to help, suggesting they buy food, medicine, and other supplies, but Sigweon sighed, reminding him who he was talking to, and told him to leave it to him. Instead, "Why don't you go get some rest? You have to do that yourself." Anyway, Orion shouldn't refuse, so he says, Thanks." She takes the box and leaves, saying that their test begins in 2 days, but Orion suddenly calls out, asking what Sigweon plans to do now. A smile creeps across her face, as she suggests leaving the turtle at home and studying with Sojung at a cafe, inviting Orion along, who declines, saying he's fine and should head home to study as well. But Sigweon simply looks back, saying they need to ace these tests, they've come too far to fail now. Orion agreed, seeing the logic in her words, they had come too far. Just then, the little turtle finally peeked its head out. As if she knew, Sigweon urges us to leave our work, here is done, who knows if thieves are on their way. Panic sets in on Orion's face. We can't let that happen. As he was about to leave, he noticed something, a book about turtles on the table, one with a turtle drawing. The turtle's diary might contain information about illnesses or foods it can't eat, Orion thought, curiously opening it. One detail surprised him, research notes on Interhold software. The scene shifts to an apartment building, a few lights still on, where Ju Hyuk and Seo Hong Ha are. Ju Hyuk looks serious, so that's what happened. He can't believe the explorer is dead. What about the other two in the party? They must be shocked, he asks. So Hong Ha takes a sip of water and replies, since So Hong Ha doesn't show much emotion, I'm not sure, but Orion probably suffered some mental trauma. It's no wonder a high schooler would be shaken, but for someone like Ju Hyuk, it's just another day. Yeah, of course it would be for any adult. Oh, and what about the transcendent rank? You must have a clear view of the stats, he inquired curiously. So Hong Ha shook her head and sighed. It's beyond my imagination. When that kid breaks through, his stats will increase by 2 makeups at once. Few can beat him in a one-on-one fight, she states frankly. Ju Hyuk's attitude shifted quickly. Dangerous. Charles or our king could also break through to the transcendent level. So Hong Ha looked a bit sad, most likely. Ju Hyuk understood it was a tight spot. Dealing with the constantly meddling chaos bastards was already enough of a headache, let alone transcendence. That's why So Hong Ha suddenly called him Ju Hyuk during the event. He waited for her to speak, watching Seo Hong Ha's helplessness as she said, we don't have time for such foolish thoughts. I need you, Ju Hyuk. Come to me. Caught off guard, Ju Hyuk asked if she could lead the event. It was her decision so she could protect the guild members. Ju Hyuk gazes intently at her. Things must be tough. I've never seen you so vulnerable. The you I know is laser, focused on her goals. Seo Hong Ha had a lot on her mind, and he was the only one who saw her act like a child. Seeing their leader become cowardly and unstable would worry anyone, so no matter what anyone says, she'll keep moving forward. She confided sadly, saying that right or wrong, a commander's job is to build faith in the goodness and rightness of what they do. So when he says I'm weak, it means I really need his help, something Ju Hyuk had never seen before. So Hong Ha is acting strange today, so don't force yourself. I have my pride too. At this point, Ju Hyuk is speechless. You think I'm being forced? Dream on. Honestly, I always give in to you anyway. I'll help you until the event ends, so you can take first place and protect everyone. So Hong Ha seems better now, thanks as always. He really is the best helper. Now a change of scenery. Meanwhile, Orion lies reading about Dr. Maria, the game's developer who suffered from a terminal illness and underwent soul transplant experiments. I don't understand most of this, but I guess Ju Zion is researching Interho Software, the company that created Ergosphere Online, which explains why he seemed so suspicious when we first met. So it was just the wariness he developed while doing his research. Orion's phone is blowing up. Who could be texting at this hour? It's none other than Su Hong. Hey, are you asleep? Orion chuckled. Oh, Seo Hong, I guess she's still awake. Hey, why aren't you asleep? Si Hong says over the phone. I'm just rewatching fan cams. A thought sparked in Orion's mind right before the exam, so confident after studying Seo Hong's explanation felt a bit flimsy. He just couldn't sleep. Orion isn't fooled so easily. He chuckles as he types. Don't tell me you're worried. So Hong replies with a short text. Go away, I'm just a little scared. This isn't the Seo Hong that Orion knows. Is it because of the incident I thought you weren't afraid of anything? Seo Hong suddenly speaks a torrent of nonsense. What do you mean, thought? I'm terrified of you dying, and I'm terrified of dying in vain. How could she say these things so casually? It made Orion think, don't worry, I'll protect you with my life. Ugh, no, that sounds awful. Delete, delete. Then So Hong sent another message. She'd been thinking about sleeping in the room this afternoon, so the chaos wouldn't find her. Wait, after the exam, I'm planning to sneak a few more sips. Orion chuckled. Drinking at school is a bit. And Saiweon asked if Orion wanted to come over, saying he thought it would be fun and that he had something to tell him. What do you think? It's been a while since we last slept together. The fire crackled in the hearth, warming the room as Siweon curled up, scrolling through her phone. Out of nowhere, she notices someone entering the room, and upon seeing Orion, she blurts out, "Oh, it's you. I thought you weren't coming since you said your sister was home." Orion feigns a stern expression, replying, "You said you had something to tell me, so I snuck out." Siweon forces a smile, saying, "Oh, I just wanted someone to talk to." Orion was taken aback by this absurd reason. A reason Siweon confessed her true feelings. "I didn't have anything to say to you, I just needed an excuse for you to come." "Oh, what's in the bag?" Orion glanced at the bag in her hand and said, "This hot chocolate. You said you were having trouble sleeping, so I picked it up at the convenience store." Siweon was surprised, thinking it was alcohol, but Orion reminded her that she shouldn't be drinking. Siweon curiously asks if he plans to sleep there tonight, but Orion smiles faintly, saying he's just stepping out for a bit since he has the night shift and needs to leave early. "I need to be home before she gets back." Orion can already imagine her freaking out when she finds him here, wondering where he's gone. Silence fills the air between them until Siweon turns to him and asks, "Hey Orion, what would you do with 200 million won if you won? Have you thought about what you want?" Without hesitation, Orion replied, "Yes, first I'll buy a new phone, then a house so I can have my own room and I'll save the rest." Hearing Orion's simple dreams, Siweon exclaimed, "What is this Buddha dream bigger?" Orion looked at her, bewildered. "Dream bigger, how?" Siweon then suggested some ideas like throwing a lingerie party with a bunch of hot girls, but Orion immediately refused, saying no way. The moment of truth arrives and he confesses that if he had that much money, he wouldn't want his sister to live in poverty anymore. Siweon asks what he'd wish for if he won first prize. What did he wish for? Orion scratched his head, saying he'd thought about it, but what to wish for? It was too hard to choose. Sai Weian glances at him, then patiently guides him, suggesting he list things within reach. So what would he choose? Orion hesitated for a long time before finally saying, if I could. Images of his parents in the past flashed through his mind along with the scene of him standing by, helpless as everything crumbled before his eyes. Seeing his loved ones injured and writhing in pain, and Jusian's meaningful gaze towards Orion, he raised 2 fingers and told Si Weian he'd wish for 2 more wishes. She frowned and flatly replied, boring. Orion then turned to Si Weian and asked, all right, what about you? What would he use the reward money for? Si Weian looked thoughtful, saying he would probably, I'll buy an apartment building, make the top floor a penthouse for myself and rent out the rest. I'll also invest in school courses. Orion is surprised by her deep calculations. Wow, so practical. Si Weian, annoyed by Orion's naivete, declares that money not invested will simply vanish. He laughs, impressed by her maturity, noting that's what dads say. She bluntly tells Orion to get lost while he quickly explains that he thought she'd spend the money on parties or something since she's so ambitious. Si Weian closes her eyes, saying it's part of her desire but not the ultimate goal, to which Orion offers a half-hearted response. Meanwhile, Si Weian savored her hot chocolate milk before asking, aren't you going to ask about my wish? Startled, Orion asks. The atmosphere turns somber as Si Weian curls up and says, you wanted to know what my wish was, didn't you? Orion stared at the milk, lost in thought, before answering with certainty, I think I know. You're going to use it for your parents, right? Si Weian was completely surprised. How did you know? Did I accidentally say something? So Orion is an understanding guy. I guess there must be a reason. It just occurred to me that you never talk about your parents either. I hesitated because I lost mine in an accident. Si Weian exclaims in surprise, impressed by Orion's perceptiveness, but assures him that he doesn't pity him. Orion grinned, replying, I know. But I really want to know what exactly is your wish. You can tell me. Si Weian decides to confide in him without much thought, saying it's not a big deal and there's no need to hide it. The story I'm about to tell isn't that important, but Si Weian's eyes reveal a deep sadness whenever he mentions it. Back in middle school, he witnessed his father's affair. I thought I was seeing things, so I hid and watched, but it was definitely my dad with a woman who wasn't my mom. Si Weian was stunned by the sight. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should tell my mom. When I couldn't pretend it didn't happen anymore, I told my mom. But she said with a completely blank expression. Then she suddenly laughed calmly and said, I know. I have a boyfriend too. You're too young to understand, Si Weian. This is marriage, we support each other in certain ways. Other things don't matter. It's like a partnership. She said that as long as we don't break the rules, nothing else matters. You'll understand when you grow up that things like love or friendship are just plays to deceive others. After revealing her shocking past to Orion, Si Weian collapses in despair, but Orion asks why. Why was I even born? I'm just a tool created from their fabricated relationship. Orion wondered to himself, is that all there is? So that's why Si Weian always said things like that. Yeah, well, even if I disappear or die, they wouldn't care. Si Weian glared, wanting to forget those memories. Even if the familial affection was fake, she didn't think she could trust anyone anymore. Orion listened intently to Si Weian's heartfelt confession, then asked with a wry smile, what do you think? How foolish, right? To lighten the mood, Orion teases Si Weian just a little. It's like reaching for the singer you admire. Even with life's ups and downs, you keep fighting, meaning this is important to you. I hope your wish comes true no matter what it is. And I'll help you make it happen. Si Weian is taken aback, asking, why is it because of my promise? Orion turns to her with loving eyes, then shyly looks away, confessing the feelings he's long hidden. He likes her. You've saved me 1,000,000,000 times over. That's the truth. That's why I want to make your wish come true, even if you don't trust me. Hearing those touching words for the first time, Si Weian bowed her head as if to hide her own emotions. After regaining her composure, she finally sat up straight, the fire still burning brightly, warming their budding romance. Inevitably, Orion and Si Weian took their first steps, sharing a passionate kiss. But after only a few seconds, Si Weian shyly said, wait, not today, the timing's off. She covered her face and told Orion, you can go home now, I'm going to sleep. Orion, unsure of what to do, simply agreed with Si Weian, but as he turned to leave, she suddenly called out his name. Thanks for the hot chocolate, good night, she says, her face flushed with embarrassment. Orion returns the sentiment, and as soon as he does, he heads home through the portal. Meanwhile, Si Weian alone in her room breathed a sigh of relief after Orion left. She almost lost control. Unbelievable. And so she sat in stunned silence, muttering, damn it. Orion finally returned home safely, his face etched with a terrifying gloom. Suddenly, Orion clutched his head and screamed in anguish. Why did I do that? Was I caught up in the moment and lost my mind? This is bad timing. How am I supposed to face Si Weian tomorrow? The bustling city begins a new day. The next day, at the entrance to the teacher's lounge during exam time, Orion entered the classroom with an awkward smile as Si Weian glanced at him with sharp eyes and greeted him as usual. Orion watched Si Weian's back, thinking he's so calm. Maybe he doesn't care. I shouldn't overthink it. With a week full of exams, it's time to focus, and Si Weian is chanting a mantra, focus, focus, use mind control to memorize. The dreaded teacher Kwok has arrived. Mr. Jiang enters and orders. All right, put away your books and sit quietly. After the bell, we'll begin the listening test. He even gives the students a sinister smile, advising them that cramming won't help and the test will reflect their efforts. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang noticed a student staring out the window with a panicked expression. Ungji, what are you doing? Sit down, the terrified student pointed outside, replying, teacher outside. Hearing this, the teacher himself went down to Ungji to see what was outside, some pervert or something. Never mind, I'll call security. Just as he looked up at the sky, Mr. Jiang's face suddenly changed and he screamed, What the hell is that? Orion and Sir Weon immediately looked towards the window with bewildered expressions, a strange object catching Orion's eye. No, it's... A strange rectangular object floats in the sky. Orion wondered if it was a system message, while outside the bus stop, onlookers were equally stunned by the object hovering above them. What is that? Everyone is startled like they've seen a ghost. What's going on? A scream pierces the air, speculating, is it Gosphere Online? One guy laughs stupidly, amused, an ad too flashy. Suddenly a broadcast flickers to life on his phone, a mysterious streamer waving to his audience. I hope my followers are still breathing fresh air. No one's turned up their toes yet, right? Welcome back to my channel, Hour of the Snake, the mysterious orange box. I woke up early just for this, right here. You're probably wondering where I am, aren't you? Well, open your eyes and see where we are. You want to know why I'm here instead of some weird place like before. It's going to get crowded later, so I made sure to come early. Some harsh comments target his words, and he doesn't hesitate to fire back at these bastards, asking what they want from him. Those who stay cooped up at home wouldn't know here. Let me show you, take a look. Do you guys see anything behind me? You still don't know what I'm talking about, huh? Well, is it a head or a ball? Who knows? He kept rambling on and on. I told you things like this are a sign of the apocalypse. You guys should go outside and see what's happening. The mysterious orange box suddenly revealed its barbaric face, causing a stir in the online community. After those cryptic words, the broadcast ended in an apartment as Juhyuk and Seul Hong-ha walked and talked in the hallway. She turned to him, her face etched with worry, asking what the system was doing there. Juhyuk skimmed through some information and told her that the internet was buzzing. News articles are popping up everywhere, saying even ordinary people can see them. In just a few hours, they've topped the trending charts in Korea on Goldsphere Online. Seol Hong-ha's eyes widened at the unfolding events as she gazed at the floating system and asked, This is Horizon Sound. Cut to a school where students are buzzing with excitement, fervently discussing the recent events surrounding Goldsphere Online. Is this some kind of promotion or is there a competition today? Meanwhile, Orion and Seguion remain still intently observing the strange system. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from the system announcing, Greetings, welcome, all users of Goldsphere Online and those who aren't. In approximately 15 minutes, the Horizon event will begin a 72-hour competition, held right here beneath a massive jewel that has appeared in the sky. The system continued its announcement to the populace. The active zone will expand to a 5-mile radius from the gem. Users outside this range will be teleported inside when the event begins. Standing beside him, Sojung turned to Mr. Zhang. An 8 kilometers radius. What's the epicenter? He mumbles in response that it's probably about half the city, leaving Sojung in stunned disbelief. Wow, that's huge. Does that mean we can't escape? Orion and Seguion eavesdrop on Zhang and Sojung's conversation as the system proudly announces the event, a survival hunting trip. He began to explain the rules. Users would hunt monsters spawned throughout the event, and whoever earned the most points would be ranked at the top. Sand points are automatically added upon a successful hunt, or they can be used as stat points or money to buy items in the store. Furthermore, certain locations will have random quests. Completing quests will award players hunting points, while attacking other players, known as PKS, will incur penalties. Other penalties are also suspended for the duration of the event, meaning you can't take someone else's sand points even if they die in PvP. However, remember that players can exchange points with each other, and the winner will receive a sum of money and a wish. The reward is up to 29.9 billion gold, and even ordinary people can participate in the event. Everyone was amazed by the system's willingness to spend 29.9 billion gold. The regression system continues its broadcast, explaining that players will start at level 1, with no tutorial, a high-level challenge for pro gamers. And finally, there are no requirements for users who want to join the game. Anyone who wants to participate can simply say, I want to join at any time. For those who don't wish to play, find the pit within the game's boundaries. Someone there will take you to safety. Remember, once you leave, there's no turning back, so think carefully. These warnings leave everyone looking pale. Before we begin, the system sends its best wishes to all players. Good luck. The event will begin in 5 minutes, and a series of red cylindrical tubes begin to fall. The people on the street aren't afraid. Instead, they're taking out their phones to record these surreal moments. What is that thing? Is this part of some kind of spectacle? The students are intrigued. The prize is 29.9 million star coins. That's huge. Should I try my luck? Siwian analyzes the situation, arms crossed. There are 6 pillars, and when they collapse, standing beside him, Orion added, Horizon will now begin. Mr. Zhang clapped loudly, reminding them to calm down and settle in their seats while he went to see what was happening. You're here to prepare for the test. Have you forgotten it's exam week? Orion's expression tenses not because of the upcoming test, but because of the toxic game the system has brought to humanity. The atmosphere outside became eerily silent as Mr. Hone, glasses in hand, stood tall and proud, thinking, I knew it. The stolen data is accurate. This will be fun. He watches the 6 pillars with anticipation, eager to see where this will lead, and who will come out on top. But then, without warning, the 6 pillars erupt with a deafening roar. And in an instant, everything cracked into long winding lines. A blinding light brighter than the sun erupted, causing all the students to clutch their heads in terror. Sebien and Orion shield their eyes from the intense light, but when Orion finally manages to look around, he's frozen in disbelief. The sky outside was a haunting crimson, and grotesque monsters flew everywhere, flapping their wings and circling the school. The students descend into chaos. What is this, monsters? This is insane. Is this really happening? A monster with razor-sharp teeth pressed against the window, sending shivers down everyone's spines, its claws gripping the wall as it roared, tearing through the sky. A terrified student collapsed to the floor, screaming in panic before scrambling away. Seeing this, Mr. Jiang called out Xiang-hun, but he ignored his teacher's desperate cries and kept running down the hallway trying to escape. He ran for a while, then suddenly stopped. What is that? Out of the frying pan into the fire, a sword-wielding monster stood before Xion, the elusive Dark Knight, an expert in ambush tactics. The Dark Knight, detecting a presence nearby, raises his sword high. High and terrified, instinctively closes his eyes and braces for the attack. But just then, Orion appeared and delivered a fatal blow to the Dark Knight, instantly killing the monster before Mr. Jiang could arrive. Witnessing the scene unfold, he froze for a few seconds before Orion turned to him with a request. Sir, please gather everyone and take them to the main hall for me. I'll protect them. So that he could get them to safety. Mr. Jiang hesitated, asking worriedly, but what about you? As they speak, another wave of monsters appears, nightmare hunter monsters who hunt in packs and inflict devastating critical damage. Thanks to his keen eyes, Orion spotted them early, pouring all his strength into his sword before unleashing a mighty blow upon the floor. Orion moved swiftly, darting through the nightmare hunter monsters, gifting each one a powerful strike. Just then, Si-Weon appeared and urged Master Jiang, saying they didn't have time for a detailed explanation, and the more he hesitated, the harder it would be to control everyone. So, in short, Orion fought in a place unknown to his master, his face etched with tension as he battled these dangerous monsters. Orion's sword cleaves through the monster's shoulder, severing its arm, but as soon as one falls, another wave arrives. In his mind, a mantra echoed, "Revenge is best served while the enemy still lives." A blinding light erupted as Orion's blade cleaved the monster in two. The next one was no exception. He thrashed them mercilessly. Orion, wielding weapons in both hands, dashed through the monsters, taking down the remaining ones with ease. He couldn't help but admire his handiwork. He'd cleared this floor of monsters. He rushed to the teacher's lounge to tell everyone to head to the main hall. "We'll gather here and lead everyone to safety." The teacher spread her arms to protect her students, questioning him with a doubtful look. "Zika, what's wrong?" Orion says gravely. "There's no time to explain. Trust me. The other teachers and students are waiting." After a moment of deliberation, the teacher decides to place her trust in Orion. "All right." The teacher turned back carefully, instructing her students. "Everyone stay calm and listen. Now we're going to get out of here. Follow me and don't stray from the group. And leave your bags behind, got it?" And so they left, one after another. Si-Hui hurriedly informed Orion that no one was left on the upper floors, and now they needed to check the annex for survivors. He nodded in acknowledgement and assigned her a task. "Okay, I'll check the annex while you protect everyone in the main hall." Si-Huion immediately complies, acknowledging the order. A powerful gust of wind sweeps through the corridor as Orion races to deal with the monsters outside. As he ran, he called up the system asking for a map. After a quick glance, he surmised that the black hole wasn't far off. Escaping through the front gate would be faster, but there are too many monsters out there. If we escape through the back, we can lead everyone to the safe wormhole. Looking through the window, Orion noticed a small group of students running from the school. Why were they outside? Orion gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, they disobeyed the teachers and escaped on their own. That's even more dangerous. There's a horde of monsters waiting out there while below 3 students run for their lives. One of the girls asked if this was okay, suggesting they wait for the police, but her friend retorted saying they couldn't trust the cops, and to shut up and follow her to the station. But no sooner were the words out of his mouth than a monster dove from the sky, its shriek paralyzing one of the students. All 3 could do was scream and feebly resist. A blinding light suddenly erupted, crackling with electricity. Orion had arrived just in time to rescue the students. This time, he chose the Arc Fate item, the guiding rope, and Orion immediately hurled it at the monster. It could only open its mouth wide and howl in pain. With just one blow, Orion could easily defeat the monster. He looks at the rope in his hand, remembering he got it from the last mission, glad it's light and long, perfect for quick maneuvers. Another swarm of monsters descends, and Orion, gazing up at them, tells his friends to return to the main hall, that he'll distract them. Terrified, his friend stubbornly argues, "Why should we go back? I don't want to die trapped in there." Orion, losing his patience, snapped at him to shut up and turn around unless he wanted to be stuck there. Hearing this, the three didn't dare say another word and hurried back into the school. Meanwhile, Orion began strategizing against the monsters. 5 large ones now occupied the athletic field. He didn't have time to deal with them individually, so he hurled his ordinary rope toward the creatures. The rope moved through the air faster than light, and Orion, with his rhythmic movements, prepared to strike them all at once. Initially, they aggressively flew toward Orion, but when the moment was right, he unleashed the vengeful ghost's fury to confront them. Orion weaved through the monsters, striking them with his thread, electrocuting them into paralysis as they cried out in agony. A shocking explosion sends them all to their doom. With the Zozia dealt with outside, he moves on to his next plan, time to head to the auxiliary building. Dust and smoke filled the air, and a terrifying gloom settled over the school as the students witnessed Orion's battle against the monsters. That's Orion. But who is he? So cool is he a superhero? One of them confirmed, I recognize him now, he's the real deal. The boy stunned asks if he means a hero from Agoxia Online, a character from the game. Jiang stood frozen fear etched on his face when Siwian suddenly appeared, startling him with her urgent call. Sir, after regaining his composure, he immediately asked, What is it, Siwian? She told Mr. Jiang seriously, I think you should count to see if anyone is missing. We can't leave anyone behind when we escape. Stunned, he asked, escape? Where are you planning to take everyone? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the police here? Siwian took a moment to explain to the teacher that there was a place called the Wormhole nearby, and if they went there, everyone would be taken to a safer place. She and Orion would guide them. Jiang was still hesitant and worried, but there were so many monsters out there, he couldn't just go out there. The two of you can't protect all these people. Suddenly Siwian shouts with a stern tone, teacher. Then she reloads her gun and explains that the first time Orion transformed it was hard to accept what happened. No matter what, Orion is still Orion. So please trust him, he's your student. Hearing such heartfelt persuasion, Mr. Jiang nodded in agreement, ready to arrange everything according to their plan. Very well, I understand. Immediately after, Mr. Jiang used all his strength to loudly announce the news to everyone. All right, everyone, I'm going to take roll call. Make sure your friends are with you, and then we'll get out of here together. Siwian stands aside, contemplating that this will help everyone regroup, but he decides to hold off on using an item for now. She glares ahead, a fiery spirit burning within now all that remains. The sky is still a horrifying blood-red hue. Inside the corridor, Orion continues to fight each monster, now completely alone. With a sword in hand, he decapitates monsters, and rescues a schoolgirl who cowers in fear as a monster's head rolls before her. Orion thoughtfully checks on her, asking if she's all right and able to walk. She weakly replied, Okay, thank you. After helping her regain her composure, Orion carefully guides her to escape, directing her from the second-floor corridor to the main hall where everyone is waiting. She replies weakly. Okay, Orion watched her leave, then turned his attention elsewhere, calculating his next move. The annex was secure. Now I need to get everyone out of the main hall. If I clear a path through the back gate, everyone can escape safely. Orion glanced down at the courtyard only to spot a monster approaching an eagle-eared golem from the witch's graveyard. He couldn't believe his bad luck. Why was it blocking the rear gate? I've already used most of my close-range attacks. This is going to be difficult. Siwian specializes in debuffs and long-range attacks. Could he handle it? Should I ask for his help? After a moment of consideration, Orion had his answer. No, there wasn't enough time. The golem suddenly senses an impending attack, and it's none other than Orion's sword in hand leaping towards the monster. But he still feared one thing. If he was cursed, he'd be in trouble. He had to avoid their attacks. Orion gritted his teeth, determined that this time he wouldn't let anyone die. He immediately used Phantom Revenge Blade dual swords, vowing to protect them at all costs. A powerful surge of electricity emanated from his sword, fueled by Orion's burning determination. Cut to 2 young men studying together. One clicks his tongue. Is this even on the test? Does the professor think we only study one subject? Suddenly he turns to his friend and asks what he's watching, and if it's entertaining. He tells his friend to take a look at something surprising, as a news reporter urges viewers to stay calm and keep watching. The images you're seeing are of the city just moments ago, but as you can see, it's been consumed by a black sphere. To investigate this unprecedented phenomenon, firefighters and police were immediately dispatched, but they have been unable to enter the area. Furthermore, the government has convened the National Security Council and issued an emergency evacuation order to residents in the surrounding area. Currently, domestic and international experts are. This information has caused a shock. What is this real? Cut to a school where a frantic Siwian reports that she's finished roll call. Mr. Jiang nodded approvingly, then asks Si Wang, Now that everyone's here, what should we do? She says, Wait for me. At that moment, Siwian couldn't help but worry why hadn't Orion returned yet. He couldn't have been taken down by some monster, could he? Just then, Orion appeared, landing safely. He immediately turned to Siwian, apologizing for being late, explaining that a monster with curse effects had slowed him down. Siwian breathed a sigh of relief, saying that if he'd been even 10 seconds later, he would have prayed. What should we do now? Everyone's waiting. Orion turned to Mr. Jiang and said, Come here for a moment. The teacher agreed. Okay. Then Orion explained the situation according to the map. After passing through this alley, they would reach the pit, their destination. He would protect them from the front. Siweon would watch the rear, and the teachers would follow each class to ensure no one was left behind. After hearing this, Mr. Jiang hesitated, thinking back to Orion as a child. But with no other choice, he agreed, saying, "I understand you can do this." A determined glint flashed in his eyes. "Yes, trust me." Monsters were closing and searching for prey when Orion suddenly ambushed them. Catching the monsters off guard, they reflexively dodged Orion's attack, but it was too late. After eliminating them, Orion told Mr. Jiang that it was probably safe now, and to bring everyone to the alley, to which he quickly replied, "Okay," and quickly moved everyone to safety. Suddenly, Orion asked Siweon, "What's it like down there? Are there any monsters?" She replied, "I used my observation skill to check, but I didn't detect any monsters nearby." Hearing this, Orion thought to himself, "This is a survival hunt, so I'm guessing there will be more monsters. Or is it just because the event has just started?" Orion was lost in thought when Siweon suddenly asked if he thought the event was simulating the game's ecosystem, catching him off guard. Siweon muses that the monsters in the game all have their own ecosystems, like how the nightmare songsters are nocturnal and weaker monsters tend to move in packs. What if these monsters are distributed in the same way? The monsters in the school are all nightmare beasts. Hearing this, Orion quickly interjected, "Wait, if that's really the case, then the reason there aren't many monsters on the road is..." Before he could finish, a giant monster attacked. It's then that Orion realizes that in an ecosystem, lesser monsters never linger near their overlords. A dire situation. Orion says, "Siweon, I'll handle this one. Protect everyone else." She immediately agrees. "Okay." The situation between Orion and the monster was tense as he realized it was a mutated grassland pterodon resembling a normal one but with a light conversion effect. Just then, as the monster gathered its energy and unleashed an attack aimed directly at Orion, he narrowly escaped. Thanks to a glowing cloak, which allows the user to neutralize electric currents or light attacks, Orion seized the opportunity to strike the monster. He used the skill Flower of Hatred to inflict massive damage, causing the monster to writhe in agony before exploding as Orion landed gracefully. He was surprised. Even mutated, the prairie pterodon was quite easy to defeat. At that moment, the system announced Leorium score 2,230, current rank 5, and the scene shifts to where Anna is hiding. Everyone has gathered, and what lies before them leaves them bewildered. Jiang asks, "Siweon, is this some kind of wormhole?" She replies, "Yes, this is a wormhole area. Entering will transport everyone to safety." Hearing that, Mr. Jiang felt relieved. "All right, as your teacher, I'll go first to see if it's safe." As he stepped forward, the system issued a warning. It reads, "Do you want to move to a safe place? Once you leave, you can't come back." At this, Mr. Jiang hesitates, wondering if he should press the button. Just a second later, he pressed it and was instantly transported. Panic erupted, and Siweon shouted to reassure them, "Don't be afraid, Orion and I have done this many times. It's safe, so just wait your turn to leave." But suddenly Sodung spoke up. "Wait, Siweon." What is it?" Siweon asked. Sodung, her face covered in sweat, said urgently, "I called my mom, but she didn't answer. Can you come home with me? It'll only take a minute." Then the other students spoke up. "Me too, I can't reach my brother or my dad." Overwhelmed, Siweon shouted, "Stop, if we try to help everyone, we'll never get out of here, so..." But she wondered what to do. If they left to find their families, she wouldn't be able to protect them. Fortunately, Orion appeared and shouted, "Don't worry about your families anymore. I'll ensure the city's residents evacuate safely. You'll reunite with them if you reach safety yourselves. Lingering is dangerous and will lead to casualties, so don't worry and go through the wormhole." Siweon comforts her, telling Dung not to worry too much, that the phone companies are probably just overloaded with calls. She considers this, thinking he might be right, then asks when he got superpowers like Sailor Moon, to which a flustered Siweon replies, superpowers. They're from a video game called Ergosphere Online." So Dung wondered if there were superheroes in the game, making Siweon flustered. Well, not exactly, but actually, yeah, you could call them that. With the students evacuated, Orion said, "Okay, finally the teachers," one of whom said, "Thank you, take care." With everyone evacuated, Orion breathes a sigh of relief, but Siweon wonders if they should head to San right away, and asks if he knows where his parents are. Of course, Siweon knew very well his parents were likely at the Siran Hotel releasing a new drug today. Hearing that, Orion was surprised, thinking it was quite a distance away, and in the opposite direction of Ariel's hospital. Putting that aside, Orion thought, "We'll save everyone in this area first, then move to the Siran Hotel later," and Siweon agreed, saying it sounded good. Suddenly, she remembered that Amin had found something useful, piquing Orion's curiosity, and then astonishing him. "It was a motorcycle," Siweon said with a smile, explaining that the keys were left at the fire, and she figured its owner had already fallen into a pit, so they could use it legally as long as they returned it with a full tank. "You drive and I'll ride in the back," she says, to which Orion replies with a sour look. "But I don't know how to drive a motorcycle." Siweon laughs. "It's just like a regular car. Give it a try." Orion's fired up, thinking, why not? How hard can it be? Siweon's impressed, calling him amazing. She excitedly tells Orion to go at the speed of light, making him a little worried he's not so sure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a police officer frantically urged civilians to move to safety, warning them of the danger outside and assuring them of the police's protection. Suddenly, his subordinate reports that their radios and phones are down, asking what they should do. The officer orders them to focus on keeping everyone safe, assuring them that help will arrive as soon as possible. Hearing this, his subordinate complied. "Yes, sir." Just then, the monster appeared in the street with a savage grin. It's a butcher monster, known for using poison in its attacks. Magic and ranged attacks are weakened against it. The situation is tense, and the quick-thinking officer draws his gun to eliminate the monster. Despite the barrage of bullets, the officer was shocked. "Why isn't it dying?" his subordinate cried out in fear. "Is it a zombie?" Taking the opportunity, the monster attacks, leaving the two officers unable to react. They frantically fight it, when one of them notices something strange: star slime. But unexpectedly, Orion ambushed the creature, landing a powerful blow, not forgetting to thank Sir Guion for his help, to which she replied that's why she was there. Just then the officer's voice rang out asking who they were. He points his gun at Orion, clearly panicked, and asks if they're monsters too. "So that's why you can use that strange power." Sir Guion then stepped forward and said, "Hey mister, look at our uniforms. Anyone can tell we're just normal high school students living off cafeteria food." Despite the explanation, the officer remained unconvinced. What if they were monsters disguised as students? Hearing this, Sir Guion was furious. Monsters. Luckily, his boss intervened, telling him to calm down and put the taser away, asking what he thought he was doing to these poor kids. Hearing this, he was stunned and simply said, "Boss." The officer then asked Orion if they were players of Gospier Online, to which he replied, "Yes, how do you know about that?" He said, "Just a bit, it's quite famous after all, the voice in the sky, and some other things." By the way, the officer also asked, "Do you know how to end the game?" He heard it would last 72 hours, but we can't wait that long. Sir Guion replied, "We don't know either, we were dragged into this game as well." Hearing this, he pondered and asked, "What should we do? Should we call for backup?" Orion replied, "I know how to keep everyone safe. There's a wormhole not far from here. If we reach it, you can move everyone to safety and we'll protect you while you lead the way." At that moment, his subordinate spoke up, saying that it would be better to wait for the support team as going outside could mean certain death. The officer pondered this, then decided to ask, "Are you too good at this game? Can we trust you?" Siwian replied they didn't know what to say to make him believe them, but one thing was certain: they had just successfully evacuated everyone at the school and ensured their safety, just the two of them. Furthermore, she told them about Orion, recalling how he once beat the top player. Embarrassing him was that important. After some thought, the officer made his decision. "All right, let's do it. I'll trust you two and lead everyone to the wormhole area." "Can you protect them?" Orion happily replies, "Yes sir, you can count on us." However, his subordinate was worried. "Boss, are you really okay with this? Why do you trust these two kids?" The officer explained. "Think about it, we can't protect everyone with the equipment we have, so we have to evacuate as many people as possible." Suddenly, Siwian has a question. "I want to ask something," surprising the officer. "What is it?" Meanwhile, in a city scene, the monsters are conversing. They searched around when suddenly, Orion attacked, catching the monsters off guard. Then one jumped to strike him, but Orion spotted it and delivered a devastating blow with Siwian ambushing it from behind. She takes aim and eliminates them instantly, and finally the two of them have cleaned up the area. Orion suddenly asks if the area is safe now, and Siwian nods vigorously, saying yes, they've swept away the monsters. Suddenly she shouts, "It's your turn, use the item I gave you." The officer rises, holding the dragon horn, which amplifies the user's voice, causing weaker monsters to flee, a phenomenon known as do-da-minute, for mysterious reasons. The police officer immediately shouted, "Attention, all those hiding in your homes, come out into the streets. We are the police, and we are responsible for your safety, so we will evacuate everyone to a safer place. Please follow us. It's safer than hiding in your homes. I repeat, we are the police, and we are responsible for your safety. Please follow us." At that moment, Orion couldn't help but admire the idea of the police making announcements. Siwian scoffed, his lips full of arrogance, wondering who would listen to them anyway. Just then, a system notification froze Orion in his tracks. Siren, the Dark, Star Knight Unka, the Avatar of Wind, 200,000 hunt points. Except a high-priority quest had been triggered. Just then, a powerful surge of energy slammed into the ground, and Orion and Siwian reacted instantly, stunned by the sight of the monsters. Those are Siren, the Dark Star Knight, and Unka, the embodiment of wind. Siwian is shocked. Siren and Unka, the dungeon bosses. Orion declared, "Siwian, I'll handle them. You get everyone to the rift safely." But she worried, "Can you really stop them alone? It usually takes a 4-person team." But Orion thought, "Otherwise I have no choice. We can't save everyone with these monsters around. I have to defeat them no matter what." Realizing something, she yells out a reminder to stock up on provisions before leaving Siwian bewildered. Soon after, the battle begins, with Orion determined to defeat the monsters. Without a shred of fear, he steps up to fight them, earning Siwian's respect, but also his concern: is he really still going at this alone? Before leaving, she yelled, "Don't die, get everyone out of here, and I'll be right back." Meanwhile, Orion struggled to hold off Siren. He unleashed attack after attack, but suddenly Unka struck, surrounding and blocking Orion's assault. He thought to himself, "City, if I don't stop it, I'll take more hits than facing 2 dungeon bosses at once, harder than I thought. But I've beaten both of them in the game before. They're not in their special forms, so I know how to take them down. It'll just take a little time to win." Cut to Unka, who raises his sword to activate a special skill, the skill of Siren the Darkstar Night Star Scar. This technique fires a concentrated blast of power, exceeding attack stats in a straight line, lingering for 1.5 seconds, and damaging the target. Unka immediately lunges to attack Orion, moving at breakneck speed, but Orion anticipates the angle spins and retaliates with equal speed. Just then, a wolf apparition appeared above, and Sun noticed it countering with a reversal skill that sent the apparition fleeing in pain. Orion realized Unka wasn't a formidable opponent, but its paralysis and multi-directional attacks were a problem. Siren is weak in close combat, but has a wide attack range, leaving only one way to defeat them both. Unka attacks again, this time with damage that makes it very difficult for Orion. He decides to activate his adversity overcoming skill, enduring the damage to block the attack, then retaliates with another skill called repayment. The skill's damage is focused entirely on the Shadow Wolf, and it howls in agony as it struck. Orion realizes he can use Siren's attacks to take down Unka first. Acting quickly, he unleashes the Fury of the Underworld, a powerful red light targeting the Shadow Wolf, causing it to lose consciousness and wither. But the strongest opponent remains. Unka approaches Orion while he's distracted. It's no use. Now that they can't team up, he can take them down one by one. So he used Fury once more, but this time with a slight difference, targeting Unka, with Hellfire stabbing him after the slash, leaving a gaping hole in his body. Orion watches Unka fall, realizing he would have been in trouble if Unka were as fast as Warham. With the mission complete, the system rewards him 2,000 points, bringing his total to 26080, making him number 1. Orion quickly left the battlefield, unaware of the camera following him, a pink-haired girl with glasses who was quite impressed by his recent fight. And so she relentlessly searches for information on this player who's currently in first place. A hero, huh? His level seems a bit weak. Perhaps I should observe him for a while longer, or maybe I should just tell them to be extra cautious. Judging by his uniform, he seems to be a high school student. But age is just a number. I think I'll observe him further before deciding whether to put my hopes on him. Meanwhile, in the city, police officers are actively evacuating citizens from the danger zone. Everyone, please keep your distance and don't push. We have plenty of time. Siwon approached the officer, asking how long until everyone was gathered. He replied about 15 minutes, as there were still people inside the building. Siwon grows anxious about Orion's delayed return, wondering if he's all right and hopes he hurries back. She then asks the police officer how far the Siraj Hotel is from here. Siraj Hotel? Probably not. It's only about a 5-minute drive. A 5-minute drive? Thankfully it's not too far. From afar, Siwon hears the sound of a motorcycle growing louder, and it turns out to be Orion returning from the battle. He apologizes for being late, explaining he had to retrieve his motorcycle. Siwon is surprised, not expecting him to have dealt with both Unkar and Saren himself. Then Orion told the officer that they should enter the hole as well, and that they would take care of the rest. They wanted to leave this place too, but because there were still many people who had not been evacuated, the officer decided to stay, not wanting to abandon those still in the building. The officer told his partner to leave first, as someone needed to protect the people after entering the rift. Siwon quietly asked, "Are you planning to go alone?" The weary officer knew that without reinforcements he had no choice. Regulations required patrol in pairs, but there were no other options. Leon interrupts, saying she's not talking about the law, as Orion opens his system storage and hands the officer a vest, telling him it's a disguise to avoid monster attacks, allowing him to move around more easily. He even gives the officer a healing item, telling him it can be used to treat injuries from monster attacks. The officer is grateful, but wonders if Orion can spare it. Orion brushed aside the officer's concern, telling him to save as many people as possible. Understanding Orion's intent, the officer agreed and urged them to go rescue their families. Forgetting something, Orion reminds the officer about the monster's detection abilities. But perhaps out of worry, the officer already knows and happily recounts it. "Back in my day, I was a real whiz at video games. They called me Thunderclap in school." Siwon and Orion didn't seem too interested, so they just laughed it off, telling him to be careful and that they were counting on him. The officer returned to duty while Orion's group sped off on their motorcycle to another location. On the bike, Sai and Weon said, "Orion, drop us off at City Hall and I'll drive the rest of the way." He suddenly felt lost, knowing Si and Weon needed to reach the Seiron Hotel. So she knew Orion had to save her sister. They would split up to save their families and regroup later. Orion agreed, and they decided to meet back where they split up. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Orion diligently worked as a nurse, and after finishing up, she wearily left the room, thinking how tiring Monday mornings were, and that this was truly hell on earth. Suddenly, Orion saw someone rush past her, looking very anxious, which made her curious and follow. Orion immediately asked the female employee Jisoo what was going on and why everyone was in such a commotion. "Orion, did you hear that voice in the sky just now? That's why the hospital's in such chaos and the sky looks so strange. I thought it was an ad or something, so I ignored it." Suddenly an explosion in the distance startled Orion. Jisoo said it sounded like it came from the first-floor entrance, and went to investigate, leaving Orion to wait. She rushed toward the sound and others gathered at the railing, curious. Then she saw it, a monster. A monster. It's the source of the puppeteer's puppets, the third daughter doll. Orion retreated, thinking, no way is this really happening. Are they filming a movie or something? In a panic, the monster was right behind Orion, and before she knew it, it lunged with its sharp spear. But luckily, someone saved her. It was Dr. Noah, who took a blow to the back while saving Orion. The danger mounts as Orion helps Noah up, asking if he's alright, to which he replies that he's still functioning. But the monster attacks again with its sharp spear. Though they narrowly avoided death, this time their luck wouldn't last. Noah knew they couldn't escape through the main entrance, so he suggested using the E-hall exit. What about the patients? We can't just leave them behind. Patients. As Noah hesitated, another monster appeared, and this time they didn't have time to worry about the patients. What should we do, Orion? Noah grabbed her hand, saying, follow me, I have an idea. What is it? Noah said. We'd hide in the examination room. If we try to escape with the patients who have mobility issues, we'll be monster chow. So we should just stay put in the hospital and hold out until help arrives. What do you think you can do? Orion asserts her resolve. Of course, they can't abandon the patients to save themselves. But reality hits hard as monsters block the entrance to the examination room. Orion noticed patients in the next room and told Noah, so they decided to go inside to avoid danger. There, Orion met Jisoo, who was struggling, and told her to gather all the patients in the hallway and bring them there. Okay, I understand. The hospital is becoming increasingly dangerous, with monsters constantly seeking out living creatures. Fortunately, it passed by the room where everyone was hiding, and inside, Noah breathed a sigh of relief as he could no longer hear any movement outside. He looks exhausted. We've barricaded the door to keep it out if it finds us. Then Noah asked Orion if she could contact the police or fire department. She replies that no, the lines are all down and even the Wi-Fi is out. Noah glances towards the window, observing that the outside is no better. Orion reacted, asking what was happening and what those movie monsters were doing here. Noah stressed that it wasn't a movie but a video game, leaving her shocked. They're from the popular video game Ogosphere Online. I recognize them because I used to play it. Orion suddenly remembers something, realizing the game is very familiar. That's the game I saved up to buy Orion for her birthday. If it's as bad out there as it is in here, then Orion... Seeing her breathing heavily, Noah comforts her, telling her not to worry. She's probably with her teacher right now. A bright child like her will be blessed. Don't worry too much. Her mood improved slightly, but then she wondered, how could monsters from the game appear in real life? Noah looks somber. I'm not sure either. Suddenly a patient shouts, spotting a helicopter. Is that a helicopter? A helicopter just flew by. Is that the rescue team? We're finally getting saved, but Noah's words quickly extinguished that hope. No, that helicopter is for government officials. They must have evacuated the authorities first. The helicopter veered away from the hospital, and the patient's hopes were dashed. How could they leave us behind to fend for ourselves? The next moment, the helicopter burst into flames, unexpectedly attacked by monsters mid-air, terrifying the patients. It can't be. Are we all going to die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The patient's agitation throws the room into chaos, but Noah steps forward to calm them. Everyone, please stay calm. The rescue team will be here soon. Ariam's face fell. What a mess. The patients were panicking, the weaker ones more prone to mental collapse than normal. Then tremors shook the door. The monster had likely sensed life in the room amidst the chaos. Noah grabs an iron bar as a weapon, telling everyone to stand back as the tremors return. This time the monster's claws tear through the wall. It dragged its massive body inside, and Noah, unwavering, told Ariam he'd distract the monster so she could escape, leaving her stunned for a moment. With that, Noah charged to attack the monster, but he was no match, and was blown away with a single blow. When Noah awoke, he saw the monster right next to him, but Ariam had not escaped as he'd told her to. He shouts, Ariam, what are you doing? I told you to escape. Ariam's eyes hardened. She gripped the wood tightly. No foolishness. I told you I won't leave any patient behind. Then, summoning her courage, she charged, striking the monster hard enough to break her makeshift weapon, but its tough hide remained unscathed. Instead, Ariam became the monster's target, and it grinned at her wickedly as Noah cried out her name in alarm. He reached out for Ariam, but it seemed he was too late. Just as the spear was raised, countless cuts appeared on the monster's body, and it exploded into pieces before Ariam's eyes. While Noah was still trying to understand what was happening, Ariam's voice echoed from within the smoke, asking if she was all right and unharmed. Memories of her younger brother, who always protected her, flooded back, and she unconsciously called out Ariam's name. As the smoke clears, he appears like a savior, declaring he's here to rescue Ariam. Cut to Ariam's face etched with surprise. Ariam, how did you do that? But this isn't the time for them to chat. He says, sorry Ariam, I'll explain later. This is a patient room, Ariam asks. Ah, Noah, were you attacked by one of those monsters? Use this, the intermediate recovery potion. Knowing the medicine, Noah adjusts his glasses. Isn't this a mid-grade recovery potion? Ariam's voice is firm. Yes, just drink it like in the game. If your wounds were caused by monsters, this item will heal you. For some reason, Noah hesitated as he looked at the potion. Meanwhile, Orium wondered, Ariam, are these all the remaining people in the hospital? Ariam hesitated. I'm not sure. We've been stuck in this room the whole time. So Orium took the initiative. All right, I'll go check a room quickly. I've cleared out all the monsters around here, so don't worry. Then Orium left his sister behind and ran off to scout around. Ariam watched him go, anxiety gnawing at her. She turned to Noah and said, I don't know what's happening anymore. Noah was just as lost. Me neither. Follow Orium and see what he's up to out there. Our only chance of survival is to trust him. He's the only one strong enough to fight the monsters. Down the hospital corridor, Orium encounters one. He'd had a weapon ready the whole time. The monster was caught off guard, and it didn't seem to have time to react. Orium gave it no chance to attack swiftly, stabbing it in the chest and unleashing his finishing move, Duel skill. The monster explodes from Orium's attack, and without hesitation he searches the hospital. Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm here to rescue you. But only an eerie silence answers Orium. It's true, there's no one here. Did they escape? Most were hospital patients, so that seems unlikely. He should search a little more. Something ahead made Orium stop in his tracks. He exclaimed, oh no, it seems someone fought a monster here. They fought back, there's no way they could have survived that. Which means, there's another player here. Who could it be? Orium follows the skid marks on the floor, his eyes widening in surprise. Out of nowhere, a girl wielding a weapon attacks him, only stopping when she realizes Orium is human. Orium didn't even know who this was staring at her, huh? Then Juzi acted like she knew him. Hey, you're the player I met during the competition quest, right? I only saw the tip of your sword, so I thought you were a monster. Look, it's the Jade Sword guy from the Hamflower quest. Junsung rushes over exclaiming Aiko. And he exclaimed in surprise, it is you, this must be fate, right? Anyway, it's good to see you again. You remember us right, the blonde is Juzi the Wind Knight. Hunting score 10050 rank 43, the tall one is Oh Junsung a builder. Hunting score 8540 rank 55, Orium has been spacing out the whole time. He scratched his head, and they pressed him. Don't you remember us? Orium chuckled. No, I remember, I'm just a little out of it. Junsung was slightly annoyed. Damn it, are you always like this? Where's the girl in your party? Orium quickly replies that she had some business to take care of, and they'd regroup later. Anyway, did you two defeat all the monsters in the hospital? Juzi gestures to his sword, explaining that a skill allows him to see areas teeming with monsters, leading them to the hospital for a little hunting. Orium was curious, but what about the patients and others here? Junsung puffed out his chest, saying they helped them escape. We built a barrier in the hallway, and created a separate path that the monsters couldn't enter, then led everyone to safety. You're quite the wall builder, he says, as Juzi recounts her own heroic deeds. I led everyone to the Junhole area. It's quite a distance, but I'm fast, so I found a safe route for everyone to escape. The Orium's mood seemed to lighten a bit and he smiled kindly. I knew you two were good people all along. Junsung glances at Juzi, who seems less than optimistic. Huh, really, Orium smiles smugly, not forgetting to put him down. I know I'm a good person, but I'm not so sure about you. Junsung didn't have time to argue with her, so he let it go. Orium had to discuss the next plan. Good, those people have escaped. If we take care of the remaining monsters around here, getting to the Junhole won't be too difficult. But we still need a backup plan. Are you two interested in a deal? After bandaging her up, Ariam asked if she felt better. The woman nodded, and Orium's voice echoed from behind Ariam. Everyone else in the hospital has already left. Now it's just you and the others here who need to evacuate. Ariam, confused, immediately asks, you want us to leave? But the rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Where would we even go? Noah chimes in, asking if he wants them to go to the June area. It sounded strange to Ariam. What was it? Noah explained that the voice in the sky had mentioned it before. He says those who don't want to go can escape through the Junhole, which Orium assures her isn't too close, but not too far either. I'll lead the way, so let's go. But Ariam hesitated, clenching her fist. No. Some patients have trouble moving, and there are strange monsters out there. It's too dangerous. Orium knew, but he still reassured her. Don't worry, Ariam, I'll fight the monsters and protect everyone, so you'll all be safe. Suddenly, Ariam loses her patience and shouts, revealing her true worry. It's for him, Oriam. She doesn't know what powers he has or how he fights the monsters, but she fears he'll be hurt, begging him to wait for the rescue team and not go out to fight the monsters. Orium had never seen his sister like this before, and he knew he had to calm her down. But you fought every day too? Ariam asks, unable to believe it. Orium's eyes sadden. She can pretend it's nothing and act like she's okay, but you've always persevered even when you felt like you were about to collapse. Right now, I'm just fighting the way you have every day. There's a part of me you don't know too. I'm also afraid of getting hurt, and we could face hardship if we leave. But when I get home, I'll act like it's no big deal, just like you always do. Ariam felt strangely confused. In his dreams, Orium was always just a small child. All right, if we leave, we'll stick together until we're safe. Got it. Orium smiled and said, yes, I promise. This reassured Ariam somewhat, so she agreed. Let's get out of here. Orium consults the map on his device. Noah, can you check the escape route? Noah nods in agreement, and Orium explains that he's cleared out the monsters along their path, so they should leave as soon as possible. It's about a 10-minute walk to the wormhole area, so hurry. Noah ponders 10 minutes. These patients might need to stop and rest along the way. Orium glanced at Noah, lost in thought when suddenly a warning flashed on his device and his eyes widened. On the screen, a message blazes: monsters will regenerate in 10 minutes, and stronger ones will appear. Stronger monsters will appear reborn. The slain monsters will be resurrected, or rather restored. All three focus on the screen, hearing Orium shout that they're about to respawn. Orium is anxious, saying they'll revive in 10 minutes and they can't reach the wormhole with the injured in that time. Then Arium spoke up, asking what was wrong and what respawn meant. Noah explained that it meant the monsters they had just defeated would return. Simply put, the path to the wormhole is blocked, and this is a constant worry for Arium. At this point, Orium's plan has completely backfired. What are we supposed to do? Perhaps all the patients could use the traitor's cloak. No disaster could strike if they're detected by the monster's search skills. What if I eliminate the monsters before we move out? No, that would take too long. Damn it, what are we supposed to do? There was no situation like this in the game, so I have no strategy. Noah patted Orium's shoulder, explaining that of the 7 patients, 4 were immobile, and there were 3 medical staff, including himself. We have enough wheelchairs, and I can prepare everything. Think carefully. There has to be a way. Orium nodded understanding, and decided to rethink things, wondering if there was some forgotten item that could help. After all, I'm only used to solo items. So he calls everyone together to announce, "Everyone, could you help me with something?" Noah awaits his request a favor, then Orium speaks. He wants everyone to join this game. Everyone was a bit surprised, but Noah didn't seem too shocked. Outside the hospital, a gloomy atmosphere loomed. Gyugi and Junsung waited outside, and Gyugi was already annoyed they'd agreed to meet halfway, so why wasn't he here yet? We've already betrayed our agreement, haven't we? Junsung glances at his watch. The monsters will revive in just 1 minute. I don't think he could reach the wormhole area even if he left now. Gyugi grumbled about Orium, so what is he doing? Something in the other direction stops Gyugi in his tracks. Huh, what is that saying? Junsung stammered, "No way. Did that Avenger use a speed buff on those people and bring them all the way here?" Orium holds up the item in his hand, the Red Leader's Torch, which balances the movement speed of nearby players for 25 seconds and can be used twice in a row. Gyugi has never seen this before. Wait, how could a speed buff work on normal people? Junsung shakes his head. No, I think those people are players now too. Even level 1 players can temporarily run as fast as a vengeful one if they use the Red Leader's Torch. Perhaps they chose an adaptable class like Merchant, since the tutorial only involves running around. Gyugi scoffs, though it reminds him of when he fought Hwaham. Junsung agreed, impressed by Orium's quick thinking, and Orium called out to Gyugi, the Wind Rider, to grab the item and run towards the wormhole. Gyu is excited to do this. Aha, a relay race for me, got it. We just need to run at full speed, right? Orium releases the torch in his hand. That's right. At that moment, Gyuji began her mission, creating a diversion. I'm much faster than before. Wind Rider skill go. Gisu closes his eyes and shouts, "Oh no, it's too fast, Orium." Orium tries to reassure him. Calm down, Gisu. Junsung was at his wit's end with her. Gyuji was just too overexcited, always eager to show off her skills. It seems 10 minutes are up, and suddenly something shoots up behind Junsung, a swamp master monster, creating muddy currents wherever it goes. So according to the plan, I have to block this monster from behind. Junsung smirks, activating the Invincible Seed, an item that doubles the duration of his next skill. Come on. I won't let you pass, Gyuji declared, having led the others a good distance. We're almost there, don't give up. Orium's eyes widen as he looks ahead. Wind Rider, there's a monster over there. Gyugi turns back and asks G. Gee, what a pain it wasn't here before. Before them stands a monster resembling a polar bear. A monster, a blue crystal. It takes 36 hits to kill, regardless of critical damage. Gyugi seems confident, saying, "With the 2 of us, this shouldn't be a problem, right?" Orium nods, saying it should only take about 10 seconds. He tells everyone to wait a moment. Orium, surprised, agrees. Okay. First, Orium makes his move using the skill Hatred Bloom. Then he manifested it as slashes running back and forth as Orium simply watched the events unfold. Her dark eyes widened as she watched them fight. Gyugi and Orium both intensely focused. Orium never let his guard down, not even for a second, remembering how bravely he saved her without a hint of fear. That's what Orium saw in his younger brother, and then Gyuji unleashed his all-encompassing flying daggers as the monster's screams echoed all around. Gyuji smirks, claiming he has the finishing move this time, but Orium retorts that he landed more blows. Gyuji boasts about counting them, followed by Orium's laughter as he announces to the others that it's safe to move on. This park is a wormhole zone. Noah observed Orium and was impressed, saying he was glad to see him fight today. You truly are special. Suddenly Orium's cheeks flushed red and he chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing." He turns to his sister, "Let's go, Arium. It's time to get everyone to safety." Arium smiles, "Yes, you're right." Though he sensed Arium was troubled, Orium didn't pry. The sky remained gloomy as a path opened in the middle of the park's small lake. Orium says, "All right, everyone can teleport from here. You can even bring wheelchairs as long as you touch them, so don't worry." He tells Arium to go on ahead, promising to return soon, but Arium remembers their promise to travel together. Orium apologizes, saying he has something to take care of. Ariam suspects it's C1, and Oriam confirms he has to see her. There are other things I need to do, and I'll explain everything when I return, though worried Ariam couldn't stop him. You always wash dishes at the strangest times, like when I told you to take that bedroom and you refused. Anyway, I don't think I can stop you. But as punishment for lying to me, you're doing dishes for the next month, got it? If it puts Ariam at ease, Oriam will agree to anything. Fine. I'll take care of all the cleaning too. Dr. Noah, I'm entrusting you with everyone's safety. Noah promises him. Alright, I understand. Then Oriam and Guyuzi leave immediately. Ariam watched them go, a weight in her heart. I was wrong. The truth is, I was a little relieved when Oriam said he had to leave. He always acted like an adult, never complaining even when things were tough. Ariam remembers Oriam always taking on responsibilities like wanting to cook her dinner that night. Ariam always heard those words from her younger brother, who was always so dedicated. Any child his age would have forgotten about cooking dinner and gone out with friends. She's proud of Oriam's maturity, but also feels guilty, fearing she hasn't been the supportive older sister she should be. Ariam felt like he was trying too hard to act like an adult, as if Oriam was trying to say he was okay, and she didn't need to worry anymore. She had always worried, but just now he told her he had a reason to leave her side. Ariam felt a sense of relief. At this moment, of all moments unsure if Oriam will die in battle, she feels proud seeing her growth and wonders if she's the one with the problem. Noah looks at Ariam as if to say something, but of course not Ariam. You're not just his sister, you're also a nurse. That's why he's happy. Oriam was so vulnerable after losing his parents, but he overcame his painful past, and now he's finally strong enough to forge his own path. That doesn't make you a bad person, Ariam. You did everything you could for him, and now you're praying for his future happiness. Elsewhere, a fierce battle rages, explosions erupting as the monster lunges for Jun-sung, who narrowly evades its grasp. The monster's cheeks puff out as it prepares to unleash its magic, spewing poison towards Jun-sung. He silently chants fortified ramparts, and a golden wall instantly appears to block the attack. Jun-sung, his face filled with murderous intent, stares at the monster, ready to unleash a combo of skills. He unloads on it. Fortification skill. Fortification, a skill that can combine with solid bulwark to defend against ranged attacks. It can counter attacks with ranged strikes, dealing 120% damage. The monster seems unable to resist Jun-sung's assault. Seeing his chance, he surged forward, ready to end this. But suddenly Jun-sung paused, his attention drawn to a weapon hovering in the sky. Out of nowhere, Orion appears behind the monster, his weapon radiating a powerful magical aura. Without mercy, Orion slashes the monster's neck with the vengeful phantom skill. Juzi seems displeased with Orion's actions, lamenting that she wanted to deliver the final blow. She couldn't believe her eyes, questioning Orion. Hey kid with the dagger. How could you be faster than me? I was sure I was ahead of you. He then shows Juzi the item he's holding. Ah, I used an item. She's clearly annoyed by Orion's actions. What an item? That's cheating. Jun-sung steps in to mediate, telling them to calm down. Using an item is fair. This isn't a race. He turned to him and asked if he managed to get everyone to the wormhole area safely. He quickly replies that everyone escaped safely thanks to him. He smiles, saying he's glad to hear it. Orion uses his magic, and a system window appears. Alright, let's settle this. System, send these two players 5000 points each. It responds, understood. Instantly, both received system messages. Guiji excitedly read the words. Oh, it's here, and my rank has increased. Jun-sung was grateful, thanking him for the hunting points, and figured the carry was over. The system showed their rankings: 14500 points 38th place, 19800 points 22nd place. Taking the opportunity to get to know him, he says, let's be friends, and Orion readily agrees. Sounds good to me. Jun-sung continues, also take this. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Orion received a notification he'd been gifted an item. An icon of gauntlets appeared on his system screen. As he tapped it, it immediately equipped lava gauntlets, reducing magic damage. Normal attacks have a 45% chance to inflict fire, and can only be equipped by longsword and dual sword classes. Uzi couldn't help but feel envious of Orion's generous gift. Hey, that item's expensive. Why give it away, he explained. We can't use it, and I wanted to repay him for protecting us from the chaos before. It might be a competition, but it's only fun if there's a reward, right? You agree. Jun-sung said it, so he can't refuse. Yeah, of course. Thanks again. With that done, he left saying goodbye, and teasing Orion that his girlfriend must be waiting. Orion was taken aback, protesting that they weren't dating yet. She playfully prodded, suggesting something must have happened between them, calling him a pervert, which made him blush, denying anything had happened. Orion blushed, recalling that day. Actually, something did happen, but Jun-sung warned him to watch out for the chaos. It seems they're ignoring the monsters and attacking other players instead. Hearing this, he immediately changed his expression. In that case, their goal might be to eliminate the top players to dominate the rankings. The surrounding sky was dyed a bright red, accompanied by rising plumes of black smoke. Si-won rushes forward, finally finding her destination, the Siran Hotel. She thinks, almost there. I hope I'm not too late. Suddenly a dragon appeared out of nowhere, flying right over her head. It was the ancient sacred dragon Kai Kaz. Si Wian is stunned by its appearance, realizing this monster should only be found in the sacred dragon grounds. So this entire area is a high-level dragon hunting ground. Suddenly a massive explosion erupts in the distance. Si Wian grits her teeth. Damn it, I need to move fast before this whole area is destroyed. Suddenly, the wind picks up, growing stronger and stronger, as if signaling something approaching. She's stunned, unsure of what to do. Si Wian's eyes widened, her panic unmasked, as another dragon appeared before her. Its eyes glowed. The stone dragon and Raka resisted magic attacks, appearing only in the ancient sacred grounds of the supreme dragon, immune to cold and dizziness. Si Wian raged. Why was this magic-resistant monster blocking her path? She quietly chanted skills: abyss, trap, arrow trap, thorn trap, fire trap. Si Wian's magic immediately strikes the Vaklaka, who barely has time to react before she's ready to cast again. Si Wian's face filled with determination. She would continue her magical assault until something worked. She ensnared the Vaklak CA with her magic once more, using the kite trap skill. Si Wian's power is overwhelming, and the monster seems helpless against her relentless assault. She mercilessly slams the Vakaka's body into the ground. She frowned, believing that enough attacks could always take them down, as Si Wian's system stats appeared. Kimzi 24, 020 points. Current rank 14. Despite the fighting, the skyscraper remains intact, and she continues to run through the city. Si Wian wondered why everyone was fleeing the hotel. Shouldn't they be hiding? Suddenly a voice called out Miss Si Wian. She immediately replied. Driver. Si Wian's driver ran over. What are you doing here? Miss Si Wian asked. I drove here on my motorcycle. What about my parents? He replied. I'm not sure, I was just waiting nearby. I saw everyone fleeing the hotel, but I haven't seen your parents, so I'm calling them. Understanding, she rushes off to search, saying, I understand, I'll go find them. You should escape with everyone else. Si Wian's driver tried to stop her, urging her to go to the rift with the others, but she wouldn't listen and entered the hotel, finding herself at the front desk. Now the surroundings are in complete disarray, as she wonders if the monsters have infiltrated the hotel, leaving it in ruins. Si Wian's face betrays her tension, a strange feeling. Suddenly, a monster emitting a powerful magical aura appears behind her. It conjures a magic sphere, a monster, a disciple of Ji Long, and unleashes magic towards Si Wian. She quickly raises a shield to block the attack. Si Wian's face grows grim as she recalls the past, wondering why she's trying to save those who hurt her. Is it because they're family? Lost in thought, Si Wian stares at the monsters, but her eyes gleam with determination as she charges forward. Now is not the time. Unleashing her magic, she cuts down each monster, resolving to think about it after she saves them. Lightning crackles around her as she thinks. Though she'd like to knock their heads together, she doesn't want them dead. Cut to Si Wian racing toward a room ahead. The sign read conference room, perhaps the room she sought. Si Wian kicked the door open only to find it empty. They weren't here. Where could they be? Suddenly, someone screamed, drawing her attention. Si Wian immediately rushed towards the sound, realizing they were over there. A white mist spreads through the hallway, perhaps the aura of the Qilong disciple. It rises into the air before the eyes of those present. Everyone was terrified by the scene before them as Si Wian's father yelled for them to fall back, warning them of the danger. Get out of here, I'll distract it. But before he could finish, the Qilong disciple attacked the group with the sharp claws on its back. Everyone there screamed in terror as the couple was thrown to the ground. The Qilong disciple seizes this golden opportunity, aiming for the kill. But just as it seems he's about to meet his end, a magic shield appears blocking the attack. From afar, Si Wian controlled the magic casting spells, and activating the devil's hand trap, instantly summoning a clamp filled with sharp spikes. The clamp snaps shut on the Qilong disciple, sending him crashing to the ground from the devastating blow. Si Wian's father is stunned, not understanding what just happened, as her figure slowly comes into view. Si Wian's father was stunned by the sight before him. Si Wian, what are you doing here? In contrast to his expression, she coldly replied, There's no time to explain, just follow me. I'll lead everyone here to safety. Silently chanting, Si Wian activates the Asiana thread skill, a labyrinth master's technique that reveals the path you've taken in a dungeon or the way out. Increasing speed by 12% on the marked path, she instructed. Follow the glowing thread on the ground. It's our only way to safety. Mom and Dad, please get up. We don't want to run into any more monsters. Si Wian's father quickly complied, and Si Wian's mother asked, Honey, are you okay? Seeing her parents so affectionate only annoyed Si Wian more. How troublesome. Her face betrayed her discomfort. Why were they clinging to each other like that? Normally they don't even look at each other. Si Wian's expression darkens. What's wrong with them? Suddenly the door before her explodes and a dragon disciple emerges, its eyes gleaming menacingly. Si Wian gritted her teeth, the apostle of destruction's last moment. Everyone fall back. It's too dangerous here. The monsters behind it conjure magic orbs, unleashing the dragon disciple's ultimate skill, Doomsday Flame, dealing piercing and fire damage even when blocked. Si Wian grits her teeth. This monster isn't even the boss. Get out of my way. A magic circle appears beneath it, activating Labyrinth Compass, a masterclass skill that slows a single target and increases physical and magical attack damage by 20%. The dragon disciple quickly senses the anomaly, but it might be too late. The monsters behind him are electrified. Perhaps electrified, it became even more agitated, unleashing a powerful blast of magic from its mouth. Though the monster missed it, dislodged the foundation stones, and Siwion's father knew danger was imminent. Without a word, Siwion's father pushed his wife aside, but he couldn't dodge the falling debris himself. Her face turned pale as she cried out to her husband, even though Siwion seemed indifferent to her family. But when her father was in danger, she snapped, calling the monster a deadbeat bug, and beat it mercilessly. Siwion's mother is deeply worried about her father. "Darling, do you hear me, darling?" Even now, she doesn't realize the gravity of the situation. What? Siwion is now in turmoil, wondering why they're acting so strangely. These aren't the parents she knows. She steps forward saying, "Get out of here," but the woman is bewildered, asking Aunt. Without a word, Siwion immediately used her magic, activating the time distortion generator, reversing the falling bricks. Siwion's face is filled with sorrow. If she could turn back time, could they pretend nothing ever happened? Luckily, after the tiles flew back, her father's body was still intact. Her mother cried out, "Honey." He suppressed his pain. "What happened?" She approached, asking, "Can you walk, Dad?" But Siwion's father, looking less than pleased, asked Siwion, "Did you save me?" This only upset Siwion more, didn't he realize? He gasped, "Thank you." Her father, oblivious, insisted family was paramount in times like these, prompting her to angrily shout, "I asked if you could walk." Siwion's outburst startled them both, as she unleashed her pent-up emotions, demanding they stop pretending nothing had happened. "And so you two are normal, caring parents now. But until now, you've always done whatever you wanted. You never cared where I was or if I was eating properly, and I don't even know why I'm reacting like this. But now that things have gone south, suddenly we're a real family. Do you think it's that simple? This act won't change who they are." Siwion lowered her head, saying, "I don't even feel relieved that you survived. In fact, it just makes me feel worse. I'm annoyed that I have no choice but to act this way." She exclaimed that her mother only pretended to love her when it benefited her. Perhaps struck by the truth, the two could only silently endure her harsh words. After her tirade, Siwion finally calmed down, closed her eyes, and began to recall the past, no longer knowing what to wish for. She once thought she could live happily in their small fake family, if she could forget all the painful memories, but that was just a childish dream. Siwion realized that even if she forgot those memories, these people would still be here unchanged, and she would be forever trapped in this twisted family. And even if she could escape this false facade, she would still be alone. In that moment, she couldn't hold back her tears. Suddenly, Siwion uses her magic, shattering the glass beside her. Perhaps this is what she's wanted all along. Then she turned and said, "You two must always stay together." Siwion's mother couldn't understand what she was thinking. Siwion thought to see them ashamed and in pain because I will become important enough. Then she says, "We're getting out of here." The system announces the Labyrinth skill and Icarus wings increase total airtime when falling or jumping. Siwion seems lost in her desire to hurt their feelings, frowning as she says, "I don't have time to explain everything to you." A powerful aura emanates from her, so hold on tight. Elsewhere, at a high-rise building, Siwion uses her skills to bring her parents down from the hotel. As they descended, her mother cried out in fear, but after a moment in the air, they finally landed safely. As Siwion opened her info panel, she said, "Now that we're out of the hotel, I need to find the nearest warp gate." Looking at the panel, she exclaimed, "Great, it's just around the corner." Suddenly, she turned and asked, "Are you ready to go, Mom and Dad?" Siwion's mother, still frightened, replied, "Yes, let me catch my breath," she whispered. "I thought I was going to have a heart attack." Siwion approached her father, asking if he was up to it, noting his shoulder injury. Her father, wiping sweat from his brow, replied that it wasn't serious. He might not be able to run, but he could walk. Hearing her father's words, Siwion replied with a heavy heart, "Okay, let's go." She then used her labyrinth torch skill. Elsewhere, a beam of light descends, and as it fades, a monster appears, its eye flashing with a terrifying light. Siwion stares at the screen, seeing too many monster blips, and says in disbelief, "What? There are too many monsters around the wormhole area." A monster soars through the sky, and as she contemplates, she realizes they can be detected. The traitor's cloak is useless. Siwion ponders a solution. What to do? Should we find another one? There's no guarantee another wormhole will be safer. She forces herself to find a way, thinking, "Come on." After careful consideration, Siwion says, "Aha, I get it, it's simple." She turned and declared, "Mom, Dad, I know how to keep you safe. Here's the plan." Siwion's mother asked in surprise, "A plan?" The scene shifts to a building beneath a blood-red sky where monsters soar, one pausing to observe. Suddenly it spotted something, its eyes gleaming. Below, Siwion pedaled furiously, ringing her bell to attract attention. She pedaled as fast as she could, thinking, "I've got the first one, I've got its attention." But it wasn't enough. Just as the monster lunged to attack, she used her summon halberd skill. Siwion uses the skill, Arrow Trap, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the monsters, her eyes filled with determination. She looked at the stone in her hand, a skill mimicry stone that allowed her to use another class's skill once at 60% effectiveness, and thought to herself that she would use one of Yuzion's skills. With her plan set, she fearlessly uses the adventurer class skill, Blessing of Courage. The light from her skill draws the monster's attention, causing them to converge on her location. Seeing this, Siwian rejoiced, thinking, "It's working. I've lured all the monsters near the wormhole to me." As the monsters focused on her, she shouted, "Mom, Dad, go now." Looking ahead, she shouted even louder, "Get out of here now." Hearing her words, her parents quickly departed. They both recall a few minutes earlier when Siwian was explaining her plan to her parents, saying sternly, "You understand, I'll lure them away from the wormhole so you can escape." Siwian's mother exclaimed in shock that it was too dangerous, suggesting it would be better to defeat the monsters and leave together. But Siwian sternly replied that other monsters might appear while she was fighting, making this way safer for them both. Her father anxiously asked if she would be okay after defeating them, to which Siwian firmly replied, "No, not right now." Not letting her parents continue, she sternly tells them not to wait for her and to move as soon as they reach the wormhole area. Seeing her parents' worried expressions, she reassures them, saying there's someone she promised to meet, so she can't leave right away. Siwian turned and walked away coldly, leaving only the words, "That's all I have to say." Her father reached out with a trembling hand. "Siwian." He spoke with worry, unsure of what to say, but promised her safe return so they could properly apologize. Siwian listened in silence for a long moment. She coldly replied, "I don't want to make such a shallow promise. I'll say this though." Her eyes stinging, Siwian turned and declared, "I will survive no matter what, and when I return you two better be eating at the same table again." Back in the present, Siwian uses her Labyrinth Beast skill, unleashing lightning from her spear, to strike the monsters. The lightning from her spear severely wounds them, leaving them writhing in despair, and she frowns, knowing she must end this quickly before they have a chance to look around. With a plan in mind, she activates Chain Lightning Prison, unleashing a barrage of lightning upon the monsters. Siwian grits her teeth, anxiously wondering if her parents have reached the safety of the wormhole, and opens her map to check. The monster's eyes widened as it watched. Siwian saw her parents nearing safety, their dots disappearing from the map. She thought to herself with relief, they've teleported good. With her parents safe, Siwian turned back to hold the line. She thought to herself that she had done what she needed to do. With nothing left to worry about, Siwian's eyes turned cold as she gazed upon the monsters. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, and she thinks to look back as Siwian fiercely attacks the monsters with her spear. She thought to herself she feared being abandoned, which is why she didn't try. Her eyes turned cold as she attacked the monsters, telling herself she feared things would get worse. But now she understands, Siwian thinks as she strikes the monsters. Her eyes filled with determination, she vows she won't be left behind. "I have the power," Siwian thought, leaping away from the attack and striking back. She steeled herself, determined to press on. She shouts and attacks, "This is the last one." Siwian powerfully pierces the monster with her spear, causing it to roar in agony. She landed gracefully as the monster behind her crashed to the ground. Turning back, Siwian sighed, admitting that soloing as a support class player was rough. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Kim Siwian, 39900 points, currently ranked 6th. Siwian scratched her head, sighed, and muttered to herself, "I should head to my meeting point with Orion." She'd barely walked a few steps when she saw a brightly lit convenience store. Siwian wondered aloud, but first, she stepped inside where there was plenty of food. Siwian quickly eats a sausage, thinking to herself, "I skipped breakfast, so I'm starving. At this age, I'm always hungry. Technically, I can survive with healing items, but hungry is still hungry." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a battle rages as Orion unleashes a fierce sword attack on a horde of monsters. The two monsters cried out in unison from the pain, and after defeating many, Orion coldly turned and walked away. He opened the map, observing the increasing number of monsters, and thought to himself, "Monsters are appearing more frequently after the respawn. I have to meet Siwian." Orion asked System, "What time is it?" The system immediately replied, "It's 1:19 p.m. Hearing that, he was shocked, thinking, "It's already 1 o'clock, I didn't realize I was so late." He muttered to himself, "I have to hurry." A moment later, he sped down the road in his car, resolving to ignore the monsters he saw along the way. The meeting was more important. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw a light chasing him, and Orion said, "Something's following me." Looking again, he saw a young man chasing him. His name was Taehun. He demands to know what rank Orion is claiming. It will decide whether he lives or dies, but Orion ignores him and speeds away. Not getting an answer, he grew angry, declaring, "So you're just going to ignore me, you rude bastard." Taehun sped up, adding, "You leave me no choice." Orion ignored him and sped away, but sensing danger, he turned to see Taehun attacking with his sword. Arrogantly, he declares that he's been ordered to punish Orion, asking what his problem is. Orion draws his sword, wondering if this player is a member of George Star. The scene shifts to a cityscape filled with smoke and noise. The blonde uses a skill called Annihilation Designation. A magical broom relentlessly pursues and attacks a target for 3 seconds. He pursues Orion with magic from his vehicle, as Orion glances back, grimacing in frustration. He dodges attacks while speeding away, but suddenly Orion notices something strange. Wait, that skill and weapon? He's a magic swordsman, a class that can use both magic and swords at the same time. Orion tries to create distance, calculating that fighting while riding a motorcycle will be difficult, especially since the superhero squad doesn't have many long-range skills. The blonde taunts him, asking how long he plans to run before unleashing a devastating magical attack. Orion tries to outrun the attack, his ears twitching as he prepares his own strike, timing it perfectly as Blondie advances. Annoyed and astonished, he wondered if Orion had used the brakes to avoid him, thinking he was running away. Orion frowned, retorting, "Who said I was running?" Unexpectedly, he unleashes a powerful attack. The blonde scoffs, asking, what were you trying to hit? That didn't even come close." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw something, a massive truck barreling toward him. The blonde barely dodges, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he grits his teeth. That bastard, he managed to use the terrain to his advantage in such a short time. Though Orion gained some distance, he glanced back, thinking, I thought I could knock him off his bike. But it seems it won't be that easy. I'll have to use both my driving and gaming skills. Suddenly, a dragon flew over Orion's head. He looked up and wondered if it was the ancient dragon Kitecast, meaning this place was its sanctuary. Orion's face hardened as he devised a new plan. It was time to change tactics. But in a moment of distraction, Taehoon closes the gap, ready to strike, unleashing a flurry of powerful blows that Orion barely manages to parry. Seeing this, Taehoon laughed, his voice dripping with mockery as he unleashed the sword domain skill, his blade radiating a chilling aura. He spins his sword, creating a dark magic circle, its power shocking Orion. The system displays an explanation: sword mage skill, sword domain, scythe, a long-range attack skill. It deflects most ranged attacks, warping space to repel the user's opponents, the force of which carves a swath through the earth, leaving him struggling to hold his ground. Seeing Orion's pained expression, Taehoon taunts him, saying he may be good at games, but he can't drive to save his own life. Giving him no time to understand, he uses his magic to unleash the destruction sword skill. He roared, "Die!" as he attacked. The ground beneath Orion cracked, and with a terrified glance back, Orion was caught in a devastating explosion. Taehoon laughed, gloating that it was over so quickly, calling Orion weak. But to his shock, Orion reappeared, running toward him. Orion wouldn't let him gloat for long, unleashing his retribution skill, overcoming adversity, absorbing damage, and amplifying his attack power. He taunted, "Did you think killing a retributor would be so easy?" Orion then unleashed his magic, using the revenge skill, Flames of Hatred, and swung his sword, a powerful wave of pink energy attacking him. Enraged, Taehoon scoffed, saying that wouldn't work on him, but Orion unleashed a sword strike across his body, catching him completely off guard. A hidden dagger hurtles toward him. Taehoon realizes Orion used the flames to conceal the projectile he launched. The dagger strikes, sending him flying from his vehicle. He tumbles and rolls a good distance, his vehicle sent flying. Lying on the ground, he curses in disbelief, "That bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in surprise as Orion stood before him. Taehoon struggles to his feet, summoning another sword as he sneers, "I thought you were running away, but you're braver than I thought." Orion, unfazed, coldly replies, "Run, I planned to take you down the moment I saw you." Hearing Orion's claim, Taehoon angrily retorted, "What a load of ridiculous nonsense." Gripping his swords, he charged forward, shouting, "Then show me what you've got, you little brat." The two clash in a flurry of powerful attacks, each blow creating intense sparks. Orion stares at him with cold eyes, gathering strength to leap into the air and unleash a devastating strike. A cold, iron-laced strike grazes Taehoon, who's shocked and wonders if he's just suffered fire damage. He suddenly noticed the red glove and wondered if it was the lava gauntlet, all while struggling to fend off Orion's attacks. He calculated his escape, knowing a prolonged battle would only disadvantage him. A fire ignited in his eyes as he resolved to end this quickly. Taehoon unleashes his ultimate skill, Sword of the Demonic Realm, as a demon latches onto his back, and a system notification appears: the ultimate skill of the magic swordsman. Sword of the Demonic Realm summons demons to aid the user in battle for 66 seconds. It consumes magical defense in exchange for a 250% attack boost and 40% attack speed increase. Orion recoils in shock as Taehoon vows to crush him. He and his demon unleashed a powerful sword technique, relentlessly attacking Orion. Struggling to defend, Orion frowned, realizing magic swordsmen were formidable, and their ultimate techniques were devastating. His eyes sharpened, seeking a weakness to exploit, while the ancient Kitecast soared in the sky above. Seeing it, Orion smiled, thinking it didn't matter. His eyes sharpened, overjoyed that everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, a gust of wind rises, sweeping through the buildings, and one is left scarred by an attack. Having just taken down a sandworm, John sits atop it, catching his breath, remarking on how cursed the creature was as his stats appear before him. John Lim Hunter, 28020 hunt points, currently ranked 14th and a member of Orion, one of the strongest guilds. John gets off the monster and says coldly, "Wait, where am I? I've never been to this area before, so I don't know the way around here, and the map isn't helping much." Lost and confused, he suddenly sees something. A person. John waves happily. "Oh, there's someone over there." He asked if he could ask for directions as he was trying to find City Hall. Mihain's teammate replied that he seemed lost and offered to lead the way. Hearing that someone would lead him, John excitedly said, "You're so kind." But his joy was short-lived as a hand pierced straight through his stomach. Mihan's teammate emerges from a mysterious box attacking from behind and whispers ominously, "Let me show you the fastest way out of this event." After a moment of shock, John quickly retreated, angrily retorting, "So you're with the bad guys, you bastard." The man chuckled, correcting him, "No, you're wrong, because there's more than one bad guy." Mihan appeared from above, finishing the sentence, "We're a bunch of bastards." John turned in confusion as an explosion rocked the area. The city streets are now riddled with cracks as Taehoon recklessly charges at Orion, who struggles to defend himself. Seeing Orion slow, Taehoon mocked him, asking if that was the best he could do, and taunted him to give up. Orion, silent until now, suddenly sees his chance, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve, and unleashes a surprise attack, catching Taehoon completely off guard. Surprised by the skill, Taehoon realizes Orion baited him with a feigned defense, not bad. But he retaliates with a swift, overwhelming strike. His face twisted into a terrifying mask as he spoke. "I still have another hand." Orion, shocked, retreated defensively, a sense of dread washing over him as he wondered, "What? Did he just use an amplification skill or an exclusive item? Damn it, I couldn't see it clearly." Is he trying to run? Orion senses danger and flees. Taehoon laughed, mocking, trying to run now, too late. He then unleashed his skill, Annihilation of Fate, and a barrage of red arrows rained down on Orion. He turns back in shocked disbelief as Orion struggles to break free from the attack. Suddenly, Taehoon moved behind him, but Orion narrowly dodged the attack, and the two continued their relentless assault. In a moment of carelessness, Orion is struck. Taehoon laughs triumphantly, telling him to die. He unleashes his most powerful technique, but Taehoon senses something is wrong and he realizes with dread, "Wait, did I just use up my last move? This fight's lasting longer than I thought." He looks at Orion covered in wounds and wonders if he's stalling. But Taehoon brushed it off, still confident, thinking he may be clumsy, but he's sharp. "But that doesn't mean I won't take the lead." He unleashed his sword with force using the skill Abyss Blade. Orion desperately dodges every attack, but then retaliates, unleashing the skill Roar of Rage. But the attack missed Taehoon, making him look on in bewilderment. Seeing it go wide, he burst out laughing, taunting, "Hey idiot, what were you aiming at?" "It's over." Taehoon swings his sword at him, striking him while gloating that it's finally over. Just as he was about to strike Orion, he froze as fire spells rained down from the sky. Wounded Taehoon angrily asks what's going on, only to turn and see a dragon looming behind him. Seeing this, Taehoon's eyes widened in shock as he thought, a kite-cast dragon impossible, that monster never attacks first. Suddenly he remembered Orion's earlier attack. Wait, he lured the dragon here by attacking it. Orion then declares, "I told you I'm not running." Orion, now radiating a powerful aura, coldly declares that everything was part of the plan to bring him down as he unleashes his skill, the Berserker's Blazing Inferno Cross-Slash. At this moment, Orion regained the upper hand, relentlessly attacking him. Taehoon found himself in a difficult position, assaulted from both sides. His body now riddled with wounds, he cursed in anger. "Damn it, that dragon is attacking from behind too," he thought to himself, "but I don't think the Avenger will survive either." Suddenly surprised, Taehoon notices something in Orion's hand and asks what it is. Orion doesn't answer and unleashes a powerful blast of energy. Ignoring his approach, Orion simply urged, "Advance and do your best." Orion smirked. "If you think you can defeat a monster that a team of 8 barely managed to kill without your ultimate move, then go ahead." Orion swiftly moves away, and Taehoon, opening his eyes to find him gone, grits his teeth and curses. "You think I'll let you escape that easily, you bastard?" Before he knew it, chains bound him. Taehoon was shocked, wondering, what, isn't this the labyrinth manipulator's skill? Behind him, the dragon prepared to strike, and Taehoon turned in fury. All he knew was despair as the dragon unleashed its attack. The dragon coldly unleashed a torrent of flames upon him, while elsewhere Siwen stood atop a building, offering her support. Orion teleports to her side, saying thank you for the assist. Siwen coolly replies, "No problem." Orion then landed beside her, and Siwen asked in surprise, "Did you design that trap knowing I was here?" Orion smiles, replying, "No, I just figured you'd be around since we agreed to meet here. I only noticed you after that. I prayed you would be." "God save me," Siwen said dryly, playing the pious card. "Now what if I ruined your plan and escaped with my parents?" Orion replied without missing a beat. "Oh, I wasn't worried about that. I know you'd never abandon me." Siwen blushed at his answer, turning away to say, "Whatever, idiot." But then, remembering something, she turned back and asked, "Oh, did you decide to teleport Arian to safety?" Orion nods, confirming he did, and asks if she helped her parents escape. Siwen confidently replies, "Of course, who does he think she is?" Orion forces a smile, calling her reckless. She then suggested that they work together to win this, and he immediately agreed, saying that most of the non-players had already escaped. Orion stood in amazement reading the mission details. The system displays a message, Monster Suppression Mission. Within 80 minutes, monsters will appear in the designated area on the map. If you defeat 45 monsters within 1 hour, your hunting points will be doubled. After reading the information, Siwen frowned and said that the Monster Suppression Mission's designated location on the map seemed to be the shopping district, not far away. Orion remained silent, and when he didn't respond, she suggested, "I'll go down and check it out. What do you think?" Orion smirks, saying this is their chance to rack up some final hunting points, but she frowns, adding that only one thing worries her. He worriedly said, "We're not the only ones thinking this way." Siwen also anxiously asked, "You mean the Chos Guild? You think they'll be there too?" Orion shrugged, adding that the mission's rules would create fierce competition, stating his concerns that players would do anything to stop others from killing their monsters, since the mission required eliminating 45 monsters in 1 hour. Orion worried that someone would take advantage of the situation, adding that it was the perfect opportunity for them to cheat, at least in this mission. Siwen, less concerned, asked calmly what they should do: abandon the mission and eliminate other monsters. Hearing that, Orion pondered for a moment, then replied, "No, we can't pass up this opportunity. We can't give up this time." Orion then loudly suggested, "You'll be the key player, Siwen. That's how we win." Siwen stared at him puzzled, then finally asked, "You want me to be the key player, even though you're the main damage dealer?" Meanwhile, at a desolate construction site, Hiho coldly dealt with a player who tearfully pleaded, "You don't have to do this. I'll give you all my points." But before he could finish, he was obliterated. As Kiho coldly watched the scene, he was suddenly reminded of a terrifying sight, Kiho indifferently watching him disappear completely. After confirming his complete disappearance, he coldly walked away, remarking, "What an idiot. Some weaklings are destined to die. If I didn't kill him, someone else would have." Suddenly, the system's quest board appeared, and as he read it, he exclaimed in surprise, "A monster subjugation quest." His eyes were cold, as he spoke indifferently, predicting a swarm of fools would come running, and he would kill them all. The city remained a bleak, gray landscape. Siwian changed into more comfortable clothes, saying it was too inconvenient to move around in a dress. Not only her, but Orion as well, though he doesn't look comfortable at all. Is this really okay, if we just take these outfits? Siwian secretly judges the male lead in his new clothes, thinking he actually looks good in them. They're wearing matching outfits, drawing attention as they stand together, 259000001, each about $200. Siwian reassures Orion with a confident look, saying it's fine, we'll just wash them and return them after use, making it legal. So Orion, the innocent, is being tempted by Siwian to do wrong, which is actually completely illegal. Siwian then suggests a second option: they can pay with a credit card later, so not to worry. That's a good idea. Orion feels relieved. After all, they can't keep fighting in uniforms. As they chat, they hear a commotion outside. Apparently others have accepted the quest as well. The main character and Siwian huddle against the wall, secretly observing. Siwian becomes wary other players here for the quest. Perhaps they dislike chaos. Orion's experience says otherwise. Best not to let our guard down. Even normal players might deliberately sabotage our plans. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing the mission would begin in 5 minutes. Before the battle, Siwian still had a question. "Hey, you said I was the key player in this mission. Does that mean I'm going to wipe out all the monsters?" "Ah, that's right." So the main character clearly explained the hidden meaning in those words to Siwian, who seemed hesitant after hearing it. "I don't use that skill often, so I'm not sure if it'll work. Other dungeon masters rarely use the net skill either." Orion reassured Siwian, "It'll be effective if the monsters keep appearing in a limited area. The corridors in this mall are quite narrow, so the monsters will be forced together." Seeing Orion's experience, Siwian felt reassured and decided to follow his lead, agreeing to split up for the hunt and use an item to call for help if needed. "I'll find you after I figure everything out." Just then, the system appeared again. "System, the quest will begin in 5 seconds. System quest started. No sooner had the announcement ended than monsters swarmed from everywhere, but their appearance looked very familiar. Orion recognized them instantly. These monsters appeared during the Gate of Purgatory event. They're Hellkin beasts from hell. These monsters possess high physical defense, and when in groups, they buff their attack power by 180%. A monster spotted the protagonist and unleashed deadly red beams from its massive eye, creating a cage around him. A blinding explosion erupted, but Orion was unharmed, having leaped to safety and delivered a fatal blow. Orion uses the Maze Master skill, Labyrinth Depth, increasing magic power by 50% of the user's attack stat for 15 seconds. Taking advantage of the time, Orion relentlessly slays the monsters who can't match his speed, and in a flash their bodies are split in two. Sigwayan, who had been watching, realized that magic was effective against these monsters, suggesting they use disposable items to hunt them, to which Orion agreed. Only one died, and more are coming. Sigwayan runs off to fight elsewhere, leaving this area to Orion, wishing him luck and saying goodbye. Orion stares intently at the monsters on high alert, having memorized the mall's layout. He's as fast as lightning, cutting down one monster after another, some split from head to toe. After taking down a few more, Orion calculates that if he takes the fastest route, he can claim all the monsters here for himself. Elsewhere in the mall, Sigwayan is also hard at work, taking down 12 monsters so far. Sigwayan has placed a star matrix in front of her, the Labyrinth Matter skill change of perspective trap. The Labyrinth Matter skill change perception trap teleports monsters within the trap's range to the user's location. The trap can be activated after placement with a maximum of 7 traps at once. Seguin remains vigilant. I've set the traps as Orion instructed, but I'm not sure if it'll work. She recalled the embarrassing incident when she accidentally pulled in a bunch of unwanted monsters. It was so humiliating, a truly useless skill, but Orion said it would work, so she'd give it a try. While walking down the corridor, she spots monsters flying ahead, an opportunity to score a triple kill. Seguin unleashes giant ancient axes, or rather the axe trap skill, slicing the 3 flying monsters to ribbons. The remaining monsters, intimidated by Seguin's power, try to flee, but she's too excited. Where do you think you're going? Seguin continues to show off her skills, using labyrinth matter to incinerate them. Labyrinth matter, a blue fire maze, attacks with magical flames, but its power decreases by 5% at long range. The monsters are incinerated in the blue flames, and Seguin exclaims that she's taken down 15 monsters. She gleefully kicks the monster's remains, wondering if her star rating has increased. It feels like easy mode. At this rate, she'll reach first place without much effort. As Seguin revels in her progress, a weapon hurtles toward her at breakneck speed, striking her before she can react, the impact shattering a nearby pillar. Seguin steels herself, focusing on the weapon. Through the mist, a figure emerges, Kehoe, an all-too-familiar face. So that pathetic conservative is here too. Seguin points her weapon at him, clearly seeing Kehoe's representative image as a grim reaper. Seguin tenses, cursing the fact that she has to face this annoying guy before she's even set her ant-changing trap, while Orion steadily completes his mission in the Dark Mall, already at 14 kills. Orion pulls out a brain essence, an item that converts normal attacks into magic for 30 seconds and moisturizes the skin. Seeing no movement around Orion is optimistic. Everything is going smoothly, and with monsters spawning constantly, he'll take first place without any strategy. As he continued moving, he saw other players also eliminating monsters. Orion hid in a nearby corner to observe. It seemed they were hunting ahead of him. He had planned to lure the monsters into this wide area. His spot taken, Orion didn't hesitate and continued on. Never mind, not worth wasting time fighting over it. He'd go somewhere else. But then his eyes changed, shifting from surprise to bewilderment as a mysterious box appeared above another player's head. Its doors opening to reveal a player with cards in hand. He throws those cards at the players below, using the skill Card Throw. The players below couldn't dodge in time and were hit. Everyone was shocked. What was that? Meanwhile, Orion assists his ally. Isn't it obvious? This is a massacre spoken with chilling nonchalance. She targets the red-hatted youth using the Wild Lancer's Spike Hedgehog skill, which launches a spike with 60% of the user's attack power. If the spikes hit, the next attack deals 150% damage. The shockwave leaves the players stunned, and Mahyon seizes the opportunity, leaping high, ready to finish them off. She screams with savage glee, bidding farewell to the trash. But life is full of surprises as Orion appears, using his shield to block Mahyon's attack. Her plans foiled, she's bitter, wondering who this cute guy is, but Orion ignores her taunts, focusing on his counterattack. Myon hadn't anticipated Orion's skills, leaving her winded, so her teammate stepped in to replace her, recognizing Orion. I thought Chun killed you. I can't believe you survived, Orion. He smirks. That's funny, I could say the same to you. Their weapons clash, a deafening sound. The man shows no fear, standing tall against Orion. Oh, magma gauntlets, looks like you've upgraded your gear a bit. Looking at the man before him, Orion assessed the situation. If he took too long dealing with him, he could lose his leading position. Think what's the quickest way to crush them both while they're targeting him. A massive explosion rips through the mall, sending debris flying. The battle between Orion and the 2 other players intensifies as Orion leaps away, and she unleashes the Wind Wolf baptism skill. A blue wolf spirit surrounds her like a whirlwind, pushing Orion away, and Orion's teammate seizes the opportunity, using the skill Magic Power Transfer. Orion dodges and retaliates against the knives, visibly strained, a trickmaker, and a wild lancer, a truly hellish duo, perfectly in sync. The Lancer uses crowd control to block enemy attacks at the Ligand Gate, a skill that restricts an opponent's movement by knocking them down or pushing them away. While the Trickmaker uses ranged attacks and movement skills to confuse opponents and deal critical hits, this combo, though not dealing massive damage, is excellent. Tiki-taka. Tiki-taka is a soccer strategy, and in this context it means taking turns, attacking the opponent. They're incredibly in sync. He uses another skill, Magic Phase 3. The attacks head straight for Orion, who carefully observes and decides to turn the tables. With a red ribbon, he swiftly leaped behind his opponent, leaving his teammate gasping for breath. How did he get behind me? I didn't think Avengers could use such skills. Enough stalling now, it's Orion's turn. He tells his opponents, I wasn't just taking hits, I was waiting for the perfect moment. Orion immediately uses the skill, Screams of Resentment, hitting both of them at once, leaving them bitter. He wonders if that was a piercing skill, if he was waiting for them to line up. It turns out Orion had everything under control from the start. They're good at trading skills, but is their weakness an over-rehearsed sequence? Orion, having observed their actions from the start, leaps up to face him, declaring him predictable, and unleashes a flurry of attacks. His teammate caught off guard is unable to defend himself, cursing his fate. Once again his position is swapped by his teammate Mijion, who follows up with the violent skill of nature Wild Lancer, which triples the attack range and increases attack power by 130%. The skill requires a 2.5-second wait before and after use. She celebrates after landing a big hit, laughing maniacally, what a waste of a pretty face. But Mijion's expression shifts as she notices Orion's shadow is missing from the ground. What the hell? He's vanished. In that moment, Orion leaps out from behind her teammate, who's caught completely off guard. Not this time. Orion immediately uses the skill of the demon mirror, summoning large mirrors around them both. Orion lunges forward, aiming straight for his opponent. The moment of truth has arrived. He lands a thunderous blow, sending him flying backwards. Mijion's teammate is stunned. He used the game's advantage of faster punches over swords to overcome his skill. Out of nowhere, Mijion swoops in to ambush Orion, activating the Blood Hunt skill. Her speed skyrockets as she corners Orion with the Wild Hunt of Blood skill. Attack and movement speed double when attacking a single opponent for 5 seconds, preventing the user from attacking their target for 3 seconds after use. Orion feels her speed is almost like the wind. With that speed, she lands a blow on Orion, and as he loses his balance, her teammate attacks with his cards. Orion realizes this, his eyes turn red. Now is his chance. They're in his sights. As they both blindly lunged at Orion, he used his sword to create a vortex, the Avenger skill Revan's Raging Inferno. The Avenger Revan skill is a fiery vortex, a ranged attack that consumes 38% of the user's HP and creates a pillar of fire based on their attack stats. The user can't use Revan's Roiling Flames for 180 seconds after activating the skill. Orion and his teammate are blasted away. Once done, Orion lands his attention, turning to the monsters above. This took longer than I thought. Is it too inefficient to wait for the right moment to strike them both at once? What should I do now? At this rate, he feels like he won't reach first place. But not wanting to leave Orion waiting in despair, he sees a savior. Wait, that's the pitfall trap. Alright, I'll take them both down, the 2 players and the monster. With that thought, Orion summoned the system and exchanged items with it. Orion plans to use the Vampire Fang item, gradually increasing attack power while reducing HP. HP is reduced by 2% per second until it reaches 5%, then it will be restored after 10 seconds. Monsters floated through the mall's levels, while elsewhere the air crackled between Surwion and Kiho. Surwion spoke, I guess you're still alive after all. I thought you were dead when I heard about the Transcendent class. Kiho coldly retorts that it was thanks to them thinking they were both dead after running into the Emperor, which reminds Surwion of the Emperor with the strange, sickly hair, who spoke of a grand game but wasn't very healthy, just like him. Surwion taunts Kiho, who seems provoked by her words, wondering if he's getting oil from a backer always hiding behind a merchant, and promises to silence him. Kiho lunges, throwing wild punches, but Surwion retaliates, manipulating large rocks behind him, triggering a hidden trap. The rocks rain down on Kiho, forcing him to dodge, but he still mocked. Such slow skills. Suddenly Surwion turned and fled, and Kiho guessed her plan. I thought she wanted to bring it out this time, running away again. Kiho leaps into the air, ready to strike his body, surrounded by wraiths, as Surwion curses under her breath, that terrifying bastard. Kiho grabs her. Where do you think you're going? We're not finished playing. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he struck down upon Surwion's position, only to realize it was a trap. Surwion finally relaxed her face, saying, Sorry, I'd love to play, but I have some business to attend to. Surwion unleashes her ant trap chains, binding Kiho's feet, and with a sweet middle finger she promises to play later. Kiho, burning with rage, curses her. Ignoring Kiho's outburst, Surwion has other priorities. She doesn't need to fight him now, she needs to quickly set her ant trap because she is the key player in this mission. At that moment, Orion was under relentless attack from razor-sharp cards, but his timely reflexes allowed him to fend them off. But before he could process it, Mihyun charged from behind, like a leech unleashing her water orb technique. Yet Orion remained eerily calm in the face of danger. An idea sparks in his mind, he'll reverse the attack. With a single block, he stops the blow, seizes the opportunity, and kicks Mihyun 100 meters away, leaving her in shock. It's a dilemma. How can one kick a girl in the stomach? Orion was immediately confused. She's a girl. Her voice cracked with emotion, confirming his suspicions. He confidently declares that he doesn't care if she's a boy or a girl, they're just characters in a game. Orion's words awakened the monster within Mihyun, and in a frenzy she lunged, ready to drag him to hell. The battle between the two intensifies. Orion realizes he needs to take time to understand their powers. But it's not easy dealing with 2 powered-up players at once. Siwion needs to set up the teleporters quickly. Meanwhile, Mihyun unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks while her teammates sensed something was amiss. Something's not right. He's not attacking head-on. Last time we fought, he was all over the place, using a more optimal strategy. Is he fighting differently because it's the 2 of us? Or perhaps... He pondered he's planning something else. Immediately, Han orders Mihyun to stop attacking and take a step back for a moment. Hearing this, Mihyun looked confused, asking, What, why? We're close, he's almost out of blood. But he denied it, saying they'd gone too far, ordering a retreat to regroup and observe Orion's next move. Despite this, Mi-hyun remained stubborn, not understanding, but that was okay. In that moment, Mi-hyun raised her weapon, unleashing a freezing mist. Quickly, the fog obscured Orion's view of the two. Damn, I can't see anything. Just then he spotted them fleeing. This action immediately aroused his suspicion. Did they know he was luring them into his domain? No, it can't be. They finally figured out my fighting style. Fine, I'll let them go. The mission is more important anyway. I just need to focus on hunting monsters. A fragment of Orion's memory suddenly surfaces. This immediately worried him. Was it okay to let those two monsters go? The scene shifts to an apartment complex as Mi-hyun and her team continue their desperate escape. Mi-hyun laments, how much longer must we run? At this rate, we'll run out of time for the mission. He began to surmise that the enemy was no longer pursuing them, guessing that Orion had no more tricks up his sleeve. We only defeated him in combat. Suddenly he senses something amiss. Orion's sudden appearance shocks them both, and he seizes the opportunity to strike with his demonic sword. Orion's return excites him. Is this how he plans to counterattack? I knew you wouldn't give up, Orion. But he's eerily calm. If I abandon you, you'll hunt down the weaker players, and that will ruin my plans. He was like a man possessed, unleashing the spell of magical termination, demanding Mi-hyun use her ultimate move to finish him off. But she retorted, I know, you idiot, and quickly cast Soul Vortex. In that instant, Mi-hyun flashed to Orion. Then a voice sang out, let's have some fun. The current situation weakens them. He grinds his teeth, thinking, what the hell is that sound? Orion secretly rejoices. It's working, the timing is perfect. Meanwhile, Sigwyon fulfilled her duty, successfully setting the antlion trap and returning before the battle erupted. Orion devised a plan with Sigwyon, but she wondered how she would signal that the antlion trap was set. Orion suggested using horns instead of phones since they were working. I can hear it from anywhere in the mall, but Sigwyon was still worried that others might hear it too. If they figure out our plan, will they fall into the trap as well? Orion wondered to himself. In that case, use a code only we know. Why not sing a song? So I'll recognize your voice right away and be able to find you anywhere. Back in reality, Orion was overjoyed to hear Sigwyon's voice. Perfect, she completed the trap just in time, but her singing leaves something to be desired. I recognize the song, but the tune is different. Conversely, Mi-hyun was now bewildered by that voice so warm it made his hands tingle. Damn it, what was that sound? Was it a new skill? Seizing the opportunity, Orion retaliates with his Phantom Beast sword technique. He quickly wounds them both. This is the second time you've lost losing to the same person twice. Maybe this game isn't for you. His taunts immediately send the enemy into a rage. You're so small. You're just a damn high school kid. I'll end you here just as Orion planned. Now all I have to do is lure him into the trap. Orion keeps dodging them as he orders Mi-hyun to chase after him. As they charged, Orion commanded Sigwyon to execute the rest of the plan, the ant trap. Sigwyon mused. 2 people followed him. I guess it doesn't matter. The final formation is unleashed, summoning thousands of monsters, and they realize they've been tricked. Meanwhile, Sigwyon was relieved. The ant trap worked. Orion then resolved that it was his turn. He'll use the item he acquired earlier to defeat both Chose and the monsters, at once an item that will burn his remaining power and activate the passive skill Panic. He'll defeat them with his best skill, Dance of the Gods, which he unleashes upon them, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The scene at the shopping mall is now a wasteland littered with the remnants of Orion's attack. Orion quickly turns to Sigwyon, asking if she's alright, to which she replies that she's fine, just a little dust in her throat. Suddenly, Orion is startled by Sigwyon's violent cough, and he walks on wondering what exactly is happening to them. Did I defeat them with my own skills? He suddenly noticed something. It's just a floating box. Orion thinks frustrated that they escaped again. Suddenly, Mi-hyun rushes from behind, attempting a sneak attack, screaming, die. Luck was on Orion's side as he managed to defend himself, recognizing the skill Windwolf's Absolution. However, the power of the attack gradually overwhelmed him. Mi-hyun pressed her advantage. Your cooldown isn't over yet, is it? There's nothing you can do now, you fool. I'll send you straight to hell. She grew even more deranged. Sigwyon, still clueless, cries out, hey wait, that's… As a trap is sprung the moment, Mi-hyun lunges forward, leaving her utterly bewildered. And just like that, she was sent back to her maker before Orion's very eyes as Sigwyon wore a knowing expression, revealing the trap she had set for the monsters. The scene caused her to drop her weapon, the clatter echoing as it emitted strange lights. The situation leaves. Sigwyon bewildered. She's accidentally killed another player and feels strangely conflicted. Seeing her distress, Orion reassures her, telling her not to worry too much as he was the one who lured them there in the first place. Hearing that, Sigwyon gradually regained her composure, realizing it wasn't entirely her fault. Anyway, how many more monsters do you need to hunt, Orion? Her sudden question catches him off guard. After a quick calculation, Orion replies, I think just 1 more. Sigwyon glanced at the system board, a plan forming. I think so too. Let's find the last monster and finish this. No sooner had she spoken than a monster appeared nearby. Even the monster was startled by their presence. Though clothes their true colors emerged for the sake of the mission, this was the last one. Orion with a smug grin immediately dashes forward like a bolt of lightning, declaring he'll defeat it first, boasting about his superior speed, infuriating Seguian who cries foul. But she wouldn't give up so easily. In that moment, Seguian poured all her magic into her staff. You think I'd just stand by and watch? In the end, Seguian was the one who took it down, using her skill to trap the monster. The monster didn't even get to speak before it died and faded away. Orion turned back and said, "You're so mean." She burst out laughing, satisfied. "If you're so concerned, become a D-rank mage." The system then announced, "Congratulations, player Seguian, you've achieved first place in the monster extermination quest with a total of 45 monsters. Your 24525 sand points will be doubled as a reward. You've received 49050 points, and you now have a total of 97580 points, which will put you in first place in the event." This reward fills her with joy. As she cheers, "I'm number 1. Orion sighs in resignation, "I'm so jealous I can't even crack the top 10. Suddenly Seguian turns and whispers, "Do you want some points?" However, he refused, stating he could reach first place on his own. To show her gratitude, Seguian offered to buy him anything he needed, but Orion's request was excessive. "Fine then, give me 20 time warp machines and 50 immortal wines." Seguian retorts annoyed, "Come on, that's too much." Her joy is short-lived as more enemies arrive. Tension fills the air as they both turn to face the approaching figure, Death himself. It was then Seguian realized his oversight. "Oh right, I forgot about him." Orion asked suspiciously, "Did you run into him?" She admitted, "I encountered him recently." Kehoe coldly speaks, calling him a revenger, and wonders if this is their third or fourth encounter. He's tired of seeing his ugly face and declares this is the end, his tone sickening Seguian. When Orion remained silent, she mocked, "I'm sick of that cliché." Seguian, worried, called out Orion. He realized that Kehoe was hunting innocent people, proving himself to be a murderer, and Orion couldn't forgive that. He considered it carefully, but this man was the embodiment of his own twisted emotions, that's why. He had to stop him no matter what. Orion firmly demands that he stop the fight, but Kehoe sighs, wondering what nonsense he's spouting. Orion insists that he gains nothing from killing other players, no points, no items, and no titles. That's true if you're only killing other players to improve your rank. It would be faster to hunt monsters for points, instead of chasing after high-ranking players, Orion explains, trying to persuade him. His face turned serious, as he added, "The way you're randomly killing players isn't just inefficient, it's consuming your very character." But as if his words couldn't change his mind, Kehoe retorted, "What do you want from me? You want to stop fighting and play house together." Orion immediately admits, "I want you to play fair. You're capable of it." His eyes turned cold, filled with complex thoughts, but this time Kehoe seemed to agree with Orion's proposal. "I guess. I know you're not a coward. You just have a different way of looking at things." He suddenly goes berserk, making a clash between them unavoidable, as another personality within Kehoe awakens. Orion tenses up, bracing himself as a vision of Kehoe's inner world appears. He choked you, repeating, "I just need to eliminate them, all of them." Above, tears welled in your eyes, that was the way. No one can ignore him now, but Kehoe's other self is pleased, returning to reality, ignoring Orion's pleas and attacking cruelly. He cries out helplessly, merely suppressing his emotions. Kehoe scoffed at his words, asking if he was always so talkative, and immediately used the Reaper's Path to attack him. The battlefield skill of a God-tier class Path of the Departed increases the attack, power, and movement speed of the Grim Reaper in the arena by 1.5 times, unleashing a piercing attack along its path. Kehoe easily uses it to pierce through Orion. Having dodged to safety, Kehoe paused. Unaware he'd walked right into a trap chains now ensnaring his feet. Kehoe shouts, questioning if Orion really thinks he'd fall for the same trap twice, and with his immense power he easily escapes using the Shadow Step. Kehoe's speed astonishes Orion. The Path of the Dead accelerates him, and Kehoe raises his weapon, warning Orion not to underestimate his fighting style. "You don't know anything about me, you bastard," he roared, firing his weapon precisely at Orion, who braced himself against the force. Even Seguian warned from the sidelines, "Orion, he won't listen to you. There's only one way to get through to him now." He asked what it was, and she explained, "You know the classic and most popular way to solve a problem." Orion, surprised by the suggestion, regains his composure, and declares with resolve, "I'll punch him," until he listens. Seguian enthusiastically raises her staff in support. Orion's gaze hardened with resolve as a massive clash loomed. They might be orphans. But that doesn't matter. That's why I can't be sure my judgment is correct. He doesn't hesitate to attack, wanting to tell him one thing: he doesn't have to hate others. Orion fights and thinks. And he doesn't need to hide behind cowardly tricks either. Orion now imbues his weapon with magic, attacking decisively to prove his point. To be the strongest, Orion fights with all his might, closing the distance, while Udon unleashes a bone-shattering strike with his greatsword. This strike not only leaves it severely wounded, but also causes it to writhe and fall. Udon celebrates defeating the monster, but is shocked by the score of 720. "What is this? Why did that attack only score 720 points? Hunseung said from behind, that he wasn't surprised as it was easily defeated despite its size. This only makes Udon more frustrated as he stares blankly at his teammate. "Don't be like that. You're practically a monk." "What does that even mean?" "Nothing. The atmosphere quickly turned frantic as an explosion erupted nearby. What was that sound? Hun Sung suddenly remembered there was a monster over there. Oh, that thing. Didn't we agree to leave it alone because it was too much to handle? Hun Sung sensed something was wrong. Something had happened. Elsewhere, Orion faces Kiho, who wields a scythe, and their fierce battle makes it hard to tell who will win. Kiho suddenly uses Winter Hunt, landing a fatal blow on Orion, but luckily he dodges it, and Seguion retaliates with arrows aimed at Kiho. Kiho easily dodges and taunts Orion, telling the Maze Master to give up and accept his fate, but Orion empowers himself, showing that his will cannot be shaken. He realized the problem and continued to fight with Flower of Resentment. This time the tables had turned, and Kiho was pushed back by Orion's incredible power. He retreated a few steps to keep a safe distance, but a small dagger appeared right in front of Kiho. He narrowly avoids a fatal blow, but the dagger pierces his shoulder. Kiho grits his teeth in pain. But the fun's not over yet. The Master Maze Skill Compression Chap summons 2 massive force cubes above and below him. In less than a second, they crush the enemy within. Kiho barely dodges and seethes with rage, calling him a bastard, and now Kiho is ready to fight with everything he has, unleashing his ultimate move, Fatality. A rose of amethyst light appears behind him, its immense power, worrying Orion and Sibjorn. It's said to drain 44% of an enemy's health through accumulated strikes, while also slowing and reducing the owner's blood loss. Sibjorn was surprised and exclaimed, "He's using his ultimate already. It's like he's fighting with his life on the line." Kiho replies that he warned them to end it there and to die. The rose unleashes its tendrils, forcing Orion and Sibjorn to rely on their speed to evade. Sibjorn, now enraged, thinks, "Damn it, your ultimate move is pissing me off." She imbues her weapon with a lightning spear and charges toward Kiho. He stood motionless for a few seconds, as if not realizing the danger, but the tentacles reacted, shielding his body and blocking Sibjorn's attack. Sibjorn thought angrily, he blocked that, but it was such a powerful blow. Now it's Orion's turn to strike back. He closes in on Kiho's sword aimed. But with surprising agility, a tentacle moves to strike his right arm, forcing Orion back in pain. "Damn it, my skill hasn't recovered from that last attack. I can't do anything. I need to wait a little longer if I want to use Destiny's Arc. Just a little longer." Meanwhile, Orion asks Sibjorn to attack the ceiling near her, and though she didn't understand why she agreed, Sibjorn uses the Chop of the Abyss, aiming above, thinking that if she uses this skill on the ceiling, it works. The ceiling shatters from the impact, and a massive chunk falls toward Kiho. It didn't take long for Kiho and the rose to be crushed. Sibjorn rejoiced, believing the falling ceiling had done the trick. Orion saw it as a mere stalling tactic, and he made another request of Sibjorn. "Now that we've bought some time, hold on to the supplies. We need to keep fighting." Sibjorn paused, and as Orion searched, she wondered if the Reaper had grown stronger, citing his formidable tenacity. Orion denies it, saying there's no stat difference fighting up close. He's just decisive with his skills. Sibjorn glances at Orion, and seeing his actions warns him not to try to reach the transcendent level. Seeing his hesitation, Sibjorn added that he was lucky to survive due to the side effects, and they don't know what will happen next. So don't try to join the Transcenders. She doesn't want to experience that again. Orion, sensing Sibjorn's worry, promises not to pursue it if she doesn't want him to. Suddenly, another explosion erupts from Kiho's rubble. The shockwave could obliterate Sibjorn and Orion, but as he watched, he realized this was the Transcendent. Kiho emerged from the rubble, his body completely transformed, far more powerful than before. Kiho has now become Charles Sandon, the avatar of disaster. Sibjorn realizes this is madness, wondering what Kiho has been trying to do all along. Moreover, the side effects of Kiho's transcendence were also a concern, as he raised his scythe, taunting them with his apparent invincibility. Kiho swings his scythe at Orion, unleashing a terrifying wave of force, leaving Sibjorn stunned by his sudden surge of power. She knew that if they didn't act now, those attacks would hit them both. Sibjorn's first choice was to retreat, and find a way to ambush Kiho, but when he looked at Orion, he was fighting with all his might. Orion knew it was too dangerous to dodge those attacks, thinking of the battle with the final species. The further they retreated, the less chance they had of reaching him, and the enemy would seize the opportunity to attack relentlessly. That's why Orion chose to face the enemy head-on, instead of retreating, wanting to close the distance and find an opening. Rampage and Vengeful Ghost are activated, their power now evenly matched. Or perhaps Orion even has the edge, leaving Kiho momentarily bewildered. Why won't he give up? Why isn't he afraid of me? Kiho swings his scythe, sending Orion flying, but before he can finish him, Orion's body suddenly glows, creating a shockwave that staggers Siwyan. Kiho is stunned by the intensity in Orion's eyes. "I won't lose. I won't let it happen again. I won't be defeated by someone like you." After venting his anger, Orion uses Overcome Adversity, then combines it with an eye for an eye. Kiho is overwhelmed by a strange sensation that immobilizes him, and when Orion strikes, he receives the full brunt of the damage. In that moment, he endlessly consoled himself. "I was just angry. I was angry because he yelled at me and belittled me, so I killed him. I didn't intend to do it again, but after that I was branded with a stigma. I couldn't escape, and people began to avoid me. No one wanted to approach me, but I wasn't lonely. After all, I'd always been an orphan. I was used to it. In fact, life became easier. The more people feared me, the safer I felt, and my territory continued to expand. Nothing's really changed. Ever since I was a child, I've had to fight for a place to sleep at night. That's when I decided. I can use the fear of others and my own hatred to protect my territory and myself, but why am I not afraid? Even when overwhelmed by Kiho, Orion shows no fear, but glares at him with resentment. He unleashes a devastating blow, seeking to end the fight immediately, with force enough to send Orion flying hundreds of meters. Yet Orion holds firm, his gaze fixed on Kiho. The best revenge is to see your enemies live. With that thought, Orion pressed on. I can't let him push me back. The moment we have distance, he'll launch a long-range attack. I can handle close combat, but not those shockwave attacks. I need to stay close to him, Kiho thought, sensing Orion's sudden surge of power. That damn Avenger, he's actually relying on that passive skill to excel in close combat. The Plague Fiend's skill activates, and a surge of energy slams into Orion, eliciting a pained cry. Then Orion's eyes widened in shock as he received a warning. You cannot use skills for 45 seconds. This made him quickly realize a paralyzing skill. Kiho confidently affirmed, even your passive skills can't save you now. Die. The Calamity God's skill Sudden Death is activated, unleashing random long-range attacks with transparent tentacles for 4 seconds. The wide-range tentacles continuously damage Orion, and maintaining distance is useless. He's almost paralyzed, but his goal is to reach Kiho. The distance between them closes rapidly, and Orion sees a glimmer of hope. Now is his chance to activate the Arc of Destiny. Kiho was stunned for a few seconds, wondering what just happened, unaware that Orion had foreseen this. The item's cooldown just ended, and this time he won't escape. Orion leaves a long gash on Kiho's body, causing his weapon to fall. This enrages Kiho, who shouts in defiance, refusing to give up as he unleashes a formidable attack. But Orion was unfazed, backing away before spinning around and throwing a dagger at Kiho. He barely dodged the fatal knife, then scoffed. Did you really think I'd fall for that again? Orion immediately changed his approach. The two engage in a brutal clash of devastating weapons as Orion silently steals his resolve. I won't let him get away. I can't give him time to use his skills. I have 30 seconds before the paralysis wears off and only one shot left with the Arc of Destiny. This might be my last chance. He'll devour me the moment I retreat. Just as Orion prepares to act, he reaches his limit, his body freezing, sending his organs into a state of suspended animation. This allowed Vade Kiho to land a blow directly on Orion's left eye, but even blinded, he fought on instinctively. With newfound resolve, he couldn't stop now. He had to crush him. Meanwhile, Sivion located the source of the tremors and witnessed Orion's battle firsthand. Sivion recalls his past words about Kiho. I'm just a little surprised, that's all. He's an orphan and I lost my parents. I was just thinking maybe I would have ended up going down a similar path. Maybe I would have killed all those who bullied me and become a monster with nothing but hatred for the world. Sivion cries out, don't give up, Orion. You can do this. You have to defeat him. As if sensing her renewed strength, Orion activates his voice skill from outside, Makung answering Kiho, forcing him to fight while cursing under his breath. Damn beetles. Kiho empowered his giant scythe. This is the ultimate move of the God of Destruction, with abilities like Annihilation, increased attack power, critical strikes that inflict poison and immobility, and even wide-area attacks. Kiho's bold declaration, "Go to hell," is followed by an explosion that engulfs Orion in a cloud of smoke, his weapons vanishing as Kiho patiently waits. His eyes widened in disbelief as Orion returned, rushing towards Kiho with a powerful fist. No need, the punch lands squarely, sending Kiho spiraling into agony, lamenting his fate even as he tumbles through the air. Damn it, I took too much fire damage, so a normal punch took me down. His heart clenched and he spat out blood in the middle of the fight. Kiho wondered if this was a side effect of transcending. Wait, did that mean he'd lost? Orion calmly approached him, saying, if you'd waited to activate that ultimate skill, I wouldn't have been able to dodge it. You could have won if you'd kept your distance while I was paralyzed. I don't have many ranged skills, so I couldn't retaliate. What are you trying to say? This is what happens when you attack people unprovoked. Faced with Kiho's accusations, Orion retorted, what are you trying to say? I didn't grow up in an orphanage, even though I don't have parents either. So I can't say our circumstances are exactly the same. Seeing his silence, he lowered his voice. I'm trying to tell you there's another way. Kiho, seemingly moved by Orion's words, offered a rebuttal. You think I don't know that? But I'm used to this now. I'm used to fighting like this. Death, what is your name? Orion gave his answer, but Kiho just smirked, finding his name amusing. You better earn that top spot there. That way you can prove your way is better. I really hate guys who are all talk and no action. With that, Kiho vanishes completely. Sir Weon breathed a sigh of relief, noting how eccentric Kiho was, guessing that Orion never really got close to him right. Orion nodded in agreement, confirming that he was indeed eccentric. He just sent me his hunting score. It's Kiho the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, back in the city, the boss is facing off against one of the powerful monsters. He seemed nonchalant, perhaps because he didn't see monsters as a threat. The boss unleashed the New Republic sword skill, a great path woven with light, and bisected the monster. Its body is torn in two, and the system congratulates the boss, saying he's earned 1,250 points for defeating the guardian tree monster. He boasts that he's warmed up enough to take down a monster worth 1,250 points, bringing his total hunting points to 11300, currently ranked 65th. Just then, Kiho Weon appeared, remarking that the boss seemed to be enjoying himself. The boss replied that it had been a while since he hunted monsters, and it felt good to be a regular user again after all this time. Kiho Weon then asks the boss when he and the rest of the guild will join the war, lamenting the loss of 2 members, but he dismisses her concerns, saying he doesn't care how many die. Then Admon admits he only wants one thing, Kiho Weon and Ryoseon. He can create the world he's always dreamed of. Hi Kiho. Weon laughed, finding it intriguing, and she felt a thrill. Suddenly she paused, then opened the system's leaderboard, where the top-ranked player had over 100,000 points. Seeing how quickly they're gaining points, I guess they're pretty talented. Who could it be? Maybe someone from one of the top 3 guilds, like Vessen, or a hidden master like Orion. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became. She wanted to hack the ranking data and find out who it was, but she would hold off for now. If she tried to hack it and ran into an error, she might miss the last prey. I must see this through to the end. I need to know who will emerge victorious from this chaos. Cut to Zeung-ha, whose troubles are far from over after wiping out the surrounding pests. Zeung-ha unwittingly becomes the target of another monster, but Ju Hyuk arrives just in time, a savior with his sacred thrust. The last monster dies, meaning both of them will receive bonus points, and in less than a second, the system sends a congratulatory message to Zeung-ha and Ju Hyuk. You have completed the area battle competition and received 8,450 bonus points. Rank 11 and 9, I guess there are a lot of strong players. Either way, our members are ranked high. There were 140 participants, but now there are only 92. Zeung-ha sighed. That's a huge drop in numbers. Perhaps they gave up halfway, or maybe monsters or the chaos killed them, or they escaped through the wormhole zone. Yes, perhaps. Ju Hyuk tells Zeung-ha to return to the rendezvous point, since they've completed their mission and it's almost 11 o'clock. Zeung-ha surveys the aftermath, remarking that the chaos is quieter than expected. He thought the Emperor would exploit it to sow more discord. Is this just the calm before the storm of an all-out war between us and Chosao? Seeing Zeung-ha lost in thought, Ju Hyuk gently asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, it's just the late hour making me think negatively, but I'm fine." Ju Hyuk, a little flustered, still reassured Zeung-ha, telling her not to worry so much. "No matter what happens, I and the other guild members will be here to protect you." Zeung-ha's mood lifted at those words and a smile crept onto her face. "Okay, I guess I should feel lucky to have a brave man by my side. As a man, are you happy you spent the night with me? What did you just say?" Back to Sigui-on. She's pursuing a monster, flying across the rooftops. Sigi-on points her spear at the monster, then unleashes the Maze of Despair skill, creating a long barrier in its path, stopping it before it can cross. "Orium, now's your chance, finish it." He emerges from behind, sword in hand, a spinning strike sending the monster to its grave. Orium leaps from the rooftop, landing safely, and breathes a sigh of relief. That was exhausting. His hunting score is now 128,400, placing him second. Sigui-on approached Orium, saying it was a waste of time as the mission didn't even grant them many points. "Let's choose our next quest carefully, okay? We're on a tight schedule, after all." Sigui-on then realizes it's already midnight, and Orium is surprised it's so late. "We've been wearing the same colored suits all day, I didn't even notice. Aren't you tired, Sigui-on?" "I'm not tired, but I should probably shower. I feel really dirty." Orium had the same idea, but just as they were about to leave, Sigui-on received a new notification. "Wait a rest period announcement." The message simply announces the rest period and reminds players to be mindful of the upcoming break, a notice for all participants in the event. All players will receive a 7-hour break from midnight to 7 a.m. You can still hunt during this time, but monsters won't respawn, and new quests won't be generated. An NPC will be assigned to each area. A random trivia NPC, Jeff Fatty, allows players to win random boxes through simple trivia battles and minigames. A new area called the Safe Zone has also been created, which is impenetrable to monsters, so players can safely spend their rest time there. Orion wondered if it would prevent player versus player attacks. The system replied that was up to the players to decide. Piecing it all together, Suion concludes that it's not safe from PK users. It seems the luck area could be quite dangerous, so what should they do? Should we continue hunting the remaining monsters? Siu thought for a moment, then replied, no, we should rest during the break. Besides, we need to redistribute hunting points, buy items, and share our stats anyway, plus find a place to wash up. So do you want to go to 8 stars? That was a relief. Orion asked if she wanted to find a place to rest and clean up, but the city is in ruins, and they don't know where to go, until Sue spots a motel and calls Orion over. Dark thoughts cloud his mind, and Orion stammers, reminding her that they're underage and shouldn't be there. Sue didn't care, replying, who cares who sees us, it'll be fine as long as we clean up after ourselves. Is she kidding me? Sue loses her temper, telling Orion to shut his mouth as she drags him to the motel. Just follow me. We're only going to rest a bit before leaving. Wait, I'm not so sure about this. What are you worried about? We've already seen each other naked. Well, I've only seen you naked. Amidst their argument, a maquette appeared in the sky, drawing their attention. Then a control sound fell, deepening their confusion. Suddenly, a new character appears, muttering about the lack of service out here. Orion and Siwion are on high alert as Invisible Spirit is approached. But this strange man casually says, "Relax, relax, I'm not here to fight you. I'm a craftsman from the artisan class and not much of a fighter. Won't you hear what I have to say?" At that moment, Siwion couldn't help but wonder, a lamplighter. How have you survived for so long? Instead of explaining, she makes an offer. We can play 20 questions later. We're too vulnerable to stand here talking in the streets. As Orion carefully observed the artisan's actions, she continued. In exchange for listening to me, I can give you this humble fragment of the world's beginning with my crafting skills. I can create up to 4 gem and rune slots in your weapon. You can equip this meteorite fragment into one of the slots. It's temporary, but it will last until the end of the event, unless I die. Why would you do this for us? What is it that you want? The artificer replies without hesitation. I already told you I want you to listen to what I have to say. Basically, I'm asking you to join a quest where you can collect your reward up front. That's what I want. Siwion whispers to Orion, wondering if it's a trap to lure them somewhere for an ambush. It seems that way, and Orion makes a request. Can we choose where we talk? He immediately receives her approval. Of course, I don't mind if you want to play it safe. Siwion glanced at Orion, who was eager to participate. What should we do? Orion retrieved the dimensional chamber key item and announced, use this. Then he reminded Siwion, we'll go ahead and make sure it's safe during the event. Then we'll invite her in. The dimensional chamber key item has been activated. However, error 65.929 occurred, indicating Orion was not authorized to access this area, leaving him stunned as the artisan calmly inquired. Is it a testing area? I thought it was blocked, but I see you managed to open it. Her knowledge startled Orion. A testing zone. She knows about the dimension room. Without hesitation, she pulls down her hood. I figured it would be easier to introduce myself, having revealed her identity, the craftsman spoke. I'm one of the developers who created Ergo Sohei Online. My name is Ji Yunma, head of device design. I see the shock in both of your eyes. Ji Yunma continued with her explanation. Of course, you might not believe me, looking as I do. Still finding it hard to believe, Ji Yunma decided to press further. Wait, if you're really a developer, do you know someone named Maria? Ji Yunma knew the doctor and confidently replied, of course I know her. She's our project manager. She's a true genius. If not for her reclusiveness, she would have won many awards. It's a pity, but Ji Yunma is beginning to trust Ji Yun's confession. She then took the initiative to ask Orion how he felt about listening to what she had to say. He should decide quickly. His respite will end sooner than he thinks. Ultimately, Orion decided to listen to this superior being, and they both followed Ji Yun to a building. After opening the apartment door, Ji Yun told them to come in and rest, saying, this isn't my home, but it's a safe place for now. I've installed some devices that can keep us safe from anyone watching. Siwion, in disbelief, asked Ji Yun if she was really a developer, as she seemed too young. Ji Yun readily admitted that her true form was actually that of a 3-year-old man. This information leaves them speechless for a few seconds, but Ji Yun continues to shock them with more. It took me a while to get used to this body. I used to be quite tall and had a bit of a belly. How could this be? I mean, even if you could, why a girl with pink hair? Are you a pervert? Ji Yun quickly corrected himself. Absolutely not. I had to choose a character that looked like this. I had no other choice. I couldn't let anyone recognize me, so I needed to pick someone completely unlike myself. Do you know how hard it is to become someone else? There's nothing more painful than your mind and body not matching. Siwion no longer arguing with Ji Yun comes to a conclusion now that we've heard the denial. What's the verdict? Even Orion comes to the same conclusion, a true pervert, causing Ji Yun to explode in anger. You bastards, I don't want to waste time talking to you, so let's get straight to the point so you can get out of here. Siwion and Orion both think the same thing. He's sulking. A 3-year-old man is sulking. Back to the point, Orion seriously questions Ji Yun. What was that mission you wanted from us? If it's too difficult, we might refuse, as we're in the middle of another incident. Ji Yun replied, what I want is simple. I want you to stop the leader of their Cho's clan. The leader of Cho's? You mean the emperor? So you know him. That saves time. But facing Orion's question, why do you want us to stop him? I mean, we knew he wasn't good, but still. Ji Yun explained that he wants to turn the whole world into a game like Horizon. He's planning to use the wish granted to the top player to turn the entire planet into Ergo Sohei Online. He's been delusional since his days as a developer, talking about creating a world without discrimination, where the playing field is completely level, a world where everyone starts at level 1, essentially making everything equal through the game. Upon hearing this, Orion paused, realizing that Chu was also a developer. Siwion responded with a skeptical tone. You're telling me that weirdo had dreams like that? How childish. Ji Yun unexpectedly nods in confirmation. Yes, it's childish, the kind of delusion obsessed gamers have, but even a childish dream can be devastating in the mind of someone with power and ambition, like an immature child envying another's toy driven to steal it. Orion and Siweon remained silent, processing the information. Then Orion voiced a suspicion that the true power and motivation lay with the game developers. So you and Maria were basically accomplices to him. Ji-yoon seemed pleased with the question, which he happily admitted. Not bad, you're quite sharp. You'll attack me without any justification. But you're right, we're no different from his accomplices. We shouldn't have created this technology in the first place. But you need to believe one thing. Say what you want about me, but Maria was a good person. She may have created Ergo Sohai online, but she was also the first to try and stop it. Siweon cuts him off, asking what he means by her being the first to quit. Ji-yoon patiently explains that Dr. Maria tried to warn them about Z26, a dangerous substance that makes up the game's main structure. It had the power to make anything a reality, including curing incurable diseases and eliminating inequality, but she worried it could destroy everything. Then, the developers split into two factions, those who wanted to continue working on the game, and those who wanted to quit. In the end, the development team disbanded just as they were about to finish. Orion questions Ji-yoon, wondering which side she's on. But then unexpectedly he replied, "Honestly, I didn't want to stop. I was sentimental about the project. I was sure it would succeed and we'd all be rich. But after they started forcing people out if they wanted to stop working on the game, I realized that Maria was right to worry. Even technology created with the best intentions can be corrupted for evil purposes in the hands of someone with power." Seeing their attentive expressions, Ji-yoon awkwardly explained, "That's why I asked you to do whatever you could to stop him." Seeing Ji-yoon's hesitant expression, Ji-weon cut to the chase, asking if he didn't think it was a bit irresponsible considering they were just high schoolers who liked playing survival games. But Ji-yoon believed it was his desperate attempt to stop him if he won the world as they knew it would end, descending into chaos. Monsters will roam the streets and everyone will be consumed by the arena and competition. It will be hell. Their conversation quickly came to an end. Ji-weon emerged from the bathroom excitedly announcing, "I feel refreshed and clean." "Are you going to wash up too, Orium?" But he calmly replied, "I'll bathe later." Seeing this, Ji-weon asks a question. "Anyway, are we going to help that old man, I mean him?" Seeing Orium's hesitant attitude, I'm still thinking. She also voiced her concern, wondering if taking first place would prevent the bug's wish from coming true. Is that not enough? This way we won't have to kill any other players. Suddenly, Ji-weon cries out in surprise, I found it. Thank goodness for backups. I thought it was all gone, but it's here on the backup drive. Here are the photos you wanted to see." Ji-weon curiously approached to see what the photos were. Orium suddenly stammers, "I said I couldn't just trust him, so I asked to see some pictures." But after observing for a moment, Ji-weon quickly noticed, "Wait, that photo looks like a selfie. Is that you in a fake beard?" Ji-weon proudly blurts out that it's him. Ji-weon is getting goosebumps. Does he really want pictures of a guy behind the station 5 meters away? Ji-weon immediately offered an explanation. 5 meters away. I'll move out of your line of sight if it bothers you that much. Unexpectedly, Ji-weon eases the tension with a suggestion. If he can change his appearance, he should choose to look like a male idol. It would certainly be better. But Ji-weon felt a little uncomfortable was his protagonist, also a guy. Orion was still intently observing the photo, which included Dr. Maria. "I saw her once when I faced the soul vessel, but she really does look like Arium. Wait, could that be them? He looks so different." Then he suddenly stops, realizing something, and exclaims in surprise, "What is he doing? Hey, who is that man?" Ji-weon snatched the photo and explained, "He's an outside consultant. Our project involves human trials, so we need a medical advisor." This only piqued his curiosity further, and he asked, "What's his name?" But Ji-weon hesitated. "I've only met him a few times, so I don't really remember. But I think it was Noah, Dr. Noah." Meanwhile, at the lab, Maria stepped out for some air, only to hear a voice calling Doctor Maria as Noah approached with a question. "I heard you're scrapping the entire project." "Is that true?" Maria doesn't hesitate to admit it. "Yes, the rumors spread quickly, but I'm surprised you heard about it. I'm sorry. You even skipped training to participate, but now there's nothing to show for it. But now you can become the kind, friendly doctor you always wanted to be, right? That would suit you. But why, if you've completed the research, you could cure all incurable diseases," she sadly admits. "I really can't continue such dangerous research in these circumstances, and there's also the issue of research ethics." Though reluctant, Noah presses on, "But what about your illness? It's still in its latent stage, but it will eventually take her life quickly. Aren't you afraid of death?" Dr. Maria's expression immediately changed. "Of course I'm afraid. Sometimes I think about it before bed at night. What did I do to deserve this? Why am I so weak? Why does everything feel so pointless? That's exactly what our situation is creating." Noah couldn't listen anymore and deliberately cut her off. "That's exactly why we need to continue our research." But Maria still wore a troubled expression. "I still don't want to. The reality is that what I create could be used as a weapon to hurt others. I want to be perfect. I don't want to create something flawed." Noah doesn't hesitate to lay bare the truth he no longer wants to kill. With books for creators are innocent. Maria immediately confirmed it was true, a sweet thing to say that certainly made him feel better. "You'll be a great doctor, Noah. Good luck." And with that, she breezes past him, startling Noah, who calls out Dr. Maria. But she remains firm in her decision. "I'm sorry, but I won't change my mind." Leaving Noah to watch helplessly, we return to the present where Siwon snatches the photo and eagerly asks Dr. Noah, "What was he doing there?" Ji-yoon asked curiously, still chewing on her bird's nest soup. "Do you know him or something?" Siwon eagerly tries to guess. That's right, he works at the same hospital as Orium's sister, a revelation that widened Ji-yoon's eyes in surprise. What a small world. Orium immediately pressed Ji-yoon, asking what kind of person Dr. Noah was. He slowly recalled their meeting and answered, "I can't really say. He only came to the lab when we needed him. He was close to Dr. Maria, but didn't have any real influence on the research, a fact that dampened Orium's spirits." Remembering Noah's earlier question about video games, Orium continues the story with another question. He said the game project was cancelled, right, so how was the game released and supported? He then recounted the details. The commercial release and distribution of the wish fulfillment were part of Intuhorn software, and the reason the game actually launched was the Providence system. Hearing this, Shi Weon exclaimed in surprise it was the AI from the game. It was the system's AI. Who is it in the game? Shi Weon quickly provides the answer. It's a high-powered quantum AI system capable of deep learning on its own, designed to update the game's plot and system based on a set of rules once activated. Orium understood everything but wanted confirmation, and Shi Weon quickly confirmed that someone had turned it on. Exactly, someone opened Pandora's box, a project that was suspended and a system that shouldn't have activated on its own. Shi Weon boldly asks more questions. So we can't just shut down the system, that would end Ergo Sohei Online. We could just close it down. Shi Weon hesitated, finding it difficult to explain. Fully understanding the problem would require studying cosmological simulations and Z26 matter. Essentially, the regulatory system and servers are physically inaccessible to us now. They've been transformed into something like a game item, and only those with game admin privileges can access them. Shi Weon, on the verge of madness, shouts that everything would be resolved if he could just eliminate the host. He's clearly the administrator who activated the game system. I'm sure of it. Orion had the same thought, but wasn't he just a user like us? If he's an administrator, there's no reason for him to participate in events or kill other users, and Dr. Noah knew all about this. So why is he playing dumb? Why? What's going on? His train of thought is interrupted by Shi Weon's call, as she slaps his cheeks with both hands, reminding him, "Don't overthink it. I think I know what you're thinking, but can't we just ask Dr. Noah? Let's focus on the task at hand first. We can give him a good smack and bring him back to his senses, right?" Orion then nods in agreement, saying, "All right, I understand." After calming down, Shi Weon boldly chimes in, "Now that I've explained everything, what will you do? Will you help me?" Orion calmly asks, seeking confirmation for this mission to stop the cluster. Shi Weon immediately denied that defeating the Overseer would end the game. The reason is just because the administrator's privileges are lost doesn't mean the game ends, but it will safely prevent further updates, meaning no more Horizon-like events, and then other developers and I will step up to find a way to stop the game. All he has to do is throw a wrench into the Overseer's grand plan, easy right? Orion emphasized they would thwart the Swarm's plans, a response that pleased him greatly. "Excellent choice. I knew you'd agree. I'm glad I can count on you too." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a clown speaks with excitement. Here's the next question. In the Golem ambush quest, the NPC who provides the quest is named Net. True or false? Gu Yang racked his brain, then confidently declared, "I bet everything I have that the answer is false." Unfortunately, the answer is the opposite of what the clown said. "It's correct, and I'll take the 200 points you worked so hard for." Hyun Sung reminded Gu Yang that he'd already lost over 2,000 points and should stop, but Gu Yang still believed in his luck. No, just one more round. I can win this time." Still, Hyun Sung calmly explains, if he wins, he'll only get a random box. He doesn't know what's inside, so it's a loss either way. Gu Yang seemed to understand, but then he insisted, "But what if there's something amazing inside?" Before Ji-in could react, he shouted, "I'm on an adventure, okay? There's a chance, no matter how small." That was his pipe dream, the dream of a man that never dies. In shook her head in dismay. "All right, even Jamie said it's a common symptom of gambling addiction. We're heading to bed. You two have fun." Gu Yang tried to bargain for more time, but Hyun Se-hong out of patience urged him on. "We should get going too." Si Hong-ha told everyone to be back by 2 a.m. This information prompts Gu Yang to urgently ask, "Wait, what about Si-hok-ho? He came out with us too." Hyun Se-hong explained, "Oh, Se-hok-ho is securing the rest area and trying to find Cho's." Meanwhile, Se-hok-ho uses his assassin skill Death Like the Night Wind to increase his speed by 50% and reduce attack power by 30%, including a stealth function to avoid detection by aggressive monsters, but he realizes he sees nothing in this area, and perhaps he should go a little further. Without hesitation, Se-hok-ho dashed across the rooftops, but suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. After regaining his balance on the rooftop, he uses the assassin's skill Twilight Descent, allowing him to move slowly and discreetly without being detected by monsters, thanks to which he quickly spots a couple talking below. These figures are none other than Cho's, the undead, and the leader of the Mayor Guild. That sharp-eyed youth is Sion, O leader of Mayor, one of the top 3 guilds and currently ranked 4th. Sioa becomes anxious, wondering what they're doing together if they know each other. He can't hear what they're saying from here, and joining Mayor and cooperating is out of the question. Just then, an untimely notification pops up, startling Jiuko. Why does the quest notification have to pop up now? This is the 3-tiered quest. The 3-tiered quest begins in 10 hours, with different missions assigned randomly to 3 areas, all starting simultaneously. Users can only advance to the next quest after completing their initial task. This announcement makes it clear to him that this is tomorrow's main event. The rewards must be incredible, so I'm guessing tons of users will participate. Needless to say, if those 2 guilds merge, the battlefield will only become more chaotic. Thinking of his comrades, Seohu felt a surge of determination. He couldn't shake the feeling that they should steal a march on Chaos and their allies. It was 6:30 a.m., and Orion had just received a new sword from his friend. Ji Yi-un says he upgraded all of Orion's weapons as promised, and seeing how pleased Orion is, he adds, I bet you feel a lot stronger now. Ji Weon then appears looking incredibly sleepy, saying, No, I'm just feeling sleepy. Dr. Lian Hong scolds him, Wake up. How can you be so late when you were complaining about sleeping on someone else's bed? Before they left, Orion asked Ji Yi-un what his plans were, because if he wasn't playing the game, Orion's group could take him to the abyss. Ji Yi-un stammered, saying, I mean, I'd like that, but I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night after asking high schoolers to take on so much responsibility. Therefore, Ji Yi-un said he would stay there, and the Orion group could return any time they needed help, as he could at least use it as his own hideout. It sounded reasonable, so Orion agreed and promised to return. Before they left, Ji Yi-un gave them his clothes to change into, and Orion asked if he knew someone named Zuzion who claimed to be a participant in the game's alpha tests. Ji Yi-un paused, then replied, I don't know. I never had the chance to meet the testers. Why do you ask? Orion explained that Zuzion had an encrypted key given to him by Maria. Upon hearing this, Ji Yi-un could hardly believe his ears. The code key, was it true, and why was he here? He confirmed the information with Ji Yi-un recounting the events of a few days prior. Hearing the story, Ji Yi-un felt a pang of sympathy, knowing Zuzion tried to stop the event from the start, but the more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. Cursing inwardly, Ji Yi-un thought, Damn it, doctor. Maria never gave up and fought to the end, but all I did was run away because I was too scared. Thinking it over, Ji Yi-un apologetically told Orium's group, Anyway, I'm truly sorry. We committed a crime and made the users bear all the burden. Shi Weon immediately cut him off. If you're really sorry, give me some more pieces. I'm still hungry. Ji Yi-un snapped, and instead of arguing, he gave Shi Weon everything he had, calling her a fat pig. It was time for them to part ways, and Orium and Shi Weon quickly left Ji Yi-un and headed out into the street, still surrounded by rubble. He told Ji Weon about their friend from before, saying Ji Yi-un was quite unique, wasn't he? He's just a number cruncher. She asks what the plan is, and if Orium intends to do as he asked and wander around looking for the boss. He says it's unnecessary. People like Orium just need to maintain their current rank and protect themselves if necessary. Being in first or second place means the boss will come to you. Shi Weon was surprised but found it made sense, adding that they could complete the 3-tiered quest which had arrived early that morning. Orium nodded eagerly, pulling up his system window to search for the next quest, a 3-tiered mission set to begin in 10 hours. Most of the different missions will be assigned to 3 random areas and start at the same time, and users can only advance to the next mission after completing their first choice. First, the Giant Monster Raid quest, rewarding 8,000,000 arena points, but failing within 2 hours forfeits the reward. Second, the Flag Capture quest tasking players with seizing 4 flags guarded by monsters for 7,000,000 arena points. Finally, there's the Treasure Hunt mission, where players receive a random box for hunting monsters in a designated area. Some boxes grant 5,000 points, with a time limit of 1 hour. After reviewing all 3 missions, Si Weon said, I'm not sure about the treasure hunt, but the other 2 are fine. What do you think we should do? After a moment of silence, Orion spoke, saying that if he could choose, he thought the best option for both of them was the flag mission, adding that the giant monster hunt seemed better suited for larger teams like Resin. Si Weon agreed, but was concerned that they couldn't choose because they didn't know which mission would appear in which area. A significant problem indeed, but Orion seemed to have a solution. He told Si Weon to use that secret weapon, the Argus Disciple Training Center pillar. Si Weon understood his intention. That's right, he can ask 2 questions about the game, which means they still have 1 question left, right? That's right, we can get a hint about the quest. Let's try it, good idea. The 2 then embarked on this daring plan with Si Weon opening her closet and taking out Argus's Disciple Summoning Bell. Next, she activates the item's special ability, opening a portal, and the goddess appears saying, I am here to share the knowledge of the wise and noble Argus's 3rd disciple with the unenlightened. Orion, still captivated by the goddess's beauty, blurts out a thought only to be silenced by a startled Si Weon. No, I mean, it's a really cool item, that's all. Si Weon, ignoring him, returns to the main task, shaking the staff and telling the goddess, 3rd-rate reward, it's your turn to ask questions. We wish to undertake Tier 3 quests, but we're unsure which quests will appear in which areas, so please tell us. The goddess replied, Fate plays small tricks. I see you don't wish to be swept away by such a cruel flood. The goddess then raised her staff to the sky. The alchemic energy appears illuminating everything, and she hopes the light of the great sage will guide her, saying, I will be your guide. As soon as the third eye opens, a divine light tree appears beside Siwion. Orion immediately recognized it as the ancient tree of knowledge. Even more importantly, Siwion's system had reactivated, meaning they could see the quest locations. First, the giant monster raid is located at the sports stadium, the capture the flag mission is at Jisong Metro Station, and the final mission is at the art museum. They were overjoyed and cheered loudly, but the goddess's time was limited, and before she left, she told Siwion, Now that I've answered your call, I must depart. May your journey be peaceful. Soon after, the compass faded away as her power waned, followed by a sigh. Siwion says, I guess we'll never see her again. Farewell, Tier 3 mode. Orion, stunned, tells Siwion not to act like the goddess is dead. Her spirits lifted. She says that now they know where to go, should they head to the subway station to complete the flag mission. But just as they were about to leave, an ominous purple aftershock forced them to shield their eyes. Two Maimon monsters appeared, creatures of the sixth path capable of paralysis and burning attacks. Siwion clicked her tongue. Damn it, in the end, we're still in a survival game, aren't we? We can't just run around all excited even if we know the roads well. These monsters are such a pain. Orion, however, saw this as a golden opportunity, saying, We can see how much stronger these weapons have made me. He immediately rushed towards the monster, tattooing its body with permanent marks, adding, I wanted to test them out anyway. Siwion, understanding Orion's intent, drew her staff and replied, I knew it, but do you really love this game that much? Still, I'm curious to see what's changed, so I'll test them out. Meanwhile, in the city, Jian Huen was using his trickery to search for something. After a while, Ada noticed something quite strange. Through the puppet control skill, the marksman alarm, which allows precise information to be sent to users at a distance, and displays the location of users, monsters, and items on the map. Just then, the boss appeared and asked Ada if he had been monitoring the players. Yes, sir, I've been tracking user activity for the past 2 hours. Very well, keep me updated. Aside from those users who seem to be moving randomly, I've located 35 users in Area 1, roughly 18 inches Area 2, and 15 inches Area 3. I can't pinpoint a significant number of users, but I assume that's because the quest hasn't started yet. The boss realizes that everyone seems to be heading to one area. It seems to be a convenient location, regardless of the mission, so where will he go? The boss says Viga is a businessman. Though he likes adventure, he wouldn't go to Antarctica to sell refrigerators. We should monitor the data and choose the most popular location. Let's go to Zone 1. Hoenn asks the boss if they're there to cause conflict, but his true intention is far more sinister, a massacre. Meanwhile, back in the Alliance sector, Orion sees on the system board that the area's structure has been restored, slowly recovering health and curing all abnormal conditions. We're approaching the mission location about 100 meters away. Hearing this, Sir Wyan asks if they should grab a bite while they wait for the mission to start, since they have plenty of time. He saw a convenience store on the way and suggests they rob it, to which Orion retorts, surprised that he didn't know he was dealing with a juvenile delinquent. But I have no reason not to, and they always paid before eating anyway. Before they could even break into the store, Orion received a notification. It says a party member will teleport to your location in 15 seconds. Press yes to teleport immediately. This surprises Orion. What's going on? Did the puppet master leave the party? Sir Wyan told him to accept reasoning, that if it was a team member he would surely know them, and Orion, heeding her words, immediately pressed the accept button. In a flash, the figure appeared behind him using the assassin skill Phantom Vanish, allowing the user to teleport to a party member's location. Restricting other teleportation skills for 2 minutes, he then offered a greeting. Good morning. They seemed quite noisy, which surprised Orion, who asked to join the guild. Unfortunately, Orion doesn't remember. Wait, what's your name again? He shouts. Xe Weon. I'm an assassin. You should know me by now. At that moment, Xe Weon felt compelled to ask, how can you use teleportation? I thought it was only possible between team members. Orion admitted. That's right, I've been trying to find you both. Then I remembered that we were once in a party together. That's how I was able to use the teleport skill in the previous mission. Hearing that Xe Weon was shocked, I thought you disbanded the party. Orion replied, no, it's the only thing that still has Juzion's name on it, so I only removed the puppet. Xe Weon then says to skip the introductions. Are they also doing a AAA quest, and do they plan to focus their efforts in this area? Orion confidently replies that they used an item to pinpoint the mission location, allowing them to participate in the one they desired most, leaving Zeocho in stunned disbelief. Seriously, I didn't know you could do that. So what missions are there, and where are they? While he was extremely excited, Xe Weon flatly refused. Sorry, but we can't just give away information. If you really want to know, you'll have to offer us something in exchange. But Xe Weon insisted that this was still a competition, and revealing everything would put them at a disadvantage. Zeocho conceded, I can't win. You guys really don't seem like high schoolers. Alright, then I propose a deal. He then asked Orium if he wanted to form a group for this mission. This puzzled him, but YCOOKHO then solemnly revealed that they had discovered the Mayor and Chos gangs had been in contact last night, seemingly forming an alliance. The Mayor Guild is small but fiercely competitive, often participating in guild wars, so their alliance is a dangerous development. Hearing this, Orium realizes the need for an alliance to bolster their numbers right. ZOKHO then emphasized that this was also a chance to participate in a level 3 quest and that splitting into 2 groups to complete 2 quests simultaneously would be more beneficial. As Orium pondered his final decision, Ziweon suddenly asked loudly, "What about the rewards?" Without hesitation, ZOKHO proposed a 50-50 split of all items and points earned. But Ziweon thinks they have nothing to lose, though it might not be worth it for the Jason Guild. Orium realizes their goal isn't simply to accumulate monster hunting points. They want to keep all the quest rewards for themselves, so other teams can't close the gap. Hearing that Ziweon was excited, they want to hoard the rewards. Meanwhile, ZOKHO remained silent, staring intently at Orium. He thought to himself, "I knew he was smart, but I didn't think he'd see through our plan so quickly." After signing the contract, Xaweon felt that the terms weren't bad. Orium quickly urged, "We can gather information about the Mason Society together too, let's do it." Ziweon immediately agreed. "Great, let's cooperate." Team Ziweon, Orium, and Raison. Ziweon happily agrees, sealing their alliance as a team. Elsewhere, a young man roars into action, "Take this." And battling the monster, he shouts accusations. "Hey Archer, what are you doing? They're pushing us back because you can't hold them." Enraged, the young man retorted, "Don't blame me. Focus on fighting, you jerk. Our defense line crumbled because you didn't hold the front." He then focused on attacking, only to realize in shock that a monster was about to strike from behind. Just then, a stranger appeared and cleaved the monster in 2. It shrieked in agony. Narrowly escaping, the young man stammered, thanking him for the rescue. But he suddenly stared, then gave a sinister smile, saying, "No need to thank me." He then unleashed a flurry of attacks, wiping out the monsters, and mercilessly slaughtering the 2 young men as well, leaving a scene of utter devastation. He licked his lips, stating he'd decided to change his monster hunting strategy, and that the level 3 mission would begin in 10 minutes. Back in Orion's area at the train station, he stood before the doors, a clear worry on his face. Seeing this, Seungha asked, "Why do you look so tense? Are you worried or just thinking about Sigwayan since you two were split up?" Orion chuckled, saying, "No, I'm just observing the terrain. Leorium and Kim Sigwayan have allied with the Vison Guild, and this alliance will split its members between 2 missions. They plan to send those with high damage potential on the giant monster raid to complete it as quickly as possible, while the flag-snatching mission required more direct combat and mobility. They chose those skilled in close combat and evasion to employ a strategy of distraction and attack." Orion conceived the plan, and the Jason Guild finalized the team based on his ideas. Meanwhile, Seungha teased, "Should I leave you with Sigwayan? You must be worried about being separated, right?" Orion chuckled, "I'm not worried. She's better than me, and has a higher rank. I think she's more worried about me." Seungha chuckled. "All right, not worried, huh? I thought you two would blame me for splitting you up. But in truth, Sigwayan dotes on her, and how could this evil hag dare to separate us?" At that moment, the system announced that the mission would begin in 2 minutes, also stating that it would quickly explain the rules beforehand. The goal is to collect flags, and the mission is complete when each person brings 4 flags to one of the rallying points. There are 6 flag locations on the battlefield, and if a flag is taken, it won't reappear in the same spot. The flags will reappear in different locations, ensuring there are always 6 until the mission ends. Players must collect them and their named items. Wish, granting eggs. This item can only be carried by hand and will be destroyed if attacked by another player or monster. If destroyed, it cannot be brought to the rendezvous point and will respawn at its original location. With the rules laid out, Koha wondered if they had to protect the flags as well, to which Orion confirmed that ambushes at the rendezvous point were inevitable. The system initiated a countdown, and the mission began. Orion immediately used the light skill of the guide, shining it directly into the sky. This surprises Koha, who asks if he used his exploration skill to locate the flags, which Orion confirms. "Yes, but I'm just borrowing it, so it's not as effective as usual. I can only get a general sense of direction." Then Koha shouts out orders: "Shu, head to 9 o'clock. Ho, you go to 11 o'clock. They immediately comply. With Orion, they'll head the opposite way, and he obeys. Just then, Jihoon appears, shocking Koha. He immediately attacks her, and Koha wonders about his motives, then smirks, "I didn't think we'd run into such a big shot so soon." It's Red, the Mayor Guild's captain Jihoon-ha, a masterclass weapon user, and currently ranked 14th. Jihoon is surprised they know him and flattered. Koha is from the Vaison Guild, and who is this? The situation is tense, and Koha smirks, saying that, considering how they attacked them, Ziyuk-ho was right. Mayor has joined forces with those bottom feeders. Jihoon is shocked, saying they have nothing to hide now, and that they were promised compensation. Zuka scoffs, saying it's pathetic. Mayor, one of the top 3 guilds, shouldn't need to win to get what they want. Jihoon hesitates, admitting that he abandoned his pride as a high-ranking player to join forces with Charles. But that doesn't matter now because I want to fight you. I have for a long time. And what's truly amazing is that Ji-hoon also possesses the master weapon skill Machine Gun No. 3, which transforms the player's right hand into a machine gun for 8 seconds. Immediately, he unleashes a barrage of bullets at an incredible speed. Orion leaps away to dodge while Ze-uk-ha quickly redirects the remaining bullets. Seizing the opportunity, Ze-uk-ha unleashes his skill, Queen's Road, and charges at Ji-hoon, but to his surprise, Ji-hoon activates the Hidden Weapon Mastery skill, Hidden Blade, a counterattack skill that transforms the user's left hand into a sword, allowing them to defend and attack for 15 seconds. Suddenly, Ji-hoon kicks Ze-uka, mocking him. Is that all you've got? I was told to watch out for you, so I expected more from one of the top 3 guilds. It's all lies. At this moment, Ji-hoon goes berserk, unleashing chaotic attacks. Ze-uka has nowhere to run, and just then Orion strikes from behind. Suddenly he wondered if this guy was a swordsman or an avenger. He hadn't realized one of Jason's key members was an avenger. Orion pressed on, continuing the fight. Ji-hoon wondered who this guy was. He only used basic attacks, but they were incredibly solid. Meanwhile, Orion noticed a significant change, thinking, alright good, my body feels so light. Orion realizes that thanks to the mana-breaking orb Ji-hoon added to his weapon, all of his stats have increased, accelerating his speed and attack power, allowing him to overcome this guy. Outmatched, Orion unleashed a furious attack, detonating everything around them. Ji-hoon clicked his tongue, thinking he's strong. I can't beat him while holding back. He'll have to go all out. Ji-hoon decides to use a higher-level ultimate skill, Weapon Mastery. It's Weapon Confrontation number 4. Flamethrower gun capable of launching long-range fire magic attacks. Orion is taken aback, sensing the danger emanating from the weapon as Ji-hoon smirks. Consider this my show of respect, Avenger. No hard feelings. Weapon Mastery, Confrontation Weapon. Number 9. Magic Bullet Attacks. Ji-hoon unleashes a barrage, and the area is instantly engulfed in smoke fire and deafening explosions. The heat radiates cruel and fierce as Ji-hoon thinks that attack must have done some damage. This time, Ze-ung-ha strikes unexpectedly with her domain skill, Queen's Garden. She relentlessly attacks Ji-hoon, leaving him bewildered. Now he has to deal with Ze-ung-ha too. Constantly switching opponents in a fight is such a pain. I better find the Avenger's location in case he tries to ambush me. Seeing Ji-hoon distracted, Ze-ung-ha approaches. Where do you think you're looking? Don't get distracted. Just focus on me so you can tell if I'm real or not. She retracts her words and unleashes the Queen's Lullaby skill, the Queen's Guard's Lullaby. Augmenting normal attacks with 120% magic attack power, capable of piercing 40% of the opponent's defense. Suddenly Ji-hoon cries out in pain. Meanwhile, Orium is protected behind Ze-ung-ha's magic shield as she tells him she can take him down, urging him to go capture the flag, but he can't help but worry. But what about you? I think he might overpower you. We should go together. But Ze-ung-ha insisted. No, it might be childish, but he really got under my skin. He provoked me and insulted our guild. I have to stay and teach him a lesson, show him who I am and what the Jason Guild is all about. Then Ze-ung-ha takes the initiative with fierce attacks. And just as expected, without missing a beat, Ji-hoon complimented her, saying she was strong, completely different from before, and that he guessed this was her playstyle. Furthermore, she didn't try to take down her opponents with a single blow, but instead she built up her skills gradually, eventually bringing them to their knees. I shouldn't have underestimated her based on that one skill she used at the beginning. Alright, I admit it. Ze-ung-ha Ji-hoon finally says. You're quite impressive. He then unleashed his weapon mastery skill, Weapon Confrontation, number 13, Chainsaw, allowing him to attack with both hands, increasing attack power by 188% and speed by 40%. This time Ji-hoon aimed directly at Ji-ung-ha, who braced herself for the impact. Encountering Ze-ung-ha suddenly declares, I knew that whether you said it or not. Ji-hoon is stunned, impossible. She countered my chainsaw massacre with a normal combo. How is that even possible? Next, Ze-ung-ha uses the Iron Handguard skill, increasing attack power by 150% and defense by 200% while reducing movement and attack speed by 60%. Before finishing, Ze-ung-ha declares, come to think of it, there aren't just 3 top guilds. With Ryzen as her only target, Ze-ung-ha delivers the decisive blow with a single strike. His entire body paralyzed, he screamed in agony and finally collapsed to the ground. Ze-ung-ha mocked, but I like your attitude, seeing and judging for yourself. I'll show you. I have to see it to believe it. Meanwhile, at the mall, a crowd gathers for XQ's street battle, where Gyeong-seok, a mayor-class drunken tank gladiator ranked 15th steps forward and asks, You're XQ, the leader of Ryzen's raiding party, right? However, before he could answer, Gyeong-oh chimed in saying he'd wanted to fight him for a long time, as Ryzen rarely participated in guild battles with other wealthy groups, leading to suspicions that they didn't deserve their top 3 spot and were just a bunch of cowards. XQ remained silent, leaving Gyeong-seok perplexed. Silence is fine, I guess. It's not like I want to hear your excuses. We'll find out how strong you really are when we fight. You all agree, don't you? XQ has no choice but to fight back and eliminate them one by one. Then XQ finally spoke. There's only one reason why we don't like participating in guild battles. We always win no matter the opponent, so it's nothing more than a waste of time. This is Kang, XQ, Ryzen Guild, currently ranked 3rd. Meanwhile, Orion Royway searches for answers, pondering how Charles and Mayer could target Ryzen so quickly. I wonder if the others are all right. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the sky. Orion realizes a massive creature is approaching. It's the Serpent of the Sky, the main quest monster. However, he could still wound it in brief moments. Though not strong, its hit-and-run tactics made it difficult for a melee fighter like him to defeat, and the beast relentlessly attacked Orion. Luckily, he was fast enough to dodge it. Orion thought confidently, but that doesn't mean I can't win. In that moment, Orion cleverly climbed onto its head, realizing the Sky Serpent had a fatal weakness. Destroying the red crystal stones on its back would knock it unconscious. Seizing the moment of obscured vision, he unleashed the Fury Flame skill, determined to knock it out of the sky. The serpent was quickly slammed to the ground, yet it remained aggressive, oblivious to its own limitations. Now that Orion has the upper hand, he just needs to land a powerful combo before it wakes up. Orion furiously attacked, landing thousands of strikes before finally unleashing his twin dragon's ultimate, successfully destroying it. In this moment, Orion is overjoyed. He won. He's quite surprised by his new weapon, saying this upgraded weapon is amazing. The Sky Serpent has a huge health pool, so I usually have to use it 2 or 3 times, but I'm confident I can fight the boss with this weapon. After walking for a while, Orion finally discovers the Wish Egg. He immediately rushes to grab it excitedly, thinking, I found it, the Wish Egg. If we can get this to someone at the rendezvous point, we'll complete the mission, and it hasn't been long since the others set out. At this rate, we'll finish faster than I thought, so I'll use that assassin skill to teleport and help the Seahawks. I'm sure they'll be a while. Suddenly, Orion brushes past a stranger. Yet this person let him go so easily. Cut to the train station where Seahawk Ho seems to have encountered an enemy. Seahawk Ho scoffs. Hey old man, you're with the Vesson gang, right? I've heard about you. My brother said one of Vesson's members is ancient. Seahawk Ho calmly admits that he is indeed the old man, then asks the other man to identify himself. He feigns surprise. What, you don't recognize me? I'm Mayer's little brother's leader. I thought I was famous. Hearing this, Seahawk Ho thought back. Now that I think about it, I did hear that Mayer's leader had an assassin player with him. He grinned. See, you do know about me. We're one of the top 3 guilds, everyone knows us. But Seahawk Ho retorted in surprise. I just didn't realize the assassin class player was a kid. Sihan, stung by the mockery, retorted, Hey, I'm not a kid. I'm in 8th grade. Got it. No matter how he explained. Seahawk Ho brushed it off, seeing him as just a kid, but Sihan retorted that it was probably because he was an old man. I bet anyone younger than you looks like a kid to you. Don't you think 40 treats you well? Facing the comments, Seahawk Ho retorted, Watch your mouth, brat. I'm still a strapping 2-year-old, but Sihyun stubbornly insisted as if there were a big difference between his 30 seconds and 40 seconds. You're still an old man. And even that didn't matter when he was dead, as he attacked like a bolt of lightning. That speed makes it difficult for Seahawk Ho to defend. He can't believe his eyes. I thought he was just throwing out random skills, but his knife work isn't bad either. His accuracy is decent, and he's good at dodging. In a moment of distraction, Sihan seizes the opportunity, launching a poisoned dart at Seahawk Ho and relentlessly follows up, cornering him with a barrage of weapons. The battle intensifies, and Seahawk Ho grows uneasy, using poison darts to create blind spots and buy time for another skill. It's not an impressive tactic, but he's good at seizing opportunities. Seeing him frozen, Sihan urges him on. What are you doing? You can't even move anymore. I bet age finally caught up to you. Sihan's relentless attacks leave Seahawk Ho with no chance to retaliate, but Seahawk Ho is not to be underestimated. Most of his attacks are dodged, leaving him frustrated. How could he evade them? The speed is thanks to Seahawk Ho's dark assassin skills as he taunts. You think I can't keep up, haven't you heard? In his teens, he was ambitious and made mistakes. In his 20 seconds, he failed from lack of experience. He peaked in his 30 seconds. This revelation immediately throws Sihyun into confusion. No way, my brother never told me that. Are you trying to deceive me? But Seahawk Ho reveals the truth, of course. You actually believe that. The tide turns in Seahawk Ho's favor, as Sihan, feeling insulted, flies into a rage. He launches a furious attack, enraged by the mockery. Die, you fake old man. Even so, Seahawk Ho remained remarkably composed. He may be skilled, but in the end, he's still too young. I can't believe he got angry over a little taunting. At that moment, Seahawk Ho decided to get serious, seizing the opportunity to strike. The speed is as fast as before, causing Sihan to worry. What just happened? That wasn't a skill or a punch. Seahawk Ho chuckled. Sorry, just kidding. Our levels are just too different. I can't fight you seriously. Bring your guild leader brother next time. Then I'll face you properly. Humiliated Sihan flies into a rage, vowing to kill him, but Seahawk Ho has already made his escape. This only fuels Sihan's rage. He vows to tell his brother who will kill him. Seahawk Ho hid in a corner, shaken, knowing he couldn't fight Sihan at full strength. They were no match for each other. More importantly, Sihan reminds me of my little brother back home. As expected, another group has found a wish amulet. Let's go. The rendezvous point isn't far. Just then, Iksu descended from above, startling them both. He spoke softly. Looks like I'm late. The two of them began to fear his appearance. Oh no, they were doomed. It was Kang Iksu of the Gaia Guild. He's a super high ranker who conquers the toughest dungeons alone. Iksu asks them, "You're planning to take that egg, you see I've got my eye on it." His tone dripped with menace, turning their faces pale with fear. To save their lives, they had no choice but to hand over the egg. Then quickly disappears. Farewell. The scene shifts to another place. Here, Zeung-ha is facing the serpent of the sky. However, it was no match for her, and she sliced it in two with a single strike. And just like that, Zeung-ha has found the location of the wish-granting fruit. This is the flag we need to capture. The mission itself is quite simple. The only nuisance is having to fight other users. Just then a voice calls out. It's Orium. He's relieved to see her safe, thanking God she's alright, while Zeung-ha chuckles, asking if he thought she'd lose. Orium denies it, saying he only felt guilty leaving her alone. She appreciates it, but tells him not to worry about her. Zeung-ha then advised him to be careful, lest someone grow jealous. In any case, they should hurry and complete this quest as Shiguo and the others need their help. Before he could finish, Orium urged him to hurry, but suddenly he sensed someone approaching. Before them stood a strange player. Wait, someone's there. He immediately grabbed a giant boulder and hurled it straight at them. Luckily, they both dodge in time. Orium realizes it's a warrior's skill, and that he's the Mayor Guild's leader. Zeung-ha isn't surprised. It's CNO, a real pain. This opponent is clearly different from the rest. He arrogantly declares that they can skip the introductions, as they already know each other. In that moment, Orium quickly handed her the egg and rushed into the fray. But the opponent's power was overwhelming, and he was sent flying, though he managed to hold on. Damn, if I take a direct hit from a warrior skill, I'll be knocked back. Avengers usually block and then counterattack, but this isn't good. Before long, he attacked again, pausing to consider. This Avenger isn't countering, but simply dodging and slashing. He dismissively addresses Orium. I guess you noticed my attacks have a knockback effect, so you adjusted your movements. The stalemate between the two civilians is restored. Despite this, he remained quite composed. A close-range, long-distance attack truly unorthodox. Orium tells Sonha to take the egg and head to the rendezvous point, warning that they'll have to restart the mission if it breaks. To buy me time, I'll hold him off. With no other choice, Sunha has no choice but to listen. But be careful, he's a high ranker. Orium confidently asserts that he'll hold him off until the mission is complete. Seeing Sonha leave, he sneered. Leaving so soon? We've only just begun. He hurls a pillar at her, but Orium swiftly intercepts it. Impressed, he notes that Orium managed to change its trajectory, and in mere seconds, Orium retaliates with whirlwind speed. Yet instead of fear, he's even more excited. Impressed that Orium remains standing, the battle between them intensifies. Orium's efforts have clearly paid off. After so many counterattacks, he finally managed to wound him, a turn of events that immediately threw him into disarray. He waited for the perfect moment to draw his weapon and strike. How clever. But so am I. To break free, he uses a whirlwind skill to knock him away. It was enough to keep Orium at bay. How many weapons does he have? Not stopping there, he continues his counterattack. But this time, it's a fire attack, surprising him. Avenger's fire attack. Does he really think he can land a fatal blow even while losing blood? Orium thought to himself he shouldn't waste his energy on such weak attacks. If he doesn't go all out, he'll face my counterattack. I have to land a blow. At the crucial moment, Orium decides to launch a direct attack, yet he withstands it with his roar skill. It couldn't help but frustrate him. He was about to deal massive damage, but the tanker was ready for it, his whirlwind boasting high attack and defense stats. Moreover, he strategically uses skills and weapons to fight. A smart tanker like that is an Avenger's worst enemy. How strange. I shouldn't be thinking this, but for some reason fighting a player like him. Suddenly he spoke up, asking if it was fun. Orgosphere Online, that is. This is the best game ever. Don't you think? Orium seems to agree, and so do I. Fighting him is fun enough to make me forget I'm fighting for my life. The battlefield is in chaos as Orium struggles to withstand the guild leader's relentless attacks, and the two clash once more. The chairman changes tactics, switching to an offensive skill, the skill of a carrier, which reduces defense by 70%, while increasing attack speed and power by 135%. Backed by his support, the Mayor Guild leader retaliates, fiercely forcing Orium to evade in order to survive. After creating some distance, Orium retaliated with a dagger, launching it straight at the mayor, who realized the threat too late, conjuring a small axe to deflect the projectile. Next, he flawlessly uses the same tactic on Orium, and though not a fatal blow, Orium's arm is injured. As he lands, the mayor taunts him, asking if he threw the dagger to obscure his vision and target his blind spot. Orium was surprised he'd figured out his impromptu tactic. Turns out the president had considered this strategy before even teaching this trick to his younger brother. Orium's surprise turns to satisfaction, as a smile blooms on his face and the battle reignites once more. He noticed the openings after each of his opponent's attacks, and seizing the opportunity, Orium activated his skill, Vengeance, a fiery vortex of rage. A blazing pillar of fire engulfs the battlefield, and the Mayor Guild's leader writhes in agony. Orium seizes the moment, lunging forward with his phantom revenge blade, delivering a devastating strike. As the mayor guild leader opened his eyes, Orium ended his skill, but his opponent wasn't as simple as he thought. A strange pillar of light enveloped the leader's body. Even the mayor guild leader's breathing was undetectable, leading Orium to one conclusion: did he use a dodge skill? I can't believe he had that up his sleeve. It turns out the chairman shot into the sky, using another demonic skill, one that grants incredible leaping ability but causes dizziness mid-air. At this distance, the guildmaster can finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing he wouldn't survive 2 more consecutive blows like that. And that's why the chairman finds the battle with Orium so intriguing. He skillfully lands on the ground, awaiting Orium's next move. As for Orium, he was thinking the same thing, wondering how his opponent would attack him. Should he create some distance? But none of that mattered because fighting him was fun. Orium charged towards the chairman, but the system appeared just as they were about to clash. It announced the mission's end as another player had claimed 4 flags, then alerted players that those with at least 1 flag would receive corresponding merit points, thanking everyone for participating. Orium rejoices at Seonha's miracle. Jiazon Guild secured the flags first. The mayor guild leader calls a truce with Orium, cautiously approaching him, lamenting, "I was too caught up in the fight and forgot the mission. I get carried away when I'm excited." Orium asked if his opponent wanted to fight again to determine the true victor, but the mayor guild leader declined, saying he would love to, but he had to stop here, as he only promised to cooperate with Charles until the quest was over. The chairman added, "I have to take care of my other members. They've all been taken down, including my brother. Besides, your goal isn't to fight me, is it? We should both focus on our objectives." Orium saw the truth in his words, but still felt a pang of regret, hoping for a rematch in future encounters at a major event. The guild leader agreed, and they parted ways, but not before he quipped that Orium better not die. Orium smiled, and the scene shifts to him reuniting with Seongha not far away. "No, we were still fighting when the mission ended. He's very strong." Seongha, unconcerned, simply smiled and said that he was one of the best, and that they were waiting for Zuko to teleport in. Seongha explains that Zuko took on the giant monster transport mission first, so he'll be here soon, and suggests they teleport to help the others. Orium assumed things were going well, as he had been worried about Charles and Mayer teaming up, but Seongha reassured him that their alliance was the strongest. Next, she asks Orium where he was last night, and if he was with Siguion. Orium pauses to think, then says they were with Ji-yoon, wondering if he should tell Seongha about it. Getting help from the Gaison would be the fastest way to complete Ji-yoon's mission, but she's in hiding, so maybe we shouldn't spread the word about her. Orium hesitated, and Seongha realized she was being inappropriate, apologizing, "I shouldn't have asked. You kids are really dedicated." Just then Ikkyu interrupted Orium's thoughts, yelling at him, "Don't do that, this isn't the time." Orium, realizing everyone had misunderstood him, blushed furiously and quickly explained, "It's not what you think. We didn't do anything really. We just went a little overboard, but that's it." Seongha, amused, teases Orium, asking him what that means. But before she could explain, the system sent Seongha a request, a teleportation request from A. He arrived faster than she expected. Seongha decided to postpone Orium's story, promising to continue the conversation after the mission was complete, and transported the group to another location. Upon arrival, Orium was overwhelmed by the chaos before him. "Wait, what in the world?" Seongha immediately asked Zuka what was going on. "I'm sorry, I still don't know what's going on. We split up to fight the Emperor." The Emperor? Orium grew anxious, his eyes darting around in search of Siguion, while the boss gained the upper hand against Ju-hyuk, his voice dripping with malice. That attack was adorable. While Ju-hyuk was struggling, the boss praised him, saying he almost defeated him, but "It's over, Ju-hyuk, game over." About 20 minutes prior, the players were working together to take down a monster named Igor, and Ju-hyuk dove in with a powerful diviner skill. He easily took off half of Igor's head, then Ju-hyuk told Siguion to use his buff skill to gain the upper hand. "I see." Voice from beyond Telebiran. He wants Siguion to use it on him, jumping around to get her attention, asking her to buff him too. "I'll cast it on you, so shut up and focus on fighting." That cheerful guy whined, saying he just wanted to fight with a new member of the team. Remy observes that things are going better than expected. The monster isn't too difficult, and they don't have to worry about fighting other players, so they should be able to complete the quest quickly. Siguion agrees, but the ease of it all makes her uneasy. She saw no other players, not even Chose. Had they all gone on different quests? Just then, the monster launched an attack towards Siguion. Oh no, it was coming. Ujan immediately told everyone to fall back behind him. It was time for them to defend themselves. Suddenly, Ju-hyuk realized something, and urgently asked Siguion and Junchung to help him attack Yigo, knowing the monster was about to use its skill, and this was their chance to finish it off. Junchung and Siguion agree, but she sees a glimpse of Orion in Ju-hyuk, both willing to risk it all for a chance to win as Ju-hyuk activates Paladin Wing Kai's ultimate skill. This allows the player to fly for 8 seconds and unleash 2 attacks with the magic spear at 300% power. We did it. Ju-hyuk has closed in on Yigo, who is charging up for an attack. Just as it unleashed its destructive light, Ju-hyuk was ready, using his wings to easily evade the attack, finally diving into the monster, causing it to scream in agony. Orion couldn't contain his joy, it was dead, but just as Ju-hyuk was about to celebrate, he suddenly saw the boss not far away. In his hand, he wields a weapon and a twisted smile as he unleashes the Overlord power skill, engulfing Ju Hyuk in a devastating explosion. This skill is a long-range attack that targets a specific direction, enhancing both destructive power and magical damage. Shi Huan and the others are shaken by the explosion's aftershock. Is that the Overlord's ranged skill impossible? Has that freak finally shown himself? Luckily, Ju Hyuk is unharmed, as the boss approaches muttering, "Finally found. You traitorous Dawn. I thought I wouldn't see you until the event ended." The boss scans the area asking where Zi Eungha is, and if she's dead, Ju Hyuk can't answer as he's no longer affiliated. But he taunted the boss, saying, "Who knows, she might be right behind you waiting for the perfect moment to strike." After striking the target, the boss loses balance and stumbles forward, leaving him vulnerable to a pincer attack from the other players. Chasing Tai Dragonsteel Violent Collision is activated, striking the boss. Though hit, he remains unfazed, realizing they're using control skills to force his movement, perhaps, to push him out of the battlefield. He guessed Siwian's intentions correctly. Remy would be the last to strike, using a smoke bomb to buy time for everyone to escape, their ultimate goal being to regroup with the others after completing their mission. Siwian sighs, knowing it's the most effective plan since they don't need to defeat the boss right now. But Ju Hyuk disagrees, insisting they deal with him now. Ju Hyuk's reasoning is that if they leave him alone, he could return and sabotage other missions, so they should keep him here until another team arrives. Siwian knew this would happen, and all she could do was sigh. I knew he'd say that. Jean glared at Ju Hyuk, questioning how they could fight him without a plan lest they be beaten like before. But Ju Hyuk had already come up with a clever idea. The boss circled around, unable to find Siwian's group, wondering if they were planning a surprise attack, or had already fled. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk's voice echoed, "Here we are. What are you looking for? Did you think we ran away? Running is a viable option, you know. I wouldn't underestimate you." Ju Hyuk wields his hammer, saying, "How kind of you. You should be provoking me, you're the bad guy. I would provoke you if I were evil, but alas, I'm just a humble merchant." The boss immediately lunges to attack Ju Hyuk, and the two clash like tigers fighting over prey. Ju Hyuk confidently uses Golden Hammer, a single blow that can blow away opponents and ignore their defenses, but the boss retaliates with Emperor's Audience. He and his weapon easily closed in on Ju Hyuk, who activated Strike of Fate, creating a cross to intercept. The tables turn so fast that the boss can't react. He wonders how Ju Hyuk can move after being hit by Emperor's Audience. Impossible. He was sure he'd prepared a skill to weaken and negate his abilities. He planned to counter me after our last fight. The boss reveals a sinister smile. Excellent, now it's getting interesting. This is what a real competition should be like. He lunges forward using Machiavellianism instead of power of iron, unleashing a flurry of powerful blows against Ju Hyuk. He struck me here, but in the next instant, the boss was overwhelmed by another attack. He slowly turned his gaze, then released Ju Hyuk out of exhaustion. Ju Hyuk gasped for air, saying this was the end, and it was his job to make sure he used all his skills in the duel with him. Don't tell me you actually thought defeating me would be enough to take down the Jason Guild. The boss sensed someone approaching, but as he glanced behind him, Orion and Jun Chung unleashed their most powerful techniques upon him. Orion and X-Ju were suddenly behind the boss, and by the time he realized it, his eyes widened in shock, while Orion sought to strike him down immediately. The two then lunged to punish the boss, but he dodged as if his body was floating. Orion and X-Ju didn't hesitate, immediately launching a barrage of attacks. Orion unleashes Phantom Vengeance Breath as X-Ju's arm manifests Mega Hook, a seamless combination, yet the boss's instincts allow him to evade with ease. He unleashes Royal Roads, and the earth trembles with fury, but Orion remains focused, observing everything. And Orion leaps from rock to rock, then dashes forward, the clash of weapons echoing all around. The swamp created by the boss below him reduced his balance after the duel with Orion, and another foe was already moving in from behind. Now he realizes, so that's their plan. They're going to gang up on him. Ju Hyuk had planned it all along. There's no need to rush in all at once. The Emperor has a ton of long-range skills and deep debuffs. We need to take turns attacking him, so he'll use up all those nasty skills one by one. Si Guion seems to understand now. If we keep fighting like this, we can eventually disarm that psycho. Orion with his massive sword aims at the boss, unleashing the skill Breaking the Dragon Sun, increasing damage to a specific area by 130% while slightly reducing attack speed. Si Guion is excited, but Ju Hyuk is worried, will their plan even work? This is where Ujan struggles. Wait, is that a teleport box? The sword scrapes against the box with a creak. That's the Chickmaker's skill. Ryuzion's voice suddenly appears again, asking if he's okay. Orion instinctively turns around, not expecting this to happen. Ten Boss smugly smiles, saying, "Yes, I'm fine, thanks Ryuzion." Ryuzion asks what more he could possibly want, but Ten Boss with a confident look tells him to just do what he does best, cause chaos. It's not just Ryuzion. Ten Boss's people are all here. Orion angrily shouts, "Charles, Ten Boss has a new plan. We don't have enough people. We should probably help them." Ultimate skill, Erevan merging with the Imperial Army. The heavy thud of statues echoes as they rise from the ground. Ujan panics, realizing their foe is using an ultimate skill and they're closing in. But Ichiju is resolute, declaring they knew this day would come, and they will overcome and defeat him once and for all. Ultimate skill, Supreme Mahaparinirvana. Ujan doesn't seem too pleased. I told you not to talk like a monk. Meanwhile, Orion keeps a close eye on his friend Zivian, asking if she's alright and unharmed. Despite being a girl, Zivian is brave, assuring him that she's perfectly fine and in top condition. We have to take him down quickly to complete Jiyun's mission. We don't know when we'll get another chance. Orion seems more confident now that he sees her like that. I was just thinking the same thing. Zeung-ha, sensing danger, leaps into action to avoid the Emperor's skill, knowing retreat means certain death for his comrade. He vows to support them from behind, urging them to hold the line and strike together. We will win this battle no matter the cost. The boss is controlling everything he's created. However, his teammates are facing some minor setbacks as Zeung-ha surges forward like a predator, using Oxer kick. The masked figure didn't even have time to react, damn it. Zeung-ha gracefully charged forward, executing Saber of Zod's Tornsaker check in unison. Zeung-ha also faces her own challenge as the necromancer attacks from above. She laughs, saying it's been too long, and that he's gotten fat guessing he hasn't been hunting and getting tired without her. Zeung-ha retorts, telling him not to act like they're close, and that she'd never consider a bastard like him a friend. Touching Zeung-ha's weight is forbidden, and for your information, I've lost 2 kilos, all thanks to you lot. The necromancer, now a little scared, wonders how she's so strong, breaking her shield with magic. Did she get better weapons since our last fight? No way. That's not fair. The boss is gradually struggling and his control is becoming erratic. They're pushing us back. We're outnumbered and their members are skilled. Especially that Avenger, he's even more formidable than before. At this rate, he'll break through soon. A bullet-like light explodes toward the boss's face, and that range dealer is there too. With nowhere to hide, I'm completely exposed to sniper fire and could easily die in vain. Defeat seems certain. We need a change of tactics. Jin is handling one of them on this side too. Ryuzan has no choice but to help the boss, who is also getting tired. Damn it, how are they so strong? They have supporters and healers, so our attacks are useless. The boss calls out to him, Ryuzian, and Ryuzian turns around nodding. Yes, sir. Ryuzian realized they'd underestimated their opponents, and things weren't looking good. He hesitated. Well, to be honest, we're a little outnumbered and getting pushed back. Don't worry, I'll turn the tables once I recover. The boss nodded. I know, understood. Ryuzian, you were the only one I truly trusted, the boss said before abruptly striking him down. He couldn't believe what was happening. Orion and Ikkyu froze in place as Ryuzian collapsed his gaze, slowly turning to the boss. Boss. Why? The boss smirks, thanking Ryuzian for his loyalty and support, telling him to leave the rest to him as a small door appears behind the boss. Ryuzian's eyes widen as he realizes the condition for the Emperor to become a transcendent glass is the death of the group's highest stat member, and the boss grins as if he knew this all along. Sacrificing his most loyal follower was his plan all along. What a fool you were to trust him so blindly. But soon we'll witness the clash between the Transcendent Overlap and the Ryusean Guild. I wonder who will prevail. Now what will you do, Ryuzian and Leorium? If you don't win this fight, the world ends. I'm looking forward to it. The life of the former boss shaped who he is now. I didn't always like playing games. At first, they simply had me assist Professor Maria's new project, a space simulation project, but the deeper I researched, the more I became immersed in those games. I couldn't stop loving them. To me, they're like a utopia, a place without class divisions where everyone has the same opportunities. A fair and ideal world. To create such a society to transcend the limits of mundane reality, I'm willing to do anything, betray colleagues, realize my darkest fantasies, stain my hands with the blood of others, if that's what it takes to forge a new world. Back in reality, the boss says, of course, he's always ready to take responsibility for any risks that occur. He uses the skill, this is war, the power of which sends so dung flying. What is that? Ung-ha recognizes it, it's the Emperor's. Orion can't believe such horror is unfolding before his eyes. A transcendent level, a transcendent level, a transcendent war god. The boss wields a powerful spear, unleashing a mind-shattering technique that hurtles towards Junchong, stunning Ujan, who cries out his name in alarm. Ung-ha grits his teeth, realizing they advanced too quickly, exposing their rear guard, leaving the support team completely vulnerable. Only one person can turn back and protect them now. Raimi quickly grabs her gun and rushes in, declaring that range damage dealers should handle this. Buzzhaw skill number 9, Raimi's attack is right in front of the boss, but his blade obliterates everything. And he sets his sights on the next prey. The boss is now right next to Raimi. She can't block in time. No, he's too fast. And a massive explosion erupts where Raimi was standing. Hyun Zeung stops in his tracks, shouting her name, Raimi. The boss's teammate seizes the opportunity, yelling for him to finish her. How unfortunate the skill, Mother Nature's Fury. Golem Custer's skill adds combo damage to the attack range, creating tremors to hold opponents in place. Hyun Zeung is pushed back, his eyes blazing with anger as he tells them to shut up and get out of the way. The Thousand-Hand Guanyin Bodhisattva skill, a cultivator-level ability, allows the player to attack up to 1000 times each, costing 5% of total intelligence with the combined attacks, causing knockback and pinning the opponent to the ground. That guy knows what happens when you anger Hyun Zeung. The sight of the explosion is silent and still. The boss unleashes his formidable dark magic, and Remy faces an opponent far stronger than herself, his weapon pinning her down. The boss scoffs, asking if she intends to fight him with such a weak trick, noting her magic resistance. Jaime's eyes narrow, and she unleashes a barrage of shots at the boss. But it's no use against him. Such a weak attack is only good for scratching. Each arrow slams into Jaime, and the boss makes them sink in deeper, not to mention that at this close range she'll be suppressed. Jaime smirks, "I know, moron, I'm a top player after all. Everything I do is intentional. Ragefire Collection, Hellfire Prison." Orion appears from behind. I don't know what level of transcendence he's reached, so I need to finish him in one move. I'll put everything I have into this attack. Orion's sword is seized by the boss. Heroes may be good at counterattacks, but they're not for everyone. This game is fair. The skill god's wrath is restrained. Orion is in trouble. His attack was too fast to dodge, and now the boss is relentlessly attacking him. But what can Orion do to avoid his attacks? Ixul's fist packed with power slams straight into the boss's face. Lightning crackles from that arm, signaling the former god's decline. The boss still laughs, claiming soul fighters are easier to defeat than heroes. However strong Ixul's punch was, the boss was many times stronger, and Ixul cried out in pain. Jun still felt a lingering ache in his hip, and it seemed Ixul was completely overwhelmed by the blow. Xiongha called out in worry, and Orion felt like they were just tiny ants. Damn, he's strong. He's nothing like a newly ascended Transcendent Grade Reaper. The Emperor clearly understands the Transcendent level, and is completely in sync with it. What should I do? Should I fall back and fight with the others? No, that would endanger the gatekeepers. I have to stop him. But how did the boss retrieve his weapon? He turned to Orion, suddenly remembering. Where's that explorer who was with you last time? Then he smirks, assuming the other is gone for good as the weak are destined to be. After all, this game is fair. Ziok Ho attacks the boss with the skill Silent Departure, which the boss recognizes in mere seconds. Ziok Ho's fate is no different from Ixul's. Damn, did he see my attack. Orion, run. Don't just stand there. The boss moves with ease using the skill Nihilism. How many times must Orion watch his friends fall while he stands frozen? No, there's only one option left, the only way to overwhelm the Emperor. Zihuyan turns to see a door just like before appear behind the boss, and Orion steels himself ready for the real fight. No, I will defeat you. It's time for revenge. Orion unleashes a devastating blow from his sword. The boss below effortlessly parries with a single sword, a sinister smile spreading as he asks revenge. For whom? Don't tell me you're talking about those players I offed. The boss swung his arm, sending Orion flying backward. The boss's madness intensifies as he screams at Orion, "If you can't play, you die. Isn't that right?" He then unleashes the Death Scythe skill. He unleashed a skillful strike, but Orion was no pushover, deflecting the attack with his sword. As he fought, he declared that they were still flesh and blood. And with that, he unleashed a devastating strike, forcing the boss into a difficult position. As soon as he landed safely, he retorted to Orion, "Don't try to sway me with emotions. You're still enjoying this game, aren't you? What a fake. I hate pretentious fakes who hide their ambition," and the two clash once more in a dramatic battle. The boss retorts that if he's in the game he plays by the rules, how long will he pretend to be ignorant? You're a player too. You chose to join this game. The boss unleashes a barrage of attacks. The battle between the two began to affect the world around them, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion, and the overwhelming attack sent Orion sliding across the ground. He glares at the boss and replies, "You're right, I was happy, but for different reasons in different ways. That's why I'm so angry." Unable to bear it any longer, Orion summons the 100 Shadow skill, and the sword in his hand transforms into a bizarre shape. Thousands of slashes are unleashed, forcing the boss to retreat. The rebel level skill, Shatter into 100 Shadows, deals slash damage when the user's attack stats reach 120% in a random direction. The opponent will be pushed back slightly with each strike, but the boss stands firm amidst Orion's attacks, bracing himself against their force. A thought flashes through the boss's mind as he activates his war skill, lunging toward Orion with blinding speed, his attack creating a dazzling light. Orion couldn't react in time and was thrown back. The boss mocked him with every failure, asking if he was enjoying their little war. "We can spar as much as we like." Orion glared at the boss with furious eyes. He panicked and refused the offer. No, players never truly die in the game. There's always another chance, and that's what makes it fun. As a game publisher, he doesn't even know the basics. Orion uses a game-changing skill, creating a vortex around his sword. You slashed at the boss repeatedly, but he dodged every blow, and still had the gall to mock your slow attacks. He barely had time to boast before karma struck. Orion slashed the boss's claw, leaving him stunned. "What? Am I the slow one here? Does that mean that kid is using that sword to slow down time around the area he's inflicting damage?" Not stopping there, Orion slashes him across the face, but the boss remains unfazed. On the contrary, he finds it all the more interesting. "I know what I have to do to take him down." Using his skill, the boss darts behind Orion, who turns to glare at him, while the boss smirks with glee like a cat toying with its prey. The boss suddenly appears above Seguion, switching targets and unleashing a skillful strike while she's distracted. Seguian weakly defends herself with her sword as the boss smirks, knowing the hero's weakness is their friends. Orion realizes the boss is trying to cheat him. The bastard as a masked figure appears from nowhere. He raises his axe, threatening Orion. Prepare to descend to hell, you little brat. The axe inches closer to Orion. To deal with this stranger, Orion unleashes the skill, Vow of Hatred Restraint, swinging his sword with such force that the man's axe is sent flying. The man struggles against Orion's overwhelming power, as Orion warns him to back off and not cause trouble. No sooner said than done, Orion unleashed another tidal wave attack the blade, creating a surging wave that pushed the stranger far, far away. He alone must withstand the rebel-level skill Tsunami Tide, repelling enemies from the user's vicinity. Upon reaching 80% true damage, the attack will inflict magic damage. Having dealt with his opponent, Orion slowly approached the boss sword in hand, but the boss, sensing his moment, unleashed the fury of the gods. A sudden, overwhelming blow sends Orion flying backward as he grits his teeth, suppressing the pain as the wound spreads throughout his body. The boss smirks, saying it was a mistake to rely on his teammates. If he hadn't run out to save them, he could have ambushed him. So relying on others for help is pointless. The boss is still going strong, so he unleashes a devastating blow, the ultimate move of the god of war Rudra, summoning 4 swords each, with 220% attack power, and increasing control over the opponent's resistance. The boss unleashes a relentless assault on Orion, forcing him to defend with his single blade. Blinded by rage at this disadvantage, he watched his defenses crumble as Juhyuk suddenly appeared wielding a massive hammer. He smirks confidently, retorting to the boss's words, "Enough with the boasting. In a game like this, what's smarter than teamwork?" Juhyuk fearlessly charges forward, blocking every sword the boss conjures, while Eungha, blade in hand, ambushes from the right. Now the boss must fight both of them from 2 different directions, but he shows no fear, instead roaring a challenge to prove themselves. "Show me what you've got," the boss taunts. "I've heard the rumors any team Juhyuk helps always wins. What's the secret?" he taunts, spinning his sword, sending Eungha's vehicle crashing to the ground. Juhyuk wasn't doing much better, as the boss kicked him squarely in the face as an insult, mocking him for spreading rumors without the skill to back them up. They say whichever team Juhyuk helps always wins. What's the secret? Juhyuk readily admits, I could tell you. Maybe I'm just lucky, or perhaps I'm good at misdirection. Sure enough, while the boss was distracted, Orion was poised to strike from behind. But after hearing Juhyuk's veiled words, the boss immediately turned around to see what was happening. No way, that's the ultimate move of a transcendent being. Orion boldly carries his sword towards him, the ultimate move of a rebel, the blade of the rebel army, increasing attack power by 1,800% during skill completion and significantly increasing attack range. Yet Orion's fear wouldn't subside. Damn, my attack stats aren't high enough. With just this, I can't defeat him in one blow. But I can't prolong this. If I hesitate, everyone could get hurt. Tenbo's, seeing Orion falter, lunges like a predator, but a mysterious blue light stops him in his tracks. Orion seems to sense something earth-shattering. Wait, that skill. It turns out Siwon appeared just in time, unleashing an attack on Tenbos, the ultimate move of the Mekung master, Hell Mekung. It simultaneously increases the attack and defense of nearby teammates by 222%, deals 20% rope damage to the opponent's defense line, and monsters, and blocks the use of other skills for 50 seconds afterward. Siwon gritted her teeth, considering the worst-case scenario. If she used this skill, she wouldn't be able to use her trap skills for a while. Which means she loudly declared that he had to take him down now, Orion. And as soon as Siwon spoke, Orion teleported in front of Tenbo's. He glared at him, his eyes filled with resentment, as Orion suddenly thrust his rope-wrapped hand forward. Immediately, he skillfully manipulated the rope, attacking Tenbo's, who swiftly jumped back to evade. He turned back with a pained expression. Instant transmission. Orion gripped his sword and charged, retorting, "I have it. After all, Siwon gave it to me, and if I don't use it, how can I call it retribution?" Orion roared, gathering his strength, then unleashed a dazzling sword dance with the skills of the anti-god army's sword. Outside the real world, everything falls into silence, until a massive explosion erupts from the earth, destroying everything. After the fierce battle with Tenbo's, everything was terrifyingly desolate, with a long trail on the ground, as if something had been dragged. Orion stood frozen in the thick smoke, his eyes wide with disbelief, as a sudden sharp pain seized his heart, paralyzing him. He clutched his chest and collapsed in pain. His heart, it happened again. Suddenly he noticed something appearing before him. That tenacious Tenbo's still won't quit. He emerges from the dense smoke, grinning with delight. "Just to be safe, I've created something rather interesting. The Earring of Salvation renders its wearer invincible at 5% health." Orion, speechless with rage, slowly raises his sword. Before he could react, Tenbo's kicked Orion in the gut, sending him flying. Emboldened, he recalls the Eternal Empire's swordsmanship and charges toward Orion, unleashing a powerful strike that Orion barely manages to parry. Tenbo's unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Orion to desperately evade. Seeing Orion struggle, Tenbo's laughed with glee, finding the game far too amusing. "Keep attacking with all your might. Let's see how far you can go. But more importantly, in the end, I'll still be the victor." As his fighting spirit surged, he drew his blade back, then unleashed a decisive strike toward Orion. After the battle, he stood laughing, arrogantly believing Orion would fall by his blade, but Orion's voice rang out, shocking him. No, that's wrong. Orion appeared right beneath Tenbo's blade. He confidently declares that he is the victor, that he is invincible. While Tenbo's is still stunned, Orion strikes him in the face with his iron fist. His celestial fist sends Tenbo's flying backward, forcing him to swallow the bitter pill of defeat, the invincible passive skill of a hero. Other players rarely use hero mode, so its existence is not well known. I can't believe I was defeated by its sole purpose. Suddenly a sword pierces through Tenbo's chest. He realizes Zeongha has ambushed him from behind, but it's too late. She whispered mockingly in his ear, "Thank you. Thank you for living long enough for me to finally end you. Otherwise, how could I face the others in the team?" Tenbo screamed in bitter resentment, "Zeongha." She spun her sword decisively, and after the attack, Tenbo's weakened, collapsing forward in agony. He gritted his teeth in humiliation, his eyes wide with panic as he watched his body disintegrate. It couldn't be. I lost. I worked so hard to make my dream a reality, and now you're telling me it's all over. Orion urged Tenbo's to accept it. This is the end of the world you dreamed of, and the result of this battle. Tenbo still can't seem to accept this harsh reality. Orion didn't hesitate to confide in him. I really like Agasphere Online. You created an amazing game, but not for fighting or competition. I loved it because no matter what I chose, I could create my own adventure. Agasphere Online is a whole new world to me. It's not a place to hunt other users. Orion's words sparked a realization in Tenbos, a new horizon. He remembered now he once wanted to create a world better than reality. He questioned his own foolishness, wondering why he had done these things. But just as the moment turned sentimental, Sunha coldly pointed her sword at Tenbos and said, "Enough, say no more. No one wants to hear your excuses. You deserve to die in agony. Don't leave behind any more resentment or regret." Tenbos looked up at Sonaha, then laughed, eerily accepting his fate. "All right. This is probably the ending I deserve." Those were Tenbos' final words, his body fading into nothingness. Despite her tough words, Sonha couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes as she watched him go. She turned to Han, asking about Udon and the others. He replied that Juhyuk was pulling everyone from the chaos. The others are treating Jun, but it may be too late for Sonha. Sonha puts on her coat and replies, "Okay, I understand." Meanwhile, Orion held the vial in his hand when suddenly sharp pains shot through his body. Orion collapses, wondering what's happening to him. Is this another heart attack or a side effect of transcendence? "Am I done for?" Sonha, seeing him like this, rushes over, asking Orion what's wrong. "Is it your heart again?" Orion denies it, not wanting Suneha to worry, saying he's fine. "It's okay, I just need to handle this like before." But things only get worse, the pain growing more intense with each passing moment. Orion screamed in agony, his face as pale as a ghost, and Siwon cried out for help. If they don't do something, Orion will die. Upon hearing this, Orion is shocked. "But we don't know what to do. Should we use a healing item?" Sonha turned and said, "Go find Jun and bring him here. Maybe he can pull it out." Hearing this, Orion immediately complied, but Huen appeared unexpectedly, smirking, and said not to waste his efforts. "I told you this, Bung can't be fixed." Sonha, drawing her sword, threatened Mr. Huen, demanding he help Orion. He simply replies that he may know a thing or two, but he can't help. Hacking and fixing a bug are two very different things. And so it ends. No one can help him now. Meanwhile, Siwon desperately calls out to Orion in fear. "No, Orion, don't go. You can't die meaninglessly like this. Please, you're not going to leave me alone again, are you? The event still has a whole day left. Don't do this." Siwon recalls their happy times together. He wouldn't leave her, would he? "Orion, don't go. Just a little longer, please," she pleaded, burying her face in anguish as Orion's body began to fade away like the boss. Tears welled in Siwon's eyes as she cried out in despair. Orion, Zeongha, and Jianghuen stood in stunned silence as Orion faded away before them. Jiangha can't believe his eyes, wondering what just happened, while Jianghuen laughs, asking if there are games or prizes. Udon stammered, Wait, what is that, Orion?" "He just shrunk," Siwon replied absently. "No, he didn't shrink. This is Orion's true form. He's returned to his original self," Siwon thought, gently stroking his head. Cut to a dark apartment in a downtown area where Siwon anxiously checks Orion's forehead. Seeing him struggle to breathe at her feet, she worriedly thought his fever has broken, and his breathing is more even. Perhaps he's all right. After confirming he was stable, Siwon quietly left the room. Worried, Sunaha asks if she's sure she can stay there, offering to take her to Feda's shelter, though it's a bit far. Siwon replies nonchalantly that she's fine, and since she's already there and the surrounding buildings are still intact, there probably aren't many monsters left. Hearing this, Sunha grew even more worried and offered, "Let me leave some team members here. Charles hasn't attacked yet, but who knows?" Siwon quietly replied with concern, "Thank you, but Orion and I don't want that." She stated her thoughts seriously, saying that everyone needed to keep playing the game, so that first place wouldn't fall into the hands of some stranger. Upon hearing that, Ujong exclaimed, "Huh, does that mean you guys aren't participating in the competition anymore?" Siwon, no longer caring about the game, coldly replies that she'll wait for Orion to wake up before deciding, but she probably won't participate anymore. Remy is shocked and exclaims, "Why, you're both so strong. Think about all the effort you've put into this game." Even Ju-hyuk found it strange and spoke up. "You're worried about Orion, aren't you?" Hearing his question, Siwon quietly replied, "Yes, if I don't give up, he'll keep fighting alongside me with that original persona." Everyone was surprised by her answer, and when they saw they couldn't persuade her, Seonhwa spoke up saying, "Okay, we understand then. We have to try even harder to win." Hearing her plan, Siwon exclaimed in surprise, "Are you going all in? You're kidding me." Seonhwa answered without hesitation, "No, I'm thanking you. Taking first place is how we'll repay you all." She continued softly, "Thinking of our team and their efforts, I know we have to fight to the end." She recalled the image of Seonhwa injured, but still offering a reassuring smile. Seon paused, then exclaimed, "All right then, you better make sure you win." Before she could be sad for long, she cheerfully said, "If I win, you have to buy me ice cream. Got it, I'm going to be rich anyway." Seonhwa simply smiled at her playful teasing and gently replied, "Okay, I'll buy you the best ice cream in the world." The scene shifts outside the building where Seonhwa and her teammates have left together. Suddenly she speaks up, "Before we go, we have to deal with the monsters in this area." Udoan nods in agreement. "Okay." Suddenly out of nowhere, Gi-ung Hwai appeared mocking, "Oh my, didn't you bring Orium?" And his friend, seeing her, Seonhwa coldly replied, "You deceitful artist, why are you everywhere?" She laughed, replying flippantly, "Come on, calm down. If I killed Orium, I'd be number one for sure." With a shrug, Gi-ung Hoan indifferently replied, "I'm just curious about what's happening to Orium. I like collecting data in this area." Suddenly she looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze and continued, "If things go well, maybe Orium will become an Avenger again." Seonhwa stared at her silently, her eyes turning cold as she issued a chilling warning, "If you lay a hand on either of them, you'll regret it." Having said what she needed to say, she turned and walked away, while Gyeongyun Hoan, seemingly unafraid, taunted her, "Oh, I'm so scared, my hair's standing on end." Everyone else left, but I remained smiling. A doubt arose within her. If Orium truly returned to the original character's body, then surely the game has a flaw despite appearing complete. Calculating her advantage, Jian Hoen thought if she could find out what it was, she could secretly change the results when first place was awarded. As she opened the system panel, a smug smile crept across her face. "Now I'll just skim through this, so the system doesn't detect me." The more she thought about her plan, the more sinister her smile became. This way, no matter who wins, the prize will always be hers. Looking at the sky, Gyeong Hoen said excitedly, "I can't wait." Meanwhile, in a coffee shop, curled up in a corner, Si Huyeon glanced at the clock, thinking to herself, "It's 10 p.m., it's been a while." As she scrolled through the system, she muttered, "We're in 11th place now, wow, dropping fast." Seeing their rank plummet, Si Huan muses that the current leader has 2220000 points. If everyone on the team pooled their points, it would be even higher. At this rate, they can't catch up. Suddenly she snapped herself out of it, realizing now wasn't the time to be pessimistic, especially after deciding to stay and care for Orion. With renewed resolve, Si Huyen turned to observe Orion lying beside her. Looking at him, she remarks that he seems thinner than she remembers. She never paid attention before all this happened. Silently keeping him company, Si Huyen feels sorry for him, thinking about how much he's endured with such a small frame. The more she thought about his situation, the more her heart ached for him. No one was helping him, and how lonely he must have been. Lost in thought, she suddenly remembers something and exclaims, "That's right, Giyuna." She realizes there's someone who can help him. As if struck by a great idea, Si Huyan exclaimed that he was also in his substitute character's body. Perhaps he would know how to deal with this and how Orion could return as an Avenger. Growing restless, Si Huan paced back and forth, wondering what to do. Going to see Giyuna wasn't far, but that would leave Orion alone. Or should she wait until the next break? She paused, lost in thought. But Si Huyan has made her choice. No, she needs to go now. She can't wait any longer. She calculates that the area is covered in trap lines, so she'll use the instant teleporting corn puff item to move. Si Huyan scribbled a note, placing it on him, promising herself she'd return soon and find a way to save him before rushing off. Orion lay motionless, trapped within a dream, whispering, "I hate winter." Young Orion stood alone in the snow, thinking, "I hate the snow and the cold." But when twilight came, it was a nightmare, and the children had to return home, leaving Orion to watch them go in solitude. He too must return home, and upon arriving, Orion fearfully opens the door, thinking, "I hate being home." Orion remembers his aunt and uncle saying they would come to take care of us. They were always so warm. But that kindness wasn't really for me. It was the warmth of a completely different family. Orion just coldly watched, silently complaining, and I hated that atmosphere. Being alone in that house, I couldn't bear the cold emptiness my parents left behind. Orion's younger self was a lonely boy. That's why I never went home until my sister called me back or picked me up after school. Even as twilight descends and darkness fills the space, my fingertips numb with cold and no one by my side. I still won't go home. I'll wait until I hear her voice. Suddenly a voice calls from behind, "Hey, Orion." Orion is jolted awake from his dream. Orion jolts awake, hitting his head. He clutches it in pain, wondering what happened before noticing Siwion's note. Orion picked up the note in surprise, reading Suian left this. I'm going to see Ji-yoon, but I'll be back soon, so stay put. He frowned, wondering why she would go see Ji-yoon. Suddenly, Orion senses something is off. His body feels strange, lacking muscle, and his limbs are shorter. It seems he's realized something, and his eyes darken as he thinks, no way. Orion stares at his hands in disbelief, wondering if he's back in his old body, then suddenly coughs violently. After coughing, Orion figures he should grab a drink while he thinks he has no idea what's going on. The scene shifts to the mall hallway. Orion struggled forward, leaning against the wall until he stumbled to a halt. Before him lay a multitude of magic circles, and he wondered if Siwon had set these traps. Sensing her concern, Orion chuckled to himself, thinking she really laid a lot of these. Whatever monster gets caught in these is surely dead. After walking for a while, he finally reached a coffee shop where Orion is now drinking water. Having quenched his thirst, he sighed in relief. Phew, that's better. Orion gazed outside, thinking to himself, who knows what I'll run into out there. I better stay put and wait for Siwon. With this body, it's best not to go out, and it's pretty safe here. Suddenly, the food counter catches his eye. Orion blushed, torn. Should he grab a bag or two of snacks? He reached for a cookie. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, and as Orion turned, the figure lunged with a weapon, prompting Orion to exclaim, Yoon-hee-hyung. Han speaks up, saying it's been a while since he's seen Orion like this. He thought he'd never see him this way again. Orion, shocked and afraid, asks how Eun-hyung is here, but Eun-hyung coldly attacks, saying he must be tired of being his substitute. Isn't that right, Orion? Hearing Han ask that you were shocked, weren't you? Orion drifted into distant memories. While he was playing, he heard a voice call out, Hey, Orion. Young Yoon-hee approached, asking what he was doing alone, and Orion turned in surprise, thinking to himself. One day, Han brought over a handheld game, inviting him to play, saying if he was bored, he could try this game. Orion pondered, not remembering when they became friends, only that they had no reason to go home early, staring in surprise at Han. And so in those lonely, monotonous days, we became friends just like that. Though unspoken, I had already decided he was my friend. Cut to the present, where Orion finds himself with an arrow pointed at him by his friend, who asks in surprise, Yoon-hee-woong, how did you know I was here? He smirks and replies that a shaman revealed his location, one he thinks Orion knows. Orion asks about the shaman already knowing the answer, and curses under his breath, realizing she's been following them. Eun-hee-young coldly says, enough small talk. His eyes sharpen as he demands, hand over all your essence points, or I'll take you out right here. Orion recoils in shock, asking about his hunting points, inwardly wondering what to do, then realizing he's too weak to fight. Seeing his defiance, the man fires a warning shot into the sky, and Yoon-hee coldly states, don't overthink this, Orion. I'm offering you the best solution. Orion, on guard, pauses at his words. Just do as I say, like you always do. Hearing this, he furrows his brow in anger. Suddenly, Orion retorted defiantly, no, I won't give you my points. His voice rising with anger, he continued, I won't do as you say. I can defeat you. Unbelieving, he scoffs illusions of power. Without another word, he unleashes a barrage, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Unwilling to yield, Orion summons his own weapon. He retaliated fiercely with his weapon, but Orion was shocked. After just one blow, his weapon was damaged. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering, wait, what? A low-grade Heller weapon. Now panicked, Orion realizes that not only his body has changed, but his rank as well. With no other choice, he flees. Orion desperately tries to block the attack using the Light of Life skill, but the system reveals it's only a Heller-level ability. When used against enemies, it deals 80% magic damage based on total attack, and when used on allies or ordinary people, it heals their wounds. Yoon-hee-ung cried out, pathetically weak. He shows no mercy, unleashing the pentagram arrow skill. A massive pentagon appears and attacks Orion. He braces for impact, thinking, damn it, I hope I can withstand this, but to be safe, he activates the skill, Breath of the Virgin Mary. Orion braced for the attack, and the system displayed information. The Heller-class skill, Breath of the Virgin Mary, increased the chance to nullify ranged attacks by 20%. Yoon-hee's attack was too strong, severely injuring Orion, who thought to himself, even with my defense, it still hurts. It's not about levels or skills anymore, but the sheer difference in our stats. As Orion dodged, he calculated, what now, Hellers aren't attack-oriented, so they can't do anything. I need to find a way to fight him on equal footing. While fleeing, Orion suddenly had an idea. He'd figured it out. As he ran, an arrow hurtled down from above, and Orion stared in shock. But luckily, Orion narrowly dodged the attack. Clutching the item in his hand, he rejoiced it worked. His rank was gone, but his items remained. Eun-hyung was shocked that he dodged the attack, wondering if he had just used teleportation. Orion turned and ran, and as he gave chase, Eun-hyung cursed, saying he was a goner, as it was a dead end. Orion turns back in a panic, coldly uttering a word as a force erupts from below, catching his opponent off guard. He realizes with pain, wait, is this the Labyrinth Lord's trap skill? Orion calculated that if he used Siguyon's traps, he might be able to take him down. Then he pulled out a bomb, thinking not only that. Without a second thought, he hurls the bomb towards Yoon-hyung. The explosion rocks him and he struggles to maintain his footing. With that, many traps are triggered and Orion silently calculates that he can increase the accuracy of his items along the traps. After being thoroughly humiliated, Yoon-hyung angrily cursed Orion, "You rat." His eyes turned vicious as he asked, "You think you can mess with me?" Eun-hyung then attacks Orion with his crossbow, leaving him stammering in disbelief. "No, it can't be." He watched him wondering if he intended to blow them both up, traps and all. Eun-hyung coldly activated his skill, Spear of the Heart. The attack is devastating, and a massive explosion erupts. Eun-hyung struggles to his feet, coughing in the dust, and glares ahead. Before him was only empty space, and he could see nothing. Yoon-hyung asked, "Is Orion trying to run again?" But ahead there's only emptiness, no one at all. The scene shifts to a movie theater. Orion has now fled inside, wondering what to do, as Sigwin's traps have been blown away, leaving him unable to withstand any direct attacks. After careful consideration, he makes a decision. His best bet is to break out and run. But Halo can't move that fast. He'll be here soon. He'll use an item and… Suddenly an explosion rings out, and Orion turns back in surprise, a predator's aura. He coldly says, "I knew you were here," as Orion glances around in fear. He was completely lost, wondering what to do once the cooldown ended. The hunter would blow this place to smithereens. He worriedly wondered, what about Sigwin? When would he be back? If he were here, they could figure something out. Overwhelmed, he strikes his head, demanding a solution. He can't just wait around. Orion's eyes harden with resolve. He'll use everything he has to defeat him. Orion is determined, but he doesn't know what to do. Somehow, he has no plan. He considers his options. If he attacks from a distance, the enemy will just blast him with long-range attacks. So what should he do? Suddenly, another version of Orion appeared, saying that if someone holds a crossbow with their right hand, their left hand becomes weaker. Their reaction time slows down due to the reduced range of motion in their shoulder. Eun-hyung has incredibly sharp reflexes. Use that against him. Orion encourages himself, knowing he still has tricks up his sleeve. Back then, despite a lack of skills, you could still fight and win. The voice continues, "Remember how you used to fight. A solution always exists somewhere." Orion smirks confidently as Wanxiang searches for him, crossbow in hand, when suddenly a bomb falls from above. Enraged, he shoots the bomb, causing it to explode, filling the area with smoke, and he wonders if it's a smoke bomb. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if the fool was trying to escape this way. Then, another of Orion's items appeared. Seeing this, Woon-hyung excitedly thought, "A teleportation item. He's trying to move behind me." He smirked, thinking, "Moron, you think I can't see you? What an ideal prey." Just as he was at his most complacent, Orion appeared where he least expected, and was already upon him before he could react. He loudly declares that his target is right here, Yoon-hyung, as Orion's hand stops before him. Then, ceasing his imaginings, that voice continues, "And remember," Orion says, seriously encouraging his other self. Always by his side, Orion lands a solid, painful punch. Woon-hyung is knocked back, but despite the pain, he's still ready to strike. Orion calculated that even without his Avenger-level skills, he could still use the Jiaogam as a weapon. He searched for more while his opponent dropped his crossbow, clutching his arm in pain and screaming. His eyes turned menacing as he stared at Orion, but before he could react, Orion landed another punch, thinking to himself that as a Halo, he couldn't allow the enemy to attack from a distance. He needed to stay close. Fueled by rage, he roared, "How dare you!" Then, without warning, he unleashed the Iron Maiden skill. Eun-hyung thought to himself, "So what if I don't have a weapon? I can still use defensive skills." But then his eyes widened in surprise. Orion stood unharmed, and Woon-hyung wondered how a Halo could possess so many offensive skills. Why isn't he running? Orion, eyes burning with hatred, throws a punch. Showing no mercy, Orion beats him black and blue, leaving Woon-hyung in stunned disbelief. Did he predict my defensive maneuvers? Has he been using healing magic on himself this whole time? While he was stunned, Orion landed a few more punches, thinking that even with self-healing, its effects were relatively weak, and if the opponent used a technique like before, he'd be done for. He knew he couldn't give him a chance, so Orion relentlessly punched him, thinking he needed to strike first. His punches rained down relentlessly. Then suddenly his opponent's eyes widened as Hyung seized him by the collar. He throws Orion aside and makes a run for the crossbow. He was just inches away from the crossbow, but Orion wouldn't let him have it, striking at the stone and his abdomen. Writhing in pain, Yoon-hyung clutches his stomach as Orion draws his dagger. He powerfully stabbed down, catching him by surprise. But the knife only grazed him. But it was enough to terrify Hyung, who asked in surprise, "You're not going to kill me. You almost had me." Orion grits his teeth and replies, "When I think about how you acted, about everything you did to me at school, I don't think I'm merciful enough to forgive you, but that doesn't mean I'll kill you." Orion confidently declares that he can't do anything to him anymore, prompting Yoon-hyuk's surprised question, "What?" He continues furiously, saying he's overcome all the crises Eun-hyung caused him at school, and he won't let him cause any more trouble. Orion angrily declares that he won't suffer because of those things, hinting at revenge. Orion stares him down, declaring that he sees him as nothing at all, a statement that leaves Yoon-hyung stunned. Yoon-hyuk recalls his childhood, his father shielding his eyes, telling him to turn away, that woman is no longer his mother. He coldly continued, saying she was an ungrateful wretch who abandoned her family for so-called passion, and you shouldn't have witnessed this. Your father continued, "From now on you'll have a new home with your stepmother. Like other children. Young Yoon-hyung desperately wanted to cry, asking, "Why did mom abandon me? She didn't even say goodbye. I'm her son, how could she do this?" Yoon-hyung's father coldly removed his glasses, saying that woman didn't see it that way. To her, you're just another person. His eyes were terrifying as he continued, someone unimportant who can be thrown away at any time. Back in the present, after hearing those words, Yoon-hyung sheds a tear, thinking, am I not important? He grits his teeth in anger, saying, you're a damn bastard, Orion. Suddenly, Siwon appears and calls out Orion. As soon as he sees her, he happily replies Siwon. Meanwhile, Yoon-hyung watched, seething with resentment, and suddenly shoved Orion, causing him to lose his balance. Seeing him run, Siwon angrily gives chase, yelling, "Stop right there, Hyung." She furiously demands, "What's going on? How did that bastard find this place?" Suddenly bursting into tears, she asks, "Orion, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm sorry for leaving you alone." Orion quickly reassures her, "I'm fine, it's okay." Suddenly Siwon bursts with anger, saying that if that bastard Yoon-hyung doesn't stay hidden, he'll regret the day he was born. Orion quickly glances over, reassuring her that it's okay, since he wasn't that strong anyway. He confidently asserts that the guy won't be coming back while outside. Hyung is running for his life, seething with anger. Suddenly, he triggered a trap set by Siwon, the magical force, sending him tumbling down the stairs. Unable to rise, he lay there crying, then cursing, "It really hurts, damn it." His anguished voice echoed, "It really hurts so much." Suddenly, remembering his mother Hyung called out Mom, he hurriedly asked Orion, "Are you okay?" before unexpectedly calling out Jiyoon. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, your body really changed. Are you really, Orion?" Orion scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "If not me, then who? I'm a little embarrassed. It's been a while since I've been in this form." Siwon looked at them, clearly worried, and Jiyoon turned to ask, surprised, "What's wrong?" Only to follow up with, "It's just, you look so small like that." Orion, surprised, asks, "Huh?" She continues, "I think I've switched mains." He stammers. Switched what? Siwon, unable to bear it any longer, turns to Jiyoon and asks, "Hey, do you know how to transfer someone from their original body to their alternate character form?" "Jiyoon, you said you'd think on the way, but as for that, I think you two are playing a game, right?" Siwon nods, agreeing that it's a survival game, prompting the man to ask why he doesn't just log out of his original body and log back in as his alternate character. They were stunned by the suggestion, and Siwon exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, is it really that simple?" Orion chimed in, "Let's try it. I think it might work." He loudly called out, "System, log me out of my main account, Halo, and log me into my alternate account, Avenger." The system began processing, but suddenly alarms blared and a notification appeared. Error 345, unable to log in as alternate. KRN. Orion whines that it's not working, and Siwon comforts him, saying he knew it wouldn't be that easy. Suddenly, Zayun says that error 345 means his account is locked and his CHR will be blocked until the bug is fixed. Worried, Siwon asks what they should do if there's no other way. Chewing, he replies that theoretically they could hack the system and unlock it, but he's not a programmer, so it's difficult. Suddenly, a voice from behind them offered, "Want me to lend a hand?" It was none other than Jian Wen, and the three exclaimed in unison, "A forger!" Jian Wen speaks up, saying she overheard their conversation and it seems they need a hacker. Siwon, visibly annoyed, grits her teeth and asks where she crawled out from, but Jian Wen ignores her and continues, saying that as Orion knows, she's a hacker, even if it's not her main job. Jian Wen loudly offers her help, promising not to stab them in the back. Siwon, enraged, demands to know what she's doing there, asking if she wants to fight. Jian Wen smirks, saying she just wants to help, boasting of her hacking skills, even breaking Avenger's lock, but with a catch for her to control. Orion questions her motives, saying they have nothing to offer, while Siwon accuses her of ulterior motives and calls her a bitch. Jian Wen's composure is unnerving. She states matter-of-factly that she has a reason to help. Siwon interjects, "I knew it." Jian Wen probed further. "When someone sells something, don't they usually ask what the buyer intends to use it for? Whether they're buying a hammer to hang pictures or rob a bank, the seller just needs to get paid. This is called a transaction. I'll lend you my hacking skills, and after that, things will be up to me." Jian Wen continued, stating that she doesn't do charity work, and someone with her skills deserves to be compensated for their efforts. Orion still wanted to know her purpose. What did she want from them? Jian Wen held up her hands, stating the price 1 billion won in cash with a 10% student discount if needed. 1 billion won. Had she lost her mind? Where would they get that kind of money? Orion's words shocked everyone. It was actually less than he thought, and Siwon couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding me? You have that much saved up?" That sum is substantial for Orion, but there's something even greater at stake. Of course, compared to the first place prize, it's nothing. The winner gets 29.9 billion won, and she's asking for less than 10% of that. Siwon nods in agreement, saying that sounds reasonable, but what if they don't win first place? Orion simply chuckles, saying they'll be ruined. Huyen was waiting for their answer, threatening to leave if they didn't want the deal, leaving Siwon and Orion hesitant. And then Orion spoke up, "All right, we agree, but with one condition: until the event ends, you must join our team with Siwon as the leader, and you will support us." Siwon felt like he'd been had. Why he didn't want to be associated with her? Orion reassured him, saying they'd simply add her to the team roster and monitor her plans. Besides, she could control a passive skill usable only with voodoo doll teammates, allowing them to indirectly share damage with the puppeteer even when separated. After a moment's thought, Siwian saw the logic in it and thought it might be okay. Gi Ong Huyen said, "Whatever, we're all going to die anyway, there probably won't be any customers, so I might as well play with you kids." Ji Yoon uses her intelligence, saying, "Orion, it sounds good, but don't forget that haze is a dangerous virus. It corrupts the system's circuits, and if something goes wrong, it could explode and wipe us out, got it?" Of course, Orion knew, but he didn't like being passive. Siwian anxiously called out, "Hey Orion, I wanted to ask, is the reason you're doing all this because you like me?" Orion's face flushes red as he asks what she's talking about. Siwian admits it was hard to say, and that she only thought it was the reason he was going so far because he'd said he liked her before. "I almost quit if you hadn't woken up sooner. You didn't have to do this for me." Orion relaxed a bit, explaining to Siwian that if he said he wasn't doing this for her, that wouldn't be the only reason. "There's something I must accomplish. I want to win first place at any cost." Siwian chuckles in relief. "Alright, if that's what you want, I'll always be by your side." She then turns to Director Hoenn. "Let's get to work. Bypass Orion's system lock. I'll give you 1,000,000,000. Director Hoenn smirks. "Sounds good to me. Leave it to me." The scene shifts to a seemingly more peaceful city, while elsewhere mist still swirls around the special zone. Inside an office, a man sits with a somber mood. This is Prime Minister Gwon Soo. The secretary snapped him out of his thoughts, reporting that the research team had returned, prompting Prime Minister Soo to ask if they were certain. The secretary looked at the documents in his hand, the report stating their electronic devices couldn't get close enough to the strange object to discover what it was. The more he heard, the more uneasy Prime Minister Soo felt. Any.com.com.com. News about survivors. The aide shook his head, saying no reports mentioned any survivors. All Premier Soo could do was hope for a miracle. It had been 2 days since the crisis began. So no one survived that black sphere. Not a single soul. It took him a long time to process before Prime Minister Soo finally responded. "Alright, I'll go wash up and return later. Brief the council on everything." Afterward, Prime Minister Soo remained in the restroom for quite some time, emerging with heavy breaths. Suddenly a woman appeared, calling out Prime Minister, or should I say Mr. President and Supreme Commander. Acting on instinct, Jeong-soo replied, "Yes, but only temporarily. Who are you? The press isn't allowed in here." Then she offered him a piece of paper. "I'm not a reporter, take this." Jeong-soo examined it closely, a blank business card. Then a detail caught his eye, Organization Sichmun. The woman explained that this was likely the first time he'd heard of them, as the ruling president and commander-in-chief, adding that the Blind Spot Organization was a secret international fund for preventing man-made disasters and that she worked for it. Jeong-soo frowned. A secret organization he'd never heard of. What did they want from him? This woman was here for a reason. They weren't asking anything of him. Their fund was creating smokescreen campaigns to freely exploit everyone's information. "However, there's something I must tell you from now on. Our organization will take control of the current situation. It's beyond your understanding anyway, so you're better off leaving it to us. Unless you want your embezzlement and corruption scandal to explode." Hearing this, Director Soo turned pale and returned to where Orion and the others were gathered. Meanwhile, Jeon Hoenn was still on the job, and Jeon wondered aloud if it would take long. As she tapped on the screen, Gi-ong Hoenn replied that it would take about 5 minutes if she was quick, but this time it would take longer because she had to prevent the system from detecting it, like opening a lock stealthily. "Even if you have the right combination, you have to be gentle and careful." "That's what I'm doing right now, got it," Jeon replied. Of course though, she didn't really understand. Jeon Hoenn turned to Orion and said, "Okay, I'll start now, you better not move." The orange box item infiltrated and activated its mouth and eyes widening. But the system seemed to be glitching, screaming wildly. Sigeon wondered, "Oh, what's happening? Where's the error?" Jijeon knew better than to worry. There was nothing to fear, she had already infiltrated successfully. The system hadn't detected her. Jeon Hoenn chuckled to himself. How interesting. This isn't just a game world, but the city, the people time, and the reality we live in, it's all in here. This is the hidden restoration phase beneath the Dimensional Ascension Program project, Zion. There are so many good things here, so many artifacts, so much darkness to hide in. Suddenly, someone's hand grabs Gion Hoenn's, and she's surprised by this appearance. Who is it? Orion turns to see Gijeon equally surprised, but she doesn't recognize the figure. Only Ji-yoon recognizes the figure it can't be. Dr. Maria shifts the scene to the Horizon event, day 3932 AM time, remaining approximately 23 hours. A three-headed monster stood before Uzon, the key Aho Raptor of destruction, unleashing lightning-fast attacks. He observed it for a moment before preparing to strike Uzon using his Wyvern subjugation skill. Instantly, the monster was struck by the full force of the sword before it could even react. Hyun-seong and Ji-in join the fray, unleashing their chain skills, slicing the monsters to pieces. And the monster explodes into pieces. Uzon celebrates. Alright, mission complete, not bad for a morning's work. Hyun-seong confronts him. Hey Uzon, don't rush in like that. It makes it hard to support you. Ji-in agrees. Yeah, you've been overdoing it since yesterday. Can you try to coordinate a little? Uzan's brief moment of joy is cut short by criticism. Okay, I get it. I'll slow down a bit. Ugh, this is annoying. Hyun-seong finds Uzan a bit childish, but thinks they should be understanding as he's a good person. Ji-in agrees, knowing it's because of Seoko's death. The scene shifts to Seongha, Do-hyuk, and Hyun-seong on the rooftop, where Seongha asks Junwoo how many points their guild has now. Jun pulls up the stats, revealing around 1.8 to 1.9 million points. First place is practically ours. Seongha is pleased, saying they no longer have to worry about chaos, just maintain their score until the event ends. However, Do-hyuk wasn't so sure. They couldn't be careless, as the point gap between 2nd and 10th place wasn't that significant. Plus, those outside the top 10 could join forces at the last minute, and if they combined their points they could turn up the tables. Seongha notes that while the point gap is significant, no one has given up yet. Do-hyuk agrees, warning that they can't afford to be careless. Suddenly, Jun shouts in disbelief, and Seongha asks what's wrong. Jun tries to calm down, explaining that the scores of the other players haven't changed, meaning the lower-ranked players haven't teamed up yet. But one person is rising through the ranks at an unbelievable pace. Seongha repeats in disbelief, a low-ranked player. Who is it? Switch the scene to Sigwayan's location. Sigwayan battles a massive monster. The Red Moss Golem, a tough foe in the game, but now he's far stronger, ready to crush it with ease. Sigwayan uses the max axe trap skill, but the golem is right above him. He's still too slow to react. Orion lends a hand using the Phantom Grudge Blade skill, and the golem cries out in pain as Orion's fatal blow lands. It explodes, meeting its end, as Orion lands back on the ground. He sighs, mission complete. Orion Lee 254500 hunt points, ranked 1217. Sigwayan approaches with a chuckle, scanning the area. Orion, looks like you've fully adapted to your Avenger form, haven't you? Orion replies, pleased. Yes, I've been in this body for a while now. I'm quite used to it, and I feel much lighter. I don't know why, but I prefer seeing the world from this height, Sigwayan says, pouting. If I'd bossed you around more when we were kids, you probably wouldn't be so smug now. Run on my code. Orion was speechless at the thought riding on his head. Sigwayan felt much better. Anyway, it's a relief you're back as an Avenger. We'd be scrapped otherwise. Orion silently thanked himself, thinking, me too. He remembered when Gyeong-hoon was present, Dr. Maria had been forced to flee. Gyeong-hoon is furious at the interruption, wondering if it's an NPC or sentient data. Maria calmly explains that if they try to unlock it from the outside, the system will detect it. Gyeong-hoon couldn't believe his ears. What Maria told him to let her open it, and not to touch anything. Maria focuses, manipulating the numbers on the screen, bending everything to her will. Still reeling from the shock, Hoen realizes this code doesn't just unlock the system, it erases its very concept. Gi-yoon approached, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Dr. Maria, you're Dr. Maria, aren't you, Maria? Simply chuckled in response. Maria seemed to merge with the system itself as Gi-yoon watched her afterimage. I thought he was dead. How could he be in the game? Wait, could it be? Did he upload his consciousness into the game? Orion and Siweon remained glued to the screen. Gi-yoon's voice called out from afar. Hey, wait up, he arrived, breathless. I told you I can't keep up, slow down a little. Siweon complains upon seeing Gi-yoon, saying she told her to stay at the base because it's too dangerous out here. She wouldn't back down either, and I told you I had something to confirm. Remember, we have to go together. Gi-yoon appeared again. Don't worry about her, I'll keep an eye on her from behind. Siweon glares, asking what she's doing there, reminding her that she said she wouldn't follow them even after joining the group. Gi-yoon places a hand on her shoulder, saying she's not following anyone, they're just heading in the same direction. Besides, with me here you can hunt in peace, can't you? Don't be so grumpy. But Siweon still doesn't like Gi-yoon much. No need to worry, you two are more trouble than the monsters. Gi-yoon can handle himself, so it's best to keep your distance. Getting too close is dangerous. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. I'm rooting for you to take first place. Siweon makes a heart shape with her hands instead of answering, then turns to Orion, asking where to go next as they need to act fast to accumulate enough points. Orion points to the screen. The next location is here, the Tower of Reincarnation. The mission players will attempt to conquer every floor of the tower, and upon completion will receive 10 times their current hunting points. Siweon muses that a tower means a special dungeon, and it might take a while to reach the top, wondering if that's okay. But if we clear it, we'll get 10 times our current points. It's the only way to guarantee we take the #1 spot. Siweon looks surprised. 10 times the points. Wow. Ziyun was always the most anxious, but with such a huge reward, there will surely be many participants, and the competition will be extremely fierce. Do you think we can handle it? Ziyun is always competitive, so that's all the more reason to conquer it, and Orion is the same. If others complete it first, we'll never be able to catch up in points. In any case, it's their decision, and Ziyun can't stop them. They really aren't afraid of anything. Orion tells Siweon that there isn't much time left until the mission starts, so she'll explain how it works on the way. She nods understanding and tells them to speed up to the Tower of Reincarnation. Nagyong, puffing on a cigarette, said, Did you know the gummy candies we eat are made from insects, and if you sneeze without closing your eyes, they'll pop out? Chenoshu flinched. Huh, really? That sounds awful, Nagyong cackles. I'm just kidding, you idiot. He overreacted. Huh. Yiseon's the only normal one here. The mission's about to start, so no more jokes, this is our time. We're heading to the Tower of Reincarnation, and this time we're turning the tables. We're going to win with a home run, a comeback. The top guild Orion, led by Iseon Ham, a summoner currently ranked 5th, includes Nagyong Lee, a knight, and Oshu Chan, also a knight. The scene shifts to a large building within the city, as Orion's group rushes to their destination, only to be confronted by something unexpected. Zi Weian seems a bit disappointed. It's just a strange door. Did we get the wrong place? To be sure, Orion opens it again, confirming it's the right place according to the map, and tries to open it. The door creaks open, and Zi Weian gasps, wondering where they are. Could this be the Tower of Reincarnation? Zi Weian seems to know about this. This mission is a timed dungeon, meaning it's a virtual area. The tower's other floors will also feature simulated designs of different locations. Orion looked around, remarking that it reminded him of the Sunset Room, a sentiment echoed by Zi Weian. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared, welcoming them to the Tower of Reincarnation. I am your esteemed guide, Jiang, the sheep. This floor is the waiting room, so allow me to explain the rules of the tower. Zi Weian hugs it, oblivious to its words, marveling at how unbelievably adorable the guide is. Jiang is just too adorable. Does anyone want to hear about the rules? Orion agrees, thinking there might be a useful hint. Jiang explains that the Tower of Reincarnation is a competitive quest where the first player to reach the top wins all the bonus points. The tower has 18 floors, each with a random challenge, and players can advance to the next floor upon completion. Zi Weian grinds his teeth as Jiang pulls the sheep away, so it's all down to luck, huh? Orion is speechless. Jiang continues, explaining that there are 5 stages: Story Shop, Raid, Rest, and Special. In the Story stage, you'll have to make decisions to continue, and in the shop you can buy one-time use items only usable within the tower. In the Raid stage, players hunt monsters to collect gold for use in the tower, and they can recover stamina in the Rest stage. Finally, the Special stage will have a minigame for the players. Note that hunting points cannot be used in the tower's shop. Only gold earned from the raid floor can be used. Also, items like recovery potions bought from outside cannot be used inside the tower, so keep these rules in mind when entering. Zi Weian struggles to grasp it all, realizing they can't use recovery items and could die on the first floor if they're not careful, but Jiang calmly assures him that death doesn't exist in the tower. If a player dies during any challenge, they'll be revived in the lobby and can retry or leave the quest. Also, the gold earned from the raid stage won't disappear when a player dies, so it can be used to retry or exchange for hunting points. Zi Weian crosses his arms, asking if the game is like a roguelike. Orion's never heard of it. What is a roguelike? Zi Weian put his knowledge to use, explaining that it's a genre based on the classic game, rogue meaning if you die, you start over without save points. Initially it just meant permadeath, but over time the genre expanded with more rules. Orion sees the situation as bleak, no save points, and starting over from scratch. Zi Weian realizes that if they die in the tower, they have to start climbing from floor 1, making recovery potions pointless. Zi Weian scratches his head, realizing that these types of games are never easy to beat on the first try. He finds the whole thing strange. How can this be? It seems Gi-yoon knows everything. That's the nature of roguelike. Players must experiment, experience failure, and try again repeatedly to succeed every single time. The Tower of Rebirth has a unique feature. Even if you die, you keep your gold, meaning the game gets easier with each retry. It's difficult at first because you have no gold to buy items, but the more gold you accumulate, the easier each subsequent attempt becomes. Interrupting Jiang Huyen says that means you have to try dozens of times to conquer the tower. Shi Weian feels it's too much. Dozens of times would take too long. Jiao Hian, on the other hand, was thrilled with this kind of quest, reminding them that it was also a competition, and if they were too slow collecting gold, someone else would reach the top first. Shi Weian clicked his tongue in annoyance, wondering what they should do, and what if they wasted too much time here, and didn't even earn any points. The silent Orion finally speaks, suggesting there's still a way to conquer the tower on the first try. Shi Weian stares at him, a strange look in her eyes. They just told us it was incredibly difficult. Shi Weian can't accept it. Are you even listening to me? Of course, Orion quickly assessed the situation, hence his attitude. If the challenge is too difficult, clearing it on the first try is impossible, but if it's simply a lack of healing potions, we can still do it. After all, they have someone to help with that. Shi Weian feels relieved, realizing they also have the adorable Orion. Shi Yun is confused by her words, adorable Orion. Having grasped the mission, Orion is confident, and we also have the puppet control skill. This means the damage will be distributed among everyone, so no one will die from critical hits. Gi-on Hoen chuckles, indeed happy to be of service. And Orion trusts the red-haired man, plus they have Shi Yun who can repair broken weapons. He blankly nods, huh? Oh right, the weapon repair kit is a one-time use item, so I'll have to buy one. Orion lays out the plan, and it seems all that's left is to give it our all. No need to spell it out, right? Shi Yun trusts Orion implicitly, and now it's Zhang's turn. It seems you're ready to face the tower. Shall we begin the journey to the top? Orion eagerly agrees. Of course, take us up. Zhang seems to smirk. All right, let the arduous climb to the top begin. Zhang gleefully conjures a quest list revealing numerous options. He says, "You can choose your desired stage first. Where do you want to go?" Shi-Yun peers at the screen. "Oh, so we can choose her. We have no gold, so the shop is useless. Let's choose the story mode." Shi-Yun agreed. Makes sense. We can get items from the story mode, so... Before she could finish, Orion chose for them and they began to teleport. Zhang Zhang announces their arrival on the first floor of the Tower of Reincarnation, chosen as their starting raid stage, prompting Shi-Yun to tearfully scold Orion for his foolish decision to jump straight into a raid instead of progressing. Through the story. Orion aims high, and so do I, but we need to gather gold as soon as possible. As he spoke, Orion drew his sword and struck the monster. Who knows how many raids lie between us and the summit? Shi-Yun is feeling the pressure. I see. Orion is incredible. I knew he was good at fighting, but this is different. To grasp the rules, devise a strategy, and have the courage to execute it on his first roguelike attempt. Investing everything in Orion was the right call. The odds are in my favor, Shi-Yun boasts. Don't just stand there, Shi-Yun, get back here. And so the group officially faces the challenge. Switching to another player's lobby, Shi-Yun has just been sent back to square one. Han angrily curses, "Damn it, I got hit with that weird poison again." Mayor asks how far he got this time, and Shi-Yun replies that he reached the 9th floor and earned 22 gold, asking about Mayor's progress. The Mayor Guild leader is pleased, having reached the 15th floor with 84 gold. They'll surely surpass their limits this time, and once everyone returns to the lobby, they'll try again as a full team. Mayor Guild's highest record, floor 15, with a total of 219 gold. Cut to the Tower of Reincarnation, floor 8, story mode, where Izion screams in terror. Something's eating him alive. What is that monster? Izion can only watch helplessly. It was just a treasure chest a moment ago. Chen Oshu panics, but Leader A notes that Nagong is the calmest. What an idiot, all the treasure chests in this game are traps. Izion sits up defeated. "See you in the lobby, teammates," Nagong said, pouting. "You're such an idiot." Then came Chen Oshu's scream. Team A of the Orion Guild, highest record of floor 8, total gold of 30. There are still about 14 hours left until the Horizon event ends, and in the Tower of Reincarnation raid, Orion charges forward. He unleashes a flurry of ultimate moves backed by Siwion Fandon, who uses the Meikung's Lament skill, a master-level Meikung skill that unleashes a hail of ice, inflicting dizziness on enemies. His sudden attack caught the monster off guard, and Orion seized the opportunity to retaliate with Phantom Sword Revenge. With a single strike of his ice katana, the monster's head is severed, and Orion slowly descends. He praises himself. "Good, I took it down." At that moment, the system displayed Orion and Siwion's party floor, 12 total gold, 43, after defeating the monster. Siwion felt it wasn't bad this time, and Orion agreed, saying it was easier than the poisonous swamp on floor 4. Suddenly, she turned away, enviously muttering that those two had it way too easy and could at least spare them some crumbs. Hearing that, Yi-Yun flew into a rage, yelling, "Hey, I'm a mage. Fighting isn't my forte, I told you," that Siwion angrily shouted at Wen. "Okay, but what about you? You know how to fight." With a smirk, she says she could help but wasn't sure if they wanted her to, so she didn't. Siwion explodes in anger, calling her a disgusting perverted leech, while Orion thinks to himself that his nicknames are getting longer. Just then, Zhang Zhang appears, congratulating them on clearing the stage and offering them a reward selection. Reward A isn't the reward for clearing double gate stages, just gold. Zhang Zhang continued, saying that after clearing floor 10 they could choose at certain levels, and he thought they'd like these options, so choose away. The rewards were gold 36 SU and an item, the Ancient Dagger, which increases attack by 20% but reduces attack speed by 20% when used. Siwion knows it's a crit buff item, not bad, but they don't need it, not with such a powerful support already. Gold seems the obvious choice. However, he couldn't help but wonder, why would the tower offer such an unexpected choice? The Ancient Thistle is good for critical hits, but we don't need it. I'm sure everyone will choose gold. It's too obvious. So why even offer this choice? Orion was tense, and Ji-Yoon asked him what he was thinking, urging him to choose quickly and move on. Orion clicked his tongue in response. Ji-Yoon, realizing his intent, asked if he wanted to gamble on the relic. Orion hesitated, wondering if he should go all in, but if he were the game developer, he wouldn't make the obvious choice so easy. Usually the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If we risk choosing the wrong answer, who knows, we might benefit. Hearing that, Ji-Yoon asked to confirm, "You mean they're trying to trick us?" And he replied roughly. Just then she chimed in. "The road to life is narrow, and the gate is constricted." Perhaps he had a point. Choosing the risky option might be the right choice after all. You can't win without taking risks. Ji-Yoon agreed, and after a moment of consideration, Orion declared his decision. "The reward I'll choose for clearing this floor is an ancient relic." Zhang Zhang immediately confirmed. "Very well, you have it. Take your items and let's move on to the next floor." With that, Zhang Zhang used his spatial teleportation powers, and upon arrival, Ji-Yoon was immediately confused, wondering if this was a raid. Zhang Zhang appears, declaring this is the shop and they're free to buy anything they need before moving to the next floor. Orion breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it's just a shop, and he almost had a heart attack. Meanwhile, Ji-Yoon angrily berates Zhang Zhang, asking how this could be a shop when it looks like nothing of the sort, and if he was trying to scare them. Just then a stranger walks in. It's NBC, the wandering grave robber and merchant. NBC grins, welcoming the adventurers to his humble shop filled with useful treasures, all for the price of gold. But when he sees what Orion is holding, he's stunned. Wait a minute, is that an ancient relic? Orion hesitantly confirms, and upon realizing its true value, NBC's attitude shifts, offering a gift, the Tower Heart, reducing the critical hit rate of the player and allies by 40%. The tower grows and changes daily, like a child, perhaps it's a world of dreams. But upon seeing it, Ji-Won raised an eyebrow. What the hell is that? It looks creepy and useless. Ji-Eon declared that he thought the ancient relic was just a trap, but Orion pondered. Mine Tower, and just then the system displayed a notification. The quest, Tower of Reincarnation, requires players to conquer all floors of the tower. Upon completion, the reward will be 10 times the player's current hunt points. After reading, Orion pondered, this is a roguelike game that I have to keep trying. I can only choose rewards on certain floors, and this special item is related to the rewards. Suddenly he realized something ominous. So he tells Ji-Won, I feel like this mission is different, confusing her. What are you talking about? Now Orion is sure the Tower of Return is not a dungeon quest. The entire tower is a monster, a revelation that shocks Ji-Won and the others. Suddenly Ji-Eon speaks up. Wait, are you saying we're inside a monster right now? Ji-Won is utterly panicked. Is that true? Meanwhile, she approaches Orion, asking what he's basing that on. Just the tower's core. Orion responds that not only that, but the Tower of Return seems different from the other events. Horizon is a survival event within a city, but in a giant dungeon like this, there's no reason to wander around fighting to survive. Assuming the tower is part of the survival game, we have to hunt it down. But hunting a tower doesn't make sense. It's an inanimate object. That means the tower itself must be a monster we can hunt. After Orion's explanation, Ji-Won agreed, finding it logical. Then hesitated, asking about the tower's core. Orion didn't hesitate, saying they had to keep it no matter the danger he thought it might be. The key to defeating the tower, while deep within the mysterious dark vault, the creak of a door echoed. This was the Tower of Reincarnation floor, 1712 hours left before the horizon ends. Zeung-ha is amused to see him, recognizing him as the Mayhem Guild leader. He smirks, saying it's a shame they couldn't fight yesterday. Hearing that, Zeung-ha retorts, it seems I can't escape you no matter what. What are you doing here anyway? You've reached the top of the tower, so hurry up and complete the mission. He calmly replied that there was still plenty of time before the horizon closed. Completing it too early would mean dealing with the mess of negotiating hunting points, so he'd bide his time and wait for the right opportunity. Zeung-ha chuckled. That makes sense. If someone exceeds 1,000,000 hunt points, the lower ranks will team up to overthrow them. You're clever, almost as clever as me. The Mayhem Guild leader then spoke up, adding that he was also waiting for someone. They hadn't arranged to meet here, but he figured they'd show up eventually, as there was nowhere else to go. Zeung-ha is intrigued, so he plans to duel that person as the event ends. How dramatic. But alas, I'm not one for drama, so I trust you won't mind if I pass. Without hesitation, he issued a challenge. Let's see if she could handle it. And with that, the battle erupted as they unleashed a flurry of powerful attacks. Cut to the 16th floor of the Tower of Reincarnation. With 11 hours until the horizon's end, Orion and Sejorn's party are teleported once again. After arriving safely, Jiang announces, welcome to the 16th floor of the Tower of Reincarnation, a story area floor. To clear this floor, you must navigate the maze to find the exit. There are gold coins and items within, but beware of deadly traps. Orion realized they were dealing with a maze, and Sejorn wondered if they should try the left-hand rule, even though it might take a while. Sejorn then says she has a pathfinding skill, but it only works if there's one exit. Orion agrees to try it, and Gyeong-hoen volunteers to take care of it. She then used her long-range scanning skill, saying she would use it to send her puppets into the maze, to map it out for them so they wouldn't have to wander aimlessly anymore. Sejorn was excited, finding it very convenient, while Sejorn hesitated. Seeing their reactions, Hoen smiled contentedly, saying there's no need to thank her, she just hates walking. Sejorn retorted, telling her not to tell her what to do. If she wants to thank her, she will. Seeing this, Orion chuckled. You really do focus on the strangest things. After a while, she finally finished. Done, the maze map is complete. It seems to be only a 2D maze. Thankfully, a 3D one would be a headache. After examining the map, she quickly determines. Okay, this seems to be the shortest path to the exit. Impressed, Gi-yoon complimented him. That's amazing. Have you done this before? She simply chuckled. Never. I'm just smart. This two-dimensional maze is nothing to me. It's a piece of cake. Following Hoen's guidance, the group navigated the maze until they reached a three-way intersection where Hoen declared that the next turn would lead to a great hall. Just then, Jiwon whispered, Orium, can we really trust that perverted instructor? What if she's leading us in circles? This could be a trap. Orium reassured him. Don't worry, I've seen the map. He's not lying. Besides, he wouldn't betray us while we're still in the tower. He has too few points. Even with bonus points from clearing the tower, it wouldn't be enough to matter. Jiwon considered this and thought it made sense. Perhaps he was overthinking things. They continued to follow her lead. Suddenly Orium turns back and asks where to go next, then consults the map and says to go straight from the main hall. The exit is through the path on the left, but there are hidden traps along the way, so be careful. Just then a voice rang out, "There are others here." The other participants gradually approached Orium and Ision sarcastically remarked, "I thought we were in the lead, you guys are fast." At that moment Jiwon was stunned that I've seen him before. It's Orion's leader, one of the top 3 guilds. He's a summoner support, rumored to be a reckless fighter, even stronger than the merchants. Orium is stunned, thinking one of the top 3 guilds, so he's on par with Sion Ha. Suddenly, Ision shouts, "Hey you guys, I have a question about Mekong. Should I go left or right to get to the exit?" Siwon wonders if he's an idiot, asking why they would tell him. Meanwhile, Orion thought to himself, if we tell the truth we might face him on the final floor. But what if he already knows the way out? If we lie, he might attack us. But this isn't about truth or lies, it's about what I need to do. To mislead him, Orion decides to answer, "We don't know either. This is Mekong." Ision realizes with surprise, "Oh right, we're in Mekong. Sorry for asking such a stupid question. It's just frustrating to wander around this damn Mekong." With that, Ision suddenly lunges forward. He sneers, thinking I'd fall for that answer. What a joke. I'm quite resourceful, you know. I've heard the exit is ahead. The situation is critical, and Orion curses, realizing Ision is testing them, forcing him to leap away from the encirclement. As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Siwon, take Jiyun and get out of here. Joi-Su and I will hold them back." But she insisted, "No, you go leaving." Orion stunned. "What?" Siwon says seriously that he can't die in this tower. They don't need to win the best, should go first while the rest stay behind. Ji-yoon agrees, saying he understands how roguelike games work, so he has to be the one to continue. Hearing this, Orion thought they're right. It's not our survival that's at stake right now. The most important thing is for at least one person to survive and climb to the top floor. Finally, Orion decided, "Alright, I'll go first, see you guys later." Siwon even told him, "Don't worry, we'll catch up soon." Before leaving, Orion ordered Trickster help Siwon fight. "Good luck." Trickster smirked, "Don't worry, I'm a pro too. My honor is at stake, so I'll play my best as long as you pay me well enough." With that, Orion immediately left, but Ision wasn't about to let him escape so easily. "Where do you think you're going? This game isn't over yet." He immediately summoned Sebarat, but unfortunately, Ision's ultimate move was blocked. He couldn't help but get angry, damn it. She then issues a challenge. Why not play against another summoner? No matter the match, I'll drag it into overtime. How's that sound? Meanwhile, Siwon battles the remaining 2, as Nagong chimes in saying a support can't beat 2 damage dealers. John Osu shouts in agreement, "Yes, that's the norm. Only our leader can do that, or a true legend." Ignoring the taunts, Siwon focuses on unleashing the Minotaur skill, the Mekong Beast. Aiming straight for the 2, they cried out in pain. Not stopping there, Siwon retorted, "A true legend, how cliché the Mekong class is supreme. I'm not some one-trick pony knight, got it." Meanwhile, before a mysterious gate, Zhang successfully teleported Orion just in time. Welcome to the 17th floor of the Tower of Reincarnation, a special floor where reaching the end allows you to ascend. Orion is bewildered, thinking to himself that he's never encountered a floor like this before. Orion approaches the gate only to discover a fierce battle already underway, and Zeong-ha is shocked to see him, asking what happened. Meanwhile, the mayor guild leader is thrilled, thinking he's finally shown his face. Seeing him, Orion thinks, wait, Zeong-ha and the mayor guild are fighting. Are they deciding who gets to the final floor? Realizing the situation is unstable, Orion urged them to stop fighting, suggesting they all go to the 18th floor together, but the mayor scoffed, saying there was no way, where would be the fun in that. Even Zeong-ha says he's glad to see him, but refuses, stating, "Allies are allies and enemies are enemies." Unable to stop the fight, Orion continues, "Fine if that's what you both want. So I'll join this blockade and see who emerges victorious in this mission." With about 11 hours left until Horizon ends, the blockade on the 16th floor continues fiercely. In a critical moment, John Osu warns Na Zong about traps, saying they'll be vulnerable to a combo attack if caught, to which she retorts, "I know, you idiot." Then John Osu advances, unleashing the Meteor Sword skill, a knight skill that reduces the enemy's magic defense by 20% and increases the chance of a critical hit. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Sir Guyan, only to be met with a shield. Surprisingly, Sir Guyan was one step ahead, flanking them and preparing to strike. Sir Guyan smirked, "You can hardly call it a trap if you see it coming." She struck, leaving them both in shock. Sir Guyan locks onto his treasure, taunting him with a collection of intricate traps, daring him to evade them if he can, before unleashing a devastating surprise, intensifying the battle. In another corner, Joasu remains focused on her match, directing her puppets to continue battling the ferocious monsters. Things are getting interesting, so Ision says, "Not bad, she's good enough to make me a little worried, like I am before eating a bowl of spicy noodles." Suddenly, Ision moved awkwardly backward, and Jiang Hoen noticed a moving object. Wait, he used a skill to resurrect himself. Before she could process it, Ision kicked her with full force, sending her head flying. Ision realized it was a puppet, assuming she was too scared to fight. But then he was shocked to see the puppet's arms holding his legs and the puppeteer standing right before him. Without a hint of fear, Ision smirks. I didn't expect you to wait for an opening to set a trap. I suppose I should apologize, I underestimated you. Jeong Hoen retorts. No need to apologize, just die. In response, she uses the Kuka Mantis skill, a master-level mantis skill, summoning countless mantises to attack a single opponent. But facing this dire situation, Ision smirks, confidently unleashing his ultimate move with the Vanta, Black Summoning Quill. Surprising Jeon Hoen, she wondered what's going on. I can't see anything. So Siwian used her torch skill. But alas, Siwian laments, the sky is no brighter, this isn't ordinary darkness. He must be using a skill to absorb light. And suddenly she's attacked, unable to see anything. Siwian thinks he must keep moving, holding them off with another trap until the skill wears off. Meanwhile, Jeon Hoen is still bewildered but also intrigued. He summoned darkness that devours light, and his eyes won't adjust to it. Immediately, she uses the Terracotta Army skill, a masterclass ability that summons an army of terracotta soldiers. The soldiers won't move for 20 seconds, but they can defend against attacks with 30% of the user's total HP. Jeon Hoen thought to himself, if I can't rely on sight to escape this, then I'll have to use touch instead. Attack me the moment you touch my golems. That's when you fall into my trap. I'll swallow you whole. Meanwhile, Ision smirks in the background. He thought to himself, what a clever trick. I can't get close to her golem shield even in the dark. But here's the thing, I don't want a half-hearted weak fight. I'm here for a real exchange of blows. The ultimate summoning granting a hollow beast a chance to be reborn. Upping his defense, he inflicts damage at 240% of his normal attack power. Yixian decides to attack, saying not to be sad about the loss, but to be proud for making him sweat. With that, Ixion went berserk, annihilating the hindering puppets, a display of destructive power that shocked the puppet master. Without hesitation, Ixion advanced, targeting her directly, and he complimented, I'm impressed. That wasn't bad for your final attack. Gion then smirks, saying, who said that was my last attack? We're not even through the first round. And with that, another fierce battle erupts. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor of the Tower of Rebirth, the fierce battle between the three continued. The Mayo Guild leader unleashed a special move, a defense-strengthening skill, then charged toward Orion, who sensed the danger and narrowly escaped. But to Mayo's surprise, Orion flanks him with the Reaper skill, Guiding Flame. Seizing the rare opportunity, Seo Eung-ha immediately uses the Queen's Road skill, Royal Authority. Orion is hit, crying out in pain, thinking to himself, they're both so strong. Being part of one of the top 3 guilds is no joke. If I focus too much on one, the other will tear me apart. I can't let my guard down. Moreover, Orion thought as he fought both Ryzen and Mayo, I wanted them to eliminate each other while I stood aside. But by doing that, I made them hate each other, so they'll ignore me now. Still, I'm not at a complete disadvantage. Immediately, Orion unleashes his skill, a swift counterattack, leaving the Mayo Guild leader astonished, a double counterattack. Meanwhile, Zi Eung-ha was enjoying himself, using our attack as an opportunity to counter both of us at once, a classic retaliatory technique, but his timing was perfect. I knew it. He wouldn't go down easily, even against the two of us. The battle intensifies, and Orion is caught off guard by a magic stone. Just then, Yisung's voice rang out, hey, don't hog all the fun. To everyone's surprise, Yisung added, let me join in. I've just warmed up. Seeing him, Orion wondered, what are you doing here? When asked this, Yisung feigned innocence. What do you mean? Are you wondering what happened to your friends? I already sent them back to the lobby. They're probably waiting for you now. Hearing this, Orion gritted his teeth in fury. Yisung replies, telling him not to be so angry. They went with his friend tit for tat. Besides, he can't really die in this tower, so there's nothing to be angry about, and neither is he. Though one thing does bother me a bit, that you all went on ahead without me. The game specifics don't really bother me. Furthermore, I hate losing, and I hate when my guild loses, that's all, so that's why. I'm sending you all back to the first floor, especially you, you rat. Hearing that Orion's determination blazed, and Izung reluctantly used Vantabrak's summoning skill, suddenly darkness engulfed everything. Orion was astonished, realizing he couldn't see anything. Zeung-H worried, wondering if Han would exploit the darkness to attack despite knowing the map by heart. But if ambushed, I could lose my bearings, so I must be careful. She hesitated, calculating there's no other way. Even though I've never tried it, I'll risk it. After careful consideration, she closed her eyes tightly, raised her sword high, and began to chant. Everything around her grew silent as Zeung-H sensed the monster's presence. Without a second thought, she strikes with her sword. After defeating the monster, Zeung-H thinks to herself, not bad, I can counterattack when I know the exact distance. Zeung was amazed by her strength, thinking impressive, she can't even see me, but she's using sound to block my attacks. Then looking at Orium, he thought, that heteromorph is attacking wildly to deal with the monsters. He may be simple, but he's not stupid. Yeung watches Orium struggling against the monsters, thinking that's right, he's the only one getting beat up. Perfect, I'll take him out first. Orium was exhausted, panting heavily, but a glint in his eye revealed his plan, a single counterattack. His grip tightened on his sword as he steeled himself, realizing that a careless move could waste his skills on a simple attack. He was cornered. As he pondered this, he was attacked, his face contorted in pain as he calculated how to turn the tables, hold his ground, and ignore the monster's attacks. Orium coldly and resolutely thought his attack stats were high enough that taking a hit wouldn't matter. He told himself he needed to endure until his opponent sprung the trap. The more he thought about his plan, the more excited he became, until Ision suddenly appeared attempting a sneak attack. He cried out and swung his attack, while Orium was distracted watching in shock as the blade slowly approached. Ision's blade is inches from his neck, but suddenly, Orium retreats, using the Vow of Retribution counterattack. Ision, caught off guard by the counterattack, wonders what's happening, realizing it's a counter. Orium's eyes burn with determination as he thinks this isn't enough. He's got his position and needs to strike harder. Suddenly, Orium uses his skill, Vengeful Fury Hellfire. The attack is too powerful, and Ision cries out in agony. At that moment, Seonha appeared and stabbed him coldly, stating, "You shouldn't have made so much noise. I knew exactly where to find you." Seeing her, Ision angrily shouted Seonha, but then he unleashed a battlefield skill. He summons a monster, the spring deity Flora. The system displays Area of Effect, Summoning. The spring deity Flora unleashes a dazzling shower of cherry blossoms, slowing the attack speed of anyone who touches them. Orion realizes with a start that his strength is being drained. His body feels heavy from carrying the debuff item throughout the battle. He remembers the heart-shaped item he picked up. Suddenly, Yoonhee Eong appeared from behind and attacked him without a word, and Orion wearily parried the blows. Mocking him as he fought, he said, "You're slower than yesterday. Are you all right?" Orion smiled and replied, "I'm just carrying too much in my bag, more than usual actually." Torn with indecision, he wondered what to do. Surrounded on all sides, he saw almost no chance to land a fatal blow. Orion knew he needed a strategy. What was the best way to break through this mess? Lost in thought, Orion quickly snaps out of it, realizing this is a fight for survival. Without hesitation, he unleashes his skill, Wrath of the Soul Reaper. Yoonhee fights one, Xianga fights Iseong, but she's injured. Then he appears attacking Iseong with rage in his eyes. Though startled, Iseong manages to block the attack, secretly gloating that Orion is a fool for rushing into his skills area without thinking. Seeing this, he uses his skill, summoning the 4 dragon gods of his class. At the same time, the system appears with an explanation. Stunning enemies if all 4 attacks land each, dealing 70%, magic power totaling 30% damage if all hit. Orion's eyes narrowed with malice. Seeing him like that, Yisong smugly attacks, shattering the ground where he stood and filling the air with dust. At that moment, Orion moved higher, only to be stopped short by his skill. He didn't know. The Vengeful One had a movement skill. Yoonhee Young watches from the sidelines, a sinister glint in his eyes. Wait, he's not just attacking wildly. He's shocked by his own deduction. He's trying to drag the summoner into the fight to find an opportunity to climb to the 18th floor. Seongha, clearly surprised, says he should have anticipated such a bold move from Orion, but wonders if he really thinks he can interfere. If he intends to meddle, the 3 of them will give him a beating. The combined force of their attacks detonated, sending Orion flying and screaming in agony. Though wounded, Orion struggles to his feet as Seoha and Yunyuk watch with malice. Suddenly, a stone appeared before them, and Seha exclaimed in surprise, "That tombstone, is this the Avengers' finishing move?" She realized something, thinking to herself, wait a minute. So he wasn't trying to get to the 18th floor, but doing something else entirely. He's trying to gather all 3 of us in one place. Orion smiled, explaining that he had an item that reduced his power, preventing him from attacking as usual, and that's why he had to run so fast to escape. That gave me an opening to use my ultimate move. Yoonhyuk asked in surprise, "So you weren't trying to escape just now?" Orion quickly shakes his head, replying, "Of course not." He raises his sword high, declaring with resolve, "I am determined to destroy you." Everyone remained silent, simply watching as Orion unleashed an attack on the 3 of them. Another explosion rocks the area, louder this time. The scene shifts to Zi Weon sitting in anxious anticipation. Mr. Hoenn chuckled, asking if he was worried if he thought he'd lose to Orion. She paused, then replied that wasn't her concern. What worried her was, he finally voiced his deepest fear. What if a group of beauties tried to seduce him with provocative dances? Gi-ong Hoenn laughed. "Z, is that what you're worried about?" Zi Weon, with unwavering faith in Orion, says, "Aside from that, I truly have no other worries at this moment. I really can't imagine him losing to anyone." Meanwhile, Zi Weon lies exhausted on the ground, lamenting his shocking defeat as the scene shifts to Zhang, now on the 18th floor of the Rebirth Tower. Suddenly, Zhang speaks, welcoming him to the top of the tower. Orion is battered and broken, but Zhang continues, and Orion smiles with delight. Zhang continues, explaining that this floor's challenge is an attack scenario, and you'll use the Shard of Annihilation to hunt during the assault. At the same time, the system displays an explanation. Rebirth Tower, exclusive item, mutual destruction shard, instantly kills anyone pierced by the shards, disappears immediately after use. Orion listens in surprise as Zhang says, "The monster you must defeat is the Rebirth Tower." "It is." He pauses for a moment, then continues, "Me." Orion blankly asks, "Huh, Zhang?" Zhang smiles and reiterates, "I am both Zhang, your guide, and the soul of the Tower of Rebirth." Clutching the magic stone, Orion was still trying to understand. "I just have to kill you with this?" he asked. Zhang Zhang nodded, confirming that if Orion killed him, he would clear floor 18, receive his reward, and return to the first floor, leaving Orion to wonder what was happening. I don't want to kill Zhang Zhang. Something's not right. What have I missed? Seeing him hesitate, Zhang Zhang reassured him. Don't overthink it. It's all an illusion anyway. Orion asked, bewildered. An illusion? Zhang Zhang smiled, explaining. That's right. Everything you've experienced in this tower is my dream, or rather, the tower's dream. Zhang Zhang continued, explaining that she was cursed by the Magicians Association, forced to relive the same dream, forever trapped here between life and death. Even if he ended her life, she wouldn't truly die. It's just a dream coming to an end, so don't torture yourself, just kill me. Orion couldn't believe what he was hearing. Suddenly he spoke up, saying, even if it's all an illusion, things won't go back to the way they were, will they? Clutching the stone in his hand, he smiled and continued. I mean, even though it's just a dream or some kind of illusion, I can still see and feel everything. Orion voices his doubts, explaining his hesitation and helplessness. Emotions are real too, Orion says with a smile. Zhang Zhang, stunned for a moment, replies, I understand, but you still have to kill me to pass this stage. Orion could only laugh helplessly, saying that was the problem. He wanted to clear this stage quickly, but Zhang Zhang was too adorable, and he wasn't sure he could do it. But still doubtful, he thought to himself, something doesn't feel right about this. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhang Zhang announced, time is limited. You have to act fast. This is a competitive game. So other players can appear at any time if someone else clears this level, sending you back to level 16. Orion indifferently replies, other players, I don't care about that. I've already taken the lives of everyone on level 17. He confidently affirmed, before I came here. But then a blade pierced through him. Orion was stunned, unable to believe what was happening as Zioha appeared, saying sorry to interrupt, but I must continue. While Orion was stunned, she used her skill, Queen's Domination. A system notification appeared, Queen's Protection. Queen's Domination temporarily immobilizes the opponent with attacks from behind. Orion groaned in pain and Mr. Ha's car said, sorry Orion, you just needed to act a little faster to take first place. Orion, shocked, asked Mr. Ha, what are you doing here? I defeated you on the 17th floor. She then answered his question, luckily, I acquired an item called Aaron the Witch's Flesh, allowing me to revive once at the location of my death during my ascent of the tower. The system's information panel appears again. Tower of Rebirth exclusive item, the Witch of Aaron's Flesh, allows the user to revive at the place of their death. The Witch of Aaron succeeded in creating a spell to bring the user back from the brink. However, the resurrection is not perfect. Orion, in agony, managed to ask about a revival item, inwardly cursing himself for not knowing such things existed. Xiongha shrugged, saying, anyway, don't get in my way. It hurt when you hit me with those maxed out reverberations physically and emotionally, so please. She coldly approached, drew a stone tablet and said, now to reach the goal, I just need to kill this adorable creature, right? Orion frantically shouted, wait, Miss Ha, please let me explain. But Mr. Ha wouldn't listen, coldly, stating, sorry, I can't. Her eyes turned vacant as she continued, I need to get first place at any cost. Orion frantically thinks, racking his brain, why does something feel off? Zhang said, the goal of this round is to clear floor 18. Orion considers the possibilities. The player who wipes out floor 18 will be greatly rewarded and return to the first floor. It seems he's realized something. If he kills Zhang Zhang before him, he'll return to the first floor, where he'll meet another Zhang Zhang to guide him out of this tower. Orion is shocked by his discovery, meaning Zhang Zhang being the soul of this tower is only half the truth. Even if Zhang Zhang dies, the tower will still exist if he wants to end it all. He looks at the item in his hand, determined, and thinks he has to use this. Suddenly, an explosion erupts behind COH, and she turns in surprise, asking, what was that? Orion coldly explains that he also picked up some items on the 18th floor, and firmly states that the true soul of the tower, its heart, has now been pierced by his magic stone. COH confused wonders if that's the master soul as Orion struggles to his feet, asking if Zhang Zhang is the ordeal he must face to clear the tower. With a cheerful tone, Zhang Zhang confirms that he's found the answer. This is the tower's destruction, the end. It continues to guide and advise Orion, offering him the true ending to his quest if he so desires. Still in disbelief, COH asks, the end. What happens if I kill you? Zhang Zhang replies, if you kill me, you'll get the normal ending. The Tower Conqueror with a normal ending, you'll receive triple the reward money and return to the first floor. COH stammers, still in disbelief, and continues, so it's like a role-playing game where you have to play again and again to complete the quest. You don't have to keep playing if it's too hard, but you can find the conditions you need to meet to discover the true ending. Zhang Zhang quickly agreed, saying that Orion had unraveled that knot on his first try, and Orion proudly raised his hand and smiled. It was only then that Suungha accepted it, sighing as she said, looks like I lost. I was too focused on climbing the tower quickly. Then she suddenly said, Orion, I'm truly surprised. Songha approached him, patted him lightly, and said she should have eliminated him the first time she saw his face. He could only laugh, replying that it was the best compliment she'd ever given him. Suongha gazes at him, a peaceful smile gracing her lips as she prepares to leave, saying, anyway, congratulations on taking first place. Live well once you escape this place. Orion, stunned by her words, could only sigh in resignation, but he reached out to shake her hand, saying, "You too, Seung-ha." The scene shifts outside, where everyone anxiously awaits him when Seung-ha suddenly notices something. She cries out, "Wait, what's happening in the hallway? It's disappearing." Ha-yu-hoon stretches and says the mission is complete, wondering who got first place. Suddenly, Seung-ha senses someone nearby. Seeing the figure appear, all three shouted in unison. Orion Zuon rushed over, asking anxiously, "What happened? Did you manage floor 18? There weren't any pretty girls there, were there?" Ji-yoon chimed in, pressing for answers. "What about the Guardian? Did he fight it? Did he kill it?" Orion wondered to himself. A pretty girl, huh? But he didn't answer, only gesturing for silence. Then suddenly opened the system, stunning Seung-ha. She cried out in astonishment, 261,000 points. "That's an earth-shattering victory," Orion asked confidently. "What do you think?" "Not bad, right?" Seung-ha blushed, tears welling up in her eyes. She rushed to hug him, saying he was the best, as he lovingly embraced her with a smile. The system announced Orion Lee ranking 12th, then first. The scene shifts outside, where Nagyong stares at the leaderboard and exclaims. This updated leaderboard shows the top player with a staggering 261,000 pursuit points. She turns to her teammate in surprise, asking if he knows what that means. Even all their points combined wouldn't reach that number. John Osu exclaims, in shock. I know. Nagyong chimes in with a disappointed sigh. How pathetic. Hearing that, John Osu turned and anxiously asked team leader, "What should we do? We'll lose if we don't act." Isi nonchalantly replied, "No doubt, Avenger will take first place at this rate. We have to hunt him down." John Osu frantically asks, "What a BK?" Seriously, Nagyong agrees. "Isn't that a bit much?" Annoyed by his teammates' resistance, he retorts, "I'm not saying we'll kill him ourselves. We just need to get the other players to do it." Isi's expression turned fierce as he said, "They'll be terrified when they see his score. He couldn't have gotten 2,000 points just by hunting monsters after all." He gestured, explaining that other players would either give up, try to negotiate, or become even more ruthless. After a pause, Issy continued, suggesting they use their three-person advantage, starting by telling others that Avenger was in first place, inciting them to attack. Issy carefully lays out his plan, saying that while the Avenger may be talented, he can't possibly take on a dozen people at once. Then raising his voice, he declares that's when they'll reveal themselves, threaten him, or try to strike a deal. They have to capture the Avenger. John Osu urgently gave the order, and Nagong indifferently replied, "Understood." Issy coldly reminded them, "Until the event ends, we'll play a survival game." Issy's eyes gleam with malice as he says, "We'll see who lives and who dies." Elsewhere, Orion is happily with Gion, unaware of the danger closing in. Inside the subway tunnel, Orion hurries along exhausted. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong, and a giant bear appeared behind him, charging with savage intent. Another player, it seemed, with the ability to transform. He lunges toward Orion, asking where he thinks he's going, but Orion uses his Red Thorn skill to keep him at bay, then retaliates with a devastating counterattack. But it doesn't end there, as an archer suddenly appears behind him, firing a sky-splitting arrow at Orion. But he manages to block it by channeling the haunting power of revenge. Rewind to 2 hours earlier, Sigwo considers Orion with about 8 hours left. "We'll be fine as long as we maintain our current ranking." He calmly replied that they just needed to stay alert and play it safe until the event ended. But Ngiyong Huen suddenly chuckled, asking if they were sure it would be that easy. "You're winning by a landslide. A score difference this huge will make people desperate. Other players will start changing their behavior when they see the score of the person in first place. Got it." Sigwo grimaces, asking what she means if she thinks they'll try to turn the tables, but Ji-yoon cuts him off, saying they might target Orion. Yet Sigwo still couldn't understand why attacking him wouldn't yield any points. Ji-yoon confidently stated, "That's precisely why it's so extreme. Theoretically, no one can win anymore, so they'll either give up or try to drag everyone down with them. In the event's remaining hours, those players might forego the quest and focus on hunting Orion." Sigwo understands, just like Josh would do. Orion hesitates, then agrees to try something. Back in reality, he faces two enemies at once, but he refuses to be overwhelmed. In that moment, he unleashed his fire skill, overwhelming them both. His chance had come. Yet they stubbornly pursued, determined to catch him as he tried to escape. Meanwhile, Izion's group found their way to the subway tunnel, and John Osu was ecstatic. "You were right." News spreads among the players that the informant is at the top of the rankings, and now they're hunting him down. Izion is overjoyed, saying it's exactly as he predicted. Meanwhile, Nagyong doubted their chances against the informant, questioning if they could catch him before the mission's end. But Izion remained unconcerned, stating it was psychological warfare, leaving Nagyong puzzled. He smirks, knowing that when someone's hunted, their survival instincts outweigh their desire to win. They'll prevail as long as John corners him psychologically, then they'll negotiate the only way to make him surrender. Back with Orion, he's still feeling uneasy. "Did I lose them? I thought Reese would be fast enough to catch up, but I guess I'm faster than I thought. I need to control my speed or our plan will fall apart. I knew the guilds would target me, but I didn't expect solo players too. The guilds must have spread rumors to get others involved in the hunt." Just then a puppet appeared and attacked him head-on, but thankfully his reflexes allowed him to escape. Wait, is that a necromancer's skill? Once again he faces the necromancer, who seems to relish the encounter. So we meet again. This time I'll tear you apart. This will be our last encounter. She immediately unleashes Jia Swang's Rage Storm skill, attacking him relentlessly. Though Theorium stubbornly tries to dissuade her, saying the Cho's leader is dead and attacking him is pointless, his words do nothing to sway her. Are you sure I'd feel so good killing you? Ultimately, she uses the Tomb skill to corner him, leaving him no choice but to counter with the Tears of Blood technique. Caught completely off guard, she takes the full brunt of the attack, instantly collapsing. I told you it doesn't matter. She's no match for me. So go ahead and try, but you won't be able to beat me. The scene shifts to outside the city where Theorium is still struggling to find his way with only 2 or 3 hours left. Luckily, the leaderboard remains unchanged, with second place holding 2,200 points, likely a combined score from the Jia Sun gang. They're closing in fast. I need to be careful, they might try to overtake me on the food chart. But this time it seems Theorium's luck has run out. He inadvertently runs into the Orion clan, and the ground around him suddenly explodes. He's immediately thrown into disarray. Is that magic stone? It'll slow him down. At that moment Ision calmly appeared and said, "Relax, we're not here to fight. We just want to make a deal, okay?" This situation left Orion a bit stunned. A deal? Ision frankly admits that he's observed other players hunting him in a circle, so if he gives them what they want, they'll protect him until the end of the event. Orion began to understand they were the ones who spread the rumor that he was in first place. So he asked, "Alright, what do you want?" Ision immediately makes his offer: half of your hunting points. In exchange, we'll give you temporary allies and protect you until the end of the event. What do you say? This proposal gives Orion pause. Half of my hunting points. Just then a voice rings out, "Look, I found the snitch." Faced with this, Ision pressed him, saying that even with his skill, he couldn't win against them all. After some deliberation, Orion agreed, accepting the alliance, and admitting he was tired of being hunted. His decision clearly pleases him. You've chosen wisely. Hooray, Orion bargains. We'll be allies as soon as I send the points right. We'll sing and dance together as soon as I receive them. But little did he know it was all a ruse. Fool, I don't need allies when I have your points. I'll sell them out to the others the moment I get the chance. Don't feel too bad, kid. You're still young, and adults always use cheap tricks to get ahead. A moment later, Orion completed the transaction. I just sent it. Okay, let me check. However, he became flustered when he only received 5,000 points. Orion flew into a rage. What the hell, I told you I didn't need small change. You should have sent at least 1,000,000 points. Can't you do math? Orion retorted, I know. I only have 1,000,000 points. Tricked, he flew into a rage. How did you know, you bastard? Did you change your score? Meanwhile, Sigur and the others remain unconcerned. Nothing beats strawberry milk after a tense battle. Even Ji-yoon is stunned as he's filming a commercial. With her current score, she's taken the top spot. Orion faces IC's team as Na-jong remarks that there's no reason to take down the Revenge Seeker now, to which John Osu cautiously whispers, "Even I know that, Chief." Meanwhile, Isong questions his existence, wondering if it's all over, if they've truly lost. He grits his teeth in anger, refusing to accept it. Overcome with rage, Isong explodes, questioning how their perfect plan could fail. He angrily blames Orion, asking why he's so smart and why he didn't fall. You're just a lowly high schooler, yet you dare stand in my way after all my efforts. Still, seething as Seok berates him, saying that planning is his specialty, even if it doesn't seem like it, and he can't believe Orion took everything from him. Suddenly his tone shifts and he calmly states that he has one last question for him. But his question was strange. Did you kill any other players during the event? Without hesitation or denial, Orion indifferently replied, yes, once. Hearing this, Izzy's 2 teammates went on high alert, and Iz himself turned serious, asking, who was it? Tell me everything they said, their last words, everything about them. Orion paused, then coldly recounted. It was a Grim Reaper, named Ji Ho Hong, from Cho's Tall Lanky, and wearing a baseball cap. Isong quietly pressed, are you sure that's the only one? Confused by the question, Orion coldly replied that if he didn't believe him, he could show him his combat logs, which listed everyone he'd fought. He seriously observed them, and ISE also looked back at him thoughtfully. But before long, he spoke up, saying, forget about that. I just wanted to check. Suddenly he turned and praised him, saying, you're a good kid. You even used yourself as bait to save the others in your group. Orion looked at him blankly, as he continued to ramble, I have a sixth sense for these things. I can tell who's good. Without waiting for an answer, Ice turned and walked away, saying, we don't want to waste any more time anyway. Goodbye, we won't bother you until the event is over. Consider that our promise. We really have no reason to help you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Orion watched them leave, sighing in frustration. Just as he turned to leave, ISE spoke up, saying he had one more question. What would he wish for if he won first place? Orion turned to him in surprise, pausing for a long moment before answering. The scene shifts to a high-rise building, the atmosphere eerily silent. As Ice and his teammates sprinted forward, John Osu wondered aloud if the Avengers' wish would come true, a true miracle if it did. Nagong, with a stoic expression, admitted she was curious to see if such a wish could ever be granted. Ordinary people would wish for something like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for themselves. Hearing his teammates chatter, ISE just remained silent. Suddenly Nagong muses that if she had a wish, she'd make the Avenger her personal servant, shocking John Osu. He asks if she's serious, and she nonchalantly confirms, prompting him to ask again in disbelief, to which she laughs and says of course not. A system notification appears. The Horizon event will end in 1 hour 36 minutes and 26 seconds. Everyone is focused. Jason Guild splits into two teams, led by Jebun Kang and Suhee Ok, scoring a combined 6,000,000 points. The Jason Guild skillfully racked up points, closing the gap to just 2,000,000 behind Sigriel, while the Mare Guild exploited their unique offensive abilities to surpass the Orion Guild and seize third place. Meanwhile, Orion and his team fought relentlessly, choosing quests they knew they could complete quickly, as did Sigriel, who managed to raise their score to 3 million, putting them in first place. The streets were now heavily damaged, and Sigriel wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "About 30 minutes left. We're only 5,000,000 points behind first place." Suhee Ok anxiously speaks up. Sigriel, the event is almost over. Sigriel asks confused, "What are you giving up?" Suhee Ok smiles and quickly explains, "No, we need to kill as many as possible before it ends. This is our last chance." Sigriel agrees, "Yeah, let's do it." She looks around and says, "I'll always need a strong teammate like you by my side." The scene shifts to a ruined city with rubble everywhere. Sigriel sat on the tiled floor eating as she looked at the system board. She frowned, thinking 10 minutes left. Only 9,000 points between us and second place. If we slip up, they could catch up. Suddenly, Orion came running from afar, calling out to Sigriel, who looked up in surprise. Seeing him, Sigriel anxiously asked Orion, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" He hastily reassured her, "I'm fine. I defeated Orion, but we did it together." Seeing her alone, Orion asked where Zion and the controller were, and Sigriel replied that they were in the bathroom and would be back soon. Orion happily said, "Let me send you the points I earned on the way here. We shouldn't waste time maintaining our position." As he spoke, he operated the system. Suddenly, Sigriel anxiously interjected, "Wait, you should take these points back. I can only protect your back for so long." Orion dismissed her concerns, saying, "No, you keep them. Anything can happen in these last few minutes." He voiced his concerns, saying if he were sniped at the last minute, all their points would be lost. Suddenly, Sigriel spoke up, "Wait, this was your plan all along, wasn't it? You want me to come in first?" Orion scratched his head, sheepishly admitting it just turned out that way, but he always knew he wanted to repay her somehow, recounting how he'd probably still be bullied if not for her. Sigriel is surprised he remembers so clearly, but tells him not to worry about it. Then she suddenly asks if she can use her wish to hire a harem of her favorite idols. Orion, alarmed, quickly asked again, "Seriously?" Seeing his reaction, Sigriel said, "I'm just kidding you, idiot," as a terrified Orion paled. "Just kidding." Suddenly serious, she says that for her wish, she'll wish for whatever he wants. Orion is surprised and asks what his wish is. She hesitated, embarrassed. "As for your wish, but I realized it's pointless anyway." Sigriel drifted into a distant memory, beginning to open her heart. "Even if I forget what happened between my parents, the same thing will just repeat itself." Orion stares blankly, unsure how to respond, when Sigriel smiles and says, "That's why I'll accept whatever comes. Maybe my family can get along better even if it's not the same." Her eyes steeled as she continued, "If that doesn't work out, then so be it. I'll create my own family, a family 100 times happier than the one I grew up in." Orion smiled brightly and said, "All right, I'll root for you." Sigriel, exasperated by his naivete, exclaimed, "You're going to cheer me on. You're such an idiot sometimes." She then opened her system panel to observe as the system announced 30 seconds remaining. When the time runs out, the event will automatically end, and the top player will be taken to the award ceremony. Suddenly, Orion spoke up, saying there was almost no time left, and he had to tell her his wish. Basically, he wanted to. Sigriel calmly interrupted, saying she knew, and Orion stammered, asking if she really did. Sigriel calmly asks if he wants to revive everyone who died in the game, then smiles, and says she knows him too well. He's a kind man who loves his sister. As Orion stared, Sigriel continued explaining why he didn't need to tell her what he'd been fighting for. Suddenly, a building collapsed, and the surrounding structures were affected. While Orion hesitated, Sigriel outsmarted him and was teleported away by the system. Before leaving, she smiled and said, "See you later. When you return, we can pop champagne and raid my dad's liquor cabinet." Orion asks, puzzled again, "We're still minors." But he can only scratch his head in frustration. Orion sighs, "Yeah, sure, just this once can't hurt." Immediately after, Sigriel is teleported away. Orion looked up and sighed, "It's over." He watched the sky turn blue again and exclaimed with joy, "The horizon is gone." Orion turned back in surprise, calling out Ji-Yoon. In shock, Ji-Yoon pointed to the sky, saying, "Look at the sky behind you." Orion stares in disbelief, as a starry sky and a strange cube with an eye appear, whispering, "What is that?" A strange entity suddenly appears in the sky, instantly shocking. "Orion, what is that? It seems this event isn't over yet." At the same time, a system message appears, announcing an immediate update. He still can't understand what's happening. Did his wish revive the boss? Is he the reason this is happening? After all, he's just an administrator. Wait, Zuzion and Seoko are still dead, so I guess my wish didn't come true. What's going on? At the same time, Ji-yoon warns Orion that the boss isn't the administrator. Ji-yoon grows fearful, realizing only Dr. Maria and the boss are authorized to use AI. Suddenly uneasy, Orion demands to know where the operator has gone. However, he calmly notes that she was behind him a second ago, but when he turned back, she was gone. This immediately makes Orion pensive just as a stranger approaches them. Luckily, Orion manages to dodge in time, but looking at his face, he suspects that he's a member of Chosao. She immediately summons her weapon, attacking him relentlessly, but in mere seconds, Orion regains his composure and counters. His attack seems to have hurt him. Even the Z-24 emulator couldn't defeat an ascended being. Suddenly, Ji-yoon shouts for them to stop asking who she is and why she's doing this, saying the event is over. But she remains cold, stating the event may be over but the game isn't, and that she should know. Ji-yoon. Her words immediately fill him with dread. How could she recognize him after he changed his body and face? She seems to know everything about them. It was then she quietly said to Orion, "I'm not here to fight you. You don't need to be so excited." Still, he had no idea what her purpose was. "What do you mean by that? Are you the one who subdued me?" But she denies it, saying it was a step to confirm your strength and she'll forgo an apology. Orion grew increasingly agitated, demanding to know who she was and what she wanted, but the assassin calmly retorted that she would explain everything, just not here. "This area is on the shores of Lake Hoi Sup. I want you to come with me, and we haven't planned for your refusal." Just then, countless lasers target Ji-yoon instantly, creating chaos for him. Orion, now consumed by jealousy, thinks, "Damn it, I can block the bullets," but Ji-yoon can't. The assassin remains steadfast. "I don't intend to kill you. I'm merely demonstrating our organization's capabilities. In a real fight, we wouldn't hesitate to use lasers. You're better off cooperating and coming with us. We won't deceive you. Don't start a pointless fight. Neither of us benefits from conflict." Elsewhere, Siguo is suddenly transported to a vast mansion. She couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the place. "Where am I? The palace you? Does this mean I'm finally recognized as a queen?" Moments later, a boy greeted her, explaining that this was the Palace of Light where rewards were given. "My name is Kwai, and I'm responsible for distributing the awards." As for Siguo, she was a little surprised by him. This voice is like the Kwai T system. The system became NBC. "Okay, give me my award." Kwai then announces that the highest-ranked player receives $29 billion in cash and a wish, before explaining the details of the cash payment. With all those procedures, her head was spinning. It was more detailed than she expected. Kwai then asked about the rest of the prize. What was her wish? Siguo seems hesitant about this wish. Are there limitations? And can it take me to another world? He reminds her that the more detailed the wish, the better. For example, it would be difficult to send her to another world if she simply asked, as they don't have enough information. Information on unobserved universes is restricted, and she suddenly looks tense. What about bringing back the dead? Kwai immediately responds that they can do that. However, such a process would include restoring the data of players and civilians on the safe room server, so we can't revive those not recorded by the game, including players who died of illness or other causes. His attitude throws her into confusion. Is this something to laugh about? Siguo sighs in relief, saying that it works for him. It's his wish. To bring back all the players who died in the game, both players and civilians. As she finished speaking, Kuei Lian cast her spell. "As you wish. Please wait while we compile the data. Just a moment." In that moment, Siguo thought to himself, "Wait, now that I think about it, this means the boss and the members of Chaos will be revived. Either way, it doesn't matter now. There's no other way to bring back everyone we couldn't save during the event, even if it causes problems. Orion can handle it. I shouldn't worry so much. So what should I do with the reward money anyway? I'll have Orion wear whatever I choose for him." "Is that really how you want to use your wish, Siguo? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to use it for yourself? No one would blame you for being selfish. Anyone would do the same. Do you want to reconsider?" Yet Siguo flatly stated, "No, actually, there's something I want to ask you right away." When he turned, he was shocked to find it was Dr. Noah. "What are you doing here? What have you done with Orion?" He slowly approaches him. Unbeknownst to Siguo, Miss Huang was also present, a sly smile spreading across her face as she thought, "I've done it. Reach's game is a success. I was worried about getting caught by the system's security frame, but with Orion's backup data stream, I was able to infiltrate it. I always had another way in. Now all that's left is to use my administrator privileges easy, since they don't suspect I'm here. Soon I'll finally become the god of this new world and I'll have the butterfly." Dr. Noah gently advises Siguo not to worry about Orion or the others. They've been transported to the wormhole, or somewhere else, to a virtual space called the Cocoon Room. Siguo is immediately skeptical, questioning his claims that everyone who passed through the wormhole was transported out of the event area, as he denies it, stating that everyone who escaped entered the virtual world. "It's better for them to be gone. There they won't feel hunger or be threatened and invaded. That's what I do if you want." Siguo is increasingly shocked, "So that's why we couldn't enter the nurturing room back then." She suddenly shouts, "But why did you need to do all that? It would have been safer to get them out of the event area." But Dr. Noah calmly replies that he's already told her it's his decision. The apocalypse is coming, and he needs to prepare. As she suspected, the world she knew wouldn't last much longer. It would be reborn as a new world free of sadness and pain. Siguo gritted her teeth, glaring at Noah. Sweating profusely, she asks, "Wait, what's going to happen to the world?" He replies, "It will be destroyed and rebuilt like an update." Siguo frowned. "An update? How could you do this?" Noah adjusted his glasses, saying simply, "I want to create a better world. A world like a game where a single potion can cure any disease, even revive the dead." She smirks. "It sounds ideal, but games are full of dangers, monsters, and all sorts of things. What are you going to do about them?" Noah smiled, saying they had her, meaning there were high-level players, so he believed everything would be fine. Suddenly, his face turns frighteningly sinister, as he admits he has no plan, only the desire to push the button and set things in motion. Noah begins to speak strangely, wondering what she would do. Imagine you could press a button to continue living as you are, or one that sends you to a new world with limitless potential. Which would you choose? Siguo hesitated, unsure how to answer. Then he clutched his chest, saying there was no need as she'd already made her choice. She chose the button that risked her very life, all for the thrill of living a different one. She immediately retorted that the two weren't the same. She risked her own life, not others. Noah points out that countless others are caught up in this, unbeknownst to them. How will she tell them it wasn't her intention? Though furious, Siguo is powerless against him. Noah crossed his arms, saying that blaming each other was pointless, and that their decisions were never based on reason. She could only swallow her words. Noah continued, "Siguo, do you know what's most important for a doctor?" Siguo imagines a surgeon preparing for work with clean hands. Washing hands. He chuckled. "True hygiene is vital for patients. But there's something even more important: learning to accept helplessness." She didn't seem to understand what Noah was saying. Helplessness. His face was filled with glee. "Yes, that feeling of being able to do nothing despite your best efforts. One day I was asked to assist in a surgery, but the patient's condition was far worse than expected, and despite recalling everything I'd learned, I was helpless. The boy was only 10 years old and had just received a new phone for his birthday." Noah recounted the story with a sorrowful expression. Such cases were not uncommon, and large hospitals had many such patients. And doctors can't always save them. There are so many times when we're helpless. He recalls washing his hands before surgery, yet he never got used to that helplessness. Whether it was the smell of blood that never faded no matter how much I washed, or the constant death notifications, I could never fully accept it. I couldn't tell if my job was to save people or simply confirm their deaths. That's when the world began to look like one giant mass grave to me. Noah crossed his arms, so I began to wonder what a better world would be like, an ideal world where no one dies without reason. And that's when I found that magical button, a giant button that could turn this world into paradise. Saiweon suspects, so he used the System Q power button to open Pandora's box. He admits yes, he opened Pandora's box, believing it would bring hope. Noah recalls her deal with the stranger, realizing even to others, she was likely just a fool who'd been conned. He glances at her, saying he has no regrets, and that the world will be better. Saiweon scratches his head, saying his words sound like a cheesy rap, and that the world is about to end. Unable to persuade her, Noah asks sarcastically, "So tell me, what reason do you have to protect this world?" Saiweon shouts back angrily, "Of course I do." TikTok summons her weapon, declaring that after this is over, she and her boyfriend are going on their first date, so don't ruin it with the apocalypse or anything else, got it? In the sky, a strange magic circle begins to appear as the car below TikTok speeds away. Inside the car, Orion panicked. Once it's updated, will the whole world become a game? Saiweon turned back. "I'm not sure what will happen. Everything will be decided by the super AI system." The girl beside him replies that their hacker group is trying to disable it, but she's not sure they'll succeed. They've been trying to hack the system for a long time, but no one has been able to access the server data. Hearing this only made Orion more uneasy. "Wait, what? When will the update be complete?" The girl guessed, based on the accelerated calculation, it would take 40 days to change the whole world, but Seoul is the center of the update, so it will only take about 3 hours. Receiving such shocking news only made him more anxious 3 hours from now. But she calmly stated that there were only 2 hours left before the mass bombing began, and Ziyun started to feel afraid. A mass bombing? What was she talking about? The girl calmly drives, explaining that if the hackers fail, they'll have no choice but to use force to inflict damage before Seoul fully transforms into a game. That's why they'll begin random bombings, and within 2 hours, all member nations, including Korea, have approved this measure. Orion vehemently opposed the government's plan, arguing that they couldn't just do that with people still in the city. She replied, "I know, which is why this is a last resort. Otherwise, we would have ordered the bombing from the start. But now a decision must be made. There's no other way. Sacrifice a few to save the world." Orion sits in his car, observing the situation in the sky. With a face full of determination, he promised, "Give me an hour. I'll find the administrator within an hour and stop the update." Hearing Orion's words, Ji-yoon glanced at him, but stopped him, saying, "I can't let you do that. Once the world becomes a game, we'll need warriors like you. I can't let you stay in the bombing zone. Listen to me and stay put." She drew her gun aiming it at Ji-yoon, threatening that if he didn't comply, they would both be considered threats to the operation. Cornered and helpless, he could only watch her, his mind racing. What should he do? If his wish was granted, then everyone who died at school and elsewhere would be revived. If we leave them, they'll be caught in the bombing and die again. He hesitated, staring at her, but if he resisted, Ji-yoon would die. What to do? He couldn't think of anything. He was out of options. Think. Suddenly an idea sparked in Orion's mind, and the system window appeared before his eyes. Orion read the words carefully. A party member has requested a transfer. Do you accept? Faced with such an opportunity, he hesitated. Wait, this skill. Suddenly Ji-yoon shouts out Orion, drawing his attention, and speculates, I don't know who the administrator is, but I bet he's in that floating CPU 4 over there. If the world undergoes update 2, this will be the only unchanged and safe place. Please stop the administrator. I believe in you. He shouts with conviction, surprised that Ji-yoon trusts him so much. Ji-yoon, she continues to threaten, saying, don't do anything you'll regret. Orion or your friend will die. But this time Ji-yoon throws down the gauntlet, saying, if you want to kill me, go ahead. I'm the engineer who developed VVR-4, one of the few who understands the technology that can prevent the world's collapse. He confidently throws down the gauntlet, both challenging and threatening. Does she really think she can kill him? The girl can only watch in silence. Ji-yoon turns and says, you heard me, Orion. Get out of here and do what you need to do. Orion pauses, then replies, thank you, Ji-yoon. Light erupts around him as he vows not to fail, but the girl cries out, begging Orion to wait. But perhaps it was too late. Orion had already teleported away. Seeing everything unfold smoothly, Ji-yoon breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of unease lingers. If the update has begun, then CPU 4.9 is the core, and even for Orion accessing it won't be easy. Sigweon lashes out at Noah, surprising him. Is she trying to kill me? She replies. If the update doesn't stop, I don't think I have a choice. I admit I feel bad for Orion. Noah paused, then continued. If that's the path you choose, then I suppose there's nothing I can do. After all, war is inevitable when there are differences in opinion. But before that, Noah uses his power to pull Wen closer, shocking Sigweon, calling him a perverted puppet master. Wen couldn't control his own body. What was happening? He couldn't control himself. Dr. Noah then speaks. Sorry, but uninvited guests aren't allowed here. Next he pulls out a box familiar to Sigweon, his infiltration tool. Holding it in his hand, Noah reveals that the intrusion program was hidden within the game. It was truly difficult for him to obtain. It's unfair to use such tricks. After destroying the box, Noah turns to her, saying others are working hard for this, and she won't be able to eavesdrop anymore. He warns Sigweon that next time she can enter through the front door by going the right way. Withdrawing his words, Sigweon disappears completely. While Sigweon is still wondering where she went, Noah informs her. I erased her with my admin privileges. I can do that here. Admin privileges. Sigweon realizes her skills are useless against Noah, and she's now in an ironic predicament, thoughts racing through her mind she could fight him if he were normal or a killer. Thinking about it now, Wen's admin powers are basically godlike to other users. Does that mean there's really no way to win? Cut to Orion transported to a different location in the city. He looks around resourceful but unsure of his whereabouts. Where am I? I thought I'd be teleported to the stadium. Orion spotted Seong-ha and the other Jiashin guild members, including some unfamiliar faces. Seong-ho introduced them as guild members he had saved. Seeing Orion recognize him, Exiok-ho was overjoyed. So you remember my name, right? Anyway, I heard the news. I heard you won first place and used your wish to revive everyone who died in the game. I'm impressed. I'm glad it came true. Just then, Seong-ha interrupted searching for Se-gyeon and asked Orion about her whereabouts. What about Se-gyeon? Seok-ho must have resurrected her. Orion, realizing the situation, yelled at everyone that now was not the time for this. The crowd was confused by Orion's actions as he moved them to another location, revealing the impending event, a bombing in 2 hours and an update. If all that's true, we only have about an hour and a half left. That's why we have to get the 4D CPU. We have no time to waste. If we take down the administrator, we can stop the update. I mean, we don't even know if the administrator is there. That's just a guess. If the administrator is hiding somewhere else, we're doomed. Heng has returned to the group bearing many wounds, she continued Orion's thought. Orion is right. The administrator is in the CPU pulling the strings. I know because I just used a glitch to check it a while ago. The administrator is here, and so is the lead bridge, Se-gyeon. Seong-ha is immediately alarmed to hear that Se-gyeon has also appeared. Remy interrupts, questioning how they can trust a hacker and backstabber like him. Heng retorts, telling them not to then. I've told you what I know. Believe it or not, it's up to you, right? Seong-ha thought carefully, then approached Orion, saying, it's up to you, Orion. We'll follow your lead. Her reasoning was that your idiot brought their gang members back, and we trust your judgment. Orion was about to refuse, but seeing the look in everyone's eyes, he reconsidered and finally agreed. Alright, here's the plan. We'll split into 3 teams. The first team, including myself, will head to the 4D CPU by going beneath the CPU. We can enter using the Arc of Destiny. Seong-ha will lead the second team tasked with rescuing the civilians saved in the city. Shi Yuan and I tried to help as many people as we could when the event began, but I'm sure we missed some, including their high school. Some students died there a while ago. Please save them too. Understood, we'll save them. Next, Orion says he has another idea for CEO Ho's group. Finally, Orion's group encountered the monsters, and Du Xiao wondered why they hadn't disappeared after the event ended. Only Orion knew exactly what was happening, just as Shi Yuan had said. The entire world is being gamified, and the CPU is the core. Orion motivates everyone to fight, shouting that they'll grind until they reach the area beneath the CPU. However, don't push yourselves if things get dangerous. We can't bring anyone back if they die now. Yui Yang quickly embraced the spirit, saying, "Alright, let's do this, but don't get too excited this time." The group engaged the monsters, each member unleashing their most powerful skills. But the monsters Orion is fighting are a bit different. They aren't too strong, but there are too many of them. Statistically, we shouldn't be pushed back or killed, but it will take a long time to break through. What should we do? Should we ignore them and move on? No, we can't. They'll surround us, and it'll be even harder to advance. So how can they turn the tide? Lost in thought, Orion is caught off guard by the monsters disrupting their formation. A new character arrives to save the day. The Mayor Guild's leader takes a blow for Orion, saying, "I'm not sure what's going on here, but it looks like fun. Do you mind if I join in with my guild?" Of course, hordes of monsters appear with their fury, but to the Mayor Guild leader, they're just harmless ants as he activates his whirlwind skill. Orion ignites his hatred skill like a blazing inferno, and together they unleash a wave that obliterates everything in their path. One after another, monsters fall, and the guildmaster suggests to Orion that they simply descend beneath the strange structure floating in the sky. Right, yes, there's no time to explain. That's what they're looking for. He says it's no problem. Essentially, this mission is just about wiping out monsters, and no one's better at that than his guild. One of the Mayor Guild members challenged the monster with challenge weapon number 4, while the others expertly used mobile assassin skills. Everything was quickly falling into place, just as the guildmaster had said. Orion was clearly delighted, never imagining the Mayor Guild could accomplish this so easily. At this rate, the group will reach the 4th layer's core in no time. But before they can celebrate, a terrifying tremor shakes the ground, and a monster unlike any other appears. It had a massive body, and 5 glaring red eyes, Beleth the king of the abyss. Orion wondered why a boss from the event was appearing now. Beleth retaliates, slamming its staff into the ground, creating powerful shockwaves. Orion laments that a long-range shooter would be useful, but the magic archer is with Xianga's team. Suddenly, another phenomenon caught his eye. A giant hand appeared above Beleth, a fist hurtling towards the monster, and after another shockwave, Beleth was engulfed in smoke. It took Orion a few seconds to realize that the summoner was Izion of the Orion Order, who echoed the words of Guildmaster Mayor, "I don't know what's going on, but I'm here to help." It sounds a bit awkward, but we do have our friendships, don't we? Anyway, leave this monster to us. You can fall back and grab a drink or something while you wait. It took Orion a few seconds to realize he had another ally, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Great, now we have some high-level players on our side. Defeating these monsters is only a matter of time. We can stop the apocalypse. Ju-hyuk has returned, and reports to Orion that there is a passage nearby that he wants him to check out first. We can't enter the passage anyway. We'll do our best to hold off the monsters and keep them from noticing you. Orion immediately understood Ju-hyuk's meaning, instructing them not to let the monsters swallow them whole, as Ju-hyuk smirked and unleashed his power with his warhammer. The Holy Sanctuary skill has been formed. I will protect the others and ensure no one dies. As for Orion, he is rushing to where Ju-hyuk discovered just a little further. I'm almost there. Even with 2 shots from the Arc of Destiny, I can't hit it from here. I need to get closer. Suddenly, Orion senses Ki-ho behind him, and as he turns, Ki-ho intervenes, as a monster appears before Orion. Landing, Ki-ho recounts his resurrection, admitting confusion, but asks if Orion truly achieved first place as he'd claimed. Orion stammered, embarrassed, "Not me, but my girlfriend did." Ki-ho immediately swung his sword, saying Orion was full of it. Orion explains that he merged his points with Si-gwion, so they both came in first, adding that his wish wasn't just for Ki-ho, but for all the players who died in the game to be revived. If you just think for a second, Ki-ho laments, "I wouldn't have to listen to some blowhard who doesn't do anything. I'll think about how I'm going to live my life after all this is over." With that, he returned to his battle stance, much to Orion's relief. Elsewhere, Si-gwion began to duel Noah with his arrow trap skill, but when the arrows hit, they had no effect on him. Noah chuckled, "Sorry, an admin can adjust the game settings to allow attacks, but I'm terrible at fighting, so I don't think I'll be returning your taunts, that's why." Si-gwion's staff vanishes into thin air, and Noah is the cause. He points his finger at her. "I'll use my admin privileges to defeat you, since I can't possibly beat a high-ranking player otherwise." Just then, a system window appeared with an archive entry, and Si-gwion realized her assets were inexplicably vanishing. So what does she think? It's not too late to stop fighting. Why don't we have a cup of tea until this is all over? Si-gwion's eyes narrowed, realizing this was bad. She couldn't attack the administrator as a player. What could she do? Should she try to escape? No, she couldn't risk not being able to return. She had to think of something, anything to stop him with the mine. Finally, Si-gwion hatched a plan using a thorn trap that actually hit Noah. He clutched his pain, not understanding why he was taking damage. At that moment, Dr. Maria appeared saying, "The administrator is hidden in the data space, so I'm not sure, but I have a feeling you're behind this." Noah fell into an abyss of guilt, wondering what was happening. "I thought Dr. Maria was dead. What is she doing here?" Maria returned the staff to Siguion, "But I'm not familiar with this game, so I won't be able to fight well. However, I can reclaim his system administration rights in the data space, allowing you to attack the administrator as well." After reclaiming the staff, Maria invited Siguion to fight alongside her, saying they would team up. Though complex, Siguion understands the situation, and Maria's intentions as she replies, "I think you know what I'm about to say. Even if you can't play well, you've been watching from afar this whole time." Noah summons a proxy through a spatial gate, and the 2-on-2 battle begins. Siguion in his new form uses Makung's Fury, firing a blast from his staff that forces the Turtle Kid to evade. But this power is more than meets the eye, as the ground contorts and throws him into the midfield. Kwai instinctively regains his balance, retaliating with a surprisingly agile slash. Siguion retreated, then retaliated with a set, unleashing a tempest of ultimate lightning around him. The attack seemed effective, but it only made Kwai more excited, transforming him into an even more terrifying monster. Siguion was frightened by his appearance, realizing he had become a regional boss, and Noah was using the game system to his advantage. But in the nick of time, Maria, using her acquired knowledge, guides Siguion, revealing that Kwai is a mimic NPC based on the administrator's mental state, and advises her to ignore Kwai and focus on attacking the administrator. "Easier said than done," she replies, as the crazed monster charges its wild swipes, throwing everything into chaos. Maria's form flickered as she spoke. "I hate to bother you, but while you're fighting, don't forget we're running out of time." What could that mean? Basically, I'm a virus hiding in the data. The security program will eventually find and delete me. If that happens, Siguion won't be able to attack, so she has to fix this bug before it's too late. Upon hearing this, Siguion flies into a rage, berating her senior for only now revealing the time limit, demanding to know how much time they have left. Maria estimates the amount, revealing a mere 15 minutes. That wasn't enough for Siguion, who demanded more time from Maria in an overbearing tone, surprisingly causing Maria to back down and promise to try harder. Meanwhile, Noah quietly observes his thoughts consumed by Maria, wondering why she's trying to stop him again. Noah reflects that the ideal world she desires is right before them, adding that he doubts someone ordinary like him could ever hope to understand a genius like Dr. Maria. Showing his respect, Noah pushes aside his thoughts and creates 2 more entities to end the battle as quickly as possible. An alarming sign for Siguion, who can do nothing but hold out until help arrives. But Noah won't allow it. He subdues the 2 entities and forces them to eliminate Siguion, immediately making her the target of the battle. Meanwhile, Kiho with his Winter Hunter card rampages through countless monsters, and he and Orion are getting closer to Siguion. Kiho states that this will all end if they stop the administrator, but Orion replies that the city's destruction is not his concern. "Does that really matter right now? But I guess I'll stick around until the end. Anyway, I have my own role to play." Another giant monster appears and blocks the 2 players' path, unaware that it's about to become mincemeat. Kiho and Orion speed toward the monster, cleaving it in 2. Then Miguion's teammate appears and attacks Orion. Luckily, Kiho kept him at bay. The teammate, seeing Kiho, grew excited and mocked. "What's going on here?" "Kiho, are you teaming up with the Revenge Society?" he asks. Kiho responds with a mighty swing of his staff. "Don't make me sick. Do you really think I'd cooperate with someone so pathetic?" Orion, within earshot, overhears the demeaning remark, feeling a sting of shame. "I can hear you, you know." His opponent draws out tokens, his voice growing savage. "Whatever, I really don't care. In any case, my world has already crumbled, so I'm just glad to find another prey to vent on." Knowing they'd run out of time fighting him together, Kiho stepped forward, telling Orion to go on ahead. He would hold him back. "Do what you have to do." Though confused, Orion is grateful to Kiho and quickly flees the battle, much to his opponent's amusement, who wonders where he's running off to. A Stage 3 magic cut skill manifests as tentacles erupting from a magic circle, targeting Orion, but Kiho thwarts the attack, infuriating their opponent. Kiho urges his former comrade to stop this, as he's sick of these meaningless PK battles. Braving the storm, Orion finally catches up, and seeing the core grow larger, he knows he's close enough to reach them. Orion activates the Arc of Destiny, but before he can attack, a strange light strikes him. Scrambling away, he wonders what the hell that was. Just then, a massive dragon swooped in from behind the ancient sand dune monster, a cunning sand dune dragon. This wasn't part of Orion's plan, and he began to panic, thinking, damn it, why now? What should I do? It would take too long to kill a raid monster like Kai Cat on my own. But if I try to use the Arc of Destiny, and that dragon blocks my attack, I have to wait until it cools down. What should I do? I wish I had a party member with me. Just as darkness was about to consume Orion, a flash of light erupted from the tip of a sword, jolting him awake. As he fell backward, he realized it was Zuzian. So he'd been following Orion's journey all along, and this sudden appearance was to create an opportunity for Orion to move forward. With light in his hand, Zuzian said, "Now's your chance. We'll distract it while you enter the 4-dimensional core." "What are you doing here, Zuzian?" As Zio and the others revealed themselves, he told Orion, "Sorry, I tried to evacuate the explorer as you asked, but he insisted on helping after he understood what was happening. I used an assassination skill so we could sneak in here undetected. You should go now. We'll distract the monsters and make our escape." With the support of his allies, Orion felt empowered, agreeing and promising to return. But before he left, Zuzian tossed him a small pouch. Taking the pouch, Orion realized. According to Zuzian, it was recovered after his revival, and something was still inside. He had to use it at the right time. "Don't forget," Orion replies. "Understood, I'll use it when I need to." Orion reactivates his skill, knowing that hesitation could lead to failure. It's time to boldly move forward and soar through the sky higher than anyone thought possible. Orion and his weapons soared into the promising central district while Siwian struggled against formidable foes, a meat grinder trap only worsening the situation. Another monster appears beside Siwian, intent on tearing her to shreds, but she's too weak to fight back. Just when things looked bleak, Orion burst through the window, shattering the glass, and asked Siwian for help. Together, they defeated the monster, shocking Dr. Noah. After slaying the grotesque monster, Noah was the most surprised of all. Orion and Noah came face to face, and he was likely shocked to learn that Noah was behind everything. Noah speaks, saying he's not sure why, but it feels like it's been a long time since they last met, and something is different about his face. Orion confesses that much has happened in the last 2 days, and Noah doesn't seem surprised to see him already knowing he's the administrator. "I suspected as much, though I hoped I was wrong." Noah complimented Orion, saying he was quite perceptive. He says he hit it quite well. Orion pauses for a moment to steel himself. Next, he has a few questions for Noah, and Orion's eyes harden. The first question is, what does his sister mean to Noah, and will Noah end this now? "Let me answer them at once." Noah replied, "I'm serious about both of you. I truly care for Orion. That's why I can't stop now. I want to give her a miracle, a world where everyone can live happily with the ones they love." But just as the atmosphere turns peaceful, Siwian interrupts, saying there's no time for this. Since it was difficult to explain, she summarized that if they waited too long, they definitely wouldn't be able to fight Noah. Orion gripped his sword tightly. Perhaps he had found his own answer, and now was the time for them to fight Noah together. Orion asked Siwian for support, and with his sword he charged straight toward him as more of those entities appeared than before. The imps circled Orion like hounds, then giggled in unison, one launching into the air and firing a blinding light toward him. The attack quickly closes in, but Orion's will refuses to yield an eye for an eye. Though the blow deals top-tier damage, it only staggers the creatures, who continue to use their eerie laughter to create monsters that attack Orion. He immediately dodged the attack, and Siwian helped to immobilize the monster, allowing Orion to strike, cleaving the creature in two. Orion quickly targets the imp in front of him, but it also possesses an illusionary ability. The figure is none other than Paladin. It's hard to believe those imps can even copy players. But Orion remained calm. Steeling himself not to panic for victory was paramount. He would face Paladin head-on. Retreat now would render everything meaningless. No retreat, no fear. After slicing through the imposter, Paladin's weapon, Orion is targeted by 3 more fiends who relentlessly attack, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. When it clears, Orion is revealed, impaled with stakes in his back. After that attack, he had no time to dodge and suffered serious consequences, but Orion vowed to fight on his resolute gaze, shining through his eyes. In a final move, Orion activated the Dead Man's Pavane, summoning death blades in a formation that fired upon the demons, including Noah. Next, Orion targets Noah with nothing more than a small knife, leaving Noah to realize that at this speed his only option is to reboot the administrator system. Guion had set this up in advance, hoping to keep me at bay. Now Noah has no escape from Orion's slash. He brutally attacks Noah, then takes out an item and slams it into him. A magic circle appears behind Noah. Wait, Noah cautiously examines the cylindrical shape, and memories flood back. As a youth, Noah encountered a strange man approaching him. What's more, he gave Noah a mysterious tool, and as soon as the bag was torn, the tool broke in two in Noah's hands. The bag was also returned to Orion. Back in reality, Noah realizes it's the encryption key. Noah collapses to the ground, muttering, "I always knew you were good at this game, Orion, just like Ariam once told me." Exhausted, Orion drops his weapon and confesses to Noah, "I used to think I was so lucky to have met you. You comforted me when I failed to protect the children at the school. I thought you were a gift from God, not just to me, but to everyone who ever sat in that chair." Siwian silently approached Orion as a word of encouragement, and Noah replied, "I appreciate the kind words, but there are still people who can't be saved with just a few words or a helping hand. All I wanted was to help them, even if it meant stealing the power of a god." Before fading away, Maria asked Noah to give her the administrative rights he possessed. She will remain in the data space and control the AI system, only using Z24's power to help people when necessary, though not as much as you might think. "I won't become a god. Humanity must save itself. That's the only way any of this will mean anything. My job is simply to give people the motivation they need to not give up. After all, the game's ending still depends on the players, right?" Noah accepted his fate, having lost the battle, but Orion countered his resignation. He claims Noah isn't a loser, but this is a new beginning, like how they heal and recover from injuries. Noah seems to understand the meaning in Orion's words, a new beginning. I wish I were strong enough to do that. The core began absorbing everything, including living beings like Orion and Sigweon because the update was paused. Sigweon, seeing the chaos below, screamed, "What's happening? Have we been this high up all this time?" Seeing his calm demeanor, Sigweon yells at him to do something to get them out of this mess, which leads to an argument about them being characters in a game, right? That means we'll be injured if we fall but not die. But we'll still die falling from this height in the game. There's no escape without injury, even with my skill activated. You were right. It stings that you're taking the lead, but hold on tight, so I don't fall. Sigweon proactively grabs Orion, knowing she'll use her skill to escape this dire situation. And as Orion embraces Sigweon, she activates the wings of Icarus. Meanwhile, Zeungha and the others were not pulled in, and outsiders everywhere were unaffected by the core. A mysterious girl contacted someone saying, "We can forget the BD plan. We don't need the bomb. It's time for an emergency meeting." Keeping the public from seeing Z-24 rebuilding the city will be difficult. Elsewhere, Orion awakens disturbed by the nearby tremors, and is filled with suspicion. Wait, where am I? The sky is so clear. One by one the others awaken from their comas and together they seek a safe haven. Orion lies in bed thinking of her brother. But what about Orion herself? No, I don't need to worry. After all, I know he's stronger than anyone. After Horizon ended, news of the unprecedented event in Korea quickly spread globally, with netizens dubbing it the video game raid, and people never stopped discussing its origins and causes. However, the only entity that could have provided clues to these speculations, Into Horn Software, the game's development company, suddenly went bankrupt and disappeared. The company president donated all of his assets and vanished without a trace. It was as if all information about what had happened was blocked, as if an invisible wall was in the way. No further information or results of any investigation were released to the media. So there was almost no way for people to know the cause of Horizon, leading them to simply assume it was a bizarre phenomenon or an act of God. A month later, Siweon, while cleaning her room, gathered a pile of junk and threw it all into cardboard boxes, with Orion helping her carry them out. "Looks like we're all done here. Is this the last one? Yep, I'll take care of the rest tonight." As they continued, Siweon remarked that she thought he'd have more belongings. "I mean, you're moving after all. All you have are textbooks. That's why I said I didn't need your help. I haven't even bought furniture yet." Siweon calls Orion boring, expecting a full day of work, and asks if he's excited to move into a big house with his own room. Orion, unsure how to respond, changed the subject, saying it would be a lot of cleaning. Not getting the answer she wanted, Siweon threw a tantrum and flopped onto the bed, complaining that it wasn't fun at all. "I'm here to help you. You should be thrilled. Orion, you're so boring." Suddenly, Orion stares intently at Siweon and even gets close, making her quite embarrassed. "What are you doing?" "Only you are out there," Orion replies. "Weren't you trying to cheer me up? You started this. Don't blame me. Are you crazy? Still now." The two drew closer, as if something more exciting was about to happen. Unaware, Orion opened the door, reminding them that she had ordered food. But then a scene of men and women in bed seared into her mind, and Orion slammed the door shut, apologizing profusely. She said she needed to buy something, and would be back in 50 minutes. "Wait, Orion." Her screams echo as she insists they were just fooling around. Siweon suggests they apologize to Orion for the situation, but it's too late now, so she decides to pack everything up before Orion returns. Partly because Siweon promised to go with her parents tonight. "You've been seeing them a lot lately. Are things getting better?" Siweon nodded, saying that although it wasn't like before, she could see they were trying, which is why she was going with them, even if it felt a little awkward. "One day my family will get used to this again. That's why we have to keep trying. After all, nothing gets better on its own." Orion felt a pang of sympathy, but the sound of the doorbell drew both their attention. Siweon rushed to the door, thinking Orion's sister had returned, but he recognized the scarred woman at the entrance. "It's you," the woman said. "Long time no see, Orion. It seems Siweon is here as well." At this moment, perhaps the most surprised was Siweon, who couldn't believe this woman and Orion knew each other. Ignoring Siweon, the woman asked Orion to take a walk with her, saying she had something to discuss. She added that she wouldn't take no for an answer, though she guessed threats like that didn't work anymore. In the end, Orion agreed to listen to the woman, and the three of them took a walk around the park. After listening for a while, Siweon asks if she's saying that Sigmund is essentially a global spy network, to which the woman replies, "Not exactly a spy network. We operate secretly in many roles to protect humanity's future, often investing in people or supporting new research." She's really revealing these secrets, no matter even if people knew they couldn't do anything with this information. The woman then revealed another shocking piece of information about Dr. Maria. Maria was one of the promising scientists we sponsored, but ultimately our views diverged, so she sought independent funding and cut off contact. "We were actually working on the online Genesis area. It was called Project Z back then, though the end result was completely different from what we initially planned." Orion then asked the woman why her organization was after him, as nothing had happened after the event concluded. Getting straight to the point, "Our organization wants you to join us as an agent." Orion flatly refused, leaving the recruiter speechless. He refused so easily. Orion said being a spy seemed shady and dangerous, and Sijin completely agreed. I see I was too hasty, let me explain. Recently, similar anomalies have been appearing all over the world. Anomalies? Indeed, the woman plays the video showing them both the object from the dog toy. Orion wonders why it appeared on the building. It doesn't seem to pose an immediate threat, but we can't be sure what will happen. It could be a simple error, or something far more dangerous, even as catastrophic as Horizon. Orion tenses up as the woman reveals that Ji-Yoon Ma is now working for them as a researcher, along with some members from Ryzen, including Zeong Ha. Ki-ho also accepted our offer, and is currently in training news that shocked Si-gyeon, who couldn't hide her surprise that Zeong Ha would take orders from anyone. The woman continued, saying she joined after they agreed to share classified information with her. There was no other way, as she was curious and rarely trusted others. The woman added that Orion could also request certain conditions in his contract, and she would try to negotiate those with her superiors. At this, Sigwyon interjected rather impatiently. Wait, why are you only asking Orion? I was here first. Are you ignoring me? I don't want to be a spy, but I regret being ignored. The woman calmly replied, you were initially a candidate, but your background didn't meet the requirements. She's the daughter of a famous pharmaceutical executive, making it difficult to keep her a secret. Si-gyeon is not pleased, believing she wouldn't be recognized on the street. So, this is the downside of fame, the woman quietly asks. I didn't say that. I didn't use the word fame. Orion remained silent, lost in thought, perhaps realizing something. Cut to a month later as Zeong Ha strolled along Si-gyeon and Orion approached. Seeing them after so long, Zeong Ha was excited, feeling like it had been ages since they last met. 3 months, maybe. It's been 4 months. Your hair grows fast. I've been so busy with work I haven't had time for a cut. Next, Zeong Ha asks when the basic agent training course starts. The day after tomorrow, and where does it begin? First Germany, then a secret sounds like a spy movie. Orion asks if she's going with Ju-hyuk since they're always together. Zeong Ha explains that Ju-hyuk won't be joining her this time because he's not training to be a spy and he has an old dog to take care of, making it difficult to go abroad. That's why she kept him behind. Then Zeong Ha proudly shows off her wedding ring with Ju-hyuk to Orion. Zeong Ha's words and actions stunned them both. This was a lifelong bond, and destroying it meant death. A call interrupted, and Zeong Ha excused herself, saying Ik-ju and the others were lost and she needed to find them. You two wait here for a bit. Orion and Si-gyeon were more interested in the wedding ring than the current situation, so shocked they forgot to congratulate her. Zeong Ha is truly decisive, so I suppose that's understandable. Right, so that means Orion's sister will be leaving soon. Where did you say she was going? Orion reveals her sister is going to Peru with a medical volunteer team, having heard someone who looks just like Dr. Noah is volunteering there. Recalling their earlier conversation, the two discuss Sikmoon's investigation. Apparently that was the only condition I set for helping them if things got dangerous. So you also had a request in exchange, right? Without missing a beat, Si-gyeon asks Orion a question that's half serious, half joking. We're bored, should we get married? So sudden, how absurd. Si-gyeon flared up, even using magic this time, but there's nothing absurd about it. So you've been deceiving me all this time because we're not old enough to be married as demons. Besides, we can't just get married out of boredom. And speaking of which, there's something I need to say too. You always give me more than I can ever return. Si-gyeon laughed, his anger vanishing, and I knew it. Am I your exception? Of course, and stop groping me. But honestly, you're the only one for me, the only one who knows how hard I've fought. I'm the only one who knows the real you. Together they exchange sweet words and happily approach their former comrades.